From the new NBC studios in San Francisco, Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Terry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. Ladies and gentlemen, up and down the coast of America, the United States Maritime Commission is launching better than one new Liberty ship a day. Before the end of the year, they'll be turning out 3 a day. Did you ever wonder how they name all these ships? Well, one of them is about to be called the SS Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. So let's visit Uncle Mort, Leroy, and Marjorie and see what it's all about.
Hi, folks. What's all the excitement?
Leroy, we just received a telegram from San Francisco.
Yes, they're going to name a new naval vessel the Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
After you want? Gee, what is it, a tanker or a blimp?
It's a Liberty ship, my boy. It's being named in the memory of our ancestor, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve the First.
Oh, you mean the one who captured the pirates in the War of 1812?
Yes, my great-grandfather. I've always been proud of the fact that I'm the son of a sea captain.
And listen to this, Leroy. When they launch this ship out near San Francisco, I'm going to be the sponsor.
You are? What you going to advertise?
If nothing. Marjorie's going to break a bottle of champagne over the bow of the ship.
From here?
Oh, dear.
No, silly. We're all going out there.
Jeepers, we are? I better start packing. How soon do we leave? Oh, boy, we'll see lots of Indians on the way, won't we? Well, let's get going.
Whoa, there, hold your horses, Buffalo Bill. We don't have to be there till May the 12th, so we'll leave next week.
Oh, that means I'll have time to get 3 or 4 new outfits.
Yes.
To launch a ship? Why don't you just wear a bathing suit in case you get splashed?
No, Leroy, if your sister wore a bathing suit, it would slow down work on all the other ships.
Oh, Bertie, someone's at the door.
I'll get it just as soon as I can find my cap.
A cap? If you mean that silly little dab of white lace you wear on your head, you've got it on. It's over by your left ear there.
Oh, my side, so it is. I just can't keep it from drifting. Oh, there's electricity. Here I come.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Oh, hello, folks. I just heard this thrilling news about you going all the way out to California to launch a great big boat. And I understand that they're going to name the thing after you, Mr. Gildersleeve, because of what you did in the War of 18-something or other.
Oh, no, Dottie, no, not Uncle Mort. It was our great-great-grandfather, the first Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Yes, I'm the 4th and last.
Oh, you're the end of the line. Well, I want all of you to know that I'm just eager to help you get ready or drive you to the station because Mama said we should do everything we can to see that you folks leave town without any trouble.
Say, how did you and your Mama happen to know all about this? We just got the telegram a few moments ago ourselves.
Oh, well, it was simple. They delivered it over to our house first by mistake, and so naturally we opened it by mistake, too.
Yeah, so you did,
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here's another telegram just come for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh, my dear, I wonder who this could be from.
From the telegram company.
I know that. Why, George, it is from the telegram company.
What does it say, Uncle Mort?
Error in telegram from Richmond Shipbuilding Company. Line reading launching on May 12th. Should read May 2nd instead.
May 2nd? Why, that's next Saturday.
And this is Wednesday. We've got to leave here today. Oh, this is going to be one of my bad Wednesdays. All right, children, I've got tickets on tonight's train. Let's hurry and pack.
Oh, Uncle Mort, how did you ever manage to get reservations so late?
Really very simple, my dear. I have a friend who is related by marriage to a cousin of a young lady who went to school with the ticket agent's daughter.
Oh, I see. Is that how you got them?
No, the 2 girls aren't speaking to each other. So I just stood in line like everybody else, and I didn't have a bit of trouble.
Very nice of you to come down and see us off, Daddy.
Yes, I appreciate your driving our car back to the house for us, my dear.
Oh, well, I'm only too glad to. All I hope is that I remember which hand is for the brake and which is the clutch. Oh, but you don't have to worry. I know how to work the gears with my feet all right if I don't have to put it in reverse.
Dottie, are you sure that you know how to drive a car?
Oh, positively. I read all about it in a book.
A book? Oh, maybe you better leave the car here and get someone else to take it home.
Oh, now, don't worry. If I get stuck any place like between two streetcars, I'll just call a tow car.
Oh, my goodness.
Attention, please. Westbound Limited leaving immediately on this track for San Francisco. All aboard.
Oh, good gravy. That's us. That's our train. Goodbye, Dottie. Come on, Marjorie. Hurry up, Leroy.
Oh, excuse me. Wait for me.
Is Bertie coming along, too?
Bertie, what are you doing down here?
You forgot this, Mr. Gilsleeve.
But, Bertie, I don't need this old vest.
Oh, yes, you does. You can't go to the coast without it.
Well, why can't I?
Because your railroad tickets is in the pocket.
What?
Is that an Indian?
Indian? Where, Leroy?
Standing in front of that cigar store.
Oh, no, my boy. That was just a wooden statue of an Indian.
Which Indian, Unc?
A chief named Standing Pat.
Who was he?
Sitting Bull's brother. Now, stop wiping your feet on that lady's dress and let me work on my speech for the christening.
Oh, well, I don't mind him at all in the least. Such a sweet child. What's your name, the mannequin?
Leroy.
Oh, Leroy. And do they ever call you Font Leroy?
Oh, for corn's sake. I think I'll go out on the observatory platform, Unc.
Yes, where? Oh, yes, the observatory platform. And be careful and don't lean too far over. That's how we lost Grandpa.
Oh, my, what a dear boy. Yours?
Nephew. And as I look out over this vast sea of faces gathered around her...
Pardon me?
Oh, excuse me, please. I'm working on my speech.
Oh, well, excuse me, Senator.
If I don't happen to be a senator, madam, I'm just putting together a little talk for a ceremony that's going to take place on the West Coast.
Oh, a wedding.
Well, no, but if you must know, it's a christening. You've probably read about it in the newspapers. The naming of the new Gildersleeve.
Oh, the new Gildersleeve. Is it a he or a she?
It's a her.
Oh, well, tell me all about it.
Well, we're representing the family, you see. They're going to give her the same name as I have, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
They're going to call her Throckmorton?
Oh, yes. It's an old family name. They're going to paint it right on her stern.
They are.
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to the ceremony very eagerly. It's quite colorful, with the bands playing and the whistles blowing and the champagne flowing.
Well, now, I can't say that I approve of drinking champagne at a serious moment like that.
Oh, we wouldn't think of drinking it. We'd just smash the bottle across her nose.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I hope you're joking.
Joking? That's the procedure, madam. Sock her with a quart and push her into the bay.
Dear, won't she drown?
Oh, of course not. She floats.
But the little thing is helpless.
Helpless? Not that baby. Did you ever see the engines on a Liberty ship?
No. What's that got to do with a tiny infant?
I don't know. Who's talking about infants?
Why, you were. You were hitting little girls with champagne bottles and then drowning them and calling them Throckmorton.
Madam, I think your brains are playing hooky. Good day. What's the matter with that woman? Sad case. Conductor.
Yes, sir. I'm still trying to find an empty berth for your nephew and you. Say, I see on my list there's Lieutenant Copeland who's occupying a drawing room all by himself.
Oh.
He's right up ahead in this car.
Really? Which room's he in?
Drawing room D.
Oh, that's fine. I'll ask him if we can move in. G, F, E, here we are, D. Maybe he isn't home. I better try the door to make sure. Oh, excuse me. Of all the stupid train officials I ever ran into, this fellow. Now, see here, conductor.
Yeah?
Why didn't you tell me that Lieutenant Copeland is a nurse in the medical corps? Oh, suffering swordfish. 8 o'clock in the morning, and I hadn't had a wink of sleep all night. Come on, Leroy, wake up. Wake up, Leroy.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort. Did you have a nice rest?
Young man, how could I rest squeezing an upper berth with you?
Oh, gee, why not?
Because you played baseball all night.
Baseball?
Yeah, all you do is pitch and toss and knock the covers off.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Unc.
Yeah, all right, my boy. I know you didn't mean to. Now, let's get dressed, huh? Oh, great jumping jeeps.
What's wrong?
Look, our clothes fell out of the little green hammock.
Yeah. They're spread all over the place. Oh, lift up your foot, Unc.
My foot? All right, why?
You were wearing your hat as a slipper. Where'll I put it?
Let me see. I don't see any place to hang it. Better hang it on my head. You see my shoes any place, my boy?
No. Have you looked under your pillow?
By George, that's where they were. And I thought the mattress was lumpy. I better put my trousers on first, huh?
What's the trouble?
The legs in these pants seem to have shrunk overnight.
Unc, that's your coat.
What? By Jupiter, the next time you and I sleep together in an upper berth, Leroy, we're going to do it in relays. Come on, we can finish dressing in the washroom. I'll get down first, and then you... Oh!
Did you accidentally bump your head, Unc?
Oh, no, Leroy. I deliberately tried to push it through the roof so I could get a breath of fresh air. Porter!
Yes,
will you bring your stepladder and put it here?
it's right here, boss.
That's fine. Well, here I come. Leroy!
Yes, Unc.
You better jump.
I'll be down in a minute, Unc.
All right, bring the toothbrushes. Well, Porter, where am I?
Well, you're just out of Clinton, Iowa, and I'm just out of Ladder.
Clinton, Iowa, yes. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. We're just crossing the Mississippi River. And now about that ladder.
Oh, Leroy, look, there's the Mississippi.
Jeepers, what a mess of water.
Yeah.
Say, from now on, we ought to see a load of Indians, huh?
Yeah, possibly, my boy, possibly. Now, come on, let's get washed up.
Yeah, my ladder's washed up, sure enough.
What's he mumbling about? As soon as we pull into Clinton, we'll get Marjorie and take a nice brisk walk on the platform so we'll have an appetite for breakfast.
I got a swell appetite already.
Yes. Not so much noise, young man.
What did you say, Unc?
I said not so much noise.
Okay.
Yes.
Mustn't make uncouth noise.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Coming in, Clinton.
Come on, Leroy. I'll shave later. Oh, look, there's Marjorie. Marjorie!
Good morning, Uncle Mort. Hello, Leroy. Have a good night's rest?
Leroy did. He slept like a log and rolled like one, too. Come on, family. Let's stretch our legs, huh? Clinton, Iowa. Oh, well, just 2 more days and we'll be in sunny California.
Gee, Unc, here's another train.
That's the eastbound limited, my boy. Same as the one we're on, only going the other way. We'll ride on that on the way back.
Say, I wonder if I'll have time to get some postage stamps.
I think so, if we hurry. Good Lord. Oh, I was wrong. Come on, children. Hop on quick.
Here.
I can't understand this. We were supposed to stop here 10 minutes. Oh, well, the engineer's probably in a hurry to get home.
Let's go into the diner. I'm awfully hungry.
Yeah, me too.
That's an idea.
Good morning. Table for 3. Right this way, please.
Say, Uncle Mort, do you mind if I ask you a silly question?
You better wait till I've had my breakfast. What is it?
Does the Mississippi River run on both sides of Clinton, Iowa?
Why, of course not, my boy. What makes you think so?
Oh, just look out that window. There's Old Man River again.
But that's impossible.
But it's there just the same.
Well, I see it. But still, it can't be unless... Oh, Stuart!
Yes, sir.
What train is this?
The Eastbound Limited.
Oh, my goodness, we're headed right back home again.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, a good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for a really economical main dish. The product called Kraft Dinner is just what you're searching for. At a very low price, it gives you delicious macaroni and cheese, enough for 4. And with Kraft Dinner, you cook that macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes. You see, in every package of thrifty Kraft Dinner, there's a quick-cooking macaroni and some Kraft grated that let you add the cheese goodness with no extra work at all. Doesn't that give you a bright idea for luncheon on busy days and for dinners when you've shopped later, been detained by your own special wartime job? Now, the nice part of it is the whole family will love macaroni and cheese made the 7-minute Kraft Dinner way. So get some Kraft Dinner packages at your food dealers tomorrow. You'll be surprised to find how economical it is, and you'll be smart to stock the pantry shelf with plenty of Kraft Dinner. And now let's return to our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who's making a long-distance telephone call to Summerfield from an airport somewhere in Illinois.
Hello. Bertie, are you there?
No, sir, I'm here. Where's you, Miss Gildersleeve?
I'm in Illinois, Bertie. We're flying to the coast.
Flying and talking in the
No, Bertie, we're not flying now. We're about to take off.
Take off what?
Never mind what. We've lost our baggage and we need some new clothes.
Well, why did you take off the others?
We didn't. We got off the train, but we forgot to take off our clothes. And now we're ready to take off in an airplane, and oh, good grief, Bertie, it's too complicated to explain at $3 a minute. Is everything all right at home?
Oh, yes, it's just fine, except for your car.
Don't tell me Dottie's wrecked it.
Oh, no, she didn't even move it.
Oh, then it's still at the station?
Yes, but not at the railroad station. It's at the police station.
But why?
The police don't think it's safe to drive.
Why not?
Well, how you going to drive a car with the windshield all covered with stickers?
My windshield was not covered with stickers.
It is now. Traffic summonses. The no parking variety.
Oh, my goodness. Are the police angry?
Oh, no. It's the fire department that's perturbed.
Well, why are they mad?
Because they couldn't find the fire plug until after the fire engine burned down.
Oh, what's that got to do with my automobile?
Oh, your car was hiding the plug.
Oh, why didn't Dottie drive it away in the first place?
She just couldn't get it started.
Why not?
Because you took the keys along with you.
Oh, now I see it all.
Hurry up, Uncle Mort.
All right. Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye. Just keep on having a nice time.
Yeah.
Gee, Unc, this plane ride is super. Where are we now?
I'm not sure, Leroy. We're either in South Dakota or else Colorado, or perhaps we're deep over the heart of Texas.
Uh-oh, we're going to sit down.
Leroy, we're already sitting down.
No, that's an aeronautical expression, Uncle Mort, meaning the plane is going to make a landing.
Oh, it is? Well, I must remember that. Oh, stewardess.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I see that the plane is getting ready to take a seat.
No, I'm sitting down.
Oh, yeah, that's it. I got my aeronautical terms twisted. When are we going to be seated, stewardess?
We're making a landing near Blackfoot, Wyoming.
Oh,
incidentally, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're going to be all right now, so you can let go of my hand.
What? Oh, yes.
Unfasten your safety belt.
Unfasten your... I hope we aren't stranded again. We don't get to San Francisco by tomorrow morning, that ship's name won't be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and neither will mine.
Come on, Unc, we've landed. Let's get out.
Yeah, all right, I'm coming. Be careful now. Don't step on that line there. Marjorie, do you know why the plane had to squat down?
Squat down?
Sure, that's an aeronautical term.
Well, I understand there's a group of flyers from the ferry command who have to travel in a hurry.
Oh.
So we're giving up our seats to them.
Oh, well, I don't mind doing that, but when do we get another plane?
Tomorrow morning.
But we've got to be in California tomorrow morning.
But how can we get there?
Well, maybe if we could... Leroy, what's wrong with you, my boy?
Gee, I haven't seen a single Indian.
I don't want Indians. I'm looking for some fast transportation.
Say, there's a young fellow with an old cut-down jalopy.
Where? Oh, yes. Come on quickly before any of the other passengers see him.
Boy, look at that boat.
Oh, say, mister...
Hi, good looking. What's cooking?
Young man, how would you like to earn some money?
Oh, you're rolling them down my alley. Just put me hep, cat.
Are those aeronautical terms, too, Leroy?
No, Unc, that's jive.
He means that he's interested.
Oh, good. Well, I'll have to go back to school again, I guess. Young man, we want to get to the nearest city in the worst way, which probably means traveling in that Blitzkrieg buggy of yours.
Okay, Fatso, just whistle your proposition.
Whistle my what?
Dish out the deal, Uncle Dudley.
Make him an offer, Unc.
Oh, make him an offer, yes. I'll give you $15 if you'll take us as far as Cheyenne. We should be able to get a train from there.
Okay, Pappy. Climb in and I'll make with a motor.
We can. Oh,
be careful. You comfortable, Marjorie? How about you, Leroy?
Uncle, Unc.
Huh? Oh, well, don't go local then. Let's go, Mr.
My folks name me Chief Rain in the Face. But that's too corny. Just call me Drizzlepuss.
Gee, Unc, at last I've met an Indian.
Oh, yeah. My goodness, now I know how malted milk feels.
Gosh, kids, I'm sorry my Jeep won't jive no more.
What's the trouble, Driz? Can't this motorized churn take it?
It just can't take you, Puffy Pants. You've dragged the back seat so low it needs a wheel in the middle.
Well, cheer up, Uncle Mort. At least he's delivered us near a railroad station.
Yeah.
Station? Well, that's just a water tank, Marge.
Yeah, and there's a westbound train watering up.
Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's get out of this galvanized gaboon.
Hey, Jelly Pot, what about the O-Day?
I almost forgot. Well, here you are, Driz Puss. 5, 10, 15 simoleons. Hey, wait for us. Goodbye, Drip Pan. Give us a rumble anytime you make Summerfield.
Hurry, Uncle.
Yeah, I'm coming, my dear. Thank goodness I made it. Are you two all right?
Yeah.
Let's get inside and find the conductor. I hope I have enough money to pay for our tickets. Oh, here he comes right now.
Well, hello there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, kids.
Huh?
Where have you well folks been keeping yourselves since Clinton, Iowa?
Well, what do you know? We're back on the same old train.
Sam, what's that building?
I don't know, Leroy. Now, please don't ask me any more questions. I'm rehearsing my speech for the launching today. Ladies and gentlemen, as I gaze out over this vast sea of faces...
Gee, look, is that the ocean, Uncle?
No, San Francisco Bay. As I look out over the vast sea of San Francisco Bay, I recall the thrilling words of Captain Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, the first, when he said...
Oh, boy, is that an orange tree?
When he said, oh, boy, is that an orange tree? No. When he said, millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. And so I say to you...
When do we get into Oakland?
Yeah, when do we get into... Leroy, I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, here's your sister. She can answer your questions.
Hello, Uncle Mort. When do we get into Oakland?
What's the use? You better ask the porter, Marjorie.
Oh, all right. Oh, George.
Marjorie, never call a porter George. That's the sign of an inexperienced traveler. Watch me. Porter?
Yes, sir?
What's your name, Porter?
It's George, sir.
It's George. George, how soon do we arrive in Oakland?
Oh, we'll be at the 16th Street station in 15 minutes, sir.
Oh, what time is it now?
It's 10 after 10.
Oh, jumping jelly beans. We arrive at 10:25. The launching takes place at 10:45. That only gives us 20 minutes to get over from Oakland over to the Richmond shipyards, wherever they are. Do you think we can make it, Porter?
You mean to the Richmond shipyards in Richmond?
Yes, of course.
Well, maybe, but it's an awfully funny thing.
What's so funny?
You remember that last station we just stopped at?
Why, of course.
Man, that was Richmond.
Why did I ever make
Oh, Uncle Mort. Can't the driver go any faster?
He probably could, my dear, but there's a company rule that he's got to stay with his taxi cab. How much farther, cabby?
Just a matter of minutes, folks. Take it easy. Why don't you turn on the radio?
Because there isn't enough room in here to dance. Turn on the radio, indeed.
Gee, I'm hungry, Unc. What are we going to eat?
Right after the ceremony, my boy. They always have a beautiful big luncheon party for the launching party.
Oh, you know, I'm so nervous I hope I don't miss the bottle with the boat.
Huh?
I mean, the box with the boat.
Now, relax, Marjorie. Look at me. I'm going to deliver a 20-minute oration. And I'm just as clam as a conch. Just remember the motto of the Gildersleeves, my dear.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
In the excitement, I guess I've forgotten the motto. Here. What's the idea of stopping, driver? Get going. We haven't got any time to lose here.
But, mister, we're at the gate of the Richmond shipyard.
Oh, splendid. Children, we made it with 17 seconds to spare.
Jeepers, look at the size of the place.
Yeah. Leroy, this is one of the fastest shipbuilding plants in the world. Go ahead, driver. What's stopping you?
That big gate.
Oh, the big gate. Oh, pardon me, I forgot. Mr. Guard, it's all right. We're the Gildersleeve party. For the launching, you know.
Can I see your invitation, please?
Oh, of course, invitation. Where did I leave it? Let me see.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't tell me we have to go clear back to Summerfield for that invitation.
Take it easy, my dear. I've got it here someplace. Can't get in without an invitation.
No, sir.
I see. Think, Throckmorton, think. Oh, I know. It's in the suitcase. Yes. It's so nervous I can't seem to... there we are. It's open. Leroy, help me dump out these shirts and stuff.
Okay, Unc.
Yes. Timetables, magazines, stationery, bedroom slippers, nightshirt.
Have you looked in the drawers, Unc?
There aren't any drawers in... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well, here it is, right here. Here you are, sir.
Okay. Drive right through, then straight down.
Oh, guard, have you seen anything of some people named Gildersleeve?
Yes, Mr. Foley. Here they are.
Oh, hello there. I'm Tom Foley, the superintendent.
Well...
Hurry, we're late. I'll just stand here on the running board. Straight ahead, driver.
Thank you very much.
Thank goodness, what happened to your baggage? Have you been in an accident?
No, Brother Foley. We've been in trains, planes, cabs, cars, and wash tubs, but so far, no accidents.
All right, driver. Pull right into that parking place. Come on, Miss Forrester. We haven't a moment to lose. Up this stairway. You follow us, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right.
Gee, I'll take a squint at all the ships.
Later, my boy, later. As I look at this vast sea of faces, I remember the words of the first Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, who said, what did he say?
Here are your flowers, Miss Forrester.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, my goodness, I've forgotten something. I'll have to go back to town.
What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I didn't get a bottle of champagne.
Come back here. It's all set.
Oh, that's
Now,
why.
let us through, please. Thank you. Come on, right here now.
Stand aside.
Give me the bottle of champagne, Lloyd. Thank you. Here you are, Miss Forrester. Now, you know what to say, don't you?
Yes.
All right, just make it snappy. Now, quiet, please.
Be quiet.
I christen thee Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's good. Well, I guess it's my turn now. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look out on this vast sea of faces, I see that...
Hey, Spud, get down off that platform. We gotta move it.
Move it, but my speech!
We ain't got time for speeches. We gotta lay the keel for the next Liberty ship. Hurry, pal, there's a war going on.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meanwhile, I want to tell you how to cook one of America's favorite main dishes in 7 minutes flat. Yes, you can make fluffy, light macaroni with cheese goodness through and through that fast. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Take the special Kraft Dinner macaroni out of the package and cook it in boiling water, not more than 7 minutes by the clock. No need to bake or blanch this macaroni. Just drain it and lightly mix in a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every Kraft Dinner package, you sprinkle in the cheese flavor. Pop that macaroni and cheese into a casserole, onto the table, your main dish is ready. And with Kraft Dinner, your delicious macaroni and cheese is one of the most economical main dishes you can find. Doesn't Kraft Dinner sound like what you've been looking for days when you're rushed to get luncheon or dinner, and to help out the budget, too? Well, get them tomorrow. Every Kraft Dinner package contains the makings for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages so that the pantry shelf will be all set for hurry-up meals. Remember the name, Kraft Dinner.
Mr. Foley says they're building these Liberty ships here in any day.
Yes, Leroy. You can't beat American production methods. Why, these new boats are almost assembly jobs.
What do you mean?
Well, a ship is made up of thousands of items. They come from almost every city and state in our union. Engines from Denver, lifeboats from Kokomo, Indiana, wheels from Seattle, pine from Georgia, switchboards from Connecticut, the manifolds from West Virginia, hatch covers from Maine. Every part of our nation is represented here. They're real Liberty ships, my boy, built by liberty-loving men, so that liberty shall not perish from this earth. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This week's program was broadcast from the new NBC studios in San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds, to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parquet margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parquet is so good tasting, your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parquet margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parquet margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parquet margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parquet, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who has, as you know, a nephew named Leroy, who has, as you probably don't know, 4 rabbits, named respectively Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and possibly Mo. Right now, they are preparing to go to Fairview, where Leroy is to represent his school at the Junior Rabbit Breeder Show, and all 6 of them are quite hopped up about the trip.
Now, take it easy, Leroy. Just be calm, like me. No use getting all excited about this. Not at all. Where's my briefcase?
Under your arm, Unc.
What? Oh, yes. How did it ever get there? Now about my suitcase. Handkerchiefs, socks. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Never mind. I found him.
Found what, Mr. Gilsleeve?
His socks.
Well, what about him?
I found him.
Well, why shouldn't you? They're right there all the time.
Yes, I know.
He found them.
Then why call me?
Because I couldn't find him.
But I thought you said...
Oh, never mind. My goodness, anybody'd think we'd never gone any place before.
Well, it's pretty exciting for me, Uncle Mort. Baby, 300 miles. Jeepers.
Leroy, you talk like you'd been chained up in the coal cellar all your life. Didn't you fly to California and back last year?
Well, sure, Unc.
Yes, son. We automoted all over the 47 states 2 years ago.
There are 48 states, Bertie.
Yes, I know that. But when we was in Florida, they never heard of California. And when we was in California, the visor was bursting.
Well, anyway, Leroy, you've done a great deal of traveling for a boy your age, and another 300 miles shouldn't mean any more than going down to the corner on Saturday morning for the Sunday morning papers.
But creepers, Uncle Mort, we're going on the train. I never been on a train.
Oh, my goodness, modern youth. Why, when I was just a baby, I can't seem to find my military brushes. Where are they, Bertie?
I put them in your Happy Rock bag, Mr. Gilsleeve.
In my what?
Bertie, could you perchance mean Gladstone bag?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Happy Rock. Well, I guess that's everything. Wait a minute. Leroy.
Yes, Unc?
Did you mail that letter I gave you last night?
Which letter? Oh, yes, of course I did.
Good. It was to Cousin Flora, telling her and her husband we're coming to stay with them while we're in Fairview. Won't they be surprised?
Why? Why, Uncle Mort?
Well, because it's an answer to a letter they sent fishing around for an invitation to visit us.
Good thing they ain't coming this week with Miss Marge out of town at that Red Cross training school.
Yes. Well, are you sure you've got everything you'll need, Leroy?
Positive.
Say, if you're going to be on that train when it leaves, you better get mobilized. Where's your rabbits, Leroy?
Out in the hall in that wooden box. The manual training class built it especially for them.
Well, they did a bum job, Leroy. That box is full of holes.
Yep. Holes? Well, that's so the little creatures won't get asphyxiated, Bertie.
Yes, it'll help them breathe, too. Shall I call up and get you a taxi?
Taxi? No, thank you, Bertie. We can pick up one at the drugstore. If we can't, it'll be the first thing I haven't been able to get at that drugstore. Come on, Leroy, let's get going.
Okay, Unc.
So long, Bertie. Don't let any Japs get you.
Quit picking on us South Sea folks, Leroy.
Hey, come on, young man. I'll take the suitcases. You bring that crate of clover crunches. If Marjorie gets back to town before we do, Bertie, you tell her where we went.
Yes, sir. I'll tell her that you had to act as a convoy for a bunch of dumb bunnies. And then she'll say...
Never mind. I know what you say. Goodbye.
Bye, Bertie.
Bye, Miss Gilsey. Bye, Leroy.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything, Uncle Mort. Have you got the tickets?
Yeah, the tickets. Don't be ridiculous. Tickets. Oh, wait a minute. I better look to make sure. Yes, here's the envelope. Oh, great Caesar's ghost.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Look, here's my letter to Cousin Flora. I must have sent her the railroad tickets. Oh, now she'll think I want her and that loud husband of hers to come here.
Oh, gee, now how are we going to get to Fairview? Does this mean we're not going?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rattle me, Leroy. Don't rattle me. No time to get reservations. The next train won't get us there in time. Oh, for what a thickhead I turned out to be.
Say, Unc, how about driving?
Yes, it's driving me. Wait a minute. Driving? Why, of course. Let's get the car. Come on. We can put the rabbits in the rear compartment, load up on gasoline, and beat the train to Fairview. That was a fine suggestion. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Gee, I don't know about that, Unc. I just suggested myself out of my first ride on a railroad train.
How far is it to the next town, Leroy?
Well, according to the sign we passed 10 miles ago, it's 3 miles. While according to the map, it's 6. But according to all the houses around here, we're almost there.
Thank goodness. I hope the road gets better from here on. So far, it's been terrible. It's had more hairpins than a dime store. And what's more, it's full of Charlie holes.
Don't you mean chuck holes, Uncle Mort?
Yes, but this is a road I don't want to become familiar with, Leroy.
Yeah, we haven't hit a straight stretch for hours.
That's right. For every mile forward that we go, we travel 2 from side to side and 3 up and down. This isn't a road, it's a Laconga line. Why, when I think of... we almost went in the ditch that time.
Why don't you try driving in the ditch? It might be smoother.
Yes. Leroy, this is no time to horse around. Though if there was a horse around, I'd trade it in for this car.
You know, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Hungry? Well, so am I. Strange how much exercise you can get just bouncing up and down, isn't it?
Let's stop and eat at the next stop and eat.
It's all right. That place up ahead doesn't look bad. However, we're so far behind schedule, let's just get some sandwiches to eat along the way. Huh?
Okay.
Come on, Leroy.
I'm right with you, Unc.
Oh, my. And to think if we hadn't mailed those tickets, we'd have been sitting in a comfortable train counting the telephone poles instead of dodging them. Let's sit here at the counter, eh?
Tired, Uncle Mort?
Just my eyes, Leroy. Funny, I'd swear I was seeing gravy spots in front of them.
That's easy, Unc. You're looking at the waiter's apron.
Yeah? Oh, of course, yeah, that's it. What'll you have, Leroy?
A ham sandwich?
Same thing for me, waiter, and we'll take them with us. Say, look, they've got cherry pie, Leroy. Would you care for a slice?
No, thanks, Unc. After that road we were on, I couldn't stand anything else with pits in it.
How long did it take you to drive from Fairview, Mr. Toby?
Oh, about 7 hours, McGuire. At this rate, I should be in Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help overhearing that last remark. Don't count on getting to Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight, sir.
No? Why not?
Because these blasted roads are in a blasted condition.
Oh, you don't like our roads, huh?
And now, McGuire, take it easy. What's wrong with our roads?
What isn't? And you take it easy, too, mister. Don't get angry at me just because I warned you about that collection of bumpy ruts ahead of you.
I accept that as a personal insult.
Huh?
Gee whiz, is it your road?
Well, I'm the superintendent of road maintenance for this section, and this is State Highway Commissioner Toby.
Yeah? What am I supposed to do, get down on my hands and knees and bump my head on the floor?
What?
If you think I'm going to back up and crawl, Commissioner, you're mistaken. I've done all my backing up and crawling for the day on that blankety-blank road of yours this afternoon.
Say, I don't like your attitude.
And I don't like your highway. Looks like it was surveyed through the bottom of a beer bottle. Yes, and built by a hillbilly with the hiccups.
Now, look here, you're doing Mr. McGuire an injustice.
Yeah?
He and his men have been constructing that road for the past 6 years.
I know that. I saw the signs all along the way. Slow men at work.
Well, that's enough. I'm going to hand this guy a face full of fists. Let me at him, that
Here's our sandwiches, Leroy. Mister, you're mighty lucky we're in a hurry. Come on, Leroy, let's stop tearing down the Commissioner's highway and start tearing down the Commissioner's highway.
Okay, I'm coming. Gee, you certainly told him off, didn't you?
Yeah, did you see the look on that guy McGuire's face?
Ain't you going to finish your steak, Commissioner?
No, the mood's gone. I might as well get started. Oh, waiter, the check.
No. Let me pay for it.
No.
Yes.
Well, all right.
Here you are, waiter. Keep the change. Now, Commissioner, don't let that big blimp get your goat. What does a mug like that know about the heartaches of building roads?
Yes, you're right, McGuire. Hey, I thought I parked my car about here.
Are you sure?
Well, I think so. I remember it was near this truck.
Here it is, Commissioner.
That's strange. Could someone have moved it? Hey, hold on a minute, Mac. That isn't my car.
It ain't. It certainly looks like it.
Sure, it's same make, same model, same color, but those aren't my official license plates.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, now I wonder who could have been so chuckle-headed as to pull a trick like this.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
That's the name of the bird that owns this car. Here's his registration certificate.
Well, we've got to get that car of mine back, McGuire. We've got to send out a police warning over the radio to the Highway Patrol.
Sure, Commissioner. We'll get it back all right. You needn't worry or get excited.
You don't understand. There's been a rock slide on the road near Summerfield, and an emergency, and I've got 100 pounds of explosives in the rear compartment of my car.
You notice how much more pep the car seems to have now, Leroy? I really get a bang out of driving a car with oomph.
Yeah, careful of that bump, Unc.
Huh? Yes. Oh. Quite a bounce, wasn't it? I can't get over how much better the car runs. If it keeps up like this, it'll feel as if we had wings, Leroy. Hold on, here comes Kurt. Oh.
You better go easy on those tires, Unc.
Huh?
Remember, you can't get any new ones until the FBI investigates you and finds out you're an ambulance or something.
Yes. Well, these tires are good for thousands of miles yet, Leroy. Oh! Hey, these roads. I hope that didn't hurt any of our little cottontail cuties in the rear there. Well, I guess they're well padded.
Yeah, I can hear the box bouncing up and down.
You can?
Maybe I better get it and hold it in my lap.
No, don't do that. They'll be happier if they don't get a look at this road. Besides...
Look out for that red lantern.
What red lantern? Oh, that red lantern. Oh. No wonder I couldn't see it. A big pile of dirt behind it, Leroy. Well, here's the end of the detour. Now I'm really going to hit it up. And Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I want you to keep a sharp lookout in back. If you see any highway patrol cars with red lights flashing and cops in them, you just nudge me. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, good. Now, I don't expect to get it. Oh, Leroy, don't bump me.
That wasn't a bump, Unc. That was a nudge.
Nudge? Oh, my goodness. Yes, now I can see him. I better stop, eh? I can't imagine what in the world I've done.
Well, Uncle Mort, I have an idea.
Be quiet, young man. Oh, here they come. Good evening, boys.
Good evening, Chief.
Chief?
Shh, he thinks I'm an Indian. What can I do for you, boys?
Just stay where you are, sir. We'll have the fire out in a minute.
Yes. Fire?
Just one of your rear brakes. Bring me that extinguisher, Mike.
Oh.
Here you are, Sid. Hey, button your coat. It's the commissioner. Thanks.
What's going on back there, boys?
Nothing to get excited about, Chief. One of the brakes must have locked.
Oh, my goodness. It's lucky you put it out before it got to that box of rabbits. I better look to see how they are, Uncle.
No, Leroy. They're probably sleeping. Let's let sleeping rabbits lie.
I don't think any harm was done. You'll just watch your brakes for a ways, Chief.
Well, thank you very much, boys. Anytime I can do anything for you, I got a card here someplace.
Oh, we know who you are.
Oh, you do? Well, I never knew I was that famous.
Sure, you're a big man in this state. Sid, he'd be a big man in any state.
Yeah. Well, I got to be getting along now. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. Now, there's a genuine guy, the commissioner. Yeah, don't act no different than you and me. You or I, Sid. He's a lot better looking than his pictures do him justice. Yeah. But don't you think he's a little fatter? No, not fatter, Sid. Heavier setter. You see, fatter isn't a respectful way to describe a state commissioner. Yeah, but on him it looks good. Well, let's get into the heap and start rolling again. Yeah.
Attention all highway patrol.
Hey, listen.
Be Be on lookout for large gray sedan, license 4X669.
That number's familiar.
A state car assigned to Highway Commissioner Toby.
Oh, the guy that was just here.
Taken from Junction Grill an hour ago by a stout man and a small boy with a black mustache.
A small boy with a black mustache. Hey, that's the guy who... Why, that fat rat.
Handle situation with care, boys. Rear end of car is loaded with explosives.
Come on, Mike. Let's go get him. There they are. Right up ahead. Get closer. Hey, what are you doing? Shooting at the rear tires. Hey, wait a minute. That car's full of explosives. Oh, my gosh. Don't get too close, Mike. Okay, I'll drop back, but what do we do? Say, look at him go. Let's trail him till he slows up. If he slows up before he blows up...
Well, we've been making good time, my boy. I thought we better stop here in Millville and get some gasoline. Where is that attendant?
I think I'll get out and take a look at the rabbits, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That road was so rough, I bet those hairs stood on end. Oh, say, Leroy, the police chaps again.
All right, stick 'em up, you two. Reach first, stick 'em up.
Oh, hello, boys. Practicing?
Get 'em up quick, fatso.
Fatso?
Say, what's the idea?
You two, get 'em up. Now, search 'em, Mike.
Yep, here. You needn't be so rough. You've broken a couple of my cigars.
Well, they haven't got any guns on them, Sid. Okay, you can put down your hands. But don't pull any funny business, you two.
What's the meaning of this unwarranted outrage?
Hey, get him.
Yes.
That's what we did, didn't we? You stole the highway commissioner's car and it's loaded with explosives.
Yes. What's this about the commissioner's car?
Take a peek at those official license plates.
Huh?
Well, gee, Unc, how did they get there?
They were framed. I mean, we were framed, Leroy. Well, at least there's nothing to this explosive nonsense. You officers can look in the rear compartment and see for yourselves.
Okay, take a look, Sid. Sure.
Won't he be surprised, Leroy?
Aha!
You see, it's just rabbits, officer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Come here, Mike. Does this look like rabbits to you? Nah, to me it looks like a case of explosives.
Well, if you were a rabbit and went through what we've been through, you'd feel like exploding yourself.
Why don't you come back here and look for yourself?
Yes, come on. Let's show these stupid... Oh, my goodness, Leroy.
Uncle, what you trembling like that for?
Look at that box. Blasting powder. Whose car is this? Who slipped it to me? How did that dynamite get in there?
That's what we aim to find out, brother.
Good. Who'll we ask?
You.
Me?
Yes, come on.
Say, where are you taking us?
To the Millville police station. You're going to hold a little quiz, kid.
Yes, sir. There must be a reasonable explanation for all this. It can only take one. Asking you for the last time, Captain. Will you telephone our home in Summerfield so that our maid can identify us?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Stuffy. I put in a call a few minutes ago. But that's it now.
Oh, thank goodness. Bertie will clear this right up, Leroy.
Hello.
Hello, who's this calling?
Long distance from Millville.
Oh, I know the answer to that one. It sure is.
This is the police department. We're holding a man with a stolen car loaded with explosives. He claims to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve ain't in Millville. He done took the train for Fairview today.
Oh, he took the train, huh?
The train? Ooh, I've got to tell her about that. Let me call.
You get away from this phone. This man claims he drove this car as far as Junction City.
Oh, that can't be. Mr. Gildersleeve's car's resting right here in the garage.
Ah. Well, in that case, I was right all along. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait a minute. Why did you hang up?
Oh, look, you, I've had enough of this. Who do you think you are trying to run things and act so insolent and arrogant? The police?
Yeah.
Mike, put these two in separate cells till morning.
Here, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Commissioner Toby. Well, I recovered your car for you, sir.
Yes, I know. Where's the man who took it?
Here I am. Hello, Commissioner.
Oh, so it was the little critic of the state highway system, the little road runner down there.
Oh.
Well, I'm only thankful nothing happened to my car with all that blasting powder in the back.
Yes. What do you mean by letting me carry dangerous explosives?
Oh, dry up, you big wet blanket.
Oh,
you ought to be thankful you're getting out of this mess without going to jail.
You mean you don't want him held, Commissioner?
No, this man just made an innocent mistake. It was stupid, but I don't think it was intentional. Come on outside, Gildersleeve, and we'll trade cars.
Yes, all right. Good night, Captain. Thanks for the hospitality.
Yeah.
Something he ate, no doubt. After you, Commissioner. Come on, Leroy.
Say, I better make sure my rabbits are all right.
Oh, don't worry. They're safe, my boy.
Oh, did you have a look at them?
I'll say I did, and they jumped right out of the box and escaped.
Escaped?
And now, don't worry. We called out a road gang and rounded them all up again.
Oh.
Took the best part of 2 hours.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to them.
Now, they're all right. None the worse for the little romp. They're in fine condition, all 7 of them.
Yes. 7? But we only had 4 rabbits to begin with. Commissioner, you found too many.
Hello, operator. Quick, give me the police department. Police? This is 747 Parkside Avenue, and something's happened here. Didn't you phone me about a man who said he was Mr. Gillsleeve in a stolen car? Well, some policemen did. Well, anyhow, I went back to bed, and I tossed, and I turned, and I turned, and I... Okay, I'll get to the point. I got up, and I went out to the garage to see if it was there, and it wasn't. No, the garage was there all right, but nothing else was. What do you mean, be more specific? Oh, well, somebody sneaked in and stole all of Mr. Gillsleeve's 4 beautiful, brand new retreads. Hello, wait a minute, I ain't through yet. At the time these tires were stolen, they was attached to Mr. Gillsleeve's automobile.
Leroy, quit pinching me. What's the big idea?
I'm afraid you'll fall asleep.
Well, don't worry. If I want to sleep, I'll pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah, but the trouble is you'll pull over after you've fallen asleep.
Oh, yes. By George, it's 2 a.m. I'd stop right now. It would make us late for that rabbit. What's that noise?
It looks like a cop, Unc.
Another cop? The police have been on my neck tonight like a muffler. Well, this time they can't find anything wrong. I'm driving under 40. My lights are all right. It's my own car.
All right, pull over to the side of the road.
Oh, yeah. Pull over, Leroy.
Jeepers, I wonder what it is now.
Probably some officer who hadn't heard that everything's been straightened out between Commissioner Toby and me.
You know, I'm beginning to be afraid of cops.
Oh, poppycock. You watch me handle this fellow. I'll get rid of him inside of 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 2 minutes. You can time me, Leroy. But you can't hold us any longer, officer. We've been here for 2 hours already.
2.5, Unc. I'm still timing you.
Yes. But look, officer, and you too, Captain. Here, Captain, wake up when I'm talking to you.
Huh? What? Oh, you here again?
Yes.
How many times?
No, I'm still here. It's just the second time. How soon are you going to set us free?
I can't do anything until we hear of this party in Somerville who turned in the stolen car report.
When they call, let me talk to them, please. I'd like to get my hands on anybody who says I stole my own automobile. Why, out! Oh, yes.
Hello, Millville Police Station. Captain Webster speaking.
Are you calling the Gillsleeve residence?
I don't know. Did you report a stolen car earlier in the night?
I most certainly did. You catch it?
Yes, but the driver claims he's the owner, Gildersleeve.
That's the second burglar that did that tonight, and this is getting monotonous.
Well, he claims that you can identify him. I'm going to put him on. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, see here, Bertie. What's the idea of having the police chase me clear across the state?
Mr. Gillsleeve, what you doing in the pokey?
Yes, huh? You ought to know you put me in this pokey. Leroy and I took the car instead of the train.
Oh, you took it. And I thought it was some of them rubber robbers.
Yes.
I wish you'd have told me.
Yes, so do I now. We'd have been in Fairview by now if you hadn't had us arrested for stealing our own automobile. Now, you tell the captain here that I'm all right. Here you are, Captain.
Yeah. Well, what about this man?
Yeah.
Oh, that's his car, all right, and he's my employer. At least he was as of our most recent conversation. I better hang up before he decides to change the status quo and make me a member of the alumni.
Well, Gildersleeve, that looks like a clean bill of health for you. I guess you can go now.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Leroy. It's time we got...
Here, take your hands off me. I tell you I didn't steal that car. It's mine. I'm State Highway Commissioner Francis X. Toby.
Oh, yeah? Well, we had another guy tonight who was also supposed to be the commissioner.
But that was... hello there, Captain. Tell this lunkhead who I am.
Well, hello, Commissioner. They got you, too, I see.
Yes, Gildersleeve, for stealing your car.
Well...
I told this balloon brain I was innocent, but he wouldn't believe me. Not even when we arrived here, and I showed him your car.
Huh?
Why, I parked right next to it, and I said, look...
I don't care. Orders is orders.
Mike, this man is the commissioner, all right.
Huh? Just my luck.
Well, now that everything's straightened out, we better be going. I'll have to drive 70 miles an hour if I'm... Oh, I forgot. The speed limit is 50, isn't it? Well, come on, Leroy, let's go. Where's Leroy? Oh, I'd give a lot right now if I could say, move over, Leroy. Well, Leroy, this must be it. Let's see, yes. The Fairview Convention Hall, exhibitor's entrance.
Yeah, we just made it, too.
Your passes, please, sir.
Passes? Oh, yes, you have them, I believe, Leroy.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Mort. Here you are, sir.
Just 1 second till I opens the envelope, please.
It's Porter, I guess.
I'm sorry, folks, but these here appears to be the wrong kind of tickets.
Let me see. Oh, suffering whales, Leroy. These are our railroad tickets.
What? Well, I've had them, and we could have come by train all the time.
Yeah.
Well, then what did we send to Cousin Flora?
The rabbit show passes, I guess. Well, at least we're here anyway.
Yeah, that's true. What do we do about getting in, though?
I'll arrange it. Hey, Porter, if you'll help us with this box of rabbits.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Yeah, you bring the box in. That you'll find it in the rear compartment, and we'll go and find the manager.
Gladly, sir, yes.
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you budge him? Here, let me help you. Oh, my gosh, Leroy. Danger, explosives. It's the commissioner's car again.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I'm sure most of you homemakers realize the importance of energy-producing foods to your whole family. We're all working hard and playing hard these days, and the energy we use up must be replaced by the foods we eat. So you should know that Parquet margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Yes, the wholesome, nourishing American vegetable oil that goes into Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy there is. Now, that's particularly important in the wintertime. The food energy in Parquet helps give you body warmth, too, helps protect you from the cold. And equally important, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A, making it a dependable food source of this important vitamin the year round. So use plenty of Parquet margarine, at the table and for cooking, too. Yes, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet so delicious for table use makes it a real flavor shortening for baking. Grand for pan frying, too. So tomorrow, sure, order delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Cousin Flora would be home when relatives come to visit.
What do we do now, Uncle Mort?
Oh, we'll kill time till dinner, then come back and see if they're home yet. What would you like to do, Leroy?
Well, how about seeing a movie? We passed a swell one on the way out here.
A movie? Is that so? What's the title?
Look Who's Laughing.
Oh, that one, yeah. Well, it's playing all over these days, isn't it? All right, let's go. Sounds very amusing. Who's in it?
Oh, Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Oh, anybody else?
Yeah, Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen.
Is that all?
Oh, no, there's Mrs. Uppington and Harlow Wilcox and Lucille Ball.
Well, yes. Go on, Leroy.
Oh, I almost forgot. And Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's right.
Look who's laughing.
Yeah, good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
are now listening to station WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program. Everyone, the makers of Johnson's Wax present another gleaming, glossy, gay and garrulous grab bag of fun and music with Rico Martelli's orchestra and starring Marion and Jim as Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Martelli and his men open the proceedings with Midnight in Paris. Wrap it up, Rico. In our right minds, let's have a few words of wax wisdom. Until you actually use Johnson's Glow Coat on your linoleum, you can't possibly know what a difference it makes in the looks of a floor. If your linoleum is dull and dingy looking, Glow Coat will make it shine like new again. Or if you have new linoleum on your floor, just remember that you should protect it with Glow Coat if you want to keep it beautiful and save it from becoming worn and lifeless. Glow Coat is so easy to apply. You do no rubbing or buffing. In 20 minutes, Glow Coat dries to a bright, gleaming polish that sheds dirt and dust and saves you hours of cleaning time. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering Johnson's Glow Coat. A very pretty little domestic scene at 79 Wistful Vista tonight. Fibber and Molly are seated in the living room. McGee is tuning in the radio.
Let's see now what I can get. Read it. Ever since I hung that potato on the aerial, all I can get is Lady Peel. Be Lily to you, Molly. Don't tune us out, folks. That's our radio, not yours.
Turn it up so I can hear it, McGee.
Okay, Molly. I spent the whole morning adjusting this thing so I could get something good.
Oh. There, you see what you done, McGee? Put the radio on the bum.
Oh, shucks, Molly. I can fix it all right.
Yeah, like you did last time, I suppose.
Betcha.
You fixed it so it's when you tuned in Los Angeles, the doorbell would ring. If you tuned it up higher, up louder, the lights would go on in the basement. And another thing.
Huh?
Did you shovel the snow off the walk like I told you?
Well,
And another thing, did you bring some groceries home for supper?
Oh, I forgot 'em, Molly, but I'll Winchell right over and get 'em.
Walter Winchell?
Yeah. I'll be back in a flash with some hash. That's probably the radio man to fix the radio, Molly.
Don't be silly, McGee. You haven't called him yet.
Oh, that's right, I ain't. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Wheedledeck. How are you?
What do you care how I am, you little palooka?
Huh?
If you cared how I was, you'd shovel off that sidewalk of yours so the body could walk. I've been 20 minutes going 14 feet on that ice. And I want to tell you right now, when I want to do my trucking or tear off a little karaoke, I'll go to a dance hall to do it. So get out there and chop yourself an ice cube, you little drink of water.
Well, can you beat? Can you?
Who was that, McGee?
Oh, boy, that was, Oh, some fellow wanted to know where 14th and Oak Streets was.
Sounded like a woman's voice to me.
Yes, I know. Sounded like that to me, too, at first. Let's see now, what was I going to do?
Go get the groceries.
Yes. Oh, no, I was going to telephone the radio man. I don't think I'll try to fix it myself, Molly. I'll call him up now. Hi, babe. Give me Murray Hill 89933. Oh, I had a cat and his name was Mort. He had 9 lives like the Supreme Court. With a hey nanny nanny and a TVA. Oh, hello? Wistful Vista Hardware Store? This here's Fibber McGee. Can you come right over and fix my radio? What's the matter with it? Why, shucks, if I knowed that, I'd fix it myself. Okay, I'll expect him then.
While he's on the way over, McGee, you might be shoveling off the walk.
You're right, Molly.
Good.
You're right. I might be, but I won't. You get it, Molly? I said...
Ah, it ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
My, we're real popular tonight, McGee. Go see who 'tis. And if it's another man wanting 14th and Oak Street, invite her in.
Oh, now, Molly. Okay, I'm coming.
Pardon me, I'm working my way through the university by selling Johnson's Glow Coat for the Jones store. You know, the quick-drying, no rubbing, no buffing...
Oh, Harpo Wilcox. What university are you going to, Harpo?
Florida.
Florida?
Sure, you know, Waxa de Florida.
I get it. If you was going to Toronto, I suppose you'd save 1/3 on the large-size Canada, huh?
Oh.
No, thanks, Harpo. We just bought a new can of Glow Coat. I can't help you.
Well, you'll be sorry when I'm a Phi Beta Kappa.
Phi Beta Kappa. Phooey. I'm a non-compass mentis myself. So long, Harpo.
Who was that now?
Harpo.
Did you ask him in?
No, I... It'd save time, Molly, if we just took the door off the hinges. Might be a little drafty, maybe, but it'd save wear and tear.
Oh, it's probably the radio man, McGee. Let him in.
Okay. Oh, hello there, Geraldine.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Isn't it really? I told Gerald he had to walk over here with me, and what do you think he said?
What he said?
He said he was going to stay home and play the desert song.
The desert song?
Yes, cheek to cheek. Isn't that just extemporaneous, Mr. McGee? I mean, isn't it really?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Gerald gets off the courageous things. He really does.
Why shouldn't he? Won't you step in out of the cold? It's
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. McGee. I really mustn't,
Well,
really. I just wanted to see if Molly had any books to go back to the circulating library.
Circulating library?
Gerald says it must be a circulating library. I get such dizzy books.
Mr. Gerald must be a card. I don't think Molly's got any books.
Well, I'll be getting along then, Mr. McGee. It's terribly cold. I mean, it really is.
Yes.
Gerald says he wouldn't go out on a night like this because he froze his ears last year.
Oh, he went out and froze his ears.
Oh, not outside. Gerald says he froze his ears looking for something to eat in the refrigerator. Well, I simply must be off. Diddle, diddle, diddle.
And now we are to hear Rico Martelli and his men play a very catchy song submitted in our recent amateur songwriters contest. The song titled, I Found You in the Moonlight, was written by Russ Daly of Ogdensburg, Wisconsin. The popular young tenor Bob Hannon sings the vocal. I Found You in the Moonlight. All right, Rico.
bright a June night, and through the trees the stars played peekaboo. The night I found you in the moonlight, and lost my head completely over you. I only meant to say good evening, to pass you by and find my way to bed. But something tempted me that evening to stay around and lose my heart instead. You were sweet, a gentle breeze was sighing, and the moon was fair above. First we laughed, then did a little crying. We found ourselves in love. And now so often on a June night, in lovely dreams it seems I live in you. The night I found you in the moonlight and lost my head completely over you. Often on a June night, in lovely dreams it seems I live in you. The night I found you in the moonlight and lost my head completely over you.
Thank you, Bob Hannon, and congratulations, Mr. Daly. Next week, Marcelli will feature another song entered in his amateur songwriters contest. The composer is John Carter of Bloomington, Illinois. His song is titled, I'll Feast My Eyes on You. Back at Wistful Vista, the McGees are waiting for the arrival of the radio repairman so they can continue with their nice, peaceful evening. Or what started out to be a nice, peaceful evening.
Isn't it about time that radio man was here, McGee?
I don't know, Molly. Probably takes time to wait through.
Heavenly days, here at last. Go answer it, McGee.
I've been to that door so dead ready many times tonight, I feel like a usher. Radio repairman, come right in.
Hello there, Peter.
Well, if it ain't Nick the Potter. Come on in, Nick, and shake the icicles off your chin.
Thank you to pieces, Peter. It is a very fine night outside for Eskimokis if you should like polar bears, no thank you.
Well, how do you do, Mr. DePopoulos?
Hello, Cupid. You report to being very smart people to be staying inside from outdoors, I'm thinking.
Yes, Mr. DePopoulos. We thought we'd stay in and listen to the radio this evening, but the radio's busted, and we're waiting for the man to come and fix it.
Come on in and sit down, Nick.
Sure.
How's business?
Restaurant's business is very fine, if you don't mind, Scissor.
Good.
One Cupid customer, she's for to telling me, Mr. Restaurant man, in all the world there is no restaurants where I'm getting such stoom-prooms as this.
Stoom-prooms?
What you mean, stoom-prooms?
Now, don't pull me with that stuff, Scissor. You're knowing very well stoom-prooms. Stoom-prooms is for to being plums which are all wrinkled on the face for worrying about perhaps winding up like stoom-prooms.
Oh, so the lady said there was no place in the world where you could get such stewed prunes as in your restaurant.
That's right, Cupid. This old Cupid customer is saying my stoom-prooms is without doubt maybe the worst stoom-prooms of any place he's ever stayed away from. These customers, you know, is always having little jokes with restaurant people.
Well, I always says, Nick, the customer's always right. I mind the time I was managing the Shapiro Bernstein French restaurant in Dublin. I was...
There's the radio man, McGee.
Let him in, will you, Molly, while I find a cigar for Nick?
All right, McGee. I feel like a feather in the breeze. How do you do? Are you the radio man?
What?
I say, are you the man to fix the radio?
No, I'm a PWA worker.
Heavenly days. A PWA worker? Well, what do you want, me boy?
Well, I just want to tell you, never mind about shoveling the walk if you was going to. Us boys is doing it.
Oh, well, now, that's fine. That's a terrible cold you have. You better take care of it.
I haven't got any cold, lady.
Well, I must say you sound like it.
Yeah, I know. But if you talk to as many politicians to get this job as I have, you'd lose your voice, too.
Who was it, Molly? Radio man?
No, McGee, 'twas a man from the city. He says they're shoveling off the walks themselves, so now you won't have to.
I won't have to, huh?
Caesar is seeming quite happy, Miss Cupid. Was he afraid for to have shoveled the sidewalks off with snow?
Sure, Mr. DePopulis. Every time he sees a shovel, he gets stage fright.
I can't help it, Molly. My grandmother over in Ireland was frightened by some mining tools.
And what happens about that, Caesar?
So when I was born, of all the 11 kids, I was the pick of the lot. Have a cigar, Nick.
Thank you to Caesar.
You know, Mr. DePopulis, you'd think that a cold night like this, everybody'd be staying home. But that doorbell has rung 20 times at least.
That is just your personal magnitude, Cupid. I'm for to flattening you, I think, but you're right.
How do you mean she's right, Nick?
Well, this is very fine evening for not going someplace.
Betcha.
This is what I'm thinking myself. I'm thinking this is such a bad night with cold and snowing that no people who is smart with brains is staying home. So that's why I'm here. You grab me?
No, not exactly, but never mind. I hear you served a nice dinner in your restaurant on Washington's birthday, Mr. DePopulis.
Oh, sure, Cupid. Judge Washington, he was a great man, I'm thinking.
Indeed he was.
But you Americans have a lot of great patriots, like Abraham Lincoln, Brick Wall Jackson, Jacques Dempsey, and this Tarzan with the monkeys. That is a great people.
Shucks, you had some pretty good Greek people, too, Nick. Helen of Troy, for instance.
No, Peter. Helen of Troy, she was a bad Cupid, I'm thinking.
Oh, but she was beautiful, Mr. DePopulis. They say she had a face that launched 1,000 ships.
If she is for to having her lunch on 1,000 boats, she's crazy from sailors, like my first Mrs. DePopulis was.
Why, what'd she do, Nick?
Well, she's running away from me with a uniform with a Navy sailor inside.
Oh.
Yes, you know, all ladies is foolish from sailors, Cupid. Perhaps except you. And I'm not so sure I'm talking sense when I'm saying that, too.
Oh, is that so?
Well, that's probably why Molly fell for me, Nick. I used to be a bosun's mate on the old USS Peoria. I mind the time one day when we docked down at Rio de Janeiro with...
Heavenly days. If this isn't the radio man, I don't know what I'll do.
Oh, hello, Molly.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hi, Harper. What can we do for you?
Well, you see, your radio being broken, I couldn't make an announcement over it, so I just ran over from the studio to tell you that Markelli's going to have our little solo violinist, Audrey Call, play her own version of Dinner for One, Please, James.
Dinner for one, please, James, huh?
Dinners for one is not so good for restaurants business, Will, sir.
No, I guess not.
I'm much more pleased if this little fiddle Cupid is playing banquets for 500 people.
Tell her to go right ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, okay, Audrey. As Misha Hellman might play it. In the hot fiddle manner of Joe Venuti. with a Viennese touch a la Chrysler. Back once more to 79 Wistful Vista, we find Molly and Fibber and Nick Topopoulos still waiting for that radio man.
Telephone. Probably the hardware store saying they can't send a repairman. Get it, will you, Molly?
Okay, McGee.
Hey, Nick, did I ever tell you about the time
He's like a feather in the breeze. Hello, 79 Wistful Vista. This is McGee speaking. Who? The Wistful Vista Hospital? What? Yeah. Oh, heavenly days. A what? A case of amnesia? Oh, I see. He's lost his memory. He's run away from the hospital and he's headed this way. Good heavens, will he... Oh, he's harmless if nobody excites him. Oh, I see. Sure, we'll keep eye out for him. Sure. Red hair, blue eyes, and wearing hospital slippers. Sure, ma'am, but it's hardly likely he'll come here. No, I won't worry anyone about it at all. Thank you for calling, ma'am. Goodbye. Oh, dear, I better go lock the back door. Red eyes, blue hair, wearing amnesia slippers.
Hey, Nick, let that radio man in, will you? I've been to that door 50 times tonight.
Talkly Duckley. Hello, Squeezy. Are you the man from the hardware store?
Yes. From the hardware store, the drugstore, the bakery, and the car barn. Particularly the car barn. I've got a nickel.
Give me a nickel. I give you cups of coffee.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, well, come right in, brother. There's the radio over there. And hurry up, will you? Shucks, I don't know what kept you so long.
I don't either. They told me I'd be out in a few days.
Few days? No, sir. I ain't paying for no service like that. Hey, what you wearing them carpet slippers on your feet for, bud?
They don't fit on my head.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? Well, get to work on that radio and don't be so sassy.
He's for to having nice croppings of red hairs, Fizzer.
Yeah.
Like double orders of stewed carrots, I'm thinking.
Oh, well, I don't care what color his hair is if he gets busy. What you staring at, bud?
What a lovely painting on the wall. So realistic. Moonlight on the snow.
Moonlight on. That ain't no painting, brother. You're looking out the window.
Oh, so I am. What am I doing here?
What you mean, what are you doing here?
McGee, come here. I want to talk to you.
I ain't got time now, Molly. This guy comes over here to fix the radio, and then he asks what he's here for.
Oh, dear.
Go on, get at it, bud.
Can you row a boat?
Oh.
Can I... What are you talking about? Are you kidding me?
I believe I will, if you don't mind.
Huh?
Fizzer, you're always giving people the Raz apples, and now you're forced to having some of my own medicine.
Medicine? I don't believe I want any right now.
Oh, dear, I better call the hospital.
Hey, listen, son.
Excuse me, Mr. DePopoulos, while I make a phone call.
Sure, Cupid.
Listen, bud, you fix that dad-ratted radio and quit clowning around, you hear me?
Oh, yes. The radio. Where is it?
Where is it? He is asking where is the radio cabinet, and he is having his hand leaning on it with both elbows. He's a smart crack wise, Alex.
Here, bud, now quit the joshing and get to work. Here's a hammer and a screwdriver and stuff. Forgot about them anvils. I'll stand here and supervise the job. You know, I used to be quite a radio hand myself, Nick.
No, is that so?
Yep. I invented the Fibber filament. The tube of the future, they called it. Fibber filament, fabricated for finer facility and frequency flexibility, famous in the field for foiling, spluttering, stainless, and fading. Now step on it there, brother.
Yes, indeed.
Do you see something? What is the matter, radio people?
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. This tube is absolutely gone, I think.
Hey.
Yes, absolutely gone.
What's the idea of busting up that tube, Bud? I could have...
And this one, too, I believe. Very weak. Oh, very, very weak.
Hey, look what you've done. You busted all them, too.
Oh, don't worry. Here are more of this lamp.
Huh? Hey, go easy there. You busted the lamp.
I know. I don't like lamps. Do you?
Why, hey, what's the idea? Are you ribbing me, brother?
Oh, no, indeed. Now, this tube here, sir, is broken.
What you mean, broken? It ain't another.
Why, it is, too.
Hey, what's the idea?
Hey, this is very comical way for fixing radios, I believe it.
Well, I'll say so. Now you listen to me.
No,
Bud.
you listen.
What's the idea, I reckon, with that?
Quiet. Don't shout at the man.
Don't shout at the man.
No.
You see what he done? Oh, now what?
I'll go, McGee. I'll go.
Okay, lady, where is he?
Oh, he just come right in, please.
He hasn't done any harm, has he?
No, not a bit. There's hardly any, that is.
Come on, Mr. Quinn. We're going now.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. I don't like this place. It's full of radio tubes.
You don't like it? Full of... Say, who is this fella?
Quit shouting, buddy. That just makes him worse.
Huh?
This guy got a crack on the head in an accident and ran away from the hospital. He'll be okay in a couple of days. Come on, Quinn. Thanks for calling us, lady.
Oh, that's all right. Good night, Mr. Quinn.
You must come over and fix my radio sometime. Good night.
Now, if we'll be forgiven for getting serious for just a moment, I would like to say just try Johnson's Glow Coat on your kitchen linoleum and see if your family and friends don't compliment you on the looks of your floor. Glow Coat keeps your floor sparkling and clean, and at the same time makes your cleaning work very much easier. Instead of having to scrub your linoleum continually in order to keep it respectable looking, you'll find that dirt and dust will not stick to the Glow Coat polish, and your days of floor scrubbing will be done away with. Soil spots are quickly wiped off the gleaming surface. No wonder millions of housekeepers are so enthusiastic about Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish that dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries without help from you. And remember, you save as much as 1/3 by buying Glow Coat in the larger sizes. Don't forget, next week at this same hour, you have another rendezvous with the ribbing, romping McGees. Until then, may we remind you that just as the best housekeepers use Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Glow Coat to keep their houses clean and shining, so the most particular car owners keep their cars sparkling with Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. This is Harlow Wilcox, the voice of Waxperience, saying good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, partially transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. The great Gildersleeve has never plunged into the sea of matrimony, but he does like to dangle his toes in the water once in a while. A few days ago, he met a Miss Gloria McKinley, manager of the complaint department at Hogan Brothers. He hasn't had a date with her yet, but this afternoon he has persuaded her to let him drive her home from work. Accordingly, we find him parked in front of the store with his motor running.
I better leave it running, too. That policeman in the corner has his eye on me, and I'm parked in a loading zone. Well, I'm waiting to pick up a pretty little package. Right, George, I want to make a good impression on her. Should have washed the car. I didn't notice Leroy written in the dust on the hood. Oh, well.
You, Gildy.
Uh-oh, Judge Hooker. He would have to show up.
Gildy, you're in a loading zone.
I know it, Judge.
And your motor's running.
I know that, too.
Why don't you turn it off before it boils over?
Well, it is beginning to steam.
You better start it up again, Gildy. You're too close to the fire plug.
Oh, my goodness. The only backseat driver I ever saw who stands on the curb.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Judge, I'm not just sitting here trying to run out of gas.
Oh, I know. It's closing time, and I'll bet you're waiting for Miss McKinley. Do you have a date?
You bet. She's letting me drive her home.
Well, I guess she figures that's better than taking the bus.
Yes.
She can save a dime and make fewer stops. Unless you plan to stop and watch the sun setting behind the reservoir.
Judge, will you please go away?
As it happens, Gildy, I must. I'm going home and read my 4th of July speech. I'm orating at Kraft Park.
Well, I thought Congressman Greenhall was going to speak.
Well, he's leaving for the convention, and I'm reading the speech that he prepared.
Oh?
I suppose you'll be there to hear me?
There must be a better way to spend the 4th than listening to an old goat.
Gildy, I don't exactly relish the assignment. Miss Matterhorn is vacationing at Virginia Lakes, and I'd planned to go up there for the 4th.
Judge, I don't envy you reading somebody else's speech.
Well, if I don't like what the congressman has written, I can always preface it by saying the views expressed in the speech do not necessarily represent the views of the speaker.
Step aside, Judge.
What?
Here comes Miss McKinley.
Oh, I'll open the door.
Judge, let me open it.
It's already open.
Busybody. Hello, Miss McKinley.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all. I've kept him entertained.
Judge, hop in, Miss McKinley.
Oh, thank you.
Judge, you may now close the door.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, all right. Miss McKinley, may I present Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Judge?
This is a rare pleasure, Miss McKinley.
Look at him bow. If he isn't careful, he'll bump his head on the running board. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
I told you goodbye, Gildy. Why don't you go?
Yes. Come on, car.
Could your car be out of gas?
Oh, the water commissioner doesn't burn gas. He burns water.
Oh, Judge.
Darn car would have to embarrass me at a time like this.
My, what a noisy car.
Goodbye, Judge.
Why don't you bring it to the park on the 4th and we'll use it instead of firecrackers?
Courtroom comedian.
Is Judge Hooker a friend of yours?
He poses as one.
Well, all in one afternoon, I've met a distinguished judge, and I'm being driven home by the city water commissioner.
Well, Miss McKinley, you'd be riding in a new car if this wasn't election year. You've heard the cracks about freezers and fur coats and stuff like that, I guess.
Uh-huh. You men in the public eye have so many things to think about.
Well, scarcely a day goes by that I don't think about something.
I've always wondered what important men talk about.
Yeah, so have I. Oh! You mean the judge and me?
Of course. Oh, you don't have to be so modest, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you.
Well, now, what problems were you two men wrestling with?
Oh, nothing important, really. When you came up, we were just discussing the 4th of July speech.
Oh, are you going to deliver the speech at the 4th of July celebration?
Me?
Oh, thrilling.
Well, anyway, that's what the judge and I were discussing.
And he was asking you to deliver the speech.
Well, no, not exactly, Miss McKinley. Originally, our congressman was supposed to make the speech. But he couldn't be here, so he had to ask somebody else.
So the congressman himself asked you. Are you a close friend of his, too?
Well, I voted for him. He helped put him in office, I mean.
How wonderful that he asked you to take his place. What are you going to say in front of all those people, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
I don't suppose that's a problem to an experienced orator like you.
Well, you can be sure I'll come up with something. I wonder what I will come up with. So that's how it happened, Marjorie. Now I'm behind the 8 ball.
Unky, why did you lead her to believe you were going to make the speech?
I didn't. When a woman wants to believe something, she just believes it.
I got an idea, Unc.
What's that, Leroy?
Tell her you can't make the speech because you have laryngitis.
But I don't have laryngitis.
Go get your feet wet and catch it.
Leroy, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not even supposed to give the speech. That's Judge Hooker's job.
Why didn't you just tell her Judge Hooker was supposed to do it?
Well, she made it sound like such a big thing, I couldn't say no. She'll probably be sitting in the front row, and if I don't appear, she'll think I'm a braggart.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just trying to attract attention to myself.
Yeah.
She'll lose respect for me.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just a big...
Windbag?
Yeah.
Leroy. Well, just helping you out.
Yeah, well, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
What are you going to do, Unky?
Well, now that I'm in this deep, there's only one thing to do. Call her and tell her she made a mistake about the whole thing.
She made a mistake.
Well, she got the wrong impression. I'll tell her Judge Hooker is making the speech.
Oh, I think that's very wise, Unky.
You bet. She'll like me better if I tell her the truth. Yeah, I'll drive over and see her right now and clear up the situation.
Ah, get it!
All right, Bertie. If it's for me, I'm just leaving.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Preston. One moment, please. It's you, Miss Gilsey.
Bertie, I said I was leaving.
Yes, sir, but this is a lady. And when there's a lady on the phone, I know you ain't going nowhere.
Oh, well. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Gloria McKinley.
Miss McKinley? Oh, yes, Miss McKinley. Well, I was just thinking about you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I hope you don't think it's terrible of me to phone you, but there's something I must talk to you about, too.
Good. Glad you called, but first let me clear up something about that 4th of July speech.
The speech of yours is what has me so excited. I've just had the most marvelous idea.
Oh?
Hogan Brothers is having a special 4th of July window display.
Yeah, fine. Now, about the speech.
I'm coming to that. I'm so thrilled about your making the speech. I'm having our art department put a sign in the store window.
The sign in the window?
Telling people not to miss the important address to be delivered in Craft Park by Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Zeke.
What?
Miss McKinley, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, it was nothing.
Yes, it was. You don't understand. Suppose I don't even make the speech.
But you said you were going to.
Now, wait a minute, Miss McKinley.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't just leading me on, were you?
Miss McKinley, I'd never do that.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. Now then, what did you want to talk to me about? You said there was something that needed clearing up.
Clearing up? Oh, yes. Well, it's a little cloudy. I hope the weather clears up so I can give that speech.
The sun is shining at my house.
It isn't shining over here.
look so worried and wrinkled?
Leroy, I'm not wrinkled. And I do feel better this morning.
I don't get it. You meet a new girl, and the first time you take her out, you get yourself in a big hassle.
Yeah, I'm not in a hassle. I figured the whole thing out.
Yeah?
Judge Hooker doesn't want to make the 4th of July speech anyway. All I have to do is offer to make it for him. He'll be delighted. Then he can go to Virginia Lakes and see Miss Matterhorn.
He'd rather look at Miss Matterhorn than make a speech?
Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Yeah, I'm stopping here in the judge's office, my boy. See you later.
So long, huh?
Yeah, the judge's door is open. Look at him wave his arms. I wonder if he's practicing his speech or there's a bee in his office.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to preface my remarks by relating an amusing little anecdote.
He's working on his speech, all right.
On the way to Craft Park this afternoon, I met 2 gentlemen named Pat and Mike.
Pat and Mike. Judge!
Pat said to Mike...
Judge, do you mind if I interrupt?
Oh, hello, Gildy. I was just rehearsing the opening of my 4th of July address.
Well, Judge, you can forget the speech.
What?
Yeah, I know your heart isn't in it. You'd rather go up and join Miss Matterhorn.
Well, the speech is knocking me out of the trip.
It doesn't have to. I've come to do you a big favor, old friend.
Oh?
I've decided to make the speech for you.
You have? Why?
Why? Well, Judge, don't ask silly questions. Just take advantage of my generous offer and hit the road.
Gildy, why are you so anxious to get me out of town? You must have a reason.
Well, I'm only thinking of you and Miss Matterhorn. You know you want to be with her, and she wants to be with you.
Well, yes, she does. I had a card from her this morning saying, having wonderful time, wish you were here.
You see, Judge? I'll get going and forget about the speech. Just hand it to me.
No, I'd better make the speech. The congressman asked me.
Well, you can ask me. Go ahead, ask me. I'll do it. In fact, I've got to do it.
I won't do that to our congressman.
Oop. You know I'm a better speaker than you are.
Is that so? I heard you speak at the Elks Club once, and even the stuffed elk got up and walked out.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. The time is early evening. The place is your dining room. The table is set with your best linen and china and silver because you're expecting guests. And you, the hostess and star of this drama, are proudly bringing in the most beautiful and elegant-looking salad you've ever fixed. You're relaxed, too, sure that this salad will taste just as delicious as it looks because you've used the salad dressing you know will give it just the right flavor. Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip salad dressing has a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. It's a lively, teasing flavor. Distinctive, too. One you won't find in any other salad dressing. That's because Miracle Whip is a different kind of salad dressing. It's made from a secret craft recipe and gives you the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. Miracle Whip has a perfect texture, too. Creamy thick and smooth as satin because this salad dressing is blended carefully with special craft beaters. No wonder it's America's favorite salad dressing, the most popular salad dressing ever created. So whether you're fixing fancy company salads or the simplest salad in the world for your family, remember to make it extra delicious. Make it with Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so anxious to impress his new girlfriend, Miss McKinley, that he was willing to let her believe he was making the important 4th of July address in Craft Park. Now, the water commissioner is in hot water.
The judge certainly did surprise me, Marjorie. He didn't care a thing about making the speech until he found out somebody else wanted to do it.
Well, that's a very human reaction, Unky.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the old goat. He's too human. He immediately suspected that I was up to something.
Weren't you?
Well, naturally. But what sort of a friend is he to accuse me of it?
Ain't you giving the speech, Miss Gildersleeve?
Apparently not, Bertie.
Yes, sir. But there's a sign in Hogan Brothers' window that says you are.
I know, Bertie.
It says here, Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speak on the 4th of July.
I saw that sign, Bertie, but it's misleading.
Then you're not reading the congressman's speech?
No. The congressman really asked the judge.
Because the congressman didn't want to?
Well, he wanted to, but he couldn't, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am.
And the judge didn't want to, but I do, so now he wants to.
Oh, yes, sir. I wonder if that speech knows who's going to make it.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, the congressman wanted to make it, but he couldn't, and the judge could and would, but he didn't want to. Then you come along and want to, but couldn't, because when you wanted the judge to give it up, he wouldn't.
Bertie, it isn't funny.
No, sir.
Unky, don't you think you should call Miss McKinley and tell her to take that sign out of the window?
Well, I'm going to phone the judge and give him one more chance to change his mind. I hate to crawl back to him and beg him, but beggars can't be choosers.
Hello? Judge Hooker speaking.
Hello, Judge. About that speech you don't want to give.
What about it, Gildy?
Well, I just wondered if you wouldn't reconsider.
I have reconsidered.
You have?
My answer is still no.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw that sign in Hogan Brothers' window.
Well, then you see, I have to make the speech or I'll be the laughing stock of the town.
Good. May I be the first to laugh?
Yes.
Now hang up, will you? I'm busy. I have a million things to do.
But
I have to study my lines, go to the barber shop, stop by the cleaners from a blue suit. The only one that I can wear for the speech.
Oh? You don't have another suit?
When I thought I was going to rough it at Virginia Lakes, I sent all my suits to the cleaners. They're rushing my blue serge for me.
Well, Judge. Horace, old friend. If you're so busy, why don't I stop by and pick up your suit for you?
Would you do that for me, Gildy?
You bet. Naturally, I want to do anything I can to help make the 4th of July a success.
Well, Gildy, be sure to pick it up before 5. The cleaners are closed over the 4th.
Don't worry, Judge. You'll have something to wear.
Thank you, Gildy, old friend. I have to hang up now and get busy.
Yeah, I have to get busy, too. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
You don't seem the least bit upset about not getting to make the speech.
Oh, not a bit, my dear. Just imagine. The judge doesn't have a thing to wear tomorrow.
What's so funny? Unky, you are going to pick up the judge's suit, aren't you?
Sure. But there could be many a slip between the cleaners and Judge Hooker's house. Bertie!
Yes, sir?
Is Leroy's little blue suit up in the closet? Yeah, Gildersleeve, you're pretty clever. Pretty clever the way you outfoxed the judge. Yeah, I had quite a time explaining why I didn't bring the suit by last night. Now it's too late for him to do anything about it. Oh, wait until he tries to put on Leroy's suit. And lucky for the old judge, I can step into the breach, though. Yeah, I can see Miss McKinley now, sitting in the front row in something summery, listening to me give the speech.
Well, Gildy, it's about time you got here.
Hello, Judge. Here's the suit in the bag.
All right, give it to me.
Don't be so impatient, Judge.
If you'll excuse me, I'll slip into the next room. I want to dress and rehearse my speech in front of the mirror.
Oh, brother. Wait until he sees himself in that suit.
If you hadn't shown up with this suit, I'd have had to leave for Virginia Lakes. I certainly couldn't make the speech in my bathing suit.
Well, your barber pole swimsuit covers you pretty well, Judge.
I can't see very well in here. Gildy, are you sure this is my suit?
It's blue serge.
That's funny. Feels awfully small.
And maybe you've gained weight, Judge.
I might have gained a couple of pounds, but I know I haven't grown this much. Why, the pants cuffs come clear up to my knees.
They do?
Yeah. Everything shrunk. Gildy, come in here and look at this.
I'd like to.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness. Judge, you can't stand up in public like that.
Stand up? I can't even sit down.
Judge, don't try it.
I can't bend. See?
Oh! Leroy's suit. Bertie, how's my new suit? I'm going to need it.
It's pressed and in the closet. Are you making a speech?
You bet. The judge is on his way to Virginia Lakes.
Yes, sir.
You should have seen him trying to squeeze into Leroy's pants.
Yes, sir. Where's Leroy's suit now?
Well, I'll have to buy him a new one. But it was worth it. I sure tricked the old judge.
Yes, sir, but this ain't April Fool's Day, you know.
What's this, Bertie?
This is the 4th of July, and that's Independence Day. It ain't April Fool's Day.
Now, Bertie.
The judge don't get to speak, and Leroy lost his pants, but that don't make it April Fool's Day. This is Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Gillsleeve, you know why you don't play April Fool jokes on the 4th of July?
Yes,
That's
Bertie.
right, because it's Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Good old Bertie. She takes Independence Day pretty seriously. Well, I do, too. That's why I want to be with Miss McKinley. She seems to like big shots, and by George, that's exactly what I am. I'll mesmerize her with my speech, and then take her to the hot dog stand. Never mind, Bertie. I'm right here. Wonder who that is. Hope the judge didn't decide to come back and speak in his bathing suit.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Miss McKinley. I didn't expect to see you. Come in.
Oh, I haven't time. I just stopped by on my way out of town.
Out of town?
But I just couldn't leave without wishing you luck with your speech today.
Miss McKinley, you're not going to be there?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm going to Hogan Brothers' 4th of July picnic with the assistant manager.
Assistant manager? But I thought you wanted to hear me speak.
Oh, I do. But I can't afford to offend the assistant manager.
You can't?
Mr. Gildersleeve, he's an important man.
But what about me?
Oh, you can read me the speech some other time. Goodbye now, and I'll be thinking about you every minute.
Big help.
When are you leaving for the park, Unc?
Oh, I don't care whether I go or not, Leroy. Somehow my heart isn't in reading the speech.
Well, gosh, you sure worked enough angles to get the chance.
Now, Leroy, all this is Judge Hooker's doings.
What?
What a sneaky thing to do. Run off to Virginia Lakes and have the time of his life, toss his old speech in my lap.
Get him. Oh, brother.
I don't have to make this speech. I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Oh, that's right. She ran out on you, didn't she?
Leroy.
Mr. Gillsleeve, aren't you putting on your new suit?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie.
It's getting late. I see people heading for Craft Park.
I'm going to parade with the Boy Scouts, Unc.
Good for you, my boy.
I just saw a man in a uniform pass here with a bass drum. There's going to be big doings today.
Great. Leroy, I think I'll let you take the speech down and give it to somebody on the committee.
Yeah? Who?
Well, give it to Mr. Sprague. He likes to be in the limelight.
Is this the speech here on the table?
What's the speech about?
It says freedom.
And you ain't going to read it, Mr. Gillsleeve?
Bertie, it isn't my job. Congressman Greenhall wrote the speech. It was his job to give it.
Yes, sir.
And then it was the judge's job. And then they wished the job onto me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Unc, it says here that freedom is everybody's job.
What's that?
The speech says the survival of our freedom depends on everybody.
Oh?
And listen to this. If we want to preserve the liberties we commemorate on this 4th of July, each of us must conscientiously work at being good citizens.
Yes, sir. If you want to do anything right, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good cook, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good citizen, you got to work at it.
That's true, Bertie.
Hey, get a load of this, Unc. Being a good citizen means voting in elections, keeping informed, and making our opinions known to our representatives, serving on juries and school boards, and... Unc, how about that time you wiggled out of jury duty?
Well, I did get off the jury, but I was serving on the school board at the time. Let me see that speech, Leroy.
Sure.
Freedom. Represented. This makes a lot of sense. Our American heritage, the rights and liberties which we cherish, must be made an increasingly vital part of our everyday life. We must work together to keep our freedom, not just take it for granted.
That's right.
And by George, we'd better watch it. We could lose some of those liberties before we know it. Come on, Leroy. We're going down to Kraft Park and tell them a thing or two.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. Too hot to cook? Make a cool, easy salad main dish and make it really delicious with Miracle Whip salad dressing. And I mean really delicious, because Miracle Whip has such a wonderful flavor, a peppy flavor, a flavor that folks everywhere call just right. It's a different flavor, too, one no other salad dressing has. Try Miracle Whip on the very next salad you make. See how much better tasting your salads are when you make them with the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing.
You got the speech, Unc?
You bet. Right here in my inside pocket.
Boy, if you lost that, you'd be sunk.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you gotta have something to read. You haven't got it memorized.
Well, I'd get up there and say something. I know a few things, my boy. I've got quite a bit of history right at my fingertips.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. Did you know, my boy, that yesterday was the 85th birthday of one of our closest neighbors?
Oh, Mr. Bullard?
Mr. Bullard, no. It was the 85th birthday of our country's good neighbor to the north, Canada.
No kidding.
That's right. The United States and Canada have been good neighbors for more years than you could count, working together, each contributing to the prosperity of the other. We have the kind of working friendship that should be a lesson and an inspiration to other countries all over the world. All right, George, let's all wish Canada a happy birthday. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Gloria Blondell. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday throughout the summer for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Who likes sandwiches? Just about everyone, when they're made with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Miracle Sandwich Spread gives sandwiches a wonderfully different, delicious flavor. Created by Kraft, Miracle Sandwich Spread is made from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. For quick, easy, thrifty sandwiches, use Miracle Sandwich Spread alone between slices of bread, or use it along with the meat or cheese sandwich filling you like best. Get it tomorrow. Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the best of Groucho Marx on NBC.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Oh, Gee, Oh, Joy. Last week on this program, I mentioned something that caused a good deal of comment. I said, a waxed house is a clean house, and a clean house is a sanitary, healthful one. Do you remember? Well, it seems that quite a few people had not fully realized that when they wax their floors, furniture, and woodwork regularly with genuine Johnson's wax, they are actually doing a good deal more than protecting and beautifying those surfaces. Yes, they're making their homes healthier as well as pleasanter places to live in. You see, the wax seals a surface against dirt and moisture. Dust and dirt do not adhere easily to a wax-polished area. So regular waxing removes many of the sources of germs. And besides, it's so much easier to clean waxed floors, baseboards, and furniture. Especially in these times, let Johnson's paste, liquid, or cream wax help keep your home sanitary and beautiful. Well, about this time of the, quote, happy, unquote, Yuletide season, every husband begins to get that cornered rat look about his eyes. But the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista looks even more desperate than that. Something is definitely perturbing our hero. For further details, we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
And furthermore, I'm the dumbest, short-sightedest, dim-wittedest, stumble-bummetest, empty-headedest, feather-brainedest droop that ever didn't know enough to come in out of a tornado.
Well, just as you say...
If my head was small enough to fit my brains, I'd be getting telegrams from Ripley.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
They say Washington's home at Mount Vernon has got a beautiful big stoop, but you got a bigger and a beautifuler stoop, and I don't mean anybody but me.
You just say that.
I got the IQ of a microbe. I think when I die, I'll leave my skull to the Smithsonian for a doorknob.
How charming.
As dumb as I am, it's a wonder to me I ever got out of the third grade.
It's a wonder to me you ever got in.
You ain't whistling Dixie there either, sister. I think I'll give myself back to the Indians. I'm the biggest numbskull that ever...
All right, McGee. I'll admit you're a fascinating subject, but what's this all about?
It's about me. That's what it's all about. I'm the stupidest...
All right. For the sake of argument, let's say you're completely brainless.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'll find it sooner or later.
Find what?
That $15. I was saving it for your Christmas present. I hid it last summer so I wouldn't be tempted to spend it, and now I can't find it. If that don't make me the weak-minded scum...
Now, stop pacing up and down. Ours is a beautiful union, and it doesn't need any pickets.
Pickets are still laying there. And I'm getting desperate. Only 8 more shopping days before Christmas, and I've looked every place.
Calm yourself. What man can hide, man can find.
Yeah.
Where do you usually hide your extra money?
I don't usually have any extra money. But when I did, I used to put it in the sugar bowl.
Did you look there?
Yes, but I'm using it now to keep stuff more valuable than money.
What?
Sugar.
Did you go through all your old clothes?
Yeah, it wouldn't be there. I distinctly remember tucking it away in some safe place. Ah, let me see. Where could... Hey, hand me that blue vase on the mantel.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah. Oh, no, it ain't here. This is where I've been keeping my cellophane collection. Sure got a mess of it, haven't I?
What are you saving cellophane for?
I don't know. I guess I just got tired of collecting cigar bands. String. Seemed to be more future in cellophane. Doggone it, this makes me sore.
Was it in $5 bills, dearie?
It was a 10 and a 5 in a white envelope. And I wrote on the outside of it, do not touch until 10 days before Christmas, and this means me.
Well, I'm a pretty good housekeeper, if I do say so myself, and I haven't seen anything of it.
Well, if the worst comes to worst, I'll get an internal revenue collector in here. Them guys could find money in a caraway seed. Now, let me think a minute. If I could just remember...
Come in. Abigail Uppington. Hello, darling.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Where's your Santa Claus costume? Or aren't you christening the Kringle today?
I don't go on duty till 4 o'clock, Mr. McGee. But what, may I ask, is the matter with you?
What do you mean, Abigail?
Well, look at him, my dear. He looks positively haggard. I only hope the government doesn't catch him with those Chevrolet tires under his eyes.
I ain't been sleeping good, Uppy. I got pernicious insomnia. I'm worried.
Yes, he hid $15 for Christmas shopping, Abigail, and now he can't find it. For 3 days now, he's been prowling around the house like a mouse after a cat.
You mean a cat after a mouse?
In this house, anything can happen.
I had a case like that once.
Uppy, you sound Ozzier than Nelson. What happened with you?
Oh, I was simply frantic because I thought I'd mislaid a ruby and emerald bracelet. But the solution was so simple, it was ridiculous.
Well, what was the solution? Maybe it'll give McGee an idea.
I suddenly realized I had never had a ruby and emerald bracelet. Oh, wasn't that silly?
And I thought I was dumb. Uppy, you're as giddy as a steeplejack full of applejack.
I'm afraid I was at that time, Mr. McGee. You see, I was just a girl out of finishing school and madly in love with a handsome young lieutenant.
Oh, sure.
Well, there was something awfully romantic about those Civil War uniforms, Abigail.
Yes, indeed, they certainly were. I beg your pardon, Mr. McGee.
Don't mention it, Abigail. But what girls' school did you go to?
Oh, Ward Belmont, my dear, in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh, I can close my eyes now and smell the magnolias on the campus.
That's my hair, Uppy. I just come from the barber shop.
And it is Magnolia. It's Jockey Club.
Well, do remind me, my dear, sometime to show you the pictures of my class. I was captain of the croquet team, you know.
No. Well, call me Virginia and watch me reel. So you all were the captain of the croquet team, was you, honey child?
Now, please, Mr. McGee, I have only the most charming memories of the South, and I found Southern men were always most gentlemanly.
Well, I guess that'll dim your northern lights, McGee.
That must account for my good manners, Uppy. My grandfather wore the Southern uniform, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sure, he was a conductor on the Chattanooga Choo-Choo, Abigail. What was it you wanted to see me about?
Oh, I just wanted to tell you about the most marvelous fortune teller.
Fortune teller? Blah. Those bargain basement gypsies couldn't foretell the future of a blue-eyed blonde with the fleet in.
Oh. But they're fun, dearie. They're fun.
Ah, fun my clavicle. Dark man going across your path, going to take a long journey, going to get a letter. You'll find your diamond ring under the... Hey, maybe she can tell me where my $15 is. Come on. What are we waiting for? Get your hat, Molly. Where is this fortune teller,
Well,
Uppy?
it's upstairs, though.
Never mind, I'll find it. Come on, Molly. We'll see you later, Uppy. Why didn't I think of this before? Oh, boy, that $15 is as good as found. Right now. Why, those people are wonderful. I know of a case where a guy lost a bass drum once and those... Get a load of this reception room, Molly. Boy, what a dump.
Well, this was your idea, not mine.
Why do fortune tellers always live in joints like this? If they can see into the future, why don't they make a killing at the races and live in a classy apartment?
Well, maybe they can't get a crystal ball big enough to see a horse in.
Well, this one sure ought to know her onions. She's cooked enough of them around here.
Don't be so critical. You know, Madam X ought to be calling us in any time now. You know, we've been waiting here 25 minutes.
Madam X. Probably an old gypsy named McGillicuddy. Not that I care what her name is if she can slap herself into a trance and find my $15.
You know, we'd have saved time if we just consulted Uncle Dennis.
What does he know about fortune telling?
Well, I don't know, but he certainly lives in an atmosphere of departed spirits. You know, last night I came into the hall and I found him balancing himself on the banister.
Yeah? What'd he say?
He said, "Niece, your escalator has run down."
At it again, huh? I gave him a lecture about that just the other day.
What'd he do?
He just sat tight.
Mr. McGee, I will see you now, please.
Oh, thank you, madam. Come on, dearie. We'll see what fate has in store for you. If fate still has a store, which I doubt with things being so hard to get.
Well, I'm ready, sis. Hop onto your broomstick.
This way, please.
Ooh, incense.
I think I preferred the onions. Hey, can't we have a little light in here, sis?
No. The darkness, she is desirable for proper contact with the forces of the unknown. Sit down, please.
Oh, thank you. You see, the reason we came, Madam X, is because...
Do not tell me. I will tell you. Your husband is in trouble, no?
My husband is in trouble, yes.
Hey, how'd you know, sis? Can you read my mind?
Yes. It is very simple.
Huh?
No, that's what he's been telling himself all day, madam.
How do we go about this now, sis? Do you read the stars, feel the bumps on my head, look at my palm, or do we just sit around and strain our eyes at each other?
No. For $5, I will answer 3 questions.
$5? Isn't that a little expensive?
Yes. Now you have 2 more questions.
We better not waste any time, Molly. Here's the question, sis. Where's the $15 I was saving for my wife's Christmas present?
It is right where you are putting it. Now, you have 1 more question.
Heavenly days. We're not making much progress, are we?
No. Now, for another $5, I will answer 3 more questions.
Oh, no, you don't, sis. Come on, Molly. I ain't going to pay her $10 to find 15. Here, sis, here's your $5.
Thank you. You must come again and see Madame X when you are troubled with business, love, or marriage.
Who, us? Do we look that silly? Do you think we like to be gypped?
That is 3 more questions. I will answer the first one by
saying... Come on, Molly, come on, quick.
Well, my goodness, McGee. We didn't get much satisfaction in there, did we?
Well, yes. She at least says that dough is still where I put it. That's some comfort. Well, come on, let's go home and see...
Well, hello there, folks. Say, have you been consulting Madam X?
Yes, if you call it that, Mr. Wilcox.
The way that dame clips you, she ought to be a barber in a boot camp. You going to consult her, Junior?
Sure. I was in here last week for advice.
About what?
Oh, business. I asked her how the future of Johnson's Wax stacked up. She said it had a very bright and sparkling future.
Oh.
She said that in times like these, when conservation was so important, more housewives than ever would preserve and protect their floors with Johnson's Wax.
And what was the second question, my fellow chump?
Well, then I asked her which of the Johnson Wax features I should emphasize, and she said health. Because Johnson's Wax seals the surface against dust and dirt and dampness and gives the housewife so much extra rest and leisure.
Oh, and the third question?
That's where I made my mistake. I asked her if my pipe bothered her.
And she said yes and soaked you another fin. Boy, what a racket.
Say, why on earth are you coming back, Mr. Wilcox, if you knew you'd been cheated?
I want to ask her if she took my watch.
Mr. Wilcox, I will see you now.
I'll say you will, baby. So long, folks.
What?
Well, let's get on home, McGee. We'll turn the house inside out when we find that $15.
And believe me, the next time I hide something, I'm going to hide it in plain sight. This'll teach me a lesson. If I wasn't such a sap-headed, beetle-brained, lop-eared, low-browed, withering greatest tricks I ever heard of anybody.
Well, now that we're home, where'd we better start, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. I remember putting it in a place where I could lay hands on it at a minute's notice.
You say the $15 was in a white envelope?
Yes.
Well, that shouldn't be so hard to find. Would you put it behind one of the pictures?
No, I looked behind all the pictures this morning. I turned Whistler's mother around so many times she almost fell out of her chair.
Say, maybe you put it under a rug. No, I've had them up too many times. I'd have seen it.
Oh, why can't I remember? I must have a skull full of rice pudding. I'm the biggest drip this side of Niagara Falls. The only thing that keeps my ears apart is my big fat mouth.
Oh. No, McGee. Anybody can forget things.
Nobody can forget them as easy as me. It's exasperating. I'm getting so I'm afraid to shake hands for fear I'll walk off without my arm. Here, I thought I was a pretty bright guy, and I couldn't pass the intelligence test of a Mongolian basket weaver. Why of all the dirty...
Now, for goodness sakes, if you'd stop scolding yourself for a few minutes, maybe we could get something done.
Well, my gosh, well...
Now, listen, here's what we better do. I'll start with you upstairs and go through every room, and you look around down here, and between us, we ought to cover every inch of this house.
Okay, but I...
Now, stop your arguing. Anyway, you're not as dumb as you claim. You're really pretty smart.
I am?
Yes. Oh. Or you wouldn't have hidden that $15 from yourself. Why, when it comes to money, and I hope we do...
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny. I just stopped in to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, Oldtimer, come back here.
What's the matter, kid?
You can't yell goodbye at us and then rush away like that. Where are you going and for how long?
Yeah, and when will you be back and for how long?
Going to Chicago, kids. Gonna be gone for an indefinite period.
Oh, what do you mean indefinite period?
I mean I won't be back till the afternoon of January 5th, but whether 3 o'clock or 3:15 is indefinite.
Fly?
Hey!
Fly!
Oh, well, I'll hold still and you swat him, Johnny.
No, my husband means are you going to fly to Chicago or take the train?
Ain't decided, daughter. Thought maybe I'd get up early in the morning, throw the saddle on old Betsy, leap on her back and ride her all the way to Chi.
Well, that's a long trip for a horse.
Who's a horse?
Why, isn't Betsy?
No, Betsy's my bicycle. On the other hand, kids, I'll likely take the steam cars. I love trains. Used to be a railroad man in my younger days.
What'd you do on the railroad?
What do you mean, what did I do, Johnny? I had my own.
You mean you owned a railroad?
Sure did, daughter. 18 cars, 2 engines, and 72 foot of track. Run from the dining room through the front hall, back to the kitchen and round into the dining room again. Stopped at the umbrella stand, the piano stool, the refrigerator, and the cook, exception Mondays, which was the cook's day off, at the piano stool on signal only. But I had a bad wreck in 1889 when Papa come home late one night, tripped over the coal car.
Oh, tough luck.
Yes. Now I never see an engine with a tender behind without thinking of what Papa did to me that night. Well, so long, kids. Merry Christmas.
The King's Men sing, I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas.
Children singing silent night, holy night, while the bells are ringing, while the children sing, and all year through, may every wish you make for Christmas
McGee, I'll have to confess, I'm about ready to give up. You certainly hid that $15 well.
Yes, and I could kick myself around the block for it, too. If I'm not the silliest dummy.
Yes, we've been all over that. Are you sure you had $15 in the first place?
Sure, I'm sure. A 10 and a 5. And they were earmarked for your Christmas present, too.
They were what?
Earmarked. That's what the government does with money, so that's what I do.
How?
Well, I put ink all over my ears and pressed both bills against them. I think the theory is that no two people have ears alike. You know, like Fingerprints, only easier to see.
Well, that must keep Mr. Morgenthau pretty busy.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Now, listen, let's just sit down here and reconstruct what you did when you hid the money. What did you do first?
Well, first I got me an envelope.
Come in.
Whose car is that out in front?
The black one? Well, that's a kind of a combination ownership, Bud. Me and the finance company.
I see you have an ace sticker on the windshield. Do you do any pleasure driving?
Take him for a ride around the block, McGee. That'll answer that question. In that car, sir, you get more pleasure walking.
And I don't quite understand
Let me see your draft registration card, please.
Okay, here you are, Bud. I'm not only a little overage, but I got a lot of collateral dependents. I got collateral at the First National, the Morris Plan, the building in...
Caroline, how much coffee have you got?
Oh, well, about a half a pound.
Sugar?
No, thanks, just cream.
Now, look here, Bud. I don't mind answering questions.
McGee, this is war.
Yeah. Sure, we read about it in the papers, but what...
I only have a few more questions, then I'm through. Have you been buying war bonds?
Bud, we've been buying war bonds till we're red, white, and blue in the face. And I've licked the back of so many war-saving stamps, everything I eat tastes like glue. Now, if you don't mind...
I hope you're not complaining.
Certainly we complain. Everybody complains, and it doesn't mean a thing. And now, if you'll please explain
McGee,
why...
I see you have cuffs on those trousers. Did you buy that suit after restrictions were put on clothing?
No, I didn't. While I don't like to be personal, Bud, there are still a few people who need a cuff on the pants. So will you please tell us just who you...
Just one more thing. The government doesn't want you to buy anything you don't need. They're trying to keep prices at a reasonable level, encourage buying bonds and paying off debts. We want this country to be on a sound financial footing after this war is over. Now remember that.
Just what is your connection with the government?
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Tolliver. I just moved into the brick house down the street.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Tolliver. This is my wife, Mom.
How do you do, I'm sure. Just what department of the government are you in, Mr. Tolliver?
Oh, I'm not in the government, Mrs. McGee. I run the hamburger wagon down there at 14th and Oak. And I must say we serve the finest...
Well, dad, but what right do you got come busting in here and asking all them silly questions?
Well, I think when a man moves into a new neighborhood, he naturally wants to know all about his neighbors. Certainly is nice to have met you folks. Good night.
Well, of all the brassy, nervy people I ever
tells
met...
me I'm going to have trouble with that mug. He's going to get in my hair, and there ain't enough room in it for anybody but me. A self-appointed cop.
Oh, never mind, McGee. Let's concentrate on finding your $15. Now, what did you do after you got the envelope?
Well, now, let me think. I put the money in the envelope and sealed it.
Yes.
Then I started looking for a hiding place.
Yes.
First, I thought I'd hide it in the hall closet. And then I says to myself, no, I says. I'm going to clean out that closet one of these days. So I takes the envelope.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, Mr. Wimp.
Hi, Wimp, old man. Why the suitcase? You running away from home again?
Oh, no, Miss McGee. I'm going to Chicago on a business trip for about 3 weeks.
Oh? Is your wife going with you, Mr. Wimple?
No, she isn't, Mrs. McGee. I'm going to be terribly lonesome without her, too. Ouch.
What's the matter?
I was crossing my fingers so hard I almost broke them.
Well, what kind of a business trip is this, Mr. Wimple?
I'm going to see my publishers, Mrs. McGee. The ones who publish all my poetry.
Oh.
They sent me a telegram saying they wanted to see me.
Gee, they must think a lot of you, Wimp.
Yes. They wanted to publish my picture. And I sent them some, and they wired right back. We don't believe it. Come in person. Wasn't that nice?
So you won't be here for Christmas, Mr. Wimple?
No, but Sweetie Face gave me my Christmas present before I left. Look, a check for $25.
Say, that's great, Wimp.
Isn't it, though? She says if I'm a good boy all year, that next Christmas she'll sign it.
She might even throw in the blotter.
Why, that old saber-tooth. I thought of a swell gift I'd like to send her, Wimp, but I hate to ask anybody to deliver it.
Oh, I'd be very happy to take it over, Mr. McGee.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. It might explode before you got there.
Now, if you timed it right to the second.
What did you give your wife for Christmas, Mr. Wimple?
A great big bottle of cologne, Mrs. McGee, to be opened on Christmas morning.
Cologne, eh? What kind, Wimp?
I mixed it up myself, Miss McGee. Mostly carbolic acid.
Oh. Why, Mr. Wimple, that's liable to take the skin right off her face.
Yeah. Yes.
3 weeks away from that gunner's mate of his, and Wimp will be a new man.
Poor little fella.
I'll be a poor little fella myself if I don't find that $15. If I wasn't such a numbskull, such a hopeless dope and a blue ribbon dude,
Stop it now.
Huh?
Let's take up where we left off.
Okay.
After you decided against hiding it in the closet, what'd you do?
Doggone it, that's what I can't remember. All I know is I put it someplace where I'd remember it just before Christmas.
Well, I'm sorry, McGee. I can't imagine where in the dickens you...
Dickens! That's it. Now I remember. Here it is, right here in this book.
What book?
Dickens' Christmas Carol.
Whatever made you hide your money in that?
Safest place in the world. Nobody ever opens that book till Christmas time.
Winter weather is hard on our floors, we might as well admit it. When snow and slush and wet get tracked in, the floor surfaces need the protection of a tough coat of Johnson's wax. If you examined a waxed floor under a magnifying glass, you'd see that it's the wax that gets all the wear. The surface underneath is safe. And don't forget that with genuine Johnson's wax, you can touch up heavy traffic spots whenever necessary without having to re-wax the entire floor. Don't forget either that there are 100 extra labor-saving uses for wax around your home. Windowsills, Venetian blinds, luggage, shoes and boots, furniture and woodwork. In these times when we have to take better care of the things we have, wax is a helpful ally.
Molly, that was a kind of a clever son at that, hiding this $15 in Dickens' Christmas Carol. Maybe I ain't such a fool after all.
No. You really have some bright moments, McGee.
Yeah, I guess I do at that. Well, all's well that ends well. Here, you keep the $15 for me. I gotta throw this envelope in the wastebasket.
Well, this isn't $15. This is the envelope.
Huh? Oh, my gosh. I tore up the money.
What?
Oh, if I ain't the worst muddle-headed. More than ever should have had $15 in the first place. I'm the dumbest, dim-wittedest, good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on our program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products.
Telephone. I got it. Mr. Gilsey's residence. I'm sorry that Mr. Gilsey isn't up yet. Yes, ma'am, I'm surprised myself. Is there any message? Okay. I sure don't understand it. Mr. Gilsleeve is a man who'd rather eat than sleep any day.
Got any more toast, Bertie? Who was that?
Some lady for your uncle.
Dames.
Who was it, Bertie?
I don't know, except it wasn't Miss Ransom or Miss Goodwin.
Well, someone new. He didn't get in till pretty late last night.
Here he comes now. Hi, Unc.
Oh, good morning, Leroy. You aren't thinking of going anywhere in that sweater, I trust.
Sure, why not?
Because it's filthy. Change it. Good morning, Marjorie. Good morning, Bertie.
Morning, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Good afternoon, Unky.
No, my dear.
Your lady friends have already been phoning you.
Lady phone? Who?
I don't know, Mr. Gilsleeve, except it wasn't one of the regulars.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that expression, Bertie.
She means it wasn't Mrs. Ransom or Miss Goodwin.
Oh, did you tell her I was out, Bertie?
No, sir, I told her you was asleep.
Yeah. That might give people a bad impression, Bertie. If it was my secretary down at the office, for instance, she might... Well, it wouldn't be good for her morale.
No, sir. You want some breakfast, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yes, Bertie, I'm good and hungry.
And don't forget some more toast, Bertie.
I ain't forgotten, Leroy.
Marjorie, I'd like to see the morning paper if you're through with it.
Almost, Unky.
Why, it was pretty late when you came in last night, Unc.
How did you happen to be awake?
I wasn't. Not till you tripped over something in the hall.
Yes, I tripped over your football, my boy. I've told you not to leave that thing lying around where people can fall over it.
Oh, sorry, Unc. Where'd you put it? I need it this morning.
I put it where no one will ever trip over it again for some time.
But,
I've warned you often enough, my boy.
Oh, gosh. Whenever he stays up late, this is the way.
Here's the paper, Unky. Look, I want to show you something. On the society page.
I'm not interested in the society page.
You will be. Listen to this. Music lovers in Summerfield will have a rare treat next Saturday when the Wings of Song Opera Company makes a special benefit appearance here.
Oh, let me see that. The event is being sponsored by the exclusive Summerfield Women's Club in conjunction with the sponsors committee of other socially prominent citizens. Box parties are already being planned, and the whole affair promises to be one of the top events of the season for the Summerfield elite. Phew.
What does elite mean, Unc?
Means a bunch of stuffed shirts, my boy. Well, they can have their opera.
But, Unky, you don't want to miss it.
I'm evidently not socially prominent enough to be on the committee.
That's no reason you shouldn't go and enjoy the music.
I wouldn't enjoy it if I went. Opera in Summerfield can't possibly be any good.
I don't see why not. It's a regular opera company.
There are good opera companies and bad opera companies, my dear. Distinguish between them requires rare musical judgment. Now, who has selected this opera company? Mrs. Pettibone, the president of the Women's Club. She never heard an opera in her life. Now, if they'd seen fit to consult with me, but no. Oh, no. Mr. Gildersleeve isn't quite la-di-da enough to be on any opera committee. Oh, mercy, no.
Jeepers, what's he all excited about?
I'm perfectly calm, my boy. I'm a little disappointed, I'll admit, that there are people in Summerfield who think more of so-called ancestry than they do of real worth, that's all. I happen to believe that opera should be enjoyed by everybody, not simply by the favored few.
I still don't see why you can't just buy a ticket.
Because I'm not the kind of a person who likes to horn in where he isn't wanted.
You mean just because you're not on the committee, you won't go to the opera?
Oh, that has nothing whatever to do with it. The opera won't be any good, I'll tell you that. Some small-time company I never heard of. Any opera company that would come to Summerfield must have something to hide.
I got it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve, President. Yes, ma'am. He's been up, about 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am. I'll call him. Mr. Gildersleeve, I think it's the same lady.
Bertie, you don't have to tell people I'm asleep, and you don't have to tell them how long I've been up. Hello. Oh, yes, Mrs. Pettibone. Yes, I read about it in this morning's paper. Me? A sponsor? I'm pretty busy, Mrs. Pettibone. But, of course, where opera is concerned, I'll be glad to help. You bet. Any time at all. Not at all, Mrs. Pettibone. Thank you. Oh, solo mio. Da-da-da-da.
What a character.
You children have to hurry and get out of here now. Mrs. Pettibone and Mrs. Bullard are coming over to consult me about the opera.
I'll get right out, Unc. I could play outdoors if I knew where my football was.
It's in the laundry hamper upstairs.
Gee, thanks, Unc. I'll do the same for you sometime.
Yes, yes. Oh, solo mio, da-da-da-da. Just sit down any place, ladies. Sofa, Mrs. Pettibone?
This chair is very comfortable, thank you. Then I'll try the sofa.
Fine, Mrs. Bullard. Shove over a little. I can't tell you ladies how enthusiastic I am about this opera thing.
I knew you would be. I said to Mrs. Bullard, Mr. Gildersleeve is one man I know we can count on, I said. Didn't I say that, Mrs. Bullard?
She certainly did, Mr. Gildersleeve. She sang your praises. She said you're a man that knows and appreciates music.
Well, I happen to have. I've had a little musical training.
Mr. Gildersleeve sings, Mrs. Bullard. Did I tell you Mr. Gildersleeve sings?
Oh, I've heard him from across the street.
I'm afraid sometimes I forget myself. That is, I forget what a big voice I have. You need a big voice in opera, of course.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't tell me you sung opera.
Well, I appeared in 1 or 2 productions at college. What opera is the company going to present?
Well, that's up to the committee to decide. We'll want your advice on that, of course, as one of the sponsors.
Oh, at your service, ladies.
Which opera do you prefer, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, they're all good.
I think we can decide that later, Mrs. Bullard. There's another problem that we have to consult Mr. Gildersleeve about.
Yeah?
Since this is for charity, we've got to make it a success.
Oh, it will be.
If it is, it'll be due to the efforts of a handful of men like yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're not asking many sponsors.
Is that so?
Oh, very few, Mr. Gildersleeve. But your name is so well known.
Well, everybody sees it on their water bill once a month. Say, how would it be if I sent out a little notice about the opera along with my December statements?
I don't think that would be quite appropriate.
Why not? Good way to sell tickets.
Oh, we won't have any trouble selling tickets. People are going to be fighting for tickets. After all, Summerfield has never had an opera.
I see. How much are the tickets?
$5 apiece.
$5 apiece?
Yes, you see our problem, Mr. Gildersleeve. The tickets are so ridiculously cheap that everybody will want to come. Isn't it silly?
It certainly is.
But we've thought of a way around it. All our sponsors are taking 15 tickets apiece. That's $75 worth.
But I only have a niece and nephew. I doubt if my nephew cares much for opera.
Oh, no. You sell the tickets to your friends, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just your best friends. You see, that way we can keep the tickets in the hands of the desirable element.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to call up a few people and...
Of course. But the sponsors take the tickets in advance. That'll be $75, Mr. Gildersleeve, and if you'll just write us out a check.
Check? You mean now?
Well, if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble. Only,
Yes?
Nothing. Let's see. Checkbook. Where is it?
Make it out to Earl Lewis, Wings of Song Opera Company, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I see. Earl Lewis, Wings of Song Opera Company. Where am I going to get rid of 15 tickets, I wonder? 75 and hundreds. 15 tickets. Do I know 15 people that like opera? Do I know 15 people with $5? P. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve?
Well, howdy, Peavy.
How's things down at the waterworks?
Gosh, I haven't even thought about the waterworks. I've been so busy with the opera. Just dropped in to check up on these tickets I left with you.
Oh, don't worry about those, Mr. Gildersleeve. I got them right here. I put them in the cash drawer for safekeeping.
But have you sold any?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't. To tell you the truth, there doesn't seem to be much demand for them.
Well, it's like anything else, Peavy. You have to create the demand. You have to sell them.
I know, but just the same, I wonder if you haven't picked the wrong outlet here.
Why?
Well, in all the years I've been in the pharmacy business, I can't recall that anyone has ever come in here and asked for opera tickets. People come in and ask for a lot of things. I had a woman come in and ask for 12.5 skate keys once. Never told me what she wanted them for.
Skate keys at a drugstore? Why, that's ridiculous.
Yes, it is. It was just by the merest chance that I happened to have them. But as I say, I never had anybody ask for opera tickets. Of course, there hasn't been any opera.
Yes. Well, you can't wait for people to ask you for them, Peavy. You've got to ask them.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. The reason you haven't sold any tickets is you haven't tried.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. If you ask me, the reason I haven't sold any is... Well, I don't like to say this, but I wonder if you haven't set the price a little high, $5.
I didn't set the price, Peavy. That's what they cost. I'm not making anything on this, you know.
I know, but $5. That's $10 if you take the wife. And what man would go to an opera if it wasn't for his wife?
That's not the attitude, Peavy. You're not supposed to enjoy this. It's for charity.
That's what I say. What charity?
What's that?
I say, what charity is it being given for?
Oh, yes. Well, I don't know that that's been settled yet. But it'll be a worthy one, yes.
Pardon me, just a moment. Customer.
Customer, don't forget about the tickets.
Good morning, Mrs. Hornbeck.
Good morning, Mr. Peavy.
Fine day.
Yes, it is. Oh, is this gentleman ahead of me?
Oh, no. Go right ahead. I'm just waiting. Don't forget, Peavy.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Hornbeck?
I'd like some aspirin, please.
Aspirin. Any particular brand?
Well, which is best?
Well, they're all monoacetic acid ester or salicylic acid.
They're all what?
They're all aspirin.
Peavy, the tickets.
Keep your shirt on.
You mean there's no difference between any of them?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I think I'll just take this one.
A very wise choice. That'll be 10 cents and 1 cent for the governor. Will there be anything else, Mrs. Hornbeck?
Peavy.
No, I think that's all, thank you.
Any razor blade? Shaving lotion? Cod liver oil?
No, thank you.
Peavy.
Vitamin tablets? We have a special on bath salts.
Well, no,
You wouldn't want any tickets to the opera, would you?
No, I think that's... Did you say opera tickets?
Just a suggestion. I didn't really think you would.
Oh, my goodness.
There's your package, Mrs. Hornbeck. Thank you very much, and call again. There, you see, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, you take the cake. By George, you couldn't sell mittens at 60 below zero.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Give me back my tickets. I'll sell them myself.
And we'll find out how the great Gildersleeve sells the tickets in just a moment.
Mr. Lang, before you say anything about parquet margarine, do you generally have a big breakfast at your house?
Well, we usually have a substantial breakfast.
Most of my friends say breakfast at their house is such a hectic affair. Everybody sort of eats and runs.
Yes, I expect that's true with a lot of people. But I think you'll find that a great many of our go-getting Americans have learned that they need the nourishment a hearty, hot breakfast provides.
Well, I wish I could get that idea across in my home.
Well, then I'd suggest that you make each breakfast as tempting as possible by serving hot breads or pancakes, or, of course, the old standby toast. And to make any kind of bread you serve taste extra good, I'd recommend parquet margarine as the spread. Parquet is preferred by millions as a spread for bread because of its unmatched flavor. And it's one of the most nourishing foods you can serve. It's rich in food energy value, and it's fortified with important vitamin A. So get your family off to a right start at breakfast by serving delicious, nourishing parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Hello, Mrs. Finley? This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. You probably don't know me, Mrs. Finley, but I'm calling with regard to the forthcoming opera benefit, of which you have undoubtedly heard, and of which I have the honor to be one of the sponsors. Your name has been given to me, Mrs. Finley, as one of the... Oh, you're a sponsor yourself. Well, how's it going? Me too. Well, good luck.
Uncle Mort, what are the chances of somebody else getting at that phone?
Not now, my dear. Give me another name from the book, Leroy.
We haven't had much luck with the F's. You want to try the G's?
I'll try anything.
But, Uncle Mort, you've been on the phone for hours.
The way it's going, I'll be on it for days.
But I've got to do my homework.
Well, go do it. Pick a name, Leroy.
But I've got to call Francie. It's algebra.
You're not going to do your algebra on my telephone.
Well, how can I do it if I can't call Francie?
Do it in your head. How does anybody else do it? Next name, Leroy?
Flack, E.J. Summerfield 0859.
Flack. Summerfield 0859. Don't stand there making faces at me, Marjorie. Go do your... hello. Yes. Hello, Mrs. Hold the wire a minute, please. Leroy, what was that name?
Flack.
Huh?
I think it was Flack. Maybe it was Flake. Or Fluke.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Mrs. Flack. This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton Gildersleeve. You probably don't know me, Mrs. Black, but I'm calling with regard to the forthcoming opera benefit, of which you've undoubtedly heard, and of which I have the honor to be one of the sponsors. Your name has been given to me, Mrs. Fluke, is one... Oh, you too, huh? Sorry to bother you. How can anybody sell opera tickets if everybody's going to be a sponsor?
Doorbell. It's Judge Hooker.
Oh, what does he want? Just when I'm... Wait a minute. Let the dear judge in, my dear. Let him come right in.
Hello, Judge.
Good afternoon, Marjorie.
Horace, my old friend, welcome to our humble abode. Take the judge's coat there, my dear. Horace, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Well.
Leroy, get out of that chair. Sit down, old fellow. Sit down.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll stand up, Gildy. No, thank you, Marjorie. I won't take off my coat.
Sit down, stand up, take off your coat, roast to death, suit yourself. This is Liberty Hall here. We want to please you.
Marjorie, how long has he been like this?
Since birth, I guess.
Horace, my friend, how much money have you got on you?
None of your business. Why?
Horace, my friend, much as I esteem you, I've always felt that there's one facet of your education that's been woefully neglected, and that is music.
What bush are you beating around now?
And if there's one field of music in which you're particularly ignorant, it's opera. Now, I am so fortunate as to have in my possession here a few little tickets.
If those are opera tickets.
They are.
And if you were thinking of selling me any.
It was in the back of my mind.
Well, I happen to be the chairman of the opera's committee on arrangements.
Horace, have you sold any of those tickets they stuck you with?
To tell you the truth, Gildy, I've been so busy with all the committee work I haven't even tried. But I anticipate no particular difficulty. I just dropped in to tell you that owing to the many demands upon my time, I may be a little late to the Jolly Boys meeting tonight.
Oh, I'd forgotten there was one.
You're going, aren't you?
I don't know.
Well, if you do, ask him not to hold up the proceedings for me. Oh, and since you mention it, you might just take these opera tickets of mine and pass them around down there in case any of the members are cared to purchase.
You go sell them yourself, Horace. I've got my own tickets to get rid of.
Huh. Well, I may see you later then, if you decide to go.
Don't worry. I'll be going. He's not going to get down there ahead of me, the old goat.
Floyd, you're the most... Boys. Let's be jolly boys, shall we?
I'm just trying to make myself heard, that's all, Chief.
Well, we heard you.
I say we've got to get behind the opera, fellas. I say we should support it.
Why?
It's for charity, Floyd.
Yeah, I know about charity. Give me another reason.
Well, it's going to be an important function socially. I think if the Jolly Boys were to attend, it would give them a little class.
A little class could ruin this club.
He's got a point there.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing, too. This isn't just a club here. In a way, we're a musical organization.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you wouldn't, maybe. But, Floyd, you're a singer.
Well, I can hold my own, I guess.
You're as sound a tenor as I know.
Gee, thanks, Commissioner.
And the chief here. I don't know where you'd find a better bass.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Plus, the judge ain't here, so we don't have to lie about him.
Yeah, very good, Floyd. So what I say, fellows, as music lovers and the only singing group in Summerfield that's worth a hoot, the Jolly Boys should not only go to the opera, they should attend in a body. How about it?
He's got a point there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's all go.
That's the stuff, fellas. Now, I've been able to obtain a few choice tickets, which I happen to have here with me. Coincidence. Let's see. Each of us will want to take a wife or friend, I presume.
Just a minute, Commish. How much are these tickets?
How much are they?
Yeah, how much?
$5.
$5?
$5?
$5 to take the wife to a lousy opera?
$10, Floyd. The tickets are $5 apiece.
You keep out of this, Peavy.
Now, hold on. I'm for charity and all that, but fun is fun.
Yeah.
When I pay out $10, I like to get a little something for my money. Lousy opera.
Have you ever been to the opera, Floyd?
No, and it don't look like I'm going.
Have you, Chief?
No, I can't say that I have.
Peavy?
I told you, Merry Widow.
Yeah. Why, gentlemen, you've missed some of the greatest entertainment in the world.
That ain't what I heard.
Why, it's exciting. It's spectacular. People go miles to see it. Why, in the opera Carmen alone, you know what you get? What? Bullfights, duels, parades, love scenes, beautiful senoritas.
Yeah?
Yeah. And through it all, gorgeous melodies. Toreador, oh, Toreador, Toreador, Toreador.
What's the opera about, Commissioner?
Carmen, what's it about?
Yeah.
Well, it's about this girl named Carmen, this beautiful senorita. She's Spanish, see, and she's very ooh-la-la.
That's French.
Well, she's the French type, only she's Spanish. So in comes this fellow who's in love with her. His name is Don somebody, and he's about 6'6". He comes marching in. Toreador, oh, Toreador.
You sang that.
Yeah. Well, he no sooner arrives and start make loving. Well, who wrote this? He no sooner arrives and starts making love to Carmen, who, believe me, fellas, is a dish, really. And in comes another fella, Don somebody else. Right away, they're jealous. And they whip out their swords and go at it hammer and tongs. Toreador, eh, Toreador.
Is that the only song in the opera?
Let him tell the story, Floyd.
Floyd, don't betray your ignorance. Surely you've heard... Vesti la juba, yo-ho-ho, Pagliacci. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, that's it, Chief.
Why, I've heard that.
Sure, and then there's... Celeste Aida.
Who's Aida?
Friend of Carmen's.
Oh. Celeste Aida. Da, Carmen.
Is that opera? No kidding?
Certainly. Oh, and don't forget Martha.
She another friend?
I guess so.
Martha, Martha, I implore you, leave me not to pine and sigh. Say, Chief, you know that,
Why,
don't you?
I've got a record of that.
Great.
Say, this sounds like a great show.
Oh, it's even better when you see it. Bullfights, fellas, beautiful senoritas, a band of 50 pieces.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are there any elephants?
I wouldn't be surprised, Peavy. It's got everything else.
I always like to see the elephant.
Oh, well. Now, who wants tickets, fellas? How many? Chief?
I'll bite, Commissioner. Give me 2.
That's the stuff. 2 for the Chief. Peavy, how about you?
Give me 1 for now. I'll let you know about the other one later.
Great. 1 it is. Floyd, how about it?
I still say $10 is too steep.
Oh, come on, Floyd.
Yes, Floyd. Let's all go.
Well, don't urge him if you don't want to. Just hate to think about what he's missing, that's all those gorgeous melodies. Some think the world was made for fun and frolic, and so do I.
And so do I.
Some like to fret and be all melancholic.
To pine and sigh.
To pine and sigh.
Great. Come on, how about it, Floyd?
Nope.
But I like to spend my time in singing some joyful song.
Some joyful song.
To set the world with laughter bravely ringing is far from wrong.
Is far from wrong.
Hearken, hearken,
music fills the air. Hearken, hearken, joy is everywhere. Paninkily, paninkula, paninkily, paninkula. Joy is every... Floyd, I forgot to tell you about the biggest scene in the opera.
What's that?
That's where Carmen and her friend, these 2 beautiful senoritas, they get into a fight over this fellow. You know, Don somebody?
Yeah.
And I tell you, it's really something to see. They bite, they scratch, they even start to tear each other's clothes off.
Tear each other's... Yeah?
Right before your very eyes. But there's no telling how it might end. Only the dancing girls come in and pull them apart.
Dancing girls? You didn't tell me they had dancing girls.
Oh, hundreds of them.
I'll take 2 tickets.
Joy is everywhere. Paniculi, panicula.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a few moments. A little while ago, I had a few words to say about parquet margarine's fresh, delicate flavor, how it makes all kinds of bread taste so good. And I also pointed out how Parquet margarine helps provide your family with fine, wholesome nourishment because it's so rich in food energy and fortified with important vitamin A. Now, another reason why Parquet margarine is preferred by millions to any other spread is that it's so economical. Parquet's nourishing goodness and unmatched flavor can be enjoyed by your family for only about half the price of costly spreads. So why pay more? Just try Parquet margarine once and see if you don't prefer it to any other brand. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by the Kraft Foods Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's just 1 week left in the Victory Bond Drive. The war is over, but the government needs money to bring our men home from overseas, to provide hospital care for the wounded, to support the wives and children of those who will never return. If the war was worth buying bonds for, surely these vital peacetime needs deserve our help, too. And remember, inflation is still a danger, and the bonds are the best defense against it. So if you haven't bought your Victory Bond yet, do it tomorrow. Will you? Good night, everybody.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of The Great Gildersleeve.
You good cooks know it's the seasoning that adds extra zest to foods. That's why there's been such a big swing to Kraft Salad Mustard for pepping up meals. You'll be delighted with the extra flavor tang Kraft Salad Mustard adds to meat, hot vegetable, and cheese dishes, and to gravies, pickle relishes, and barbecue sauce. There's another variety, too, just a bit sharper, and oh so tasty on frankfurters and in sauce for fish. It's the Kraft Mustard with nippy horseradish added. Buy both delicious Kraft prepared mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what goes on in Summerfield. Well, you'd hardly know the place. Summerfield, which usually can boast no more than a second-run movie, is suddenly all aflutter over the prospect of an evening of grand opera. And how did this come to be? Well, it seems that Mrs. Rumson Bullard, while on a recent trip to New York, bought herself a very expensive evening gown.
Do you like it, Rumson?
Yes, it's very becoming. But where on earth are you going to wear it in this town?
I know. That's the only thing.
Never fear. Where such things are at stake, woman will find a way. And so it is that a touring opera company is scheduled for a single performance at the dusty old Summerfield Opera House, underwritten by such prominent citizens as Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve and Judge Horace Hooker. In fact, the two of them are up early and in Mr. Gildersleeve's study right now discussing the matter.
What seems to be your problem, Judge?
Women.
Yeah. How'd you come to get mixed up with women at your age?
No, it's this darned opera. They made me chairman of the Committee on Arrangements. I don't know why I ever said I'd do it. Nothing but a lot of jealous women in my hair all day long.
You never could handle women, you know, Judge.
Well, you may be right. Say, Gildy, maybe you...
Oh, no thanks. I've none enough. I've sold my $75 worth of tickets for the opera, and that's plenty.
But, Gildy, you're the man they should have appointed to head this committee in the first place.
That may well be, but it so happens they didn't. Now let them try to get along without me.
Gildy, that's not the spirit.
If they want to appoint some tactless old goat who doesn't know the first thing about handling women, who puts his foot in his big mouth every time he opens it, and probably insults him when he thinks he's paying him a compliment.
You're right, Gildy. I am tactless. I realize that.
Handling women is an art, Horace. It's an instinct. You're either born with it or you aren't.
That's so true. And you do it so well. I envy you, Gildy. I truly do.
Well, I could probably give you a few tips, but why should I? Why should you get the credit while I...
Exactly.
Huh?
Now, why don't we fool them, Gildy? Why don't we just take matters into our own hands and handle it the way it should have been handled in the first place?
Oh, how's that?
Well, we won't consult anybody about it. I'll just resign in your favor.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, you said yourself you're the obvious man for the job.
Well, I don't know that I said it.
Well, there's hardly any work involved, Gildy. It's all done, practically. All it calls for now is someone to act as referee, as it were, between the various women. Someone with your deft touch, Gildy. Uh-huh. Someone who has a way with the ladies. You devil, you. Then you'll do it, huh?
Now, well, wait a minute. I'll get it, Bertie. Now what? I got to be getting down to the office.
Well, I'll drive you down, Gildy.
Oh, Leela, hello.
Get your hat and coat, Throckmorton. You're coming with me.
Coming where?
To the dressmaker's.
What?
I'm having a new gown made for the opera, and I'm having a fitting at 9:30. I want you to come and see.
Oh, but I can't.
But I want you to pass on it, Throckmorton. I want to know if you approve. Some people might think it was a little extreme.
Well, I'd like to, but I can't, Leela. I got a million things to do.
Oh, now run and get your coat, you hear? I won't take no for an answer. Besides, how am I going to get there if you don't drive me?
Well, gosh, all right, wait there. I'll go get the car out.
Hello, Leela.
Horace, I didn't know you were over here.
Did you hear the news, Leela? Gildy's taking over the chairmanship of the Committee on Arrangements for the Opera. It's a tremendous honor.
Horace, you didn't stick Throckmorton with that.
Well, he claims he has a way with the women.
Is this the place, Leela? Wonder she wouldn't fix her gate.
You wouldn't say that if you knew her.
Why?
Poor Miss Tate. She's as poor as a church mouse. But she's a wonderful dressmaker. Everyone in town goes to her.
If everyone goes to her, why is she so poor?
I guess she's just been too busy ever to stop and figure that out.
Yeah. Where's the bell? Oh. Gosh, I haven't seen one of these since I called on the Peavies.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Tate. This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
Aren't you afraid you'll swallow those pins?
Oh, I'm so used to keeping pins in my mouth, I often forget they're there.
Looks dangerous.
I know you hate me for being late, Miss Tate, but I had to wait for Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Huh?
He just insisted on coming along to see my new gown.
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Everybody's late. They've all arrived at once. Dear, let me see now. Where can I put you? The gown's ready. I finished it last night.
Oh, you're going to love it, Throckmorton.
I can't put you in the bedroom. Mrs. Pettibone's in there.
Oh?
And Mrs. Bullard's in the sewing room.
Mrs. Bullard? I thought she bought her gown in New York.
She did. But it had to be let out a little.
Aren't I terrible?
Anyway, here's yours. Now, if we can just...
Don't look, Throckmorton. Close your eyes, you hear?
Close my eyes? Why?
Because I don't want you to see it till I'm in it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Leela, they're closed.
Oh, dear, if everybody didn't arrive just at the same time.
Oh, I know. I'll change in the bathroom.
Oh, would you mind? Oh, thank you.
I won't be in a minute, Throckmorton.
Well, I won't hold my breath.
Things are so upset here, I feel I should apologize. It's just been, well, it's more than I can handle, I'm afraid.
You seem pretty busy, all right.
Busy? Why,
I've never seen anything like it. It's all right if you open your eyes now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks.
Miss Tate, I need help here, I'm afraid.
Right away, Mrs. Bullitt. Excuse me.
Oh, certainly.
Just a moment, Mrs. Pettibone.
Why did I come here? Like getting caught in a hen roost. I suppose she wonders what I'm doing tagging around with Leela. So do I.
As I was saying, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been so rushed.
Miss Tate, those pins.
Don't worry. I always carry them in my mouth. Though goodness knows I'm so distracted these days, it's a wonder I don't go to bed with them.
You ought to check.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't been to bed for 2 nights.
Oh.
Miss Tate.
Company. My head is just in a spin today. Now, let's see. That was Mrs. Pettibone.
That sounded like her. You better sit down for a minute.
Oh, dear. Someone else. Just a minute, Mrs. Pettibone.
The poor woman is running a madhouse. Yeah. It's beginning to get me. Yeah, I'd sure like to get out of here.
Oh, come in, Miss Goodwin.
Miss Goodwin.
I hope I haven't come at a bad time, but I have an appointment in half an hour with Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve.
Well, what in the world are you doing here?
Me? Well, I just happened to,
I didn't know you were interested in dressmaking.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, I don't understand.
Well,
You're...
here I am, Throckmorton.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Eve, you know Leela. Leela, you know Eve.
Yes, indeed.
How are you, Mrs. Ransom?
Yes, I guess everybody knows everybody. Oh, Miss Tate. Oh, of course. Sure, you know him, sure.
Well, aren't you going to say anything about the gowns, Throckmorton?
Yes, very nice, Leela. Say.
It's a lovely gown, Mrs. Ransom.
It won't fall off, will it?
Oh, don't you worry about that. But I see one thing wrong with it. I'll just put a pin in here, so. I declare, I just don't know how the opera would ever get on without Miss Tate. Do you, Miss Goodwin?
That's quite true. Miss Tate is really the keystone.
And another pin in here, just... Ouch! Oh, I stuck you. Oh, do forgive me. I'm so terribly sorry, Mrs. Ransom. Well, watch it. I don't know how it happened. My hand shook, I guess. I'm so nervous today anyway. Now, let me try once more. I'll be very careful. Oh, dear. Where did I put those pins?
Pins? Oh, in your mouth. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Now, one more.
Miss Tate, how long do I have to wait? I've been here half an hour.
Oh, dear.
I might remind you, Mrs. Pettibone, that I arrived here before you did. My appointment was for 9:30, and that's when I got here.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't want to step out of turn, Miss Tate, but unless I can have my fitting within the next 15 minutes...
Just a minute, everybody. I might remind you that I'm having my fitting now. Continue, Miss Tate.
Well, I like that. Comes in here after everybody else.
I was the first one here.
Well, I told Miss Tate when I arrived I have an appointment.
I'm getting
and if I can't get my fitting
Ladies!
Everybody's after me! Everybody's after me! Oh, I can't stand it!
Yeah, but Miss Tate!
Oh, catch her, Throckmorton.
Oh, gracious.
Oh, she's fainted.
Fainted nothing.
What happened?
I know what happened. She swallowed those pins. Here, take her, somebody. Let a man handle this. Let me at that telephone.
Well, there goes my fitting.
Your fitting? There goes the opera.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute.
Mr. Lang, I'm very grateful to you.
Well, that's nice to hear. What have I done?
It was you who put me wise to parquet margarine. You see, I fix 3 lunch boxes every day, and it takes a lot of spread for the sandwiches.
And you find that parquet margarine spreads quickly and easily, don't you? Even when you first take it out of the refrigerator.
Yes, that's one reason I like to use it. Because I have to work fast, preparing 6 to 8 sandwiches while my children and husband are having breakfast.
6 to 8 sandwiches do take a lot of spread, don't they?
And that's another reason I'm glad you told me about parquet margarine. It's so economical.
Well, that's what a lot of women are finding out. Parquet is only about half the price of costly spreads. And the important thing to remember is that it's one of the best energy foods you can buy. Rich in nourishment and fortified with important vitamin A.
I want to say, too, that my family likes parquet's fresh, sweet flavor.
Well, now you've made me grateful to you, because I think you've convinced a lot of other people that they ought to try Parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. Several days have passed, and now we find him at home, wrestling with some of the operatic problems left unsolved by Judge Horace Hooker. Simultaneously, and with more or less assistance from the rest of the household, he's trying to get the checks in the mail for his November bills.
All right, Leroy, what's next?
Summerfield Meat Market, $32.25.
$32 worth of meat? There isn't that much meat in the whole world.
You want the items? November 1st, pork chops. November 2nd...
Never mind, Bertie's checked it. Summerfield Meat Market. Telephone! 32 and 25 hundredths.
Mr. Gildersleeve's resident. Oh, yes, Miss Bullard. He's right here. Miss Bullard across the street, Miss Gildersleeve.
Oh, thanks. Wonder what she wants. Keep working, Leroy. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm sorry to bother you, but a question has come up.
That's what I'm here for, Mrs. Bullard. What is it?
Well, it seems that there hasn't been any official decision on who is to be head patroness for the opera.
Oh?
But naturally, since the whole thing was my idea in the first place, why, naturally, I assumed that I...
Well, yes, I suppose that's right if you thought the whole thing up.
I was sure you'd agree with me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Absolutely.
But I just wanted to make it official. Thanks ever so much.
You're welcome, Mrs. Bullard. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, she's head patroness, whatever that means. How are the envelopes coming, Leroy?
Pretty good. Do I have to finish them now?
Well, I'd like to establish my credit, so maybe I can do a little Christmas shopping.
Let's get going. I made a blot on one envelope. Does it matter? This one.
Well, you can still read it. Acme Cleaners. If they don't like it, they can clean it. What's next?
Summerfield Light and Power, $2.60.
Yeah, the thieves. Summerfield L&P, 2 and 60 hundredths. Next.
Summerfield Water Department, $5.02.
Outrageous.
That's for 2 months. You didn't pay last month.
I'll have to write myself a letter. Doorbell.
I'll get it, Leroy. It's Miss Goodwin. I saw her coming up the walk.
Oh, yes, Miss Goodwin. Something about the programs, I guess.
Hello, Miss Goodwin. Hello, Marjorie. I know your uncle's awfully busy, but I'd like to see him just for a minute.
Sure, come on in.
Hello, Eve. Glad to see you.
Hello, Throckmorton. Leroy?
Hi, Miss Goodwin. How's the opera coming along?
Oh, I think we'll get it on all right. Throckmorton, if you've got a minute.
Sure, Eve. Sit down. Take off your coat. Take Miss Goodwin's coat, Leroy. Go out and play.
But the bills.
Go out and play. Marjorie, you too.
Go out and play? I'm not a child, Uncle Mort. If you want me to leave the room, say so.
I don't think any of this is necessary, Throckmorton. But we're going to have an opera a week from today, you know.
Oh, yes.
The important thing is we ought to decide which one it's going to be.
Oh, yes. Well, what operas has this company got?
Well, they offer a choice of 3 for this kind of engagement. Carmen, Rigoletto, or Tannhauser.
Let's make it Tannhauser.
Tannhauser. All right, but why?
Never mind why. You asked me which opera, and I told you. Bing, bing, that's me.
All right, I'm glad you settled it. I must say men are awfully efficient.
Well, of course, I'm an executive. But I think you're efficient, too, Eve.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir. You've got your mind on the opera, not on what you can get out of it.
Well, I've got to go and see Hogan Brothers about their ad. They're taking the back cover.
Atta girl. You know, Eve, you ought to get a percentage of the profits.
I just hope there are some.
Well, drop in anytime, Eve. Anytime you need a quick decision, bing, bing, you know where to come.
It's a great comfort.
Goodbye, Eve.
Goodbye, Throckmorton. Oh, by the way, the program should include the name of the head patroness. I sort of wondered...
Oh, you want to be head patroness, is that it?
Well,
Then head patroness you shall be. Yes, sir, let's not beat around the bush.
Well, do you really think I deserve it?
I don't know who deserves it more. Consider it settled. Bing, bing.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye, Throckmorton.
Ta-ta, Eve. Come around next week. I'll have mistletoe.
Uncle Mort, I heard you tell Mrs. Bullard she could be head patroness.
What's the difference? Tell one, tell all. An executive can't bother with details, my dear.
Oh, so that's it.
Mr. Gilsleeve, you going downtown today? You're going to be here for lunch.
I'll be here, Bertie, working. But I don't want anything elaborate, just a tray at my desk.
Yes, sir. About a 3-course tray?
Fine, Bertie.
Okay, I'll get working on it.
Now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Pettibone. How's everything going?
Just splendidly. The Women's Club has sold every single one of its tickets. We're over the top.
Great work, Mrs. Pettibone, great work. Well, I guess you can relax a little now.
I think I should. But there's something I want to ask you. Since the Women's Club is sponsoring the opera, and since I'm the president of the club, I suppose I am to be the head patroness, am I not? I didn't catch that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes. You say you want to be head patroness, Mrs. Pettibone?
I say I should be.
Well, all right. After all, it's only...
It's only fair. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Pettibone. In fact, don't mention it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Just a title. What difference does it make? But these women... Come in.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton.
All right, you can be head patroness of the opera.
Why, Throckmorton, you darling.
Well, that was what you wanted, wasn't it?
No, but I think it's just lovely.
All right, now let me get back to work, or there won't be any opera. Scat.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Gildersleeve. How goes the opera?
The opera, coming along, Peavy, coming along. I'm running the whole shebang, you know.
Well, congratulations. How'd you ever get stuck with that job?
Well, I just took it over to help Judge Hooker out. After all, I know how to handle women, and he doesn't.
Oh.
Well, I do. I don't have any trouble with women, even a whole committee of women. And you know why, Peavy? I don't ask them. I tell them. Treat them rough.
That's the way, is it?
Yeah, you're darn right. Women just want to be told, that's all, Peavy. And they want a man to tell them.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't expect you to agree with me, Peavy. You never agree with me about anything.
I agree with you when I think you're right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, that's practically never.
That's what I say.
Now, you're wrong about this. Women like to be treated rough. They want to be bossed around. That's female psychology.
Do you know this for a fact, Mr. Gildersleeve, or have you just been reading some magazine?
I know it for a fact. Did you ever try it?
No, can't say I ever did.
You better not, Peavy. I doubt if you're the type. You have to be the caveman type to get away with it. Now, here I am with all these women on this opera committee, and when I say jump, they jump.
You just tell them jump, just like that.
That's it. Jump, Mrs. Pettibone. Jump, Mrs. Bullard. Jump, ladies. Jump.
And they jump. I'd certainly like to see that. Did you come in here for anything particular, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, just out for a breath of air, Peavy. Better get back and start cracking the whip, though. They'll be getting out of their cages. Take it easy, Peavy. If any women try to shove you around, shove them right back.
Oh, my.
All right, now, Leroy, we'll check the list of box holders.
Gosh, Unc, I'm tired of checking stuff. Why can't Marge check anything?
Your sister's going to see about her costume.
Costume? Is she going to be in the opera?
No, she's going to sell programs. Now, box A downstairs.
That means she gets to see the show?
I suppose so.
Jeepers, what about me?
I didn't think you'd enjoy it, my boy.
I enjoy anything at night.
Well, we'll see. Now, box A.
Doorbell, I'll get it.
Oh, nuts. Whoever it is, tell him I'm not at home.
Okay. Oh, hi, Miss Goodwin. Hi, Mrs. Ransom.
Hello, Leroy. Is your uncle home?
Of course he is. We saw him through the window. Well, that takes care of that. Come on in.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Leela and Eve. Come on in. Leroy, you go in the study and check this list, will you, my boy?
Put on.
Christmas is coming, Leroy.
Okay. Boy, it better be good.
Well, sit down, ladies. Make yourself comfy. How's everything going?
Everything's going all right, Throckmorton, only there's something you'll have to straighten out.
Well, you know me. Bing, bing, I give my decision.
Throckmorton, you told me this morning I was to be head patroness, and now I find Miss Goodwin somehow has the impression she was to be.
Oh, that.
Do you remember how I got the impression I was to be head patroness, Throckmorton?
Well, now, let's see. Been so busy, so many details to be taken care of.
You told me, that's how.
I did?
You couldn't have, Throckmorton, because you distinctly told me I could have it. I didn't even ask, remember?
Well, I remember something about it.
Do you remember your conversation with me?
I guess so, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it possible, Throckmorton, that you've promised both of us we can be head patroness?
Yes, it's possible. Ye gods, what difference does it make? It's just a title. Who cares who's head patroness anyway?
Well, I certainly care.
It's very important, Throckmorton.
I don't see why.
Well, the head patroness appears on the stage between the acts in a spotlight, and the star of the opera kisses her hand.
Well, even so.
You saw my dress, Throckmorton, and if anyone in town has a more impressive one...
I don't consider it important. But it just so happens that I have the same dressmaker.
Well...
I didn't think you'd care about a thing like this.
Well, I do. But perhaps not for the same reasons as Mrs. Ransom. She seems to have forgotten that the head patroness has to make a speech. I hope you'll want the committee effectively represented.
Oh, yes, that's very important.
Well, I hope you don't think I'm tongue-tied, Throckmorton.
Oh, no.
I once gave a talk before 1,000 people down home. The time the Sunday school burned down and they raffled off a Buick to buy a new one.
You made a speech?
I certainly did.
Yes. The lucky ticket is number 93.
Eve Goodwin, I made a regular speech. I may not be a school teacher, but I'm just as...
Now, Leela...
But I won't stand here and be insulted. And if you cared all about the appearance of the head patroness, you'll choose me.
Not necessarily. Of course, if he wants a matronly type.
Eve.
Matronly? I'm not considered matronly. But even if I was, I'd rather be matronly than scrawny.
Mrs. Ransom, you be careful.
I won't. Throckmorton, make up your mind. Is it me or her?
Yes, Throckmorton. Is it she or I?
School teacher?
Widow.
Oh, ladies. For heaven's sake, let's be reasonable.
All right, give us a decision. You're the chairman.
Well, now, let's see. By the way, whatever happened to Miss Tate?
Don't try to change the subject.
Oh, but I'm terribly concerned about her, Leela. After all, swallowing a pin.
She coughed it up. She's perfectly all right. Now, who's going to be head patroness?
Poor Miss Tate. Must have been very painful.
Never hurt her at all. Now, stop shilly-shallying, Throckmorton.
Well, now, ladies, I have to think. Doorbell. Excuse me, ladies.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Mrs. Pettibone and Mrs. Bullard. Excuse me, I think I heard the telephone.
I didn't hear anything.
They're after me, Leroy. They're after me.
Oh.
Women, trapped in a hen roost. Now I know how that poor dressmaker felt. Leroy, quick! Get me a pin and a glass of water.
We'll be hearing from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. You'll remember a few minutes ago, I had a conversation with a lady about what a swell spread parquet margarine is for lunchbox sandwiches, because you can spread it so easily and quickly, and that you can't beat parquet for economy, because it's only about half the price of costly spreads. But perhaps the thing that makes parquet margarine a favorite of millions is its fresh, dairy-like flavor. For sandwiches, hot breads, pancakes, and waffles, parquet margarine is still unmatched for flavor. Made from selected farm products, vegetable oils rich in energy and pasteurized skim milk, and with important vitamin A added, parquet margarine is one of the most nourishing foods you can buy today. So be sure to try this nourishing spread that tastes so good. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine. Made by Kraft.
Folks, you know how kids are, always pestering you to tell them a story over and over? Well, I thought, why not just have a phonograph record you could play, make the kids happy, and save yourself the trouble? And that's just what I did. I made 3 records: Puss in Boots, Jack and the Beanstalk, and Rumpelstiltskin. All good stories with pretty music, too. You can get the album at any music store right now. Make a mighty nice Christmas present. Just thought I'd mention it. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
For tempting variety at mealtime, treat your family to food zestfully flavored with Kraft prepared mustards. Remember, there are 2 popular varieties: a tangy golden Kraft salad mustard that's mild and delicately spiced, and a sharper Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. They're both grand flavor treats in sandwiches and on frankfurters and cold cuts, and mighty appetizing blended into cooked foods, too. Buy both kinds. Ask for Kraft salad mustard and Kraft horseradish mustard when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's join The Great Gildersleeve. There seems to be a good deal of activity going on in his house.
Leroy, ask Bertie if she's finished ironing my shirt.
Okay.
Marjorie, what'd you do with my tuxedo?
Your tuxedo? I haven't been wearing it.
Yeah, it came back from the cleaners this morning. Someone must have put it someplace. Leroy, you going to ask Bertie about my shirt, or aren't you?
Sure. Gosh, what's the hurry?
There's an opera on, young man. I'll get moving. Ask her about my tuxedo at the same time. And answer the phone.
I'll answer the phone. It's probably for me.
Well, somebody answer it.
Mr. Gilsleeve, President. Oh, yes, Miss Goodwin, he's sitting right here. No, he ain't particularly busy. I'll call him. Miss Gilsleeve, Miss Goodwin on the phone.
Yeah, all right, Bertie, thank you. But I am busy. Do you know what happened to my tuxedo?
It's hanging in your closet, Miss Gilsleeve.
Oh, well, what about my shirt?
It's in your dresser drawer.
Already? Wonderful. Well, wait a minute, Bertie. Don't go away now. Hello, Eve. How are things shaping up? Great. Look, how would it be if I pick you up around 8 o'clock? Okay, my chariot will draw up to your door at the stroke of 8. Shall I blow the horn? I was only kidding, Eve. I'll ring the doorbell. Am I dressing? You darn right I am. After all, an opera doesn't come to Summerfield every day. Okay, Eve. Ta-ta. Let me see now. If I forgot you were standing there, Bertie.
Something you wanted, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yes, Bertie, very important. I wonder if you could press my black tie, give it a little backbone.
I can try, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Fine. Leroy, run upstairs and get my black tie. It's lying with my collar and studs on the bed.
Gosh, all this work to go to the opera. Does everybody have to go through this?
Men always dress to go to the opera, my boy. It's a tradition.
Yeah? Who started it?
Women, go get the tie.
Okay.
See, a shirt, collar, tie, socks. Socks? Bertie, have I got any black silk socks?
You got 3 pair, Mr. Gilsleeve. One pair never even been mended.
Well, one pair ought to be enough. Let's see. What else? Oh, yes, my opera hat. Have you seen it?
No, sir, not in some little time.
I've worn it since the day I sat on the platform with the governor. Marjorie, have you seen my opera hat?
Not since Leroy had it.
Leroy? What was he doing with it?
Don't you remember? He used it for his magic.
Oh, my goodness.
Here you are, Unc. Is this it?
Where is my opera hat, Leroy?
I thought you wanted the tie.
Never mind the tie. Where is my opera hat?
Upstairs, I guess.
Don't guess me any guesses. Go get the hat.
Okay, gosh, more trouble.
And give me the necktie.
Oh, forgot. Here, catch.
Here, Bertie. You think you can do anything about it?
Well, sir, I might be able to make it set up for a few hours.
That's all I ask, Bertie. Just so it'll carry me till midnight. Then I'll come home like Cinderella.
Yes, sir. A little starch ought to do it.
Marjorie, what kind of tricks was Leroy doing with my opera hat?
Oh, you know. He used to pull things out of it.
What kind of things?
Eggs and stuff like that.
That darn kid. By George, if he's... Leroy...
Were you thinking of wearing this hat, Unc?
I was?
Tonight?
Tonight. Let me see it.
Gee.
Leroy, you ruined it. This hat cost me $7.50 in 1922, and I've only worn it 3 times. The first chance I've had to wear it to an opera. And look at it.
Oh, it isn't so bad, Unc. Just one teeny little hole in the top. I bet it wouldn't leak even.
An opera hat is not worn to keep off the rain, my boy. Oh, well, I suppose the music will sound just as good if I wear a derby.
Well, here we are, folks, in the lobby of the Summerfield Opera House, where tonight Summerfield is to have its first opera since the year 1922. Now, I'm going to try to bring to our microphone a few of the leading citizens as they arrive to take their seats. So, if you'll just be patient, we expect to present some of these leading citizens very shortly.
Pardon me, buddy. Could you
I'm sorry we're on the air.
Oh, pardon me. I thought you were an usher. Look, Lovey, this guy's broadcasting the opera. You see the microphone?
Yeah, I've seen lots of them in pictures.
While we're waiting, folks, I might give you a little background information on tonight's opera entitled Tannhauser. It was written by Richard Wagner, a German, and was first presented in the year 1845 in the city of Dresden,
He's
Germany.
reading all that off the paper.
Yeah, I saw him.
Oh, I think I see a gentleman coming now I'd like to present to you over our microphone. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. This gentleman is the chairman of the Committee on Arrangements for tonight's opera.
Did you hear that, honey? Mr. Gildersleeve's going to speak over the air.
Why?
Mr. Gildersleeve, will you step over?
Yes, pardon me, madam.
And here is our first celebrity, ladies and gentlemen, just as we promised, Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, our popular water commissioner.
Oh, thank you. Should I talk or sing?
Just talk.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here this evening. And as chairman of the Committee on Arrangements, I want to say it's been quite a job getting this opera on. What I mean, ladies and gentlemen, is that I personally have sacrificed my personal time and energy. So I want
Thank you, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Now, folks,
Just a minute. I haven't finished. I didn't say anything about how good the opera is.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. Everything is timed to a split second.
Oh.
Now, I'll move our portable microphone around a little, friends, and bring you some of the other celebrities. At the time Tannhauser was...
Hi, Commissioner. Nice little speech you give there.
Thanks, Floyd. Had some more I wanted to say if you hadn't been in such a hurry.
Oh, well.
Hi, Commissioner. What's the matter? You can't say hello now that you're a big radio star?
Oh, Mrs. Munson, hello. Say, is that darn announcer introducing somebody else? Huh? Who is it over there?
Well, I think it's, yeah, it is. Chief Gates.
Chief Gates? Who wants to hear a speech from him? Now, if he'd let me develop my thought a little bit.
Let's go over and listen to the chief. Maybe we can make him laugh in the middle.
Now, Lovey, is that a nice thought?
Well, come on, let's go listen to him anyway.
And so I take great pleasure in presenting Summerfield's popular chief of police, Don Gates.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was more crime in Summerfield during 1945 than in any previous year of our history.
The music, Chief. Say something about the music.
Arrests for every type of offense increased during the past year. Of particular importance was the rise in juvenile delinquency.
The guy who makes a speech, Floyd, it's about juvenile delinquency.
And in my opinion, juvenile delinquency can only be curbed by occasions such as this one. Giving our young people wholesome amusement that will keep them off the streets. I thank you.
Thank you, Chief Gates. The story of the opera Tannhauser is a tragic one, dealing with a love of medieval...
Well, good evening, folks. Mrs. Munson, nice to see you again.
Hi, big boy.
Hiya, Floyd. Hiya, Commissioner.
Nice little speech, Chief. You talk into that thing like you was Gabriel Heater himself.
For heaven's sakes, Chief, why didn't you say something about how much Summerfield has needed the opera? What a great thing this is for the music lovers in this town.
Well, I gave my angle of it, Commissioner.
You made it sound like a punishment for criminals.
Well?
You like it, Floyd. You like it.
Well, I'll give it a listen. Come on, shouldn't we be finding our seat?
Yes, by George, we should. Now, just follow me, folks.
Okay.
Follow me, folks. Dark, isn't it? Our box is the next one. We have a private entrance, sort of. Here we are.
Oh. See, there's Peavy. He's been sitting right here all the time.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Hiya, Peavy, old boy.
Don't get up, Peavy. Now, I think if Mrs. Munson and Floyd will sit here and Peavy over there.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'd rather not sit so close to the edge, if you don't mind.
Oh, Peave, nobody ever fell out of a box.
Well, maybe not, but I've always had a nervous feeling about high places.
Yes.
Oh, look at all the people way down there. Catch me, Lovey. I think I'm going to jump.
Oh, Floyd's a clown, isn't he?
Yeah, very funny. For heaven's sake, Floyd, people are staring at us.
Let 'em. I bought my ticket.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing being nervous about high places. Psychology, I suppose.
Yes.
Hey, look. I could drop my program and bean the president of Hogan Brothers.
Little psychological quirks. For example, I never can eat eggplant after tomato soup.
Yes. Where the dickens is Judge Hooker? The show ought to be starting any minute.
Some people don't like to be locked up in a small room, I understand. I tried it once and I enjoyed it. I guess it takes all kinds.
Yes. Quiet, everybody. Now, here comes the orchestra. 20 pieces. I tell you, this is going to be a real show.
Hey, wait a minute. That little guy with the piccolo. Don't he hustle baggage down at the depot?
Jimmy Pittenger. Sure, that's him. Hey, what kind of orchestra you palming off on us here, Mr. Gildersleeve? For $5 a throw, I don't want to hear no freight handler.
Well, Floyd, let's give him a chance.
Okay. If he's good, okay. If he's lousy, I hope he drops a trunk on his toe tomorrow.
Hey, who's the guy just came in down there with the bald head?
Yeah, that's the conductor. Now they'll start. Yeah, he's tapping. See? Shh. Yeah, that's it. That's the overture to Tannhauser.
Beautiful. Pardon me, folks. Is this box 7?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is it, Judge. Come on in.
Oh, that's you, Floyd?
Yep, that's me.
Well, where shall I...
Quiet, you. Sit down before I choke you.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, WSUM, the voice of Summerfield, regrets that time does not permit us to bring you the opera Tannhauser in its entirety. We urge you, however, to stay tuned to this station.
My, it certainly feels good to sit down and relax for a while.
Don't tell me Christmas shopping has got you down.
Yes, it has. I've never seen such crowds in the stores, Mr. Lang. I'm glad my shopping's just about done. All I have to do now is pick up a few things on my holiday food list.
Well, don't forget your grocer also is a very busy man these days. And with quality foods in such big demand for special occasions, I think it might be wise to get in a reminder right now about homemakers shopping early for Parquet margarine. There's always a big demand, you know, for this popular spread made by the Kraft Foods Company. It's a favorite of millions.
I'm glad you reminded me of that, Mr. Lang. We're going to be serving all kinds of hot breads over the holidays. And I know I can always count on Parquet margarine to make them taste extra good.
You certainly can. Parquet margarine makes all kinds of bread taste extra good because it's still unmatched for flavor. That's why millions of American families prefer this delicious, economical spread to any other brand. So be sure to get Parquet from your food dealer tomorrow. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine, one of the quality foods made by the Kraft Foods Company. Back in the Summerfield Opera House, the last aria has died away. The last tribute has been delivered. The last bows have been taken. The asbestos curtain has fallen, and the musicians have scrambled out of the pit. Ushers prowl now through the rows of empty seats, picking up lost gloves, discarded programs, and gum wrappers. On the sidewalk out in front, Summerfield's opera lovers are still milling about in their post-war finery, looking for their cars.
Chief, how did you like the opera?
How'd you like it, Peavy?
Yeah, I asked you first.
I get you, me too.
Goodness, Throckmorton. I hope not everyone felt that way about it.
Don't worry, Eve. Stick close to me now. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Got away. I'll shut off his water. Wish I'd brought my own car. I thought parking would be so bad.
Hey, Commissioner!
Oh, there's that Mr. What's-his-name. He's calling you.
Where? Sounded like Floyd Munson.
In that car that just pulled up.
Hey, come in.
Oh, yeah, Floyd. Hello.
Hey, nudge the ball and chain there, will you? If you don't see me.
Where?
Standing right behind you there with a mouth open. Hey, Dreamy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Hey!
Now, Mrs. Munson.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, I thought it was somebody getting familiar.
Oh, no. On the contrary, Mrs. Munson, there's your husband waiting for you.
Come on, come on.
Well, it's a wonder you wouldn't blow your horn.
I practically blew the insides out of it. You wasn't standing there gaping all around you. Hey, Commissioner, you got a ride? Can I drop you somewhere?
What do you think, Eve?
Plenty of room. Glad to take your friend there, too.
It's a ride, Eve. Would you mind? The taxi situation don't look too good.
Well, I think it's very nice of them to offer.
How about it?
Thanks, Floyd. We won't be taking you out of your way.
Nah, climb in.
Go ahead, Eve. Mrs. Munson, you've met Miss Goodwin.
How do you do?
Likewise. Pile in there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You think there's room for me in the back here?
Oh, plenty. I'll just... Oh.
Yeah, a little tight, isn't it? Yeah.
All set?
All set, Floyd.
Where to?
Home, James?
There's other people in the car besides you, Lovey.
Oh, where are you headed for, Miss Goodwin?
I'm seeing her home. She lives over on Laurel Avenue, Floyd.
Yeah, I know the place. We drove by there one time. Ah, keep your shirt on. You think you're on the street?
That's telling them, Fearless. Now, suppose we get going. Oh, wait! Watch it.
You asked for it.
There's other people in the car besides me, Lovey. So just watch it, that's all.
A little less help from the back seat, or a certain party's going to get out and walk.
Yeah, How did everybody like the opera?
Oh, yes, I'm very anxious to know.
Opera's okay for them that like it, I guess. But give me a good musical show anytime.
You're a good bill of vaudeville.
Yeah.
Remember when we used to go to the Orpheum every Saturday night, Floydie?
Those were the days. That was entertainment.
Well, I don't care what anybody says. I enjoyed the opera.
Did you, Throckmorton?
Oh, come on now, Commissioner. I caught you dozing off there a couple of times.
I closed my eyes, Floyd, in order to enjoy the music more.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you. Personally, I would have enjoyed it more if I'd slept through the whole thing.
Floyd, just stick to your driving.
Who asked for any advice from you?
You heard the man say he enjoyed the opera, didn't you? All right, leave him enjoy it. You got a cousin, you know, that likes rutabagas.
Listen, you want to get out and walk?
Let's not discuss the opera anymore, folks, shall we?
Do come inside for a minute, Throckmorton.
Well, just to say goodnight.
At least it's warm in here.
Feels good.
Let's sit down.
Tired?
A little.
Aren't you going to take off your coat?
In a minute, I'd just like to sit first.
Guess I'll do the same.
All these weeks of preparation, and now suddenly it's over.
Well, I think it was a great success. Don't you?
I suppose they'll say so.
What do you mean?
Oh, Mrs. Bullard's gown was much admired, and Mrs. Pettibone's, and all the best photographers attended.
Well, I thought yours was prettier than either of them.
I just wonder if anyone heard the opera. Some of the remarks I overheard were so discouraging.
Who made remarks? Just tell me who made any remarks and all.
Oh, it wouldn't do any good to threaten them, Throckmorton. That's not the point. It's just that it didn't speak very well for the level of musical appreciation in Summerfield.
Well, there's always bound to be a few gripers.
I was very proud of you, by the way.
Yeah? When?
On the way home, when you defended the opera, when you said that you'd really enjoyed it.
Oh, I did. I think it was the finest performance of opera I've ever heard.
Well, I don't know that I'd quite agree with you about that. Actually, the performance, I thought, was little better than mediocre.
Oh, there are things about it that I'd criticize if you want to split hairs.
Exactly. After all, it isn't the performance, it's the opera. When you compare it to what we usually have here in Summerfield.
Just what I was going to say. Took the very words right out of my mouth. It isn't the performance, it's the opera. By George, that's so true.
You know, Throckmorton, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I'd almost given you up for lost there for a while. And now I think again perhaps there's hope.
What do you mean, lost?
Well, I had a feeling that you were simply running with the crowd, that you cared more for the plaudits of the multitude than you did...
Eve, my whole life has been an attempt to get away from that.
You know, you're very puzzling at times, Throckmorton. You're really quite an enigma.
Oh, you think so?
I mean, sometimes I think I see a spark in you. And then for long periods it disappears.
I just get too busy.
And then suddenly the spark is there again. I can see it. And I have the feeling that if it were just fanned a little...
Fan it, Eve.
Don't misunderstand. I'm referring at the moment to your feeling for music. It's one of the nicest things about you.
You know, Eve, when I was listening to the opera there tonight, I suddenly realized. You know, 20 years ago it was a toss-up whether I'd take up music professionally or go into business. My talent for business won out. But I still wonder sometimes if it wasn't a mistake.
Perhaps it's not too late.
You mean you think I could...
Oh, not professionally, perhaps, but you still have a lovely voice.
Well... music has always been one of my great loves. Me. How does that aria go? Oh, evening star, da, da.
Oh, if you studied, Throckmorton, if you really worked.
I will. I really will, Eve. I'll work and I'll study every spare minute I get.
Oh, do.
I'll let nothing stand in my way. I'll work till I've made up for all the years I've wasted. And then one day, I'll cast aside the waterworks and surprise everybody.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, evening star, how bright you are. Da 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 dee da 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 da. Oh, evening star, wherever you go, I love you only. Oh, Eve, if I'd only met you 20 years ago. Good night, Eve.
Good night, Throckmorton.
Eve.
Yes?
No, I won't.
Won't what?
I won't ask to kiss you. Not till I've made good. Good night.
Good night, Throckmorton. And remember, work and study.
Day and night. Oh, evening star, how bright you are. Da 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 dee da dee da da. Oh, evening star, wherever you are, I love you.
Quiet down there. Shut up!
Oh, shut up yourself. Ignoramuses, all of you. But I'll show you. Oh, no, I better not. Eve, she's the only one who understands me. Eve has faith in me. Well, I'll show her, too. Work and study. Work and study. Yes, by George, the first thing tomorrow. What you for?
It's 9:15.
It is, huh? Well, close the window, so it's 9:15.
Yeah, Bertie said to tell you.
9:15, eh? Well, what was I going to do today? There was something I was going to do.
I don't know what you're going to do, but I got to get going.
Wait a minute, my boy. Where are you going in such a hurry?
To school. Where do you think?
Oh, school.
I told you it's 9:15. It's all right for you maybe to lie in bed till noon, but I'm only a kid, so I have to work and study all day.
Work and study. I remember now. Eve.
Well, so long.
Leroy, wait a minute. Come back here.
Now, what is it?
Leroy, don't neglect your music, my boy.
Who's neglecting it?
Practice your piano every day.
I always do.
Work and study. Those should be your watchwords, my boy. Devote every moment you can to it, because there's no greater satisfaction in life to a man than music.
Yes, sir. Well,
I want you to study and work hard, my boy, so that Miss Goodwin will be proud of you.
Yeah, well,
In fact, beginning the first of the year, I think I'd like you to take 2 music lessons a week instead of 1.
What? 2 lessons?
You'll thank me for it, Leroy. When you're an older man, you'll thank me for it. One of the greatest regrets of my life was the fact that I didn't keep on with my musical studies when I was a young man. I'd even take them up again now, if I had the time for it. Close the door when you go out, my boy. I think I'll catch a few more winks before I get up. Up a little late last night.
What a character.
Great Gildersleeve will be back again in just a moment. One of the pleasant things we all look forward to in our house during holiday time is the tempting aroma of hot breads baking in the kitchen. No doubt you'll be having a variety of baking treats in your home, too, during the coming weeks. And it goes without saying that you'll want a delicious spread to serve with them. So I'd like to suggest for your family's enjoyment a spread that's a favorite of millions, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Parquet margarine is still unmatched for fresh, dairy-like flavor. That's why it tastes so good on fresh-baked muffins, sugared buns, and crusty rolls. And Parquet is easy on your food budget, too. It's only about half the price of costly spreads. So tomorrow, be sure to buy delicious, economical Parquet. Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, one thought before we say goodnight. In the hustle and bustle of Christmas shopping, it's very easy to forget to buy the little Christmas seals that are helping our country to control mankind's most dangerous disease, tuberculosis. The tragic thing about tuberculosis is that its spread is preventable. We know how to control it, but it costs money. Most of us have known someone who's been a victim of tuberculosis. I do myself. So I make this plea very sincerely. Don't forget to buy some Christmas seals tomorrow. Good night.
It is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We'll soon be into the holiday season, and that's time for bright, tempting dishes. So add a lively touch of flavor to your foods with tangy, golden Kraft salad mustard. You can serve Kraft salad mustard in all sorts of delightful ways. This delicious salad mustard adds extra flavor zest to cooked egg and cheese dishes, adds lip-smacking flavor to gravies, relishes, and sandwich spreads. And for the special zippy flavor some folks prefer, there's a sharper Kraft mustard, too, with horseradish added. So be sure to head up your holiday shopping list with Kraft quality mustards.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Fibber, McGee, and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. We'll join Fibber and Molly in just a moment. It's time Mr. and Mrs. America became fully aware of the shocking conditions that exist in our public school system. Our schools have faced a crisis for some time, and now that crisis is growing worse. It isn't a problem to be met by any certain group or groups. It's everyone's problem. You are a parent or a taxpayer or both. It is your right and the right of your children to have the schools in your community as good as they can possibly be. What about your child's school? Have there been any additions to the school facilities in the past 10 years to take care of the increased number of pupils? How about equipment and supplies in the classrooms? How about the teachers? Do they have a fair chance to fulfill their job? Or are they working with too many students and too little pay? Is your school system one that will attract the better young men and women in the community to become teachers? If the answer is no, then you and your community have a job to do. Your local PTA and other groups are working on this job. Join them. Help your children to get the education they need and deserve.
Well, McGee, I'm all ready to go. How do I look?
Oh, you look swell, kiddo. Great. I hope the girls have a good time.
We will. Everyone says it's a wonderful show.
Mm-hmm.
You were so sweet to surprise us with tickets. Mabel and I were...
Yeah, but hadn't you better get going? If you're going to pick Mabel Toops up, the matinee starts at 1:30, and it's after that now.
No, it doesn't start till 2:30 last time.
2:30? You sure?
I phoned the theater to check.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Just think. After all these years, I'm finally going to see South Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying to Mrs. Bradley the other day, she's dying to see it, too. And I was
Well, you
saying...
better tell me when you get back, Molly. You want to get started. There's nothing like getting there early, you know.
I guess you're right.
You don't want to miss any of it. Hate to have you miss Mario Hickenlooper singing Some Enchanted Evening. They say he's terrific.
Mario Hickenlooper?
He's the understudy, you know. The real star, Lionel Smedley, he's sick. Caught a cold.
Lionel Smedley?
Mm-hmm. This is a big break for Hickenlooper, by the way. The critics say he's going to be another Morton Downey.
Oh, this will be a great show, I know. Thanks again for getting us the tickets. I'll get my hat and run along.
Yeah, you do that. You go ahead. Have a good time. Don't worry about your kitchen. They won't spill anything.
What?
Oh, my gosh.
What's this about my kitchen? Who's going to spill what?
Nobody. Nobody's going to spill anything. That's what I say. I just don't want you to worry about anything. Now, you have fun.
Oh, well, we will. Do you like this half of this outfit, or do you think I ought to wear the black one with the veil?
Oh, either one is fine. Fine. You look gorgeous, but... Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Is she gone yet?
Well, Wallace Wimple. Come in, Wally.
Did you suspect anything when you brought the children?
Yeah. Mighty nice of you to drop in on I and my dear wife, Molly, like this, Wimp. Molly's the one standing over there putting on her hat. I'm glad to see you. Ain't we, Molly?
She's still here. Hello, Mr. Wimple. Dearie, what's going on here?
Oh, Wimp dropped in. Yeah, Wimp. Come on in the living room, Wimp. What'd you come over so early for, stupid? My gosh.
I thought you said the matinee was 1:30.
It's at 2:30. You ruin everything.
Oh, goodness. If I had a gun, I'd shoot myself.
Well, you wait right there. I'll go get you one.
Sweetheart. Yes, dear. Oh, she means you, Mr. McGee. Well, I'd better run along now. You two have things to talk about. No, Mr. Wimple. You just come right in here and sit down. Oh, I'd love to stay, Mrs. McGee, but I've got to see a man about my ears. I haven't been hearing numbers very well lately, and I'd better... Sit down, Mr. Wimple. Yes, sir.
Don't take your coat off, Molly. You'll miss the first act. Mabel's waiting for you to pick her up. You run along.
I'll go in a minute as soon as I find out a few things. Now, you lads just tell me what's going on here so I won't be wondering all through the matinee whether the house is afire. Stay right where you are. Don't get up, boys. I'll open the door.
It's me, McGee. Take some of these boxes so I can see where I'm going. That's it. Everything's here, and Hi, Molly. I thought you were at the matinee.
Good afternoon, Doctor. No, I'm still here.
Hi, fellas.
Hi.
Well, I gotta run along. I'll come back some other day. Pretty busy this afternoon. Just wanted to say hello. Hello. Oh, come on, Molly. Give me back my satchel. I really have
I will in a moment. Now, first, Doctor, would you mind joining the panel of experts while I ask a few questions? Thank you.
What happened, McGee? I thought...
Now, gentlemen, if one of you would care to tell me just what...
Grocery boy!
Oh, no.
Just McGee. Here I am, Johnny, with them 12 dozen eggs you ordered. Where'll I put them?
Oh, just...
Pretty smart of you sending daughter to the matinee so us else could dye these Easter eggs in her kitchen for the kids' big egg hunt.
Oh, so that's what all right.
If she knew we were going to mess up her kitchen with... Oh, Susanna, don't you wait for me. I'm going to California, and that's where I'll be.
You'll come back here, Mr. Oldtimer. We may need one more pallbearer.
Now, Molly, I would have told you when you got back.
We won't hurt anything, my dear.
It's for the children.
Elks Club Easter egg hunt, Molly. The Elks made me chairman of the egg dyeing committee this year, and we'll be careful.
Oh, dear. Well, it is a wonderful project and everything.
Yeah, well, you down on that.
Clean up. Okay, boys. Be careful, though, now.
Yeah, we will.
All right.
Back to Wistful Vista in a minute. This is Ray Bolger. People have called me a dancing comedian. Well, whatever name there is for my work, I'm just another guy in show business. And people in show business are no different than any other people when it comes to cancer. This disease isn't particular or prejudiced. It kills men, women, and children in all walks of life. And nobody knows who will be the next victim. And I want to do everything I can to help conquer cancer. But I need your help, and the help of your friends and neighbors. We've got to make sure that the American Cancer Society keeps on with its program of research, education, and service. They are fighting a battle that someday might save my life or yours. So please,
Give generously to the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution now to Cancer, care of your local post office. I'd like to repeat that. That's Cancer, care of your local post office. Help in the battle. Cancer is everybody's business.
The eggs all ready now. Got them all lined up and ready to dip in the dye.
Oh, goody, at last.
Now, before we start slinging dye around here, remember what we found with Molly, men. When she gets back, this kitchen has got to be neat and clean like it is now. And above all, it's got to be the same color.
Look, will you stop worrying? Let's get started. Well, be very careful, Mr. McGee. Can I please have the blue dye? That's my favorite color, blue. Can I have the blue?
Sure, you can have the blue. Here.
Oh, goody. Hand me an egg. I'll get started.
Now, take it easy now. Wait till we all get set here, and we can run this thing like a production line. You got the... Oh, here, old-timer. You take the yellow dye. I'll take the red, and... Doc, you can have...
Wait a minute. I want the red.
You can have the green, Doc. Here.
Oh.
Now, everybody grab one of these little wire dippers.
That's a brilliant-looking shade of green. Let me have the red.
Oh, for those... Now, you look here, Doc Gamble. I'm in charge here. I'm the guy they elected chairman of the egg committee.
Naturally, you got the head for it.
Right. And since I'm the egghead around... Oh, shut up and take the green.
I will not. I want the red.
You can't have the red, and that's final.
Okay, I'll take my dye and go home.
Your dye?
I was the one who bought it. If you want to shell out $3 and buy some more, then
Look, Doc, I don't like to throw my weight around, but you forced me to it. As chairman of the egg committee, I'm telling you who takes what color, and I say you take red.
All right. My goodness, I'm glad that's settled. Well, let's get started. I'm just dying to start dyeing.
There's some little wire dippers on the sink, and I want everybody...
Oh, did you hear what I just said? I'm just dying to start dyeing.
Yeah.
You think I should send that to the Ladies' Home Journal? I wonder what they give me.
Probably a knot on your head, Wallace. Yeah, we got enough eggs to worry about here without you laying any more for us, Wimp.
Hey, speaking of knots on the head, fellas, let's not mess up daughter's kitchen. Ha!
Right. Now, look, men, this is a serious job we're doing here, and I want every man to do his part. The work we do today will make a lot of little children happy Easter Sunday when the eggs we color so beautifully are hidden in the park by our fellow elves to provide fun and merriment for those dear little children.
Come on. Oh, hand me an egg. Knife down, get to work.
That's a real funny egg, Doc. Well, kids will love that one.
Yes, you're quite an artist, Dr. Gamble. Who is it? Moon Mullen? You mean you don't recognize McGee?
What? If you guys want to see some real artwork, watch how I make a picture of Doc Gamble out of an egg by just drawing one line.
You mean you can make a picture of the Doc here by just drawing one line on an egg, Johnny?
You watch closely. I take this big, fat egg here.
I might have known it would be a big, fat...
I draw a line around the middle, like so. I dip it in this blue dye, and presto. There. Doc Gamble in a blue serge suit.
Well, I'll be jiggered. Just a minute. Touche, my boy, touche. That's pretty good. Hey, take a look at the time, fellas. It's almost 5 o'clock.
My gosh, already? Boy, I didn't realize it was that late.
My goodness. We'd better hurry and get these eggs finished, because if I don't get home in time to find out what Sweetie Face wants for dinner, she'll have me. Scrambled.
Yes, and I got a patient coming in at 6 o'clock. My nurse said someone called after I left.
Oh, if we get finished in time, you won't have to worry about that patient, Dr. Gamble.
What do you mean?
That was me.
Oh.
I didn't know how long this might take us. And you know how athletic Sweetie Face gets when I come home late, so I was just being prepared.
Look, you guys, I got an idea how we can get the rest of these eggs finished fast.
How, genius?
By cutting out the yakking and getting to work.
Oh.
Now, come on, let's get going here. And don't forget, we got to clean them spots off the walls and ceiling before Molly gets home, so...
Come on, man, let's get moving.
Yeah,
all right, come on.
And there they are, Molly, 11 dozen eggs, all dyed in beautiful colors for the Elk Easter hunt. Looks like a pot full of rainbow, don't it?
Oh, they're just beautiful, McGee. Your fellow elves ought to be very proud of the job you boys did. And I must admit, I didn't expect to see my kitchen look so nice and neat.
Well, with the right man running the job, all it takes is efficiency. We didn't spill a thing without wiping it up.
11 dozen eggs ought to make quite an egg hunt for... Say, didn't you have 12 dozen to start? I thought you said...
Oh, well, we had to eat, Tootsie. Every good foreman gives his men time out for lunch, you know. I scrambled up a dozen of them. Boy, were they good.
Well, it's lucky you thought to lay some aside for scrambling before you boil them all for Easter eggs.
Boiled them? Boiled them?
Of course. You did boil them before you dyed them, didn't you? McGee, you didn't forget.
Oh, boy, will this be a messy egg hunt.
Fibber and Molly will be right back. Hello, friends. This is Gordon McCurry speaking to you from the Railroad Hour show train at NBC in Hollywood. The crew is busy preparing for another Monday night journey into the land of music and make-believe. In fact, a whole series of melodic excursions that we sincerely hope you'll all enjoy. Together, we visited with song and story practically every country in the world and quite a few that will never show up on a map. We hope you'll continue to be regular passengers because we think we have some fascinating trips in store for you. In the coming weeks, we'll be trekking to the Canadian Rockies to rediscover one of our favorite heroines, the lovely Rose Marie. And during the spring months, we'll premiere some delightful original stories by Lawrence and Lee, set to familiar music from the world's storehouse of melody, new and old. We'll welcome to the show train such favorite guest stars as Mimi Benzel, Nadine Connor, Lucille Norman, and Dorothy Wancho. So make it a point to be with us on the Railroad Hour every Monday night. The show train will pick you up at this NBC station. Be seeing you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodnight, Molly and I would like to wish you all a very happy Easter.
May this Easter Sunday be filled with blessings, and may it bring new hope to the hearts of all of us. New hope for a better understanding among all people, for more love of our fellow man.
And for everlasting peace to all mankind. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber, McGee, and Molly program, transcribed, with Bill Thompson as the old-timer and Wallace Wimple and Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Campbell. This is John Walt urging you to tune in again Monday when one of his tall stories backfires on Mr. McGee of Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Hear the Heart of the News with Jim Fleming tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
This is WENR, the voice of service in Chicago. At this time, WENR leaves the air in favor of WLS.
Good evening, everyone. You are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago.
Makers of Johnson's Wax bring you more musical moments of unmitigated merriment with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Ronald Mansfield, Charlie Wilson, the Johnston Merry Men, and Marion and Jim as those gay and garrulous gadders, those gasoline gondoliers, Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Marcelli and his men leave their broadcasting for forecasting, and they find it's going to get hotter, with shifting woodwinds and a rain of rhythm in The Weatherman. Wrap it up, Rico. In the midst of this sparkling music, let me remind you that now is the time to wax your car. Your family, your friends will be proud to ride with you when your car sparkles and gleams with a Johnson Wax polish. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. You'll receive a can of fine quality black touch-up enamel absolutely free when you make your purchase. Don't delay another day. Wax your car the Johnson way.
Push the clouds away. I can't endure the temperature. Weatherman, I depend on you. In my heart there's a tune where there used to be a thrill. I need my gal, you weatherman. Slow in the blowing, I shiver. my thoughts are going down to the river. The line is forming, do something for me. You know my care of the weather is long overdue. Weatherman, see what you can do. Take the sun, make it dime. Find my gal and make her mine. Or change your plan. You know you can. You weatherman.
Remember what the poet sang? A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou? Well, that's Fibber, McGee, and Molly. 2 loafers, bread, a chug of the motor, and thousands of miles behind them. They come in sight of a new real estate development.
Look, McGee, it's a carnival. Let's stop.
Oh, shucks, Molly. We ain't got time to go messing around those dead carnivals. Besides, it ain't a carnival.
Well, then what is it? Look at the people and the flags and all.
I don't know. What's the flag say on them?
Well, slow down so I can read them, ignorant.
Okay. What's the sign say, Molly? I can't read them and drive, too.
Oh, must be a new subdivision, McGee. It says Wistful Vista Home Site. $1 down. Buy a lot for a little.
Lot of what?
Build a home for the land's sake.
Who is me to them?
The realest real estate you ever bought.
Oh, shucks, we don't want to stop and listen to a lot of high-pressure salesmanship.
Look, McGee, that sign.
Where?
Barbecue sandwiches and coffee free.
Gotta get them brakes thick.
You needn't have stopped so sudden. You near broke me neck.
I know. I just happened to think. Every American citizen ought to be interested in the home building, Molly. It's the backbone of our...
Go on with you, McGee. It's your wishbone you're talking about. You're wishing for a free sandwich.
Oh, shucks, Molly.
Hello.
There's one hello too many, mister. There's only 2 of us.
So I see. Yes, so I see. 2 is the very type of citizen we want to see settle down on a little nest on this beautiful development, folks. Here's where you get a lot for a little, a home for half, and contentment on every dotted line. Yes, sir, folks.
What is this place now?
This place, madam? Why, this is none other than that beautiful landscape, Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista subdivision. Wired for light, pipe for gas, paved for pavements, ditched for sewers, and for only the small sum of...
where do you get them free sandwiches, brother?
And coffee.
Right over there, sir, at the barbecue pit. But before you avail yourself of Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista hospitality, let me give you a short summary of our proposition here. We have probably the finest, the most economical...
Come on, Molly, get out. I don't know why we can't get a mouthful and an earful at the same time. Where'd you say this here free barbecue pit was, brother?
Well, I must inform you that word free is conditional.
And what do you mean conditional? Free is free.
Oh, yes, indeed. Free without the slightest reservation to those who hold tickets for the grand drawing.
Grand what?
What you mean, tickets for the grand drawing?
Do you mean to say that you've come within 10,000 miles of Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista without learning from every man, woman, and child the sensational details of our sales stimulant?
Oh, sure.
Why, sir and madam, here is opportunity itself knocking, nay, thundering at your door.
That's all I want is opportunity to sink my teeth into a barbecue.
For the paltry sum of only $2, sir. You buy a ticket which may bring you shelter in your declining days, a haven from the storms of the future, the dream of every solid citizen of this great commonwealth.
Oh, you mean you're selling chances onto a house?
A house?
A house?
Did you say a house, madam?
Certainly, I said...
This is the house. A house of your dreams, madam. A cove of contentment. The realization of a lifetime's yearning. The answer to a woman's prayer. Look there.
Where?
There.
Oh.
Direct your gaze at that vine-covered cottage. That marvelous modern example of the architect's art. The home of your heart's desire. Right over there.
Oh, the house. Oh. Well, it is real pretty, isn't it, McGee?
Oh, it's okay. Now, where did you say this here barbecue?
Oh, McGee. You gotta have a ticket, the man says. There's only $2, and you have a chance to win that house and lot, too. Am I right, mister?
The miserable truth. For the miserable sum of $2.
What in Tunket's so miserable about $2, brother? That'll buy 20 sandwiches. And let me tell you, brother, a hamburger in the hand is worth a house in the hat any day. Come on, Molly, we better get back
Wait
to our
now,
car.
McGee, wait. Buy me a ticket.
Buy you a... What was that, Molly?
You heard me, McGee. Buy me a ticket.
Well, for the... You mean you spend $2?
McGee, I'm starved.
Say, brother, how many sandwiches are you entitled to when you got a ticket?
Oh, there's no limit, sir. It's merely a gesture of hospitality on the part of the Hagelmeyer Wistful Vista Development Company. We feel that a well-fed customer is a better prospect.
You mean you can eat as much as you want?
Yes.
Give me a ticket.
There you are, sir. And as a friend to friend, I may say that you've never made a more intelligent purchase. It is...
You mean as one real estate man to another, brother?
Oh, now, McGee, give the man his $2 and let's be eating.
Here's your $2, brother. As I was saying, I used to dabble mighty in real estate myself. Tropical real estate.
Oh, really?
Nope. O'Reilly and McGee. O'Reilly and McGee, the part payment promoters of Panama. Used to sell banana plantations mostly. Some pineapple farms and rubber timber, but mostly bananas. Still, you should ought to have seen the work we done on the pineapple plantations.
But if you'll excuse me,
You
sir,
ain't prying into my business a bit, brother. Always glad to share my experience with another real estate man. As I was saying, you should have seen the O'Reilly and McGee part payment promotion of pineapple plantations.
Oh, now, McGee, the man
Wants to hear about how I done her. I know. You see, brother, I was probably the leading banana land promoter in Panama at the time.
Banana oil, McGee.
Banana oil. No, banana land. I had me the biggest plantation of bananas onto the island of Pago Pago.
Is that so?
Why, even the hurricane of 1908 never fazed me.
Well,
Even though the lightning bust every banana tree I owned right down the middle of the trunk.
lightning struck every banana tree?
Right down the middle. But it never discouraged me none. I just took one look at them trees, ordered a herd of Jersey cows shipped in, and set up an ice cream plant.
What for?
Banana split for the export trade. Come on, Molly.
Martelli and his men confessing to a starlight superstition, I wished on the moon. And I might say right here that if you ever wished on the moon, or just wished that your car could keep that brilliant factory finish, Johnson's Auto Wax will keep it that way.
Yes, Harpo. I always says that a
Now, just a minute, Fibber. My name is Harlow, once and for all.
Okay. That's once for you, and for all of me, it's still Harpo. I ever tell you about the time I had me the bee farm down in Turkey Run, Indiana?
Oh, an apiary.
I says bees, not monkeys. Well, sir, one day in 1906, or no, 07 it was.
I'm sorry, Fibber, but my time is
I know.
well
Your time is my time. As I was saying, I drove into my bee farm one day and started giving the car a Johnson wax. And I happened to lay the can of wax down by one of my hives.
Oh, you had the hive.
No, my bees had the hive.
Oh.
I had the bees. But I lays me the can of Johnson's wax down by one of the hives, and all of a sudden I see Hortense. Hortense, she was a queen bee from the Hamp's Mother honey farm next door. I see Hortense looking down into that can of wax, real curious. Then she give a kind of an angry buzz and flew away home. The next thing I knew, there she was back again with the whole swarm of bees from the Hamp's Mother honey farm.
Ah, she went and got her gang.
Yep. And when the buzzing had died down a mite, I could hear her say to them other bees, she says, sitting on the edge of the can of Johnson's Auto Wax, she says, "Listen, you mugs," she buzzes, "get a load of the work that's being done over here. Look at that wax. That there is wax as is wax. Now go on home and see what you can do."
Oh, no.
McGee, now, will you let Mr. Wilcox get on with this work?
Okay. I was just giving Harpo here a nature lesson, but he ain't got the intelligence to grasp my stuff.
Well, we don't know about bees, but here's a tip that's honey. Now is the time to wax your car. Don't drive around another day in a dirty, dull, faded-looking car. It gives everybody a very poor impression of you. And it's so easy to take away all that unattractive, dirty film and give your car a gleaming polish that shines like new. It's easy, that is, if you use Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. These two products are regular miracle workers. They transform your car right before your eyes. With Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner, the work is done in about half the usual time. You'll be proud of your car when you see all the sparkle come back to the finish. It will look like it did when you first drove it out of the showroom. So go to your dealer at once and ask for Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. Let me assure you that Johnson's Auto Cleaner contains no harsh abrasives. It does a miraculous cleaning job, and it positively does not harm the finish. Insist on Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner and save the finish on your car. And now, the show stands still for Ronnie Mansfield, our handsome Irish tenor, who stands pat at the mic to sing, "And Then My Heart Stood Still."
I took one look at you, that's all I meant to do, and then my heart stood still. My feet could step and walk, my lips could move and talk, and yet my heart stood still. Though not a single word was spoken, I could tell you knew that unfelt clasp of hands told me so well you knew. I never lived at all until the thrill of that moment when my heart stood still. Not a single word was spoken, I could tell you knew that unfelt clasp of hand told me so well you knew. I never lived at all until the thrill of that moment when my heart stood still.
Now, back to the Wistful Vista Real Estate Development. Amid the banners and bunting, barbecues and bologna, where Fibber and Molly are getting their $2 worth of sandwiches and coffee at the expense of Mr. Hagelmeyer.
Well, McGee, if you're able to walk, let's be going.
Oh, shucks, Molly. You might let a fella finish his sandwich.
His sandwich? Go on with you, McGee. You've ate so much beef, I'll have to ride herd on you for the next 2 weeks.
Shucks, you done all right yourself, Molly.
I know. I ate my dollar's worth in Piccaninny alone. Tear up your ticket and let's go.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Molly. Shucks, I paid $2 for that ticket.
Yes, and that's $4 worth of sandwiches and coffee. You don't think you'll win a house and lots, do you?
Well, you never know, Molly.
Look at the number on that ticket, McGee.
Where?
Right on the corner there. Read it.
131,313. Well, what about it?
What about it? And do you think you'll win on number 131313? Here's 3 strikes on you, McGee.
Shucks, that don't mean nothing, Molly. Add it up. 1 and 3 is 4, and 4 is 8, and 4 is 12. 12 is a lucky number, according to numberology. Even dozen.
Sure. An even dozen that doesn't mean anything. Oh, it is a nice little house. But you got no more chance of winning it than making a fortune on spaghetti in Ethiopia.
Oh, well, you'll have to admit, Molly.
There, my friend.
Oh, dear.
I hope you've enjoyed the hospitality of Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista.
Oh, sure, they was real nice barbecues, mister. But we got to be on our way now.
Oh, no, madam. You cannot afford to pass up the homemaking opportunity of a lifetime. Why, when you consider what Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista offers you in the way...
You got any soda tablets on you, bud?
No, sir, I'm afraid not. Oh, you will?
This is barbecued beef stampeding, mister. Come on, McGee.
Okay, glad to have met you, brother.
Oh, but wait. You haven't heard the real true story. The romance behind the founding of Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista. We are building a community, sir. We are interested in laying the very cornerstones of civic development. We want to see homes and more homes with healthy, happy citizens. Little kiddies going to school. Smoke from 100 contented chimneys, even at a sacrifice.
Sacrifice?
Ah, yes. What is a monetary loss?
Well, when you can sell 131,313 tickets for $2 apiece, making $262,626 for a house that couldn't have cost more than $4,000 to put up? Answer me that, Mr. Sacrifice.
Well, I'm afraid, madam, that... Oh, here is Mr. Hagelmeyer himself. Mr. Hagelmeyer, these good people appear a bit skeptical of the sincerity of our Wistful Vista. I want you to meet Mr. Hagelmeyer, folks. Mr. Hagelmeyer, this is Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs.
McGee.
What?
Nothing. I was just telling Mr. Hagelsnuffer the name.
Hagelmeyer, madam. Mr. Hagelmeyer will tell you all the advantages and opportunities embraced in the purchase and ownership of a little home in Hagelmeyer's Wistful Vista. And the drawing of the lucky number will be held in just a few moments now. Mr. Hagelmeyer will be more than...
My, Mr. Hageltooper. Do all these people pay $2 for a few barbecues and coffee and ballyhooey?
Do you mean to say that is to remark... never let it be said... Well, Herman Hagelmeyer ever... Well, what do you think?
You know what I think, Haggy? I think that this here is a big dip. I think what we ought to do is get out.
What? You mean to say there and stand... I mean to stand there and accuse... why, whoever... but did you ever stop to think that a man's best friend is... Well, what is mother without a home? I mean, what is home without a bar? Or a sink? I mean, someplace where a man... get the idea? just two little bums or birds in a gilded cage. Think of it, my friend. A little cottage with a big cheese. cottage cheese. Or no. A million times no. Or shall we say maybe?
McGee, what is this man talking about?
Sounds like you got the needle in the wrong groove, Molly.
Oh, what a beautiful thought. Just give a little thought to, but think of the twilight. A little home in the sticks, or rhubarb, or suburb, covered with mortgages, or ivy, poison ivy, or no, that was, and a cheerful fire, no insurance. I mean, a fire in the fireplace, a kettle singing on the stove, or home on the range, and a little wire-haired wife. A beautiful young pup. And the kitties. Ah, two charming little golden-haired brats. What a beautiful picture. Who says that Hagelmeyer builds bum bungalows, thin bungalow, or bung beagle, or frame house, or stucco? I'll stuck to stick on my friends.
Am I hearing right, Molly, or maybe I ate one sandwich too many?
Oh, look, McGee, the crowd's going over there for the raffle. Come on, let's see who won.
Okay, Molly. Probably be the cousin of Hagelmeyer here.
Sir, you are either on Jack or injecting. Well, look. Think of owning a title free. A little love newt, or fig newt, or love nest. And remember that old limerick, poem? Let me live in the road by the side of, let me carouse by the side of, under the village oak smith, the blackface, skip it. All I can say is that when you build with Hagelmeyer, you'll always regret, it'll never be, you can depend on why there's not the slightest foundation.
That's just what I thought. Come on, McGee, they're drawing numbers. We'll see you later, Mr. Higginpotter.
Certainly not. Yes, indeed. You can never depend on Hagelmeyer. You can always get what you want, find out what you want.
That there fella builds houses like he talks. You can park your car in the attic and shingle the cellar.
Oh, be quiet, McGee. They're making an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand drawing is about to take place. Have your tickets ready. The lucky winner will receive, absolutely without cost or expense of any kind, free and clear title to the beautiful little home you see to my right. To those who do not win, we offer special bargains in home sites, homes designed and built on the beautiful Hagelmeyer Wistful Vista. Just a minute now, while the charming Miss Susie Glott, who was elected Miss Wistful Vista of 1935, draws the lucky number.
Oh, dear. Then us holding on to ticket number 131313.
Quiet, Molly. I want to see if old Hagelmeyer wins it himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. The lucky number has been drawn. The number that wins this beautiful example of the home builder's genius is none other than 1028. 1028. Will the lucky winner please step right up to the platform here?
Well, McGee, at least we had our barbecues and coffee.
Oh, shucks, the roof probably leaks anyway. What's the
Tear up the ticket, McGee. 113 is bad enough for three.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, wait a minute, Molly. Maybe we got pie coming.
Correction here. A correction, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1028 was not eligible for the prize as it had been turned in and the money refunded. Another number has been drawn. It is number 131,313.
McGee! It's our number, McGee. It's our number. McGee, what's the matter with you? McGee! Oh, help somebody. He's fainting.
shining star and inspiration worthy of a mighty nation. R-D-I-C.
A few moments ago, I told you how easy it is to make your car sparkle like new again with Johnson's Auto Cleaner. Now it's very important to protect that gleaming finish so it will stay shining. And it's very important that you use Johnson's Auto Wax in order to give your car the surest protection against sun, rain, and road film. With a gleaming coat of Johnson's Wax on your car, whether new or old, it will resist dust and dirt. Car washings will be cut down after your car is Johnson Wax. The polish wears like iron, keeps your car in such beautiful condition that you will get much more money for it at the time of resale. So go to your dealer right away. Order Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner at the special price of 98 cents for the tube. Your dealer will give you a can of fine quality black touch-up enamel free with your purchase. If you prefer, your garage or service station will wax your car for you. But don't delay another day. Wax your car the Johnson way. So there you are until next Monday night at this same hour on NBC. Remember, NBC. And be sure to specify the genuine Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner, NB Safe. Oh, and NB. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking. Good night. The selection I Wished on the Moon is from the big broadcast of 1936 of the I Sing from the show of the same name. This program came to you from our Chicago studio. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, everyone. You are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax stack the cards against dullness and deal you a gleaming Grand Slam hand with Rico Marcelli's orchestra, Emery Dorsey and Kay Donna, Hugh Studebaker, and Marion and Jim as Fibber, McGee, and Molly. If you want to have beautiful polished floors with only 10 minutes work, use Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable liquid floor polish that shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing.
cultural level of Wistful Vista is going up. Molly McGee has decided to take a few lessons in bridge, and the instructor is expected momentarily as Fibber and Silly Watson get things ready.
Fibber McGee, what good are you doing sitting there on your easy chair? Now get that card table set up. And you, Silly.
Yes.
Get 2 chairs out of the dining room. Hurry now.
Yes, I was just going to do that, Miss McGee.
Who are you going to have to play, Molly, besides the teacher?
Well, there's me and you.
Me?
Yes, you. Me and the teacher
Oh,
and you.
shucks, Molly. I ain't going to sit here like a dead-ratted pink tea-hound and play bridge with a bunch of women. I got me a date to play some pool with more toots.
Oh, you're not going to play bridge.
Nope, I ain't.
Oh, you're not.
Oh, wait a minute. Put the piano stool down, Molly. I'll play.
Well, now that's better, McGee.
Where does y'all want this here chair, Miss McGee?
Set it down any place, Silly. But I told you to bring in 2 of them.
Yes, and I hear you. I thought I'd better bring one at a time so I'd be sure to bring the right one, ma'am.
The right one?
Yes.
The dining room chairs are all alike.
Yes, and that's why it's so hard to pick out the right one, ma'am.
That's fast thinking, Phil. First feller's never had much schooling. I'll bet you never went beyond the 5th grade, did you, Phil?
5th grade?
Yeah.
That's college, ain't it?
McGee, put up the table.
Okay, Molly. But you didn't say who was going to be the 4th hand.
Oh, I couldn't get a 4th hand, McGee. Mrs. Toops disappointed me. Miss Witherspoon couldn't get away from the library this evening, and Mrs. Thomas is visiting her sisters.
Well, if y'all ain't got enough people to play this here bridge stuff, why don't y'all roll them dice?
What say, Phil?
I say, why don't y'all roll them little old bones?
Why, shucks, Phil. That'd be gambling.
Oh. Well, when y'all play bridge, y'all play for nothing?
Sometimes, or maybe 1/10 of a cent or something easy.
Well, how much y'all have to bet before you call it gambling, boss?
Oh, that ain't the point, Phil. It's whether you lose or not. If you lose, it's gambling. If you win, it's just good, clean fun. You see through it?
Oh.
Say, haven't you 2 got that bridge table up yet?
Nope, I ain't quite decided just where. Doorbell, Molly.
Heavenly days, I hope it isn't the instructor already. McGee, you go and see who it is. Hurry up now.
Oh, okay. You'll be putting up the table, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello there, Geraldine. Come on in.
Oh, no, I couldn't really, Mr. McGee.
Oh, come on in. We were just thinking about you. You see, Molly has...
Oh, were you really thinking of me?
You betcha.
Well, I must have got the message. Telepathy, you know.
Telepathy?
Gerald says the human mind is just like a radio station.
Oh.
They send and receive, but most of them haven't any sponsors. Oh, Gerald says the cutest things. I mean, he really does.
Yeah, I know, but Molly was going to ask you to play bridge for a while.
Bridge? Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
If there's anything I adore, it's bridge. I really do. Gerald says it's probably because my uncle was shot for having an ace-king queen up his sleeve. Oh, Gerald says they buried him with simple honors.
Yes, but Molly...
Oh, I really do love bridge, but Gerald doesn't.
Oh.
Gerald says the only kick he gets out of it is under the table. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I know, but what shall I tell Molly?
Oh, well, tell her I'm terribly sorry. I mean, I really am, really. I only stopped by to thank Mrs. McGee for loaning me her waffle iron.
Oh.
Gerald just worships waffles. I mean, he really does.
Well, Molly, she...
Gerald said if he had just 3 wishes in this world, he'd ask for 2 carloads of waffles and just a simple marble headstone. Isn't that preposterous? I mean, isn't it really?
Well, just...
But you tell Miss McGee I'm sorry I can't play.
Well,
some other time, I hope. Diddle.
Hey, Geraldine! Oh, shucks. Can you beat that? Poor Molly had her heart all set on. Hey, Molly, that was Geraldine. She says she can't
Never
wait.
mind, McGee. I heard every word of it.
Every word? Well, Sil, did you get that card table up yet?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's the first thing accomplished today.
Yes, but Miss McGee, please, ma'am, that little old table seemed kind of wobbly, ma'am.
Go on with you, Sil. Why, shucks, that there table's as solid as... Let's see it.
Yes, sir. There it is, boss. She done a shake like everything, boss.
It does look a bit weak, McGee. Silly's right.
Yes.
Go on with you. Weak? Why, shucks. That there table's built to stand a weight of more than 500 pounds. A man could jump up and down onto it. Hey, Sil, how much you weigh?
What?
How much do you weigh?
I weigh. How much you say that little old table stand up under, boss?
500 pounds. How much do you weigh?
502, exactly, boss.
Oh, for heaven's sake, McGee, what difference?
Come on,
does it-
Sil. Get up onto the table there and show Molly how solid it is.
Heavenly days, McGee.
Boss, does I have to? Up with you, Sil.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he is, boss.
Shucks, boy, stand up straight. That's it. There. You see, Molly? Why, that table is built like a battleship.
Yes, sir, now you sunk.
Heavenly days. Now look what you've done. You've made Sylvia's bust right down through the top of the table.
Well, shucks, Molly,
I thought you said that table would hold 500 pounds.
Well, I meant the legs, not that cardboard top onto it, Molly.
Get that table off your hips, Sylvia.
Yes, but how? I can't move, ma'am. I'm stuck.
Say, Molly, I got an idea.
Oh, you have? Well, listen to me, Fibber,
Look,
McGee.
let's leave Sil just where he is in that hole in the table, see? He can stand there, and with 4 people sitting at the table, he can be referee. Come on, Molly.
Hey, don't leave me here in the middle, please, ma'am. Ain't nobody going to help me out in this little table,
Kay Donna sings a number from the show Jubilee. Why shouldn't I? Kay Donna.
Why shouldn't I take a chance when romance passes by? Why shouldn't I know of love? Why wait around when each age has a sage who has found that upon this earth love is all that is really worth thinking of? It must be fun, lots of fun, to be sure when day is done that the hour is coming when you'll be kissed and then you'll be kissed again. All debutantes say it's good, and every star out in far Hollywood seems to give it a try. So why shouldn't I? It must be fun, lots of fun, to be sure when day is done that the hour is coming when you'll be kissed and then you'll be kissed again. All debutantes say it's good, and every star out in far Hollywood seems to give it a try. So wouldn't I?
I'll bet you that Kay Donna's kind of cute, you know it? I always says if I ever met a gal like that, Molly,
McGee.
I'd tell her just how much I think you, Molly. I'd say, shucks, baby, I'd say, if you was only like my Molly.
Oh, McGee, go on with your blarney. Ah, but I'd love it.
Oh, sure, Molly.
Now, you just sit there comfortable, dear, and I'll bring your slippers. Sure, you'll be glad you stayed home.
My slippers are in the closet there, Molly, on the floor.
Yes, I found them.
Oh, what's the matter, Molly?
There's somebody's feet in these slippers.
Yes, but think of the feet that scuff and track snow and mud across your floors and linoleum.
Harpo, what are you doing in our closet?
Well, Fibber, believe it or not, I was just waiting to tell you why it's so easy to keep your linoleum clean and shining once you've protected it with Johnson's Glow Coat. It's because Glow Coat gives your floors a tough, wear-resisting polish that sheds dust and dirt. Glow Coat makes the colors in the linoleum look brighter and fresher, and the floor won't get worn and dingy around the doorways or in front of the stove. The Glow Coat polish will keep it looking like new. And remember, you don't have to do one bit of rubbing or buffing. when you use this remarkable liquid polish that dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. And now, back to Wistful Vista, where Fibber and Molly are awaiting the arrival of the bridge teacher.
Oh, that must be Miss Corbin, McGee. Go to the door, Sylvius.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Miss Corbin.
Yes, ma'am. Miss McGee and Mr. McGee, they're right in here, ma'am.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? My, I'm real glad you come, Miss Corbin. It's real anxious I am to get started. This is me husband, Miss Corbin.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi, Miss Carborn.
Miss Corbin.
That's what I said. So, you're the bridge tender.
I beg your pardon? Be quiet, McGee. Here, Silly, take Miss Corbin's things.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I've been looking forward to giving you your first lesson, Mrs. McGee. Have you played much bridge? Well, now I wouldn't say so. Come right in here, please. I've just played a little auction now and then, but no contract. Oh, but contract is the game. No one plays auction now.
Oh, no, I don't know, ma'am. Some of the boys down at the pool parlor ring up a pretty hot game auction. You see the way
Have you
they...
played auction?
Well, I'll tell you, I ain't so hot on the bridge, but in my day, there wasn't a faro dealer west of Gimper's Gulch that could beat me to ace.
Oh.
Well, I was known as Two-Draw McGee in them days. Two-Draw McGee, the trump-taking terror of the Teton Trail.
Two-draw? In what game, may I ask, does the player draw twice?
Poker, in them days, ma'am. You drew 3 cards with the left and a 6-shooter with the right.
Why, mind the time old Horseface Hennigan tried to...
McGee.
Sit down, Miss Carbon.
Corbin.
Oh, yeah. You smoke?
Thank you, no.
You chew?
McGee.
Miss McGee, ma'am.
Yes, silly.
Miss McGee, I done put up that other table like you say, but y'all better go easy on it.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Sylvius. You see, Miss Corbin, our good card table, we had a slight accident a while ago, and this is an old one we had in the attic. And,
You see, ma'am, our butler, Silly there, he stuck his feet through it.
Yes, sir, but...
And shucks, the first thing we know, there he was, standing hip deep in the card table.
Yes, sir, but...
Quiet, Sil. That's the way with butlers, ma'am. Always buttoned.
This table seems quite adequate, I'm sure, but may I ask who's to play fourth hand?
Oh, dear, that's what I wanted to tell you, Miss Corbin. The lady who was to come over couldn't be here, and everyone I called was either out or busy.
I see. Well, it's really much better to instruct with 4 players, any 4 players, but with Mr. McGee here, we can play dummy bridge for today.
You betcha. Oh, is that so? With me here, you can play dummy bridge, huh? I catch on to things. Well, shucks, if that's the case, I'll just pick up my marbles and go on down to the pool room.
McGee,
Huh?
be quiet. Miss Corbin only meant one hand would be faced up on the table.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. Where are we set, ma'am?
Well, now let me see. You across from me, Mrs. McGee, and you to my left, Mr. McGee. Your partner will be the dummy.
And vice versa.
What's the joke? I don't get it. Oh, I see. I'm to play the both of you. I didn't get it at first. You got quite a sense of humor, ma'am. Nobody'd have suspected it, another. Okay, sis, deal 'em out. How about Deuce's Wild start?
McGee, they don't play deuces wild in bridge.
It'd be a better game if they did. Well, suppose we play 4 hands round dealer's choice. Which do you like best, ma'am? Stud, draw, 7-card Pete, or spit in the ocean?
Are you sure we can't find a 4th hand, Mrs. McGee, or preferably a 3rd and 4th hand?
Oh, ganging up on me, huh?
No, I'm afraid not, Miss Corbin. I'm real sorry, too. Heavenly days, I've called everyone I could think of.
Well, it really doesn't matter, although 4 hands make the instructions so much better. Then we have a choice of dummies.
Hey, Sil. Yeah, you play cards, Sil?
What?
For heaven's sakes, McGee, pay attention.
How's your bridge work, Sil?
With a good boy, except for my wisdom teeth.
No, I mean, do you know cards, Sil?
Yes,
Playing
sir,
cards?
boss. Sure do. Starting at the bottom, there is the deucey, the tray, little Joe, 5 spots, 60 days, lucky 7, 8 ball, bad luck, 10 spot, the nib, typewriter gal, big shot, middle old age.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Gracious.
Sylvius, you'd better go out in the kitchen and sit down.
Does I have to sit down, please, ma'am?
Why not?
Well, ma'am, when I come busting down to that little old table, ma'am, I kind of got bruised, kind of, ma'am.
Well, maybe you just better go out and fix the sandwiches and things, Sylvius.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you order the ice cream?
What?
Did you order the ice cream, Sil?
Yes, they say the boy be right over.
Fine. All right now, Miss Corbin. Let's get started.
Very well. Perhaps I'd better explain some of the principles of contract bridge as opposed to auction.
I'm opposed to both of them myself.
What's that, McGee?
I says, yes, I'm supposed to know both of them.
You see, in contract... Oh, do you play Culbertson or Sims?
Oh, we just play catch as catch can, sis. As Culbertson says, that covers a multitude of Sims. Ain't funny, McGee.
In contract, you only score what you bid. Score is marked up below the line, the surplus with honors being written down above the line. Do you understand?
Oh, sure. There's the windshield on our car. If we had a windshield.
The purpose in contract is to gather the idea of partners and opponents' strengths and hand values by the bidding. You understand about quick tricks?
You betcha. Here's a quick trick. I take the deck like this here, without looking at it. Now, you take a card. Take any card, Corby, and I'll tell you which card you thought was...
Be quiet.
Okay, but I don't know what you're so finicky about, Molly. That trick panicked them at the pool room.
Perhaps I should deal one hand before going into further details.
cut, please, Mr. McGee.
You betcha, sis. There you are, sis. The McGee cut with the gypsy's curse.
And now, Mrs. McGee, if you have a biddable suit, show it.
All right. What kind of a suit, ma'am?
A biddable suit.
Oh, yes, a biddable suit. I thought you says a suitable bid. But if you mean you ain't got a suitable bid in a biddable suit that suits the bidder, then the bidder better bite his bid till he gets a better bid in a biddable suit for a suitable bid.
Fibber, dear, will you please keep quiet? Ow!
Ooh, ow. Who kicked me? Did you kick me, Corby?
Certainly not. Pick up your cards, please.
Shucks. I ain't even got a face card.
Then you have a Yarborough, Mr. McGee.
Yarborough? Just plain burl. This hand would make a jackass out of anybody.
It's your bid, Mr. McGee?
Well, shucks, give me time, sis. See what I got here. See. Oh, I had a dog, a little brown beagle, had eye like a bat and a nose like an eagle. The nick to the wedding of Larry McGraw. I'll open for a dime.
One pass. You, Mrs. McGee.
Well, now, let me see. Oh, dear, I don't believe I have a single thing that I can...
Hey, Corby, did you ever lay a card onto your thumb like this, put a nickel onto it, and flip the card out from under it? Look, shucks, it took me years to learn.
Miss McGee, ma'am, excuse me, please, ma'am.
Well, what is it, Sylvia?
Everything is ready, ma'am, except that ice cream ain't showed up yet.
Oh, it'll be here pretty soon. Now, let me see. Look at this hand, Miss Corbin. Tell me what I have.
Very well. You have very bad distribution. 1.5 on a trick.
Hey, Corby, take a peek at my hand, too, and tell me what I got.
Certainly. Oh.
Well, what have I got?
A very bad habit of biting your nails.
Oh, my gracious. What's the matter here?
What you mean, sis?
Well, these cards, they...
Oh, that'll be the man with the ice cream, silly. Go get it and then put some nice, quiet music on the phonograph.
Yes, I put some ice cream on the phonograph and tell the man to be quiet.
Now then, Miss Corbin, what were you saying about the cards?
You don't think I've been stacking the cards, do you, sis? Oh, I never do that. Not that I can't, though. There's one trick I do where you pull any card into the deck and I shake it out of the pack into a wine glass. You got a wine glass on you any place, Corby?
McGee! What was you saying, Miss Corbin?
I was just observing.
Miss McGee, that man, he didn't bring no ice cream. He brung something else, ma'am.
What did he bring?
Well, I brought you some Johnson's Glow Coat, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, Harpo, you here again?
Yes, I brought you your order of Johnson's Glow Coat.
Shucks, we ordered ice cream.
Ice cream?
Yeah.
Well, that explains it. I thought you said a nice gleam.
Oh.
And by the way, if there's anything that will give your floors and linoleum a nice gleam, it's Johnson's Glow Coat. It makes your floors and linoleum shine and sparkle with only 10 minutes work. You simply spread a little Glow Coat lightly over the floor with a soft cloth or the special Glow Coat applier. Then go away and forget about it. Come back 20 minutes later and you'll find your floor shining like new, protected from dirt and wear with a tough, long-lasting polish. Johnson's Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. But please don't confuse Glow Coat with any cheap polishes that become smeary and collect dust. Glow Coat sheds dust, and it assures a brighter luster, longer wear. And by the way, you save money by ordering Johnson's Glow Coat in the larger size cans. Well, so long, folks. I'll see you later.
That rat, that fella. I'm getting so's I'm scared to put on my socks in the morning for fear that heel will be hit into the toe.
Forget it, McGee. Now then, Miss Corbin.
I was about to remark that this is a very peculiar deck of cards.
Why now?
Notice your hand, Mrs. McGee. You have the tray and 10 of diamonds, and the 9 of spades and the queen of clubs.
So what, Miss Carhorn?
Corbin. But Mr. McGee also has a tray and 10 of diamonds, and 9 of spades and the queen of clubs.
Well, for heaven's sake, so he has. McGee, where did you get this deck of cards?
Who, me? Why, shucks, I told Silly to get them. Hey, Sil!
Yes,
where'd you get these here cards, Sil?
That's where you told me to, boy.
Huh?
Out of the desk drawer. Y'all told me to pick out a nice, clean deck, and I did. I picked out cards from all them decks till I got one nice, clean one.
Rico Marcelli is happy to announce that he is receiving many very fine entries for the Amateur Songwriters Contest. The prize-winning music will be published by Irving Berlin Incorporated, and the writer will receive all standard royalties. S.C. Johnson & Son, sponsors of this program, are also offering a special cash award of $100 for the winning song. This Amateur Songwriters Contest closes January 1st. For further details, address Rico Marcelli or Johnson's Wax, care of National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Don't forget now, we've polished up another date for you at this same hour next Monday night when we'll join Fibber and Molly as they help decorate the Wistful Vista Municipal Christmas tree. And if it's as hard to do as it is to say, we'll see who gets the trimming. Till then, let me say, twinkle, twinkle, little floor. Day by day you glisten more. Johnson's Glow Coat made you bright. This is Harlow Wilcox, folks. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But if tomorrow's wash day and you homemakers are bound to be hurried getting lunch, let me give you a tip. Serve the folks macaroni and cheese. Do you say you haven't time to bake macaroni and cheese on wash day? Well, of course you don't. But haven't you heard of Kraft Dinner? With Kraft Dinner, you can make grand macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, you don't bake Kraft Dinner macaroni. You don't fuss with grating cheese, because each package of Kraft Dinner contains an envelope of Kraft grated, all ready to sprinkle in. With Kraft Dinner, you get fluffy, tender macaroni drenched in cheese goodness, and you cook it in 7 minutes flat. See for yourself tomorrow. Ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's been long noted for his easygoing disposition. In fact, his disposition was so easygoing it finally went. Uncle Mort's face has been getting longer and his temper shorter, and he's starting to throw his weight around with unpleasant results everywhere it's landed.
Oh, my goodness, Marjorie, I'm late to the office again.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning. All right, am I supposed to starve around here? Where's breakfast? Bertie, breakfast.
Yes, sir. What do you start off with? Grapefruit, cantaloupe, strawberries, orange juice.
What's the trouble? Don't the stores still sell prunes?
Oh, I thought you were sick and tired of prunes.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Oh, yesterday morning you flung yourself out of the house saying you're fed up, and I asked Leroy what the trouble was, and he says you full of prunes.
Oh!
Excuse me, folks, I gotta hurry to school.
Yeah, come back here, young man. School doesn't begin again until next September.
Just my luck. Oh, what am I saying? Now, Uncle, why don't you sit down and eat the nice egg Bertie's fried for you?
That's what I'm trying to do. Bertie, what is this, a fried egg or the stopper out of the kitchen sink?
It's an egg, Mr. Gildersleeve, and it was cooked.
It wasn't cooked, Bertie. It was vulcanized. I give up. Just wrap it up, and on my way downtown, I'll drop it on a scrap rubber pile. By George, I'd like to slap a Jap in the map with this scrap. And there's going to be a war in this house, unless I start getting fed properly around here.
My, he's worse today than he was yesterday when he poured the coffee in his lap and then spilled the cream on his vest, thus dissolving the sugar in his pocket.
Gee, I wonder what's wrong with Unc lately. He's been as jumpy as a kangaroo on a pogo stick.
Yes. Poor Uncle Mort.
You mean poor us? We're the one he's doing his jumping on.
You know, I think I have an idea what's troubling him.
Gee, what is it, sis?
Uncle Mort hasn't any love life.
Oh, for corn's sake. Be serious, can't you, Marge?
But I am serious. If he could only get excited about some woman, it might calm him down.
Oh, you mean he ought to get unto himself a wife?
What does he want a wife for? He's got Marge to sew on his buttons, and you to cook for him, and Judge Hooker to fight with. What more could a guy want?
I don't necessarily mean a wife, Leroy, but some attractive woman he could get interested in. Then he wouldn't have time to be irritable or critical. At least we could experiment.
Okay, but who'll we get to turn on the glamour?
Well, how about Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell?
Nope, her face has had too many retreads.
Well, what do you say to Miss Rosita Callahan?
Oh, she's got a pen like a rabbit.
Now, wait a minute, brother. Who's going to fall in love with this girl, you or Uncle Mort?
Oh, Gino's just giving you a man's viewpoint.
Well, who would you pick out?
What about Amelia Hooker?
Judge Hooker's sister?
Sure. She's awfully nice and jolly, and she makes the swellest cakes and candies.
Yes. She's a high school teacher.
Is that so? What does she teach?
Oh, she teaches girls domestic silence. Gee, this will be a cinch.
I don't know about that. You can't make a silk purse in a pig's eye. Now, building up a romance so your Uncle Mort ain't gonna be no picnic.
Picnic? That's it. We'll have a picnic on Sunday and invite Judge Hooker and his sister.
Now make some of my famous potato salad. That ought to bring Judge Hooker.
And I'll ask Amelia to bake one of her luscious cakes. That could bring Uncle.
Yeah, and it'll probably bring all the aunts, too.
No, Marjorie, this is Sunday. The day I rest my feet. I refuse to go on your picnic.
But why not, Uncle Mort?
Well, you've heard about nature lovers, haven't you?
Of course.
Well, I'm a nature hater. Rocks, skunks, snakes, bees, swamps, mosquitoes. You can take all of them and give them back to the Boy Scouts and tell them to give them back to the Indians.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, think of all the fun we'll have at Underwood Falls.
What fun? Grinding the rubber off our tires?
No, we're saving rubber. We're taking the excursion train.
We? Who all's going on this pickle and potato salad promenade?
Well, there's Leroy, me, and Judge Hooker and his sister.
Judge Hooker, yeah. Is Amelia Hooker going too?
Mm-hmm. And she's baked the most delicious devil food cake. For you, incidentally.
For me? But why devil's food?
I guess it's because she thinks you're such a handsome devil.
Handsome devil. Who, me?
Oh, Uncle Mort, that's the first time you've laughed in a week.
Huh?
Now, come on along. You'll have fun.
Marjorie, I told you how I feel about picnics.
No. Strange how Amelia thought you were an outdoor man. She said that you remind her of Gary Cooper.
What's so funny about that? Amelia's entitled to her opinion. Gary Cooper, eh? Gosh, I don't know what to say. Gary Cooper, huh? Well, I don't know.
Oh, why don't you join us, Uncle? We're leaving on the 10 o'clock.
Gary Cooper, huh? Excuse me, partner. Would you mind stepping away from that there mirror? Thanks. Yeah. Oh, I see what she means by Gary Cooper. Amelia was talking about the wide open spaces.
Oh, my. Isn't this beautiful?
Mighty pretty country hereabouts, ma'am. The air is so fine and clear. Yes. You just say the word, Miss Amelia, and I'll climb that large tree and bring you down some eagle eggs.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, then, can I fetch you some more tater salad?
Oh, no, not another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, Miss Amelia, no need to be formal. Just call me Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Throckmorton.
Sounds mighty like music hearing you say it, ma'am. Mind if I sit alongside of you here?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Don't move. Excuse me, Miss Amelia, but whereabouts did you put that devil's food cake?
Well, I put it right where you...
Never mind.
Marjorie, have you got a nice wet cloth?
Oh, Throckmorton, what a shame.
Yeah, that was a darn good cake. Why can't you be more careful where you put your circumference, you big pudding punch?
Now, Horace Hooker, stop insulting Throckmorton.
Oh, I don't mind. Come, Miss Amelia. Let's wander down to the pond and look at the water lily.
Be careful, Amelia. Don't let the big bullfrog sit on the lily pad.
Why, that little joker.
Oh, look. Aren't they pretty?
Would you like some? I'll wait out and get them for you.
Oh, no, Throckmorton. You'll get your shoes wet.
Oh, no, I won't. I'll just take them off. And my socks and roll up my trousers.
Now, be careful, Uncle Lord.
Don't worry. Ooh, the water's cold, isn't it?
No, Daniel Boone, it's just your feet that are cold.
I'll show you, Hooker. In just a second, Amelia. I'll have your bouquet in just a...
Throckmorton, say something.
Can't. Probably has a frog in his throat.
Look, the Panama hat's come to the surface. It's drifting away.
That's all right. He's probably weaving another one underwater.
Oh, here he comes. Well, thank goodness.
Who put that hole there? Oh, my goodness, I've ruined all my cigars.
Well, help him out, Horace. Look at the big flounder.
Here, Gildy, take my hand.
Yeah, thanks.
Is it very wet in there?
Oh, no, Judge. Come on in. The water's fine.
Hey, let go. Now look what you've done. Now I'm all wet.
You're telling me.
Oh, now, boys, that's enough fun for one day. Come on now.
Yeah, gladly, Amelia.
Sit down here, Uncle.
Yeah?
Well, one thing good. It's worse the cake icing off your trousers.
Yes.
Gee, there must be an easier way of doing it than that.
Here, Leroy, please dry off my watch.
Okay, I'll wring it out.
Come on. My goodness, give me a towel, someone.
Why don't you just shake yourself, you little Airedale?
Look at me. I'm a mess.
Yeah, you haven't changed a bit, Judge.
Here's your watch, Unc. Keepers, look at the time.
Oh, it's almost time for our train.
And the station's a mile away.
Oh, gather up the picnic things, Leroy. Where's your coat, Throckmorton?
Coat? I hung it on a limb of a tree while we were playing baseball. Oh, yes, there it is.
Well, I'll get it for you. Then we must hurry up. Oh.
What's the matter, Amelia?
Look, a bird. It's building a nest in your coat pocket.
What's that? Let me see. Look, everybody. A bird's building its nest in my coat pocket.
Oh, how sweet. Well, what a pity we have to dispossess her after all her work.
Well, what are we supposed to be, the FHA? Shoo her away and let's get going.
Oh, Horace, you're too cruel.
I am not. Well, what are you going to do? Leave your coat here?
Yes, by George. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Uncle, you'll catch cold.
No, I won't, my dear. The memory of that little mother bird's gratitude will keep me warm.
Gee, Unc, that's the only bird in the country with a double-breasted bungalow.
All right, Sir Walter Galahad, come on or we miss the train. Help me with our stuff, Amelia.
Yes, coming, Horace. That was a very sweet gesture, Throckmorton. I like that very much.
Now, Amelia. It's nothing that Gary Cooper wouldn't have done.
Have you carried the big basket, Unc?
Yeah, sure.
Jesus, Unc, why are you leaving your coat here?
Well, my boy, in the first place, it's made a wonderful impression on Amelia. In the second place, the rest of the suit was ruined anyway. And in the third place, that bird that was building the nest was a woodpecker. And I never argue with woodpeckers in the first place.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, a suggestion about getting your food budget to balance. You're on the lookout for economical main dishes, I know. Well, let me point out the thrifty product called Kraft Dinner. For Kraft Dinner not only gives you grand macaroni and cheese in a jiffy, it's very economical, too. To make this delicious Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese, you simply cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni in boiling water. You cook it not more than 7 minutes and drain off the water. Add a little butter and milk. Then, with the Kraft grated that comes in every package, you sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through the fluffy macaroni. In as little time as it takes the coffee to perk, you have a grand money-saving main dish ready. Macaroni and cheese that the whole family will love. Many smart homemakers are never without Kraft Dinner on the pantry shelf. So tomorrow, why don't you get your pantry set for delicious macaroni and cheese that you make in 7 minutes? Get several packages of Kraft Dinner. Love, like mumps and measles, hits awfully hard when it hits late in life, and Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has it bad. For the past week, Uncle Mort has been wooing and wowing Amelia Hooker. It's reached the stage where he's writing poetry. Now we find the Summerfield Shelley reciting a sonnet written especially for the fair Amelia.
If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold, I'd storm your castle, Miss Amelia, and on my charger I would steal you. You like that one?
Oh, indubitably, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Yeah, thanks, Bertie. Or do you think she'd like this one better? 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk, a neck as graceful as a swan, a step as dainty as a fawn. The girl I mean is quite a looker. Her name is Miss Amelia Hooker.
Well, Mr. Gilsleeve, it's hard to choose between the two of them. You sure ain't some versifier.
Do you mean versifier?
No, it's a fire on account of that hot poetry you write. I bet you could get a job poetizing greeting cards.
Oh, I suppose I could, but I don't want to lose my immature standing. Incidentally, Bertie, don't mention a word about this to anybody, will you please?
Oh, no, sir.
I wanted to get your reaction, because I'm going to take Miss Amelia for a stroll through the park tonight and read her 15 or 20 of the poems I've written. There's going to be a wee fiddle moon.
Oh, there you are, Bertie. I just came over to borrow a pan to put under our sofa on account of the fellow she's calling on me tonight is such a drip. Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve. How's the big romance between you and Amelia coming along?
What are you referring to, Toddy?
Oh, I heard all about your big moment. It's all over town like a newspaper and I win.
Where did you hear this rumor?
Well, the operator at the beauty parlor told me, and she had it from one of her customers whose sister-in-law has a maid that works next door to the judge's law clerk, and she got it straight out of her Star column in the afternoon paper.
What?
It said, what big businessman, size 48 stub, is that way about the charming sister of a prominent jurist? It looks like a romance of April and November.
Oh,
What are you thinking about, Throckmorton?
Those crickets, Amelia. Listen to them. It's hard to believe that they can do that just by rubbing their hind legs together.
Oh, dear. Is that what you were really thinking about?
No, Amelia. I was thinking of your lips, like twin petals of a dewy rose. Amelia, there's something I must ask you.
Yes.
Would you give me a...
Yes.
Would you... If you got a match, my cigar's gone out.
Oh, really, Throckmorton, you shouldn't smoke so much.
I know it, but when I look at you, my heart's on fire, and I just can't help smoking a little bit. Incidentally, Amelia, I wrote a poem this afternoon. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to.
All right. It goes something like this. If this were in the days of old, and I a knight so brave and bold... Well, what do you want?
Excuse me, buddy, but have you got a dime?
No. Beat it. Can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were engaged.
We're not engaged. We're just good friends. Go on, scram.
But all I asked for was a dime.
Amelia, do you happen to have change for a quarter?
Oh, no. No, I don't want a dime. I want a dime.
Throckmorton, I think the gentleman has a cold and is asking for the time.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, excuse me. Let's see. It's in 9:42.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton. 9:42, huh? That means I've got plenty of time. Mind if I sit here for a few minutes?
No, you can have the whole bench. Kind of wet here anyway. Come on, Amelia. Let's stroll across the grass. I still think he's trying to borrow a dime.
Oh, now let's forget everything else. It's a grand night for a walk, and you were starting to recite a poem.
Oh, yes, but I had such bad luck with the last one. I think I'll try another verse. Since I met you, I've lost all care. I feel like I'm walking on the air.
You're not walking on the air, mister. You're walking on the grass.
So what?
I'm a park policeman, see, and it's against the law to trample on the turf, lounge on the lawn, or gamble on the green.
Who's gambling?
Oh, now, officer, it was purely unintentional.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't see you, girlie. Well, run along, and from now on, try to keep your father on the straight and narrow path.
Boy, that flat-headed flatfoot. Why can't people let people alone when people are trying to recite poetry to people?
Oh, come on off the grass, Throckmorton, and do let me hear your poem.
Yeah, all right, Amelia. I'll try another one. Let me see. Oh, yes. It's 2 eyes of blue, cheeks soft as silk, a skin as white as grade A milk.
Well. Fancy meeting you two in the park.
I wonder if Shakespeare had to go through what I have to go through.
Good evening, Horace.
Well, go on with your conversation, Gildy. Don't let me interrupt you.
Oh, what's the use? If you'll excuse me, Amelia, I'll run along home now.
Oh, but Throckmorton, I wanted to hear the rest of the, you know.
I know. I'm going to lock myself in my room and telephone it to you. Goodbye. Never felt better, my dear.
Why are you making those painful noises?
I'm practicing some singing exercises. Don't tell anybody, but tonight I'm going to serenade Honeybun. Miss Hooker.
You've certainly been in there pitching the woo, Uncle.
Pitching the what?
The woo, singing a line, making with a heartthrob.
If you're referring to my tender passion for Miss Hooker, Marjorie, yes, I've been giving Cupid the jibe.
How's everything going?
Not so well. Last night I hit a snag.
You did?
The snag's name was Judge Hooker.
You didn't actually hit him, did you, Uncle Mort?
If I didn't, then why is my mandolin all caved in? I smacked him right in the middle of his veranda.
But why, Uncle Mort?
Well, he made a big fuss just because I was strumming a few tunes to Amelia. Not that it was very late at night. Couldn't have been much later than 3. And he came barging out of the house in his nightgown, demanding that I hand over my mandolin. He kept yelling, "Give it to me! Give it to me!" So I finally did.
You shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
I know it. Now he's refused to let me visit his sister. Reminds you of Romeo and Juliet, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. But if the judge has forbidden you to see Amelia, how are you going to serenade her?
Well, tonight's his lodge night. He belongs to the Summerfield's nest of the International Order of Hoot Owls. In fact, he's the Grand Screech. So he should be gone by 8 o'clock.
Well, have you phoned to see if Amelia will be home tonight?
No, every time I call up, Hooker answers the phone. I'm going to try it again right now. Maybe he's gone out somewhere.
But suppose he hasn't.
Oh, I've got a scheme. I'll disguise my voice so he won't recognize me.
Hello? Hello. What number is it, please?
Judge Hooker, President.
Oh, Georgia Hooky President, huh?
No, this is Judge Horace Hooker.
Oh, you Hooker Horsey, huh? No good.
No, this is Judge Hooker. Now, who's this?
You George Hooky, see? Me sorry.
No, who are you?
Oh, me know that long time.
What's your name and what do you want?
Me Lily, only Lily Henley.
Oh, thanks. We wash our own hands.
Oh, for corn's sake. It's very smelly.
What are you calling about?
Missy Hooky, she home, huh?
No, she isn't. Is there any message I can take?
No, Judge, just skip it.
Gildersleeve!
Now what are you going to do, Uncle Mort?
I don't give up very easily, Marjorie. Remember, love laughs at locksmiths and jeers at jugheads like the judge. I'm going to send Amelia a box of candy with a message inside. I read that someplace. That should do the trick. Hey, Bertie!
Was you calling me, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Are you finished with the dishes yet?
I've done the dunking, but the wiping is waiting.
I want you to take a package over to Miss Amelia for me. Smuggle it in so her brother doesn't find it, see? How do you think you can act as Cupid's messenger in this case?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Gilsleeve. I'm the Cupidest messenger in town.
Hey, Judge, hurry. We'll be late to the meeting.
I'm coming, Ralph. After all, it can't start until the Grand Screech arrives.
No, but if you're late, they're liable to elect a new one before you get there.
Oh, they couldn't do that.
Oh, no. If I remember correctly, that's how you were elected.
Yeah, but the first thing I did was to change that rule.
Yeah, well, hop in.
Wait a second. Someone's coming to the house, I think. Oh, hello, Bertie.
Oh, hello, Judge.
What have you got there? Something for me?
No, sir.
That must be for Miss Amelia.
Yeah, that's it. It's for Miss Amelia.
Fine. Just give it to me, and I'll take it into her.
But I've had strict instructions to put it right in her own hands.
Well, she's upstairs. There's no use making her come down to answer the door. I'll take it.
I don't know whether that's right for me to do it.
Well, just give me one reason why not.
Okay, I'll give you a reason, but I have to go home to get it.
Fine. Now, just a second. There's no use you lugging that package all the way home and then back here again. Just leave it with me until you come back.
All right, so here it is.
Thanks, Bertie. I'll take good care of it.
That's mighty considerate of you, Judge.
Hey, what's the idea?
That Gildersleeve's cook. I've forbidden him to see my sister, and dollars to donuts, this package is something he sent her.
What are you doing?
Spoiling Big Gildersleeve. Well. Chocolate. Yeah. Have some, Ralph.
Thanks. Oh, look, a note.
Let me see. Listen to this. Dearest darling Moonflower, I've phoned and called to see you all day long. But in vain. And who has so cruelly kept us apart? Your brother, the little tinker. Something's wrong with the S on his typewriter. I'll fool him. Tonight, when old Sourpuss is playing Hoot Owl, I'll glide beneath your window and let the golden notes of song pour out of my throat. Your fluffums wuffums.
Say, Judge, what are you going to do?
First, we're going to finish eating this candy. Then I'm going to get Amelia out of the house on some pretext or other. Then you and I are going upstairs and fill every pot, pitcher, and bucket in the house with water.
Why?
Well, when Fluffums Wuffums pours the golden notes of song out of his throat, we're going to pour the water out of the window.
If, for goodness sakes, quiet, you musicians. This is supposed to be a serenade, not a stampede.
Yeah, quiet, fellas.
Yeah. Now, you boys hide in the bushes while I tiptoe up in the porch. You get it? And I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, boys.
Now, take it easy and be quiet, boys. Ah, Amelia, light of my life, listen to my song of love. Oh, just a little love, a little kiss. Just an hour that holds a world of bliss. Eyes that tremble like the stars above me. And the little word that says, you love me. What in the name of Jupiter Pluvius is the big idea?
It's me, Gildy.
Yes.
I hope you're dripping wet, you great big drip.
Is that so? Well, you never touched me. I was here in the porch swing all the time.
Yeah, but you got the whole band. We're all doused. Well, it's time you fellas right to make all that noise.
Oh, by the way, Hooker, that's the policeman's band.
What?
Fix yourself up pretty, Judge. You're about to have visitors.
I don't care. At least my sister never got to hear you.
Oh, no? Who do you think this is sitting in the porch swing with me? Rudy Valley? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been our last broadcast before our summer vacation. Before we go, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kraft Cheese Company for a most pleasant year. Also, my deep thanks to our writer, Leonard Levinson, and to the members of the cast for their able assistance. Walter Tetley, who plays Leroy, my nephew, Lorene Tuttle, my niece, Marjorie, Lillian Randolph, who's Bertie, Earl Ross as Judge Hooker, Paula Winslow as Dottie Dobson, and William Randolph Mills, our musical director, and Cecil Underwood, our producer. I am proud to announce that during the 8 weeks we'll be off the air, the United States government will take over our half hour to bring you the Victory Parade. Each of the top NBC shows is contributing one program to this series, so be sure to listen in. I hope you all have a pleasant summer, and now, good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again August 30th at this same time for the further adventures of The Great Gildersleeve.
Right now, you American homemakers are more nutrition conscious than ever before. You know that wholesome, nourishing food will help make strong Americans. Yes, and you're finding out that the right foods aren't necessarily expensive. Certainly a good example of that is nutritious Parquet margarine, the wholesome, delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food value. Why, nourishing Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yet, for all its goodness, it's thrifty, too. Now, once you've tasted Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor, you'll agree it deserves a place on your table morning, noon, and night. So tomorrow, order a pound or two of delicious, nutritious Parquet margarine. Just ask for Parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man or Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toots's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let them in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door.
Hello. Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier.
Yeah.
And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have. Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tips under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George... You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelvin, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelvin?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Open the door.
Who is it,
Who is it, dearie? The old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is Mr. Hey, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Hey, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me Old-Timer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, and backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper it in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir? Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyways, he's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he shot her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, good.
Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
How do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Oh, Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says...
It ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Mr. McGee, I had little Fifi out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see, for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Marco. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvey, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox, your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, man, Trivia, shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do? I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. And sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of a snore.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel you a walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, he'd only ask
and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with the blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her, and you'll hear him say, "Si, si, tu amo, la señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amo, cuando le doy todo mi amor, florecita del corazón." Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
the gay ranchero.
So very happy is he.
The caballero.
So very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This very happy ranchero, this gay caballero has not one single regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, here's a little secret that I must unfold. For they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun. So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What's playing?
We're playing Sinky Dink.
What on earth are stinky dings?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an auto robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up, a spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Ah, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, sure.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Cubebs.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you, really.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better hit him. I bet one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who was the...
Hey, just a minute, folks, just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey.
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt. Actual money-saving protection. And they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's Wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's Wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's Wax is great, too, for army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, Al.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levin. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, the good word for all you thrifty women who are looking for ways to cut food bills. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives you the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese, drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make fluffy, tender macaroni, drenched with cheese goodness in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special quick cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated, so you can sprinkle in cheese goodness in a jiffy. Won't you try this economical, delicious macaroni and cheese tomorrow? A main dish ready in 7 minutes is a big help on wash day. Tomorrow morning, ask your dealer for a package of Kraft Dinner. For the past few days, our friend Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has been the victim of a baffling attack of the sneezes, and so far he hasn't found out the cause. Could it be some allergy, or is his mustache starting to back up on him? Come on, let's visit the great Gildersleeve and find out.
And as I was saying, Marjorie, every time
Gesundheit.
Don't mention it.
Every time you what, Uncle Mort?
Every time a button pops off my vest.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, you bet. I'm on my 4th vest now.
Yeah, and that last sneeze broke your shoelaces.
Yeah? Oh, well, I've got to find some way of stopping this sneezing before I blow my brains out. Oh, I didn't do it that time.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, but you don't have to mention it.
No, Uncle Mort, I really think you should see a doctor. Now, this may be something serious.
Sure, whatever it is, it's nothing to be sneezed at.
Then why am I sneezing?
Oh, there must be something you're allergic to.
Yeah, I know it. I'm allergic to sneezing.
No, Uncle, something else is wrong. Now, why don't you go right downtown and see Dr. DePeister?
Yeah, who in the name of the Mayo brothers is Dr. DePeister?
Well, I understand he's wonderful. Allergies are his specialty.
Oh, you mean he's an anti-sneeze man?
Yes. Florence Foreman told me he cured her. Found she was allergic to gasoline, so she sold her car.
Wasn't that a little drastic?
Oh, no. After she got Dr. DePeister's bill, she had to anyway.
Well, I hate to blow in a lot of money on my nose, Marjorie.
Excuse me, Miss Margaret, I was just making up your room. And you know that little kitty of yours?
Ah, you mean my itty-bitty-pitty kitty?
Itty-bitty, oh, for corn's sake.
What's he been up to now, Bertie?
It's that sweater you made for that ensign in the Navy on account of he gave you that pussycat.
Don't tell me you found that.
Yes, sir. The kitten got into knitting.
Oh, that's a shame, Marjorie.
What did he try to do? Pull the wool over his eyes? Yeah, and on him it don't look good.
Oh, dear. Did he do much damage, Bertie?
Just looky here. I brought the sweater in.
What sweater? That thing is more snarls than a cage full of tigers. Why, it's...
It's what, Unc?
It's
you!
Gee, Unc, that one made the windows rattle.
The windows, eh? Good. I thought it was my teeth.
Really, Uncle Mort, you must go downtown and see Dr. DePeister.
Oh, nonsense, Marjorie. Why should I let a trivial... Well, maybe someday... Come on, what are we waiting for? Where is that doctor? But, Marjorie, I haven't sneezed once since we left home. Just my luck. When the doctor asks me how I do it, I won't be able to show him.
Oh, now sit down, Uncle. Relax and look at a magazine.
Magazine? Oh, all right. There's an article in the National Geographic for May 1916 I never did finish.
Uncle, you won't find that here.
Why not? This is a doctor's office, isn't it?
Yes, but this is a young doctor.
Makes no difference, my dear. When a boy decides on a medical career, what's the first thing he does?
I don't know. What?
He starts saving magazines. That's one of the reasons he has to be an intern so long. Just to age his National Geographic.
Oh, Uncle. Why do they always have the National Geographic?
Well, it's all about faraway places. Anybody who sits in a doctor's office would rather be someplace far away.
Oh, excuse me. Are you Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes?
Well, the doctor will see you now. This way, please.
Yeah, what's he so cheerful about? The way she chirped, she'd make Florence Nightingale sound like a mudlark.
Now, you go right ahead, Uncle Mort.
Well, all right, my dear, but I'm feeling dandy now.
Oh, this is Mr. Gildersleeve, Doctor.
How do you do, Gildersleeve? Gildersleeve. Any relation to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, that's me.
Oh, it is. Well, now, where'd I hear that name before?
I phoned you an hour ago.
That's where I heard it. I never forget a face. What seems to be your trouble?
Sneezing.
Oh, you're having trouble sneezing?
Oh, no, I'm not having trouble sneezing. I'm having trouble sneezing. For the past 4 or 5 days, that's all I've been doing.
Yeah, monotonous, isn't it?
Yes, I'm starting to get a permanent wave in my nose. Every morning I get up and sneeze all the cornflakes out of my bowl.
I know what to cure that.
What was that?
I say I know what to cure that.
What?
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Well, you'd better remove your clothes, please. And while you're doing that, I'll ask you a few questions.
Yeah?
Does anything you eat make your eyes water?
Yeah, raw onions.
Any food cause violent sneezing?
Well, black pepper does.
Any favorite dish that causes spots to appear on you?
Oh, yes, I get spots from soft-boiled eggs.
From eggs? Where?
On my necktie. But really, Doctor, I wish you could see me sneeze. My eyes pop out so far it looks like I'm going to expel the pupils.
That's interesting. Suppose you show me how you do it.
I can't. I haven't sneezed once since I left home.
Most interesting. Eliminates one type of allergy that's very difficult to cure.
What's that?
The auto-infectious variety, when a person's allergic to himself.
Oh, well, I couldn't have that. I like me.
Yes. Your trouble seems to be localized somewhere at home. That makes the problem much simpler.
Oh, of course. All I have to do is move. Well, goodbye, Doc.
1 second, please. We'll never find the trouble by moving away from it.
I don't want to find it. I just want to lose it.
Then we must conduct a series of tests. And I believe the best place to do that is in your home.
Oh.
Shouldn't take us long to locate the trouble, not more than a year.
Yes, just a year?
Yes, if we're lucky. And now let me listen to your heart quietly.
Yeah, okay.
You must have a heart of oak. I'd better listen again. Most interesting.
Excuse me, Doctor, but somebody's at the door.
Oh, I see. What is it?
It's time to take your pills, Doctor.
No, I won't. I hate pills. Go away.
By the way, Doctor, how much is this going to cost?
Oh, not much. Just $50 for each series of tests.
Why, that could run up into 5... Oh, my goodness, it could, couldn't it?
Well, that's true. But if we don't do that, you'll probably sneeze yourself into an early grave.
Oh, Doctor, how soon are you coming over?
How about Sunday afternoon?
Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. Well, I'd better get going now.
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't go out that way.
Why not? That's the way I came in.
Oh, no, you didn't. When you came in, you had your clothes on.
What? Oh!
Leroy. Gee, we haven't any nails left. What are you going to do when we run out?
Oh, we can pull some more at Uncle Mort's tires. Hi, Unc.
Oh, hello, Leroy. Hello, Piggy.
What did the doctor say, Unc?
He said $5, please.
Jeepers, Leroy, what's wrong?
Unc suffers from the allergics.
Yeah.
Allergics? What's that?
Oh, something rubs his nose the wrong way. Say, Unc, look what we're building.
Yeah, I see. What's it supposed to be?
It's a tree house for our club, the Young MacArthurs.
You're putting it in the wrong place, Leroy. You'll never get a MacArthur out on a limb. Where are you going to put it?
Well, as soon as we get it nailed together, we're going to haul it up on that oak where the branches spread. Prefabrication.
Oh, well, that's an idea, isn't it?
Did you ever have a tree house, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I started to one time. I had a wonderful idea. A log house in a tree, but it didn't work out.
Why not, Unc?
Well, we only had one tree in our backyard, and by the time I'd sawed enough logs for the house, there wasn't any tree left to put it in.
Did you build the house anyway?
No, my father found out what happened, and the logs and Pop and I all wound up in the woodshed.
Oh, was that the time you wanted to run away and be a sailor and he knocked the tar out of you?
No, Leroy, that was another whaling expedition.
Gee, Mr. Gildersleeve, will you help us build our clubhouse?
Oh, of course. I'll pitch right in. Hand me the hammer, Leroy. Thank you. I just love to drive nails. Now watch me and learn, Leroy. Excuse me. Understand now, Leroy?
No, I don't quite...
Oh, but it's so simple. What's troubling you?
Well, I'm wondering how you're going to get your necktie off now that you've nailed both ends to the plank.
What do you mean? I see. Oh, it's just fine up there, Leroy. Now nail down that little birdhouse.
Birdhouse? Oh, you mean our mailbox?
Leroy, who's going to deliver mail up in a tree 20 feet off the ground?
Okay, it's a birdhouse.
Oh, Leroy!
Yes, Bertie?
I'd like you to come down out of that tree. It's time for lunch. And that reminds me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker just dropped in.
Oh, he did he? That old goat always shows up at feeding time. Tell him to come out here. I want him to see the house we built.
Yes, sir. And don't you dinner, Daddy, Leroy.
I won't, Bertie. Gee, Unc, isn't the clubhouse swell? I just finished fixing the secret trapdoor on the roof.
A secret trapdoor? Well, I wish I could see it. Must be very cozy inside.
Okay.
Yeah, now you go into lunch. And scrub your hands before you sit down at the table.
Okay, but gee whiz, I bet Tarzan never has to wash before he eats.
Yes, of course not. Tarzan's in hot water all the time. Yeah. Anyhow.
Hello, Leroy. How are you feeling, Gildersleeve? Still sneezing your brains out, or have you run out of brains?
No, Hooker, I haven't run out of brains. Would you like to borrow some?
No. Wouldn't think of taking your last one. What's the big attraction out here?
The attraction is that tree house the kids built. Like to go up there and look at it?
No, thanks. I can see it well enough from here.
Yes, they have a secret trapdoor and a lot of other modern improvements. Come on, let's go.
Now, let's quit kidding ourselves, Throckmorton. We're too old to go traipsing up the side of a tree to peek at a packing box.
Yes, speak for yourself, you old fogey.
Fogey!
Okay, then you're an old fogey. Why, you even get out of breath playing checkers. Thank goodness I'm different.
Don't kid me, Throckmorton. If you aren't too old, you're too fat. Now forget about it. You're dizzy enough on the ground without climbing trees.
In that case, I guess I'll have to show you, Judge Hooker. Here, hold my coat, Grandpa, and watch a man strut his stuff.
Careful, Gildy. You'll get halfway up and then spread your stuff.
Don't worry about me, Judge. I come from a long line of tree climbers.
That may be so, but remember, you haven't any tail.
If I stand on this box, I think I can reach that limb. Yeah, just watch me, Judge.
Come on down from there, Gildersleeve, before you fall on that big fat neck.
Just a little rusty, that's all. I never knew I weighed so much.
You're building up to a terrible letdown, Humpty Dumpty.
By George, I'm going to make it. And nobody's more surprised than I am.
Well, you made it, but you never get down again.
Hey, you ought to be up here, Judge. There's a beautiful view from here.
There is?
On a clear day, I can see into every second-story window in the block.
What are you walking around on the roof for? The door isn't up there.
I think it is. Leroy said something about a secret trap door somewhere. Oh!
Gildersleeve, what happened?
I found the trap door.
You better stop fooling around and come down. That's pretty dangerous.
You may be right. I'd better. Uh-oh.
What's wrong now?
But I got in here. I should be able to get out.
Gildersleeve, what's the trouble?
I can't squeeze out of this door.
But you just got in.
Yeah, but I came in fast, and I'm stuck fast, too. Yeah, this is going to be one of my bad days.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to be a speed artist at making grand macaroni and cheese. Get a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. Out of that package, take the special macaroni and cook it in salted boiling water not more than 7 minutes by the clock. Then just drain it well and lightly mix the fluffy macaroni with a little butter and milk. Next, take the envelope of Kraft grated from the Kraft Dinner box and sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through the macaroni. Turn the macaroni and cheese into a serving dish, and your dinner main dish is ready. Ready in double-quick time. A really thrifty main dish. And really delicious macaroni and cheese, too. Now, doesn't Kraft Dinner sound like a wonderful idea for busy days? Well, get some tomorrow. Every Kraft Dinner package contains the making for 4 servings of delicious macaroni and cheese. Better get several packages tomorrow and stock the pantry shelf. Your family will love Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese. And now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, whom we left stranded in a house in a tree in the backyard. As we find Uncle Mort again, he's still there, while below Judge Hooker tries to comfort him with song.
Rock-a-bye, Gildy, in the treetop.
I'll kill that Hooker.
When the wind blows, hang on or you drop.
Yeah, I'll drop on you.
When the bow bends, it surely will break, and Gildy will hit just like an earthquake.
Hooker, stop that infernal nursery rhyme.
Oh, you want something more modern, huh? All right, Gildy, I'll give you the #1 song on the hit parade.
You.
Don't sit up in the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me.
Yes.
Anyone else but me.
No, no, no! Do something. Get me out of here. This is a terrible predicament.
Yes, isn't it?
You just wait, Judge Hooker. I'm going to break every bone in your head. Now get me out of here.
Hey, what's going on out here? Where's Uncle Mort, Judge?
Uncle decided to visit your treehouse, Leroy. The end? He became so absorbed in it, he can't tear himself away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, now I can see him. His head sticking out of the secret trapdoor. Oh, how do you like it up there?
I'd like it a lot better up here if I were down there.
Gee, is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all, Leroy. Except that I'm wearing your secret trapdoor as a girdle. I'm stuck up here fast. You got to do something.
Leroy, that's all the shouting about. Keepers, this Uncle Mort is up a tree. Look. Why, Uncle Mort!
Hello, Marjorie.
What are you doing up there?
I think he's looking for a bird's nest. He's been acting as if he's a little cuckoo.
Don't you egg me on, Hooker. Marjorie, I came up here to inspect Leroy's little shanty, but now I'm stuck. And frankly, I'm beginning to get bored with lodging here.
Excuse me, folks, but where's Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, I'm right here, Bertie.
Well, where's that voice coming from? He can't be in the top of the tree. His trunk's bigger than the tree.
I'm upstairs in the tree, Bertie. What is it?
There's a Dr. Duke-Ice at the front door to see. He says he's got an appointment.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. The sneeze doctor. I forgot all about him.
Gee, Unc, I don't think there's room enough for both of you out there.
Of course not, Leroy. And I won't have anyone see me in this ridiculous, undignified position. Bertie, tell him to come back later in the afternoon. Tell him I'm at a board meeting.
But, Uncle, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Oh, yes, it would, my dear. Wherever I turn, I'm meeting a board.
Well, I won't tell him.
And Bertie, after he leaves, bring me something to eat.
Yes, sir.
Slice up some of that tongue and make 3 or 4 sandwiches, huh? It's way past my lunchtime, and I feel as hollow as Judge Hooker's head.
That's right, Gildersleeve. Go ahead and stuff yourself. Then you'll never be able to get out of that box.
Oh, my goodness. I never thought of that. Just 2 tongue sandwiches, Bertie.
Okay, but how am I going to serve them? On a parachute?
Yes.
Gee, Unc, why didn't you let the doctor come back here? I bet he can get you out.
Leroy, I don't need an allergy specialist. I need a tree surgeon.
Well, he can put you on a reducing diet.
Sorry, Leroy, but that wouldn't work. No matter how much your uncle reduced, he'd still be living on the fat of the land.
Hooker, why don't you go home?
All right, I can take a hint. I just hope you're stuck up there until your north side is covered with moss. Goodbye.
Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm sorry this happened. Now that he's gone, don't you feel sort of empty inside?
I'll say I do. Where's Bertie with those tongue sandwiches? Oh, Bertie!
Yeah, come, Mr. Gildersleeve. I had some trouble with the cat. And that doctor man said he'll be back later, and he's still charging you for this visit.
Well, never mind that now. What about my lunch? Didn't you bring me those sandwiches?
No, sir. I'm awful sorry about that, but I can't.
You can't? Why not?
Because the cat got your tongue.
Come on, Piggy, pull.
No, Piggy, don't pull. You're just taking the back right out of my shirt. It's no use, boys. Oh, why did you ever build this thing so solidly?
Jeepers, you told us to, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're trapped by my own words. You better climb down now, boys, and try to borrow a ladder and an axe someplace.
Okay, Uncle.
And remember, I don't want anyone in the neighborhood to know about this. I'd be the butt of too many jokes.
You coming, Leroy?
Scramble down now. I can see the girl next door in her room. I don't want to attract any attention.
We'll be right back, Uncle.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Dottie. How are you today?
Oh, perfectly fine, except for a blister I picked up at tennis that's been annoying me ever since. Isn't it terrible?
Heel?
I'll say he is. He followed me all the way home. Say, how did you ever manage to get up so high? Is that a steam cabinet you're sitting in? What are you doing up in the tree?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just doing an important air raid defense job.
You don't say. Well, what is it? You can trust me because you know I always keep my mouth closed and everything I hear goes right in one ear and out the other. And gee, I wonder why that is.
Well, what's there in between to stop it?
Well, then you tell me, huh? Well, what is it?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here spotting airplanes.
Spotting airplanes? Oh, how fascinating. Gee, I wish I could help you, only I wouldn't know what colors to spot them.
No, I don't suppose you would. Shh. Hey, what's that noise?
Oh, my goodness. There's a fire somewhere.
Huh?
Oh, I simply must go because I just love to curl up in front of a good fire. Well, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. I hope you polka dot a lot of flames.
Polka dotted. Just my luck to have a nice, exciting fire somewhere, and I can't go. Is that you down there, Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Where's the fire?
There isn't any, Uncle Mort. You told me to borrow a ladder and a knife, but not to tell the neighbors, so I just called the fire department.
No. Great jumping jeeps. Why did you do that? Oh, I won't have it. Look at all those people. Send them away. And tell them to stop coming.
But jeepers, Uncle Mort.
Oh, kid, is that him up there?
Yes, Chief, but he says that he don't want
Bring a 30-footer, boys. Go away. Take those fire wagons out of our alley. Keep that crowd out of our yard.
Oh, a little violent, huh?
Now
take it easy, Tubby. We'll get you down.
I don't want to come down. I like it up here.
What is this guy, a squirrel?
Don't worry, Uncle Mort. He'll chop you out in no time.
Keep those hatchet men away from me. I'm very comfortable up here, and I won't come down till I'm good and ready.
As nutty as a fruitcake.
He's jerky, that's all.
Somebody thinks he's General Doolittle.
Why don't you brave fire ladders just go back to your checker game?
Now, see here, Fatso. We were called to take you down from there.
Who called you? Did I call you?
No, but somebody...
You're paid for putting out fires, not for coming around annoying innocent people who are enjoying a nice rest up a tree.
Now, we're supposed to take
Oh, wasting the taxpayers' money, eh? Now, you get out of here before I pick up my phone and report this to the mayor.
Come on, boys. Put that ladder back in the truck. Quinn, take this axe back. Let's get out of here before I turn a hose on that big fat false alarm.
The idea. I guess I told him a thing or two.
But gee, Uncle Mort, those guys would have gotten you out of there in a minute. Don't you want to come down?
No, Leroy, I couldn't come down that ladder in front of that crowd.
Why not?
It's because there are a lot of nails up here, and I've torn a square foot out of the seat of my pants.
But maybe if we spread a lot of mattresses all around and then cut down a tree, then maybe...
I cut down a tree once, and it takes days, Bertie.
Say, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll bet you could get through if you got a can of grease and gave yourself a good lube job.
Thanks for the suggestion, Piggy, but I'll say that one till everything else fails.
Uncle Mort, here comes Dr. DePicer.
Oh, I've forgotten all about him. Say, I just realized something. I haven't sneezed since I came up here, Marjorie. He'll probably want me to stay here the rest of my life.
Is Mr. Gildersleeve back yet?
Oh, yes, I'm up here, Doctor.
Where? Oh, there you are. Well, come down now. We'll get started with those tests.
Come down, eh? I'm afraid I'll have to stay up here a while.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you should have more confidence in your doctor. You mustn't run away, you know.
I'm not going to run away, but why don't you? Run away and come back some other day.
That's a rather peculiar reaction. I'll have to write the medical journal about this.
Really, Doctor, you don't understand.
Oh, hey, keep away. Cut that out.
What's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
The woodpeckers are trying to build a nest in my hair.
Poor Uncle Mort.
Yeah, what's the matter? Is he allergic to woodpeckers?
Here's a policeman to see you.
A policeman? What does he want?
There have been a lot of complaints from this neighborhood about a peeping Tom.
A peeping Tom. Oh, help! Get him off! You! Now the woodpeckers are dive bombing him. Hurry up, Get away from me, birds. You bother me.
How's your sewing going on?
Sawing? Not so good. I'm getting too much attention from my little feathered friend.
I've got an idea how we can scare off the birds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but do you expect to be down for dinner?
I hope so, Bertie.
So do I, because I can't figure how I'm going to serve you your soup up there.
Oh, well, that'd be simple. I could drink it through a straw.
What, oxtail soup?
Yes, oxtail.
Here, kitty. Nice, kitty. Come on now. Hey, I'll look what I've got to drive the birds off.
Oh, Marjorie's cat. Good. Send him right up here, Leroy. I'm afraid some bird's going to lay an egg on me any minute.
Go ahead up to Uncle Mort, kitty. Attaboy. Yes. Keep on going. That's it.
Yeah, here. Kitty. Ah, yes. Come on. Stay right up here near your Uncle Mort. Isn't he cute? Leroy, that was certainly a bright eye.
Good night.
Yes. You're welcome, Bertie. Say, I didn't sneeze once since I came up here until that cat.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
I just found out what I'm allergic to, Marjorie. It's that cat of yours. Oh, well, this saves me a lot of doctor bills and time and trouble. Why, I'm so No, don't call him, Leroy. Looks like I'm going to sneeze my way out of here. Hey, come here, nice kitty. I can't hear you, Leroy. On the count. Where am I?
You're in the middle of our victory garden, Unc. Right between the mashed potatoes and the split peas.
gentlemen, it's just 6 months since Pearl Harbor. Since then, this nation has leaped to arms with one idea in our minds and hearts: victory. This summer, there'll be no slackening, no rest. The leading NBC shows are joining our government in bringing you the Victory Parade, a series of Sunday afternoon shows heard all through the summer in the Jack Benny time. We urge you to listen. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
We all need extra vitality these days, the energy to help make our war machine hum. So you'll be glad to know that one of the best energy foods you can serve, and one that's economical too, is wholesome parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, unlike some foods, delicious parquet margarine is the kind you naturally serve at every meal. It's a wonderfully good-tasting spread for bread. It's a real flavor-shortening for baking. It makes pan-fried foods tastier. Yes, you can use parquet margarine all these ways to help add extra nourishment and goodness to your meals. Another thing, every pound of parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for all these reasons, order a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Remember, it's parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, here's what a prominent government official said about nutrition not long ago. This official said that in times like these, proper nutrition is as important as fighting planes. Yes, we all need the right foods and plenty of them to keep up the pace our great defense effort demands. So you'll be glad to know that parquet margarine, made by Kraft, is one of the right foods, and that it's so economical you can use all you need. You see, parquet margarine not only has delicious flavor that makes it grand for table use, baking, and pan frying, parquet contains lots of valuable food elements, too. Yes, wholesome parquet margarine is a highly nutritious food. In fact, one of the best energy foods you can serve. And what's more, every pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. But just because parquet margarine is good for you, don't think it isn't good tasting. Why, parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor has made it a favorite with families all over the country, both for table use and for cooking. So try it. Buy a pound or two of delicious parquet margarine tomorrow. Yes, ask your dealer for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, and his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy. They're trying to entertain a friend of Marjorie's, Oliver Honeywell, a chap who's taken so many pills that he's beginning to look like one. Today, Oliver is the man who came to lunch and stayed through tea and dinner. It's after 9 now, and a quiz game is in progress.
Very good. Now, the next question is for you, Uncle Mort.
Okay. I love quizzes. Let's hear it, Leroy.
Well, what's the difference between Niagara Falls and your friend Judge Hooker?
There's no difference. They're both big drips.
No, that's wrong.
Oh, is it?
The difference between them is that Niagara is a mountain fountain and the judge is a legal.
Oh, yeah. Well, I see. Now whose turn is it?
It's it's your turn next, Oliver. Boy, this one's a cinch.
Huh?
Can you tell us who was the third Assistant Secretary of Agriculture in President McKinley's administration?
Oof.
Oh, that wasn't fair, Leroy.
No, that's too hard, Leroy.
Oh, no, it isn't. Third Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, McKinley's administration, Lucius N. Follansby.
Yep, that's right. I remember.
It is? That's great, Oliver.
Oliver, that's wonderful.
Oh, really, it's nothing. A fellow shouldn't get any credit for remembering his own grandfather's name.
Boy, you had me fooled for a minute. I thought you were smart.
Yes, Leroy.
Next is Marjorie's turn.
Huh?
Sis, what does it mean if you say, throw up the sponge?
I give up.
Absolutely correct.
Oh,
Very good.
Now, the scores so far are Oliver 27, Marjorie 19, and Uncle Mort -2.
Young man, what do you mean, -2?
You answered one question wrong twice.
It's twice.
Now, here's your chance to make up, Unc.
Huh?
It's an arithmetic.
Arithmetic.
If Jones buys 50 bales of hay and 100 bushels of barley for $300,
Yes?
and the barley costs 4 times as much as the hay, how much did each bale cost?
Oh, my. Let me get paper and pencil. 50 bales, 100 bushels, $300. Mr. Jones should have bought defense bonds. The idea. Oh, what's that? 9:30. Leroy, I've got a question for you this time. If 9:30 equals your bedtime and you haven't done your homework yet, how do you expect to know your lessons tomorrow if you have to go to sleep now?
Gee, that's an easy one, Uncle Mort. All those questions I've been asking you people are my homework. Oh, it's all done.
It is? You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Say, can we just finish this game, Uncle Mort?
Yeah, I sort of lost interest in this game.
I thought it was fun. So.
You would. Now scamper off to bed, Leroy.
Gee whiz, I'm not a bit sleepy. Why can't I stay up?
It's the same thing every Sunday night. First Jack Benny, then Charlie McCarthy, and after that trying to get Leroy to go to bed.
But, Uncle Mort, you stay up a lot later than this. Why can't I?
Because you're growing, Leroy, and I'm not.
No, maybe not in the same direction as I am.
Step on up, Leroy. What? Let's leave Uncle's waistline out of this.
You leave it out. You brought it in.
Yep. Children, let's drop my waistline.
It's dropped too far already.
Yeah. Good night, young man.
Oh, are you going to bed, Uncle Mort? Sweet dreams.
No, you're the one who's going to bed.
Yes, and let's not discuss it anymore.
But...
That's all, brother.
But it isn't fair. It's not democratical. I'd like to stay up as late as everybody else.
Well, let me see.
Can I, Uncle Mort?
Promise to go to bed the minute we do?
Gee, of course I promise.
Then you can remain up as late as Marjorie and I.
Boy, that's keen.
Well, I'm pretty sleepy right now. How about you, Marjorie?
What? Oh, yes. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Yeah.
Oh, I catch on. It's a trick to make me go to bed now.
You've made your bed, Leroy. Now get into it.
In that case, maybe I should...
I'll get it.
Well, if that's my mama, you tell her not to worry.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, hiya, Pig.
It's
for me. It's Piggy Banks.
Piggy Banks.
What'd you say, Pig? What for? Oh, no, Uncle Mort wouldn't.
Huh?
No, I wouldn't even ask him. Oh, it's too bad, Pig, but that's the breaks of the game. Goodbye.
I don't want to intrude in your private affairs, Leroy, but what is it Piggy Banks wanted to do?
Oh, he wanted to come over here tonight to carve out his pumpkin for Halloween.
Well, I'd have no objection to that.
Yeah, but he wanted to use you for the model.
Yep. You go straight to bed, young man. We're all going to bed now.
All right.
Well, in that case, maybe I should...
Yes, you should, Oliver. Oh. Good night. Marjorie, don't let Oliver forget his overcoat tonight. It's awfully chilly, and he might catch something he hasn't got already.
Mr. Gillsleeve, I didn't bring any overcoat. I didn't expect to be invited for tea and dinner, too.
Invited?
Oh, my. I hate to think of you going clear across town on the streetcar.
Oh, Midgie, the streetcar doesn't bother me. It's the waiting and the walking.
Yes, and in the dark, too. Say, why don't you stay here for the night, Oliver?
Oh, that's a splendid idea. Where can we put him, Uncle Mort?
On the sofa in the study. It's the kind that collapses into a bed.
Oh, no, thanks, really. I don't think I should.
Why not? I'll fix you up with a pair of my pajamas.
Oh, I don't think I could sleep in a strange pair of pajamas.
Yes.
Besides that, don't you think there'd be a trifle large?
Oh, come, Oliver. It'll be fun. Like sleeping in a tent. Yeah.
Well, I'll bring out a couple of spare blankets and a pillow.
Oh, never mind the pillow, Midgie. I'm allergic to feathers.
Feathers? Is that so?
Oh, yes. I have it so bad I even break out with spots when I eat chicken broth.
Well, you better telephone your parents and tell them you won't be home tonight, Oliver.
Oh, yes, I better. Otherwise, Mom would have to send Pop out to look for me. Then she'd have to go out to look for Papa.
Well, I'll get the blankets.
Oh, hello, Mama. Mama, this is Oliver. What's that? Papa's been out looking for me already. Well, it isn't 10 yet, Mama. Oh, we want to get an early start. You better go find him, Mama. Try the place on the corner. Oh, not the drugstore, the place in the other corner. I don't know why he always goes there. I never do. Well, you just push open the doors and call in. That's what? Oh, I'm still at Midgie's house. Yeah, Mama. They invited me to spend the night here on account I didn't bring an overcoat. I did? I must have left on a streetcar, huh? Well, I got my pills. Don't worry, I'll keep out of drafts. Good night, Mama. Poor Mama. She doesn't seem to realize that I'm a big boy now.
No, it's very hard to believe, Oliver.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here.
What's this nickel for?
Oh, for the phone call. I never like to be under obligations to people.
Yes, I can see that.
Everything's ready for you, Oliver.
Yeah, go right in and make yourself comfortable, Oliver. I'm going to lock up.
Oh, be sure all the downstairs windows are fastened, Uncle Mort. There have been some burglars in the neighborhood lately.
Burglars?
Oh, don't worry, Oliver. Go right in and get ready for bed. If a burglar ever saw you in my pajamas, he'd put back everything he took. I wonder who built these windows. The Pullman Company? Oh, my bunion. Almost forgot to wind the kitchen clock. Somebody already wound it. Oh, excuse me, Aesop. I didn't mean to step on your tail. Now, Scat Cat, scram, go, outside.
Everything locked up tight, Uncle Mort?
Yes, a burglar would need 3 policemen to help him get in here. Excuse me, I guess it was the company we had for dinner.
Well, see you in the morning.
Huh?
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
What, you still up? Good night, Leroy.
Good night, Uncle Roy.
Good night. What's that? Oh, good night, Oliver.
Be a fire somewhere near here.
How about let's go in and see?
You better ask your Uncle Mort first.
Okay.
Mom and Pop.
Hey, Uncle Mort, can I go to a fire?
What's that?
There's a fire somewhere close. Can I go see it?
A fire? Oh, boy, I haven't done one for years, and I just love to go to blazes.
Well, hurry up, Uncle Mort, hurry. No, not that door. That's the bathroom.
Oh, excuse me. I should have known.
This way.
Yeah, thanks. Now, let's hurry outside, or the fire will be out before we are.
Gee, this is fun.
Huh?
Hey, Marge, let's go. Here's Uncle Mort.
Yeah, let's get Oliver.
You think he'd be interested?
Sure, it'll be a tonic for his nerves. Oh, Oliver.
Yes, Mama, I'm getting off.
Yep. I'm not your mama. Come on outside with us. Hurry up.
What's wrong?
There's a fire, Oliver.
Fire? Oh, my goodness. Come on, let's go. Right away. I'll follow me.
Wait for us, Oliver. Leroy, bring Oliver's shoes. Come on, Marjorie. Hey, Oliver, come back here.
Where's the fire?
It's somewhere around the corner, Oliver.
Is it coming this way?
No, we're going that way. Come on.
Here's your shoes, Oliver. You better put them on before you wear out your socks.
Oh, thanks, Leroy.
All right, let's not spend all night here. The fire won't wait for us, you know. Oliver, you can tie your shoelaces afterward.
Oh, as you say, Mr. Gilder. Oh,
On second thought, Oliver, you better tie them now.
I might as well, now that I'm down.
Gee, this is the latest I've been out since the night I went walking in my sleep.
Yes. Well, let's take a quick look at the fire and scoot back to bed.
I wonder whose house it is.
Well, we'll soon see.
I think the engine's right around the corner.
They are? Oh, I see a lot of people.
Yes, there they are. Gee, look at all the neighbors. There's nothing like a good fire to bring out all the best people. Everybody must have gotten up. Oh, look. There's Edie Quinn, wearing the same kimono she wore to that fire last year.
Yes. Don't be catty.
Well, here we are. I don't see any fire.
I better find out what this is all about. Let me through here, please. Excuse me, lady. Oh, pardon me, Chief, but could you direct me to the fire?
Mister, I wish you could direct me. We can't find it.
Oh, well, it may be a little unprofessional, but have you asked anybody?
Say, that's an idea. Thanks.
Oh, that's all right.
Quiet, please. Let's have quiet, everybody.
Yes, quiet.
Now, did anyone here turn in a fire alarm?
Excuse me. I was the one who called.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Beasley. Well, where's the fire?
Oh, there isn't any fire. My poor little cat is stranded on top of that telephone pole up there.
What? Oh, good grief. Madam, do you mean you got us all out of bed and dragged the firemen away from their gin rummy game just to look at a cat?
Oh. Disappointed because someone's home isn't burning down.
Huh?
I know who you are. You're the man who does want to set the world on fire.
Now, see here, Mrs.
Oh, this is Mrs. Beasley, Uncle Mort. Mrs. Beasley, this is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
Charmed, I'm sure. Now, see here, Mrs. Beasley. What do you mean by waking up the whole neighborhood?
Now, take it easy, mister.
I won't take it easy. Chief, are you going to waste the taxpayers' money climbing telephone poles for tomcats?
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, give me a reason why you should go to all that trouble.
Sure, I'll give you a reason. This lady happens to be the mayor's sister-in-law.
Just as I thought. Politics.
Hey, boys, get out the 40-footer and bring down that cat.
Thank you, Chief. I'll see that my brother-in-law hears about this.
Yes, and I'll see that the newspapers hear about it, too. I'll write letters to the editors. And I write a nasty letter, madam. And as for you, Chief, you're paid to fight fires, not to go sky-hooting around town all night.
Now, I've heard enough out of you, fatso.
Yep.
If you don't pipe down, I'll turn you over to the police, you big false alarm.
I'm a false alarm, you little brass pole polisher. Take off that fireman's uniform and say that.
Now, don't get so hot under the collar, Beef Trust, or I'll have the boys cool you up with a hose.
I'm not afraid of you and all your little squirts. You twitch a thumb at me, and I'll push that tin hat of yours so far down, you'll have to breathe through a straw.
Well, now you have gone too far. Logan! Yes, Chief. Here, hold my coat.
That suits me. Oliver!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Keep off the grass. You'll get your feet wet.
Hey, look! Look, they've got the cat down, Uncle Mort.
Oh.
Thank goodness.
Where's the lady that owns the cat? Right here, Kelsey.
Now I've seen everything. The idea. Using thousands of dollars worth of fire equipment, waking up hundreds of people in the middle of the night just to snag a mangy cat off a telephone pole.
Here it is, lady. Safe and sound.
Thank you very much. Oh, dear me, this isn't my cat at all.
Well, now it isn't even her cat. Lady, if you aren't...
Uncle Mort.
What's wrong, Marjorie?
I'll tell you what's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is your cat.
Yeah. Our cat?
Yes.
Aesop?
Is that a hot one?
Oh, my goodness. Let's get home. Come on, children. Come on, Aesop. Goodbye, Chief. Thank your boys for doing a noble and humane deed.
Go back to bed, you big mattress.
Oof.
Come on, man, let's go.
I don't like the way he said that.
Too bad there wasn't a fire. We could have at least gotten warm.
Oliver, don't you dare catch a chill.
I'll try my best not to, Midgie. Wish I'd brought along my cold pills.
Let's hurry into the house, Oliver. We'll fix you up a nice hot cup of... what can you drink a nice hot cup of?
Water, if it's distilled.
Well, it'll be nice to get back into a nice warm bed. Open the door, Leroy.
Okay. Uh-oh, it's locked. Locked?
Why didn't I go home on a straight time?
Now, don't get excited. Don't be nervous. Take it easy, everybody. I have the key right here. Right here in my pants pocket. Oh, no.
No what?
No pants. I'm just wearing pajamas. Here, let me try that door. Ooh, no shoes either.
Maybe it's stuck.
No, we're stuck, Oliver. The wind must have blown it shut. Well, I guess the joke's on us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't get it.
You keep asking questions like that, Oliver, and you'll get it all right.
There must be a window around the side or in back that I could climb into.
No, Leroy. Before we went to bed, I made sure that everything was locked as tight as a drum in a bagpipe band.
Oh, wait a minute. We forgot something.
Huh?
I know how we can get in.
You do? Well, what is it?
Birdie.
Clever girl, Marjorie. Birdie. Yeah, come on, everybody.
Where are we going now, Midget?
We're going to see if we can wake Birdie, our mate.
Yes. Oh, Birdie.
Oh, Birdie! Oh, Birdie!
Too many birdies. Let me do it, children. Oh, Birdie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Birdie, will you please come downstairs and open the front door?
Come downstairs. Open the front door.
Yes, I'm locked out, and so is Marjorie and Leroy and Oliver.
What an unfortunate coincidence.
Yes, Birdie, quit stalling and hurry down here.
I would if I could, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I just can't.
Why can't you?
Because I'm locked out, too.
What? Birdie, aren't you upstairs?
No, sir, I'm right here on the back porch.
Oh, this is a pretty pickle of fish. How did you get locked out?
Well, I just got home from a lodge meeting.
Yeah.
You know, the mysterious and bewildering orders of the daughters of Cleopatra. I'm the head Sphinx.
A Sphinx? You are?
Yes, sir. And I found the back door bolted. You know, that's contrary to the customary procedure.
Yes, well, I wonder if the people next door have got a pass key.
Oh, they went away on their weekend.
Oh,
I'm getting terribly cold. Maybe I better go home after all.
No, Oliver. We'll get inside in 2 shakes of a jiffy. The only trouble is all the downstairs windows are locked. If we could only reach the second floor.
I can do it. If you boost me up, I can climb this tree and then crawl out on that branch and drop down on the roof of the porch there.
Who do you think you is, Leroy? A Superman man?
Yes. No, I won't let you risk your neck, my boy. You're too young. I do it myself, only why ruin a tree that never did me any harm?
Oh, dear. Now, isn't it too bad that we don't have anyone big enough and thin enough to come to our rescue?
It's getting colder, isn't it?
You know, I can't help thinking what King Arthur or one of his knights would do in a case like this.
Yes, I believe it is getting colder.
Why, he'd leap off his horse, spring to the tree, and just swarm up to his lady love's window.
If I'd only brought along some of my vitality tablets.
Oh, what's the use? Oliver, why don't you go climb a tree?
Who, me? Midget, you know I get dizzy spells from high places.
Oliver, it's really very easy. You can do it with your eyes shut.
I don't like this.
Give him a boost up, Unc. Can't you see he's raring to go?
Uh-huh, raring to go home.
Come, Oliver, you've got to be brave. Pull up my pajamas. No, I mean the ones you're wearing. Yeah, now tighten your belt.
I didn't say yes.
You shook your head.
Can I help it if I shiver in the affirmative?
Well, now you take his other leg, Leroy.
Okay.
Yeah, careful now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, grab hold of the branch, Oliver, right above you.
Well, don't drop me. I bruise easily.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm right below you. Now, just pull yourself up. No, Oliver, go the other way. You're getting out on the wrong limb.
Gee, if I only had my slingshot here, I'd head him in the right direction quick enough.
Leroy. Keep going, Oliver. You're doing fine. Oh, what are you stopping for now?
The spring on my pajamas broke.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm falling. I made it. I landed on the roof.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Oliver. I never thought you'd make it.
How about it, Missy Witchy? Am I as good as any night?
Oh, yes, Oliver, you're wonderful.
Yeah. By George, for a weeknight, he finished strong on Sunday. Yeah. All right, Oliver. Now just climb in one of the windows and all our troubles will be over.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
Huh?
I've got bad news for you.
What?
There aren't any windows over the porch.
What? A porch without windows? I never heard of such a thing. Let me look. Well, that's one for Ripley. You better come on down, Oliver.
Oh, I can't reach that limb again.
Jeepers, we've stranded Oliver.
Is that bad?
Now what are we going to do, Unc?
Well, there's only one thing to do. I've got to get a ladder someplace.
And a piece of string.
All right, Oliver.
Oh, hurry, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's terribly cold up here.
Yeah.
The people in the back's got a nice big ladder.
Yeah?
Why don't you just pussyfoot over and throw the bar?
Well, thanks, Bertie. I suppose that's all I can do. Children, you just stay where you are. And Oliver, don't go away.
Very funny.
I'll be back just as soon as I can, Oliver. Fine state of affairs when a man can't break into his own home. Well, that's what you get for chasing fires in the middle of the woods. Oh, it's you, Aesop. Out of my way, you Siamese snake in the grass. Now, let me see. There's a loose board somewhere along this fence. Ah, there it is. Tight squeeze, Throckmorton. You should really cut out the starches. I wonder where that ladder is. It's as dark here as the back of a coal miner's neck.
Who's there?
Huh?
Speak up or I'll shoot.
Oh, hello. Don't shoot, Mrs. Beasley. It's only me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What are you doing in my backyard at this time of night?
What am I doing here? Oh, yes, we were locked out of our house, Mrs. Beasley. You happen to have a ladder I could borrow?
It's in the shed, and the shed's locked.
Well, then, if you could find the key and kind of throw it down to me, I'll...
Nerve. Waking me up, scaring me half to death, and then having the gall.
What did you say, Mrs. Beasley?
Wait where you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll be right there.
Yeah, lovely woman. A break at last. This time we're all set, TP.
Where are you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right underneath your window, Mrs. Beasley.
Directly underneath?
Yes, directly underneath.
Well, then, catch.
Oh, dear. There's dew on the grass. I hope Uncle Mort doesn't get his feet damp.
Hey, sis, I did it all right. Boy, that was a thrill.
Well, it's only a matter of minutes now. Oh, Oliver, it's only a matter of minutes now.
Only minutes before I freeze. I wish I brought a parachute.
Shh. Who that there?
It's me, your Uncle Throckmorton. If I ever lay hands on that Beasley woman, I'll kill that old cow.
Why, Uncle, you're soaked. What happened?
She lured me underneath her window and then threw a bucket of water on me. I'm going to tell the mayor about this.
Oh, that's a shame. But don't you worry. We'll have you in the house and dry inside of 5 minutes.
Oh, you got the door open?
No, not yet, but soon. Poor Oliver's been freezing on that roof.
He's freezing.
Yes, so I sent Leroy down to the corner to ring the fire alarm.
Oh, fine. Oh, my goodness. What'll the chief say when he sees me this time? Can't you stop him, Leroy?
I don't think so.
Oh.
In fact, I'm sure I can.
Oh, my. Here we go again.
Stop right here, men.
Okay, where is it?
Oh, hello, Chief. Well, you're just in time. Look.
Where? Oh, say, what is this? First a cat on a pole and now a guy on the roof. Who's responsible for this call?
Well, it was like this, Chief.
Well, if it isn't the taxpayer's best friend and the fire department's severest critic. Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, hi.
Been writing any letters to the newspapers?
No.
Now, stop teasing, Uncle Mort, Chief. He's just soaked to the skin.
Yeah, and that takes in an awful lot of territory.
Yeah. How about saving those cracks for the fireman's minstrel show and getting our front door open?
Oh, is that what you want? Well, why didn't you say so? Hey, Max, bring an axe. We've got a door to chop down.
No. Can't you just send up a man and a ladder to one of the windows on the second floor?
Oh, never mind the axe, Max. Bring a ladder.
Okay. Say, Chief, there's a cellar door open around on the other side.
The cellar door's been open all this time? Oh, I could kick myself.
We could help you with that, too.
Yep. Thank you just the same, no. Say, boys, I'm awfully sorry about this whole thing. Let me make some amends, huh? How about you all coming in for coffee and sandwiches? Huh? Won't you? Come on, just for good old Gildersleeve. Huh?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, come on. Have another cup of coffee, Chief?
No, thanks. I've had 2 already.
You've had 4, but have another anyhow.
Oh.
Sandwich, Mr. Grogan?
No. I'm full clear up to here. Incidentally, I made sure that cellar door was locked tight this time.
Thanks, Mr. Grogan.
Well, this has been swell, Mr. Gildersleeve, but now we'd better be getting back, boys. Hey, you guys in the kitchen, let's get wheeling.
Okay, Chief. Well, goodbye, boys. Thanks for everything. And if I ever have a fire, you'll be the first people I'll call in. I like firemen.
Say, Uncle Mort, can I go out and watch them leave?
Sure, we'll all go out and wave goodbye to them. Come on, Marjorie. You too, Bertie.
Okay, Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the hospitality.
So long, boys. Don't take any wooden fire plugs. Yes, nice fellas. Well, let's get back in. There they go. It's colder out. Catch the door, Bertie. It's good. Oh, my goodness.
Gee, we're all locked out again.
Yes, this is where we didn't come in.
Hey, isn't anybody ever gonna get me down off this roof?
Oh, Oliver!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, let me remind you that next Friday is Halloween. And if you mothers are the kind that worry about the children being out and getting into mischief, here's a worthwhile suggestion for you. Keep the kids at home with a well-stocked pantry. Yes, if you have plenty of popcorn and cookies and cakes on hand, you can be sure the kids won't go very far away. Now, to make popcorn extra good, drench it with plenty of melted parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, that delicate, tempting flavor that makes parquet a favorite for table use makes it delicious on popcorn, too. And remember, use parquet margarine in the cookies and cakes you bake. It makes them tastier because it's a real flavor shortening, not just a bland, tasteless fat. And not just at Halloween, but the year round, parquet margarine provides your family with wholesome, nourishing food values. Yes, parquet margarine is a highly nutritious energy food that contains important vitamin A. So use parquet margarine made by Kraft all three ways. At the table, for baking, and for pan frying. It's delicious, it's nourishing, it's economical. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for a pound or two of parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, our time's up. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Sing, Baby, Sing. Play, Weemsy, play. It's very interesting to go through some of the new modern houses and see what beautiful little homes are being built for $5,000 and less. Many of the modern rooms have linoleum on the floors. And I don't have to tell you that Johnson's Wax is responsible for the glowing polish on most of these floors. The wax brings out the colors in the linoleum and keeps it in perfect condition. You can't picture one of the modern houses with scuffed or dingy floors. Wall paneling and floors must have a lustrous polish at all times, and that's why it's so necessary to protect all such surfaces with Johnson's Wax, so that their beauty will be long-lasting. Whether you live in an ultra-modern house or a comfortable old-fashioned home, you'll find that Johnson's Wax protects your woodwork, furniture, and floors with an invisible shield of beauty and actually makes housekeeping much easier, for dust and dirt cannot cling to a Johnson Wax surface. The McGees are celebrating their wedding anniversary tonight and have planned a big garden party for all their friends. But, not having a garden, Fibber has taken it upon himself to clean up the vacant lot next door for the purpose. And here, clearing away the old cans and bottles, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
I wonder if folks wouldn't find someplace else to put their dad-ratted junk, Molly. Look at this here old rusty 5-gallon can. Can you imagine what kind of a dim-witted, unthinking, left-handed lame brain would deliberately dump this old can next door to a nice house like ours?
Why, sure. You threw that there yourself.
Oh, well. Except I had to put it someplace.
McGee, you better put on some old canvas gloves. I don't want you to be cutting yourself on a tin can.
Oh, I like to get at these here jobs barehanded. Matter of fact, I don't mind a job like this at all. It's something I can get my teeth into.
Getting your teeth into a tin can? Why, you talk like a ghost. Oh, here's the mailman, McGee. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Ingalls. Anything for us?
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Gee, Reggie, you're getting old, ain't you? How long you been carrying the mail?
Oh, since Ted Weems give me the sack. I see you're getting ready to celebrate your anniversary.
How'd you know, Red?
Says so on this postcard. Says, many happy returns of the day. We'll be glad to accept your invitation. Please wire me if you will serve soup or celery. Signed, Miles Reed. Who's he?
Well, he's our sound effects man. He wants to know what noises to bring.
Is that all the mail there is for us?
That's all today, Mr. McGee. Got one for Ted Wheaton, though.
What's it say, Bud?
I don't know. It's a letter and it's sealed, so I haven't read it yet. I'll have to wait and read it over Wheaton's shoulder.
Here, let me take it. I'll hold it up to the light.
Why, well, don't be so nosy, McGee. The idea reading other people's mail. What's it say?
Ain't even addressed to Ted. It's sent to the Johnson Wax Show.
Well, what's it say?
I can't figure out if it's a knock or a boost.
Well, why?
It says, oh, boy, what a show. What a show. Theodore is terrific.
Well, what's the matter with that? Ted Weems will be tickled.
I don't know if he will or not. I can't make out whether it says Theodore or the odor.
Well, so long, folks.
You know, Molly, if this nation should die out and 1,000,000 years later somebody'd be exploring around here and find all these cans and bottles, what would they think?
Why, they'd think we left a lot of cans and bottles around.
This stuff cleared away so I can mow the grass. You know, Molly, there's a job mowing the grass. I get an awful kick out of mowing grass.
I know. The more, the merrier.
Oh. Molly, did I ever tell you about the time I lived down in Tittycombe, Texas, and couldn't get no grass to grow in the front yard?
Oh, yes, many times.
Well, sir, what I done was buy 3,000 of them fiber mats that folks use for doormats, and I painted them green and sodded the lawn with them. Oh. Boy, I certainly solved that problem.
Well, you can solve anything if you really go to the mat with it.
Used to sprinkle it twice a day just for the effect on the jealous neighbors. Used to sneak out at night with a bucket of yellow paint and paint dandelions all over. Then in the morning, I'd go out with a worried look onto my face and dig them out. But I had to give it up. I couldn't stand it.
Stand what?
The robins. The poor little robins would come fluttering down looking for worms, and when they'd land on that matting, they'd look at me so dad-ratted reproachful. I just couldn't take it. Oh, well, that's the way it goes.
Oh, McGee, look. Here comes a truck, heading for this lot.
Well, if they try to dump anything here, they'll find they got a fight on their hands. I'll tell them that.
Oh, dear. It's a bunch of young men.
Hi, boys.
Hi there.
Looks like government stuff, Molly. Hey, boys. You from the CCC?
No, we're from the TWO.
TWO.
Ted Weems Orchestra.
Yes, and go to work, boys.
Every street I walk on becomes a lover's lane. When I'm with you, I can see the sun go out in the rain. When I'm with you, to lose you would be tragic. Here is my heart unfurled. You have that certain magic. You're the seven wonders of the world. Goes off the ground, but the leaves are on a tree. When I'm with you, flowers sing a love song. There's music in the breeze. When I'm with you, please let me make this confession. You are my magnificent obsession. The world is all alive, lovely one when I'm with you.
That was Ted Weems and his TWO workers playing a new project, When I'm With You, with Terry Como as Rhyme Keeper. Well, Fibber has really worked hard clearing away the junk from the vacant lot next door and is now busy clipping the grass and bushes for their anniversary garden party tonight.
Hey, Molly. What anniversary is this we're celebrating?
Our 18th, McGee.
18th. Is that all the longer it's been?
What?
I said, don't hardly seem possible we've been married 18 years.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. I found another gray hair this morning.
On your hairbrush?
Yes.
Oh, don't worry about that, Molly. I was brushing Toops' cat with it yesterday.
What? You got a lot of nerve using my... Oh, there's Silly Watson.
Oh, hi there, Sil. Did you get them Japanese lanterns like I told you?
Yes, sir. I got them little old Japanese lanterns.
You mean Nipponese Jackson?
Nappajack cisterns.
Japanese Jackson. Yes, I got them. The man say he's going to send them right out.
Oh, I know, but when?
What?
When is he going to send them out?
Well, right away, you say, and I suppose when he say right away, he mean kind of soon, please, man.
Well, did you tell him when the garden party was, Silly?
Yes, I say tonight was your 18th anniversary. He said anybody can last that long being married these days don't need no Japanese lessons. He said what you ought to have is a 10 million candle power aviation beacon.
Well, did you bring us one, Silly?
No, ma'am, they didn't have one.
No, that's one Silly didn't bring home the beacon. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. Excuse me now, please, folks. I gotta go oil the lawnmower.
Well, now that takes care of that.
No, I wouldn't be too sure. Silly probably told him we just got married and didn't want him till our 18th. Hey, you! Get out of there! I just cleaned this lot up.
What are you doing there?
Huh? What's the matter, Bud? Looking for something?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
Looking for a place to hide this stuff. I'm a G-man.
G-man, huh? Government?
No, coffee.
Hey, you! Hey, I just seen... Hey, come back here, you! What?
Heavenly days, the nerve of that fella.
The mashes and stuff he dumped got up my nose.
Oh, McGee, you've got what the Germans call a dump call.
Hey, Hey, Molly, there goes Parker Gibbs. Hi there, Gibbsy. You coming tonight?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for a farm.
How big a farm?
Make it a window box. See you later.
Where's all them guys going, Molly? Country Washburn just went by a minute ago.
Why, they're all sitting under that big tree over there playing mumbly peg.
Them musicians, always sticking the knife into something. Oh, hi, Perry.
Hello, Fibber. Hi, Molly.
Hello, Perry, darling. You coming to the party? It's our 18th anniversary.
Oh, I see. I'll be there and help you forget. Hi, boys.
You know, Molly, them fellas, they don't seem to realize the importance of our affair tonight.
McGee, after being married 18 years, I'd hardly call it an affair.
Did you order the folding chairs, Molly?
Yes, but I don't want them sent out till the last thing. They might get damp and hurt to finish on.
Ah, but you wouldn't have to worry about that if they were protected by a gleaming coat of Johnson's wax.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Hello, folks. Say, nice job you're doing on the trimming, Fibber.
You betcha.
But then, you always were a clip.
Hey, Harpo.
Yes?
Did you ever play building and loan?
No. How do you play it?
Get out of the building and leave us alone.
Well, I'm afraid I can't stay any longer. No. Don't insist. Don't. Well, so long, folks.
Sure. Well, hold Harpo. Oh, hello there, Geraldine.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Miss McGee. I just thought I'd drop in and see if there's anything I could help you with for your party tonight.
Well, thanks, Geraldine, but I don't think...
I told Gerald you were having your 18th anniversary party, and Gerald said the cutest thing. I mean, you really did, really.
Well...
Gerald said, well, misery loves company. Oh, Gerald is such a cynic, Mr. McGee. I mean, he really is.
What do you mean, misery? Say, me and Molly have been real happy.
That's exactly what I told Gerald, yes.
Sure.
I said you were the happiest couple I ever knew. I told him you were always holding hands.
Oh, that's
and Gerald said, affection or protection. Oh, but don't mind Gerald. He's always like that.
Well, when you find a marriage like ours...
I told Gerald marriages are made in heaven.
That's it.
And Gerald said maybe that's why they picked a hot place like Reno to separate. Gerald says Reno is for the party of the first part and the party of the second part. Can you imagine?
Gerald must have been feeling kind of sour.
I know. I asked Gerald why he was always so insulting, and what do you think he said?
What'd he say?
Oh, this priceless, really.
Priceless is right. I wouldn't give you a nickel for
Yes,
a...
Gerald says the difference between a pat on the back and a kick in the pants is just a matter of location. Well, I think he must be off.
I'll say so.
Biddle.
Someday, Molly, that gal is going to hear a record of herself and take to the needle.
Oh, it's Elmo Tanner. Hello, Elmo.
Hello, folks.
You're coming to our anniversary party tonight, aren't you, Elmo?
What can I lose?
Why, it's our 18th anniversary. Now, what do you think of that?
Yeah. 18 years.
Yeah.
Let's see. 18 from 1936. Oh, you were married in 1918.
Yes, why?
That's the year I went to war, too. Hiya, fellas.
Smart guy, huh?
Oh, I think Elmo's real nice, McGee. And I love the way he whistles. Oh, dear, the place is beginning to look nice. Oh, there's Ted Weems. Hello, Ted.
Hi there, Ted. You coming to the party tonight?
You bet I am. What party?
Say, Ted.
Yes?
Look at all those TWO workers of yours sitting under that tree over there.
What's the matter with that?
Well, it's dangerous. What if a thunderstorm should come up and lightning would hit that tree?
They should worry. I'm the conductor. Come on, boys. Go to work.
country have taken advantage of Johnson's free gift offer and have received a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax without cost. If you haven't already asked your dealer for Johnson's free gift anniversary package, I urge you to do so right away. The package contains a pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay 59 cents for the cleaner only. This is less than the regular selling price. And you get the Auto Wax free. Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish will make your old car sparkle like new in short order. Johnson's Auto Wax protects the beautiful polish, keeps the finish from becoming scratched and stained. When you Johnson wax your car, you cut down on car washing. And later, when you want to trade the car in, you will get more money for it if the finish has been wax protected. Go to your dealer tonight or tomorrow morning and get free a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax in the free gift anniversary package. Well, you'd hardly know the vacant lot next door to the McGees. Fibbers mowed the grass, trimmed the bushes, whitewashed the trees, and with Silly's help is now stringing wires for the Japanese lanterns. This is going to be quite an anniversary party tonight. Here are Molly and Silly holding the ladder while Fibber strings wires.
McGee, did you get permission from the owners of this property to hang up the lanterns?
No, but they can't object, Molly. Chuck ought to send them a bill for cleaning up the place. Hey, hold that dead-ratted ladder steady, Phil.
Keep your eyes on your work, Silly. What are you staring at?
That little girl over there, please, ma'am. She got a little old ball on a rubber band, and she hitting it with a paddle, and doggone, she never missed one.
Hey, down there, hold her steady. What do you think I am, a sparrow?
Hi, everybody. What you doing? 4 and 10, 4 and 11.
We're hanging up Japanese lanterns, honey. Now you going home.
I don't want to, I betcha. I want to watch it. 4 and 18, 4 and 19, 4 and 20.
Hey
4
there,
and
sis.
21.
Don't bother us. Go play someplace else.
Want to play here, I betcha. 4 and 30, 4 and 31. What you hanging the lanterns up for, Watch it.
Go on away now, little girl. Go on, get on home now. Go on.
Well, why are you hanging the lanterns up for, 4 and 52, 4 and 53, 4 and
It's for a wedding anniversary, sis. Now go on away.
What's the wedding anniversary, What is that? 4 and 59, 4 and 60, 4 and 61.
Wedding anniversary means that we've been married for a long time.
Why?
That's it, I don't know why. I mean, look here, sis. Hey, hold that ladder!
Look out!
Hold it! Hey, hold!
Heavenly days. Are you hurt, McGee?
No, just sore. Now you listen here, sis.
Gee, that was funny, mister. Do it again. 4 and 72.
Yeah, slap my sunburst. She never miss a beat.
Listen, dearie. We're very busy here. Now you run along and play somewhere else.
I'll say so. You pretty near made me bust my neck.
Why, you pretty near made me lose count. 4 and 82, 4 and 83.
484.
485. Quiet, Phil.
Yes, Miss McGee.
Where do you live, sis?
Over there, little way. Where do you live? 489,
We live right here.
Why?
Because... How do I know? Listen, sis, we're busy here.
What doing? 4 and 96, 4 and 97.
We're going to have a party here, Wyatt.
Can I come? 4 and 99, 500.
Sure, you can come, sis. But just as an initiation, we're going to make everybody that comes to the party take a big spoonful of castor oil just to prove they really want to come.
Castor? Oh, gee. Goodbye, mister. 510, 500.
Yes, sir. Imagine that kid, Molly, bouncing that little ball more than 500 times off that bat.
Yes, and right off the bat, I could give you more than 500 reasons why you should protect your car finish with Johnson's Auto Wax.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Silly. Well, Fibber, how are the party preparations coming along?
Oh, pretty good. Up till now.
I see. Oh, it must be great to celebrate a wedding anniversary like this. Oh, I'm an old bachelor myself.
That's what I often say. How do you like these Japanese lanterns?
Why, they're beautiful.
We think so, too. You know, in olden times, the Japanese used to wear them over their heads. This way. Now, hold still.
McGee, what on earth you doing?
Then they pulled them down over their ears like this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Come on, Molly. I want to get back to the house and clean up.
Say, take this thing off. I can't see where I'm going. Fibber, Molly, where are you?
Ah, dear. That's what I always liked about Harpo. Friendly sort of a Jap. Well, come on, Molly. Let's clean the house. Boy, am I tired. Now, I suppose I'd better start getting myself cleaned up.
Just think of it, McGee. 18 years.
Yeah?
And to think you'd spent all day long cleaning up a dirty old lot so we could have a party. You sure must love me, McGee.
Oh, well, Molly, I always... Hey! What's that?
Heavenly Day. Must be a parade. Open the door, McGee.
Probably a political parade.
All right, boys, this is the place. Just load the stuff there and set her up quick. Yes, that's fine. Get over there now.
Hey, wait a minute.
McGee.
Huh?
They're dumping stuff all over our nice clean lot.
Hey, you! You over there! What's the idea? I just cleaned that lot up. Get out of there!
Not so, my little so-and-so, not so. We have a legal permit for the use of this property, yes, yes.
For what?
For the Horatio K. Boomer Combined Carnival, the greatest traveling aggregation ever known. All right, boys, hurry there. Get that merry-go-round set up. Oh, Elmer, put your hot dog stand over on the other side.
Hey, you can't do that. I just cleaned up that. I said, you want to go to the carnival tonight, Molly?
Time of year when women are thinking about fixing up their homes for fall. Even though you aren't planning to spend much money, you'll want to make your rooms look attractive. So here's a suggestion. Wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with Johnson's Wax, and everything will take on a fresh, well-cared-for appearance. Johnson's Wax gives a beautiful luster to floors and linoleum, leaving an invisible film of wax protection over the surface, saving the floor from scuff marks and scratches. When you wax your furniture, you'll discover new beauty in the wood. The satin-like polish sheds dust and prevents smudges from sticking to the tables and chair arms. Then be sure to give all door frames and windowsills a gleaming coat of Johnson's Wax so sticky fingerprints can't cling to them. You'll save yourself hours of housework over a period of time if you wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
all joking aside, this really is our 18th wedding anniversary.
And we hope everybody listening in is as happy as we are. And I want to thank you for your wonderful support.
Oh, shucks, that's all right, Mama.
Quiet, isn't it? I wasn't talking to you.
Good night.
Good night, dog.
This program comes to you from our Chicago studios. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee and Company with Jim Jordan as Fibber, Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. And tonight, we're delighted to welcome to this program the listeners to 27 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. We open the show tonight with A Shine on Your Shoes. Of real importance to any housewife. This is the week when millions of women are making their homes bright and attractive for Easter Day. If you're wise, you'll start with your floors. Give them new beauty with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. You know, of course, how easy it is to apply Glow Coat. It takes only a few minutes to do a whole floor. You don't even have to soil your hands. No rubbing or buffing is necessary. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a wonderful gleaming polish that everyone admires. Right now, there's a special sale on Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat and Johnson's Wax. Ask your dealer for the giant-size cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. A pint and 1/3, or a pound and 1/3 for the regular price of 1 pint or 1 pound. It will pay you to go to the store tomorrow morning and get a supply of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in the money-saving giant-size cans. Contentment reign over the McGee menage today. Our hero has just had a good breakfast and is lingering over his second cup of coffee and the morning papers. And here in the dining room at 79 Wistful Vista, we find Fibber, Japers, Crapers. Where'd you get those papers, McGee?
What's all this stuff about them college students swallowing live goldfish? Bet they're just trying to wiggle out of examinations. Well. Maurice Chevalier expected to make American comeback. Well, good for you, Maurice. You can do it, too, if you try hard and keep a stiff lower lip. Come in. Oh, hi, Harpo. Have a cup of coffee?
Did you make it?
Yep.
No, thanks. Say, I see you've got the morning papers. Did you read about that collector of antique furniture who's in town, Junius P. Fortgill?
No, what about him?
Well, I was just thinking. He's in town buying up old furniture, and I thought you might make a little dough. Your furniture's pretty old, isn't it?
Well, now, say it is at that. I wonder if
Look at that old sofa of yours in the living room and that four-poster bed you have upstairs. Didn't you tell me that Napoleon once slept on that bed?
Well, sure I did. That's what the dealer told me. Judging from the bumpy mattress that come with it, I'll bet Napoleon's horse slept on it, too. Say, I bet I can sell that guy some stuff at that.
Well, I thought you'd be interested. Of course, I don't know if your stuff is antique.
Oh, don't worry about that there, Harpo. By the time he gets here, it'll look antique. Sure you won't have a cup of coffee, Harpo?
No, thanks. It smells too strong for me.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make coffee, anyway?
Well, how does anybody make good coffee? I get a can of coffee, take the cover off, dump half the coffee out, and fill the can up with boiling water. Makes enough coffee for 8 or 10 days if you warm it up good.
Well, what do you do with the coffee you have left? Throw it out or use it for fly spray?
That's no good for that. I tried that, Harpo. It's no good for fly spray. It eats holes in the draperies. Well, thanks for tipping me off to Fothergill, Harpo. And say, if you're going past the hotel, you drop a hint to this antique collector Fothergill and guy and tell him I got a house full of antiques.
I'll do that, Fibber. I owe you a favor for not insisting that I have a cup of that sheep dip. So long, pal.
Well, now, let's see. Now, how can I make this furniture look antiquer than it is? I better scratch it up a little. Maybe shoot some wormholes into it with a shotgun. Boy, won't Molly be happy when she comes home and finds I got rid of all this old junk. That ain't Fothergill, folks, so we ain't built up enough suspense yet. Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Want any fresh eggs today?
No, thanks, old-timer.
Hey?
I says, no, we don't want any eggs. Not on this show. We lay our own.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, he says, see where Jim Farley might run for vice president. That so, says t'other feller. Vice president ain't much of a job for a feller like Farley, is it? No, says the first feller. But if you start out as a mailman, you gotta expect to hold the bag. Sure you don't want any eggs, Johnny? I fed one of my hens on violets this week, and she laid some nice purple ones for Easter.
No, thanks.
All righty.
She laid purple eggs for Easter. I wonder if she laid any for that old buzzard. He's got a face that would stop a cluck. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, I got to get this furniture ready. I'll bust the glass in that desk so it'll look a little older. That looks more antique. Tear the upholstery a little on this footstool. Yeah. Rip that right leg off this footstool. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away. Come in. Hello, Fibber. What are you doing? Oh, kicking the furniture around, Billy. There's an antique buyer in town, and I'm adding a few years to the life of all my stuff.
It looks battered enough now. Are you familiar with antiques?
Oh, yes, enough anyway. For instance, you see that love seat there? That's a genuine, authentic antique, William. That's the very love seat where Paul Revere proposed to Cleopatra.
Go on. Cleopatra was 1,000 years older than Paul Revere.
Oh, well, what difference does it make if they really loved each other? There's a lot of romance in a piece of furniture like that there, Billy. Can't you just imagine a young lover sitting there on pins and needlepoint?
Well, never mind that. How about hearing John Novus sing This Night?
Well, that'll be swell, Billy. Let him go ahead while I load my shotgun.
Your shotgun?
Yeah, I got to shoot a few wormholes in this furniture. That's a trick I learned from my grandfather, William. He was an antique dealer. Poor old guy.
What happened to him?
Oh, he tried to saw the legs off his old secretary, and she swore out a warrant. This night. Take it, Don.
This night was made for dreaming. This night was fashioned for you. This night my arms enfold.
Don. You can sing this night for me any day.
Well, thanks, Fibber. But please don't point that shotgun at me.
Oh, don't worry about that shotgun. It ain't loaded. I was just going to show you.
Gee, that was wonderful, Fibber. You knocked out the front window. What could you do with a loaded gun?
We all make mistakes.
Most people don't make more than one with a shotgun.
Oh, so you don't think I know anything about firearms, eh? I guess you didn't know I used to be a champion skeet shooter.
No, did you?
Well, sure I did. Well, I used to go out in the morning with my dog and gun and come back just loaded down with skeets. They was good eating, too. A little gamey, but good.
You ever try a clay pigeon with wild rice?
Now you're joshing me.
Well, what were you going to use the shotgun for anyway?
I'm going to shoot some wormholes in the furniture to make it look more antiquer. Sit down, Don, and watch me.
No, thanks. I've been allergic to shotguns ever since I was a kid and stole watermelon. The farmers used to fire rock salt at us.
Did you ever get hit?
Yes, once.
I thought so. They say the best way to tame a bird is to put salt on it. Oh, you're going, Don?
Yeah, I gotta go. See you later.
Okay. Let's see now. I better start with the piano. I'll saw the top off that so it'll look like an old-fashioned melodeon. Oh, they cut down the old Steinway, which made it much harder to play. I'm going to have a fine bunch of antiques here very shortly. Now, if I can look at. What's that? That couldn't be Fothergill. He wouldn't be riding up on a horse. Or maybe he expects to jockey me on the price. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, a Royal Canadian Mounted Policeman. What you want, tall, dark, and handsome?
Are you Fibber McGee, sir?
Yes, I am, Bud. But what's he got?
Well, I'm Sergeant Wilcox, sir, of the Mounted.
Oh.
Just rode down to welcome you to the Canadian network tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Hands across the border and all that sort of thing, you know?
Well, thanks, Sergeant. It's nice to know there's two countries who can reach their hands across the border without shaking their fists at each other. Certainly appreciate your coming in.
Well, I'm delighted, sir. And may I ask what you're doing with a saw and hammer?
I'm antiquing some furniture, Bud. Getting ready to sell some old stuff to a collector.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting lot of stuff. Hey, those old manuscripts on the desk there should be worth a lot. May I see them? Why, a collection of old jokes, isn't it? Imagine anyone laughing at those old quips.
Hey, put that down, Bud. That's our next week's program.
Sorry, sir.
You familiar with our show up there, Sergeant?
Oh, yes. Splendid product you have, too, old man.
Okay.
So it makes hard work for us policemen.
Well, how can that be? Johnson's wax makes work a lot easier.
No, not for us. Why, just last month, I trailed a criminal for 300 miles. Just as I was closing in on him, he walked through a house in Saskatchewan and disappeared.
Disappeared? Is that Saskatchewan?
Yes. The owners of the house had used Johnson's wax, and we couldn't find a single fingerprint on the furniture or woodwork or a single footprint on the floor.
I suppose you heard about the special limited offer Johnson's Wax has on sale now. A giant-sized can, paste or liquid, with an extra third free.
No, but I'll speak to Inspector McTavish about it. He's a rare one for a bargain.
Inspector McTavish, eh? Wonder if he's the same one I worked with when I was a mounted policeman up there.
Oh, were you a Mountie?
Was I? You mean to say you never heard of me up there?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Sergeant. I was once known from Vancouver to Quebec for my capers up there. Canadian Capers McGee, I was known as in them days. Canadian Capers McGee, the coolest, cleverest, crimson-coated cop who ever crept carefully through the keen, cutting cold to capture a crook, continually cantering across country to crack a conspiracy or keep constant control of criminals coming into Canada, and the continent's craftiest constable from Columbia's colossal trees to the colorful caverns of Lake Louise. Yes, sir, and the way I used to run out of the barracks and leap onto the back of my horse for a dead run was something to see. Hey, you got your horse outside there?
Yes, sir. Tethered to the porch, sir.
Well, open the door and I'll show you how I used to leap into the saddle.
Well, I'd like to see it, sir.
Well, here I go. Watch this.
Oh, good heavens. What happened, sir?
Oh, what do you mean, what happened? There ain't no horse out there.
Oh, no, sir, not out there. I tied the animal to the back porch.
Oh, dear.
Sorry you misunderstood.
Ooh.
Well, I must be going now, sir. Welcome to Canada, old man.
Oh.
Cheerio.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. First time I ever been saddle sore without even being on a horse. Well, I better get busy before old Fothergill comes to look at my antique. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree and they hauled it away to the mills. Say, this stuff is beginning to look like something. Maybe I better check up and see if old Fothergill is really coming over here before I batter up any more of this stuff. Call him up. Hello, operator. Give me the commercial house. I want to... Oh, is that you, Mert? Hi, Mert. Fibber McGee. How's everything, Mert? Say, I seen your brother on the street this morning. Yeah, he sure looks proud in that new sweater of his with the big HC on it. Where's he going to school, Mert? Harvard College? Huh? Oh, House of Correction. Say, give me the commercial house, will you, Mert? Thanks. Oh, they chopped down the old pine tree and hauled it away. Hello? Commercial house? Let me talk to Mr. Junius P. Fothergill, will you? He's gone out where? To see a man named McGee. Uh-oh. Well, never mind. Oh, boy, he's on his way. Hot dog. Come in, Fothergill.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Effie. I mistook you for an antique collector. A guy named Junius P. Fothergill. I expect him over here any minute.
Oh, really? Well, now, that's exactly what I wanted to see you about, Mr. McGee. You see, I'm selling him a few pieces of my own collection. You know, the Uppington family is simply full of antiques.
Uppy, you just issued an engraved invitation to a wise crack there, but I ain't got the heart. Did you come over here to tell me about Fothergill?
Oh, no, Miss McGee. You remember that footstool you borrowed from me last week?
The footstool? Oh, yes, the footstool. Shucks, I kind of forgot that was yours, Uppy.
Oh, my relatives.
Yes,
Oh, good heavens, Mr. McGee. Why, you've ruined it. And that's been an Uppington heirloom for generations.
Oh.
Why, there hasn't been a heel in our family that hasn't rested on that footstool. Really, Mr. McGee, how could you?
Oh, it wasn't hard. I just took the hammer and went to it. But you just leave it to me, Uppy. I'll sell it for you for a lot more than you could.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. I don't mean to be a silly girl about it, Mr. McGee, but I do hope you know what you're doing.
Trust me, Uppy. I know my antiques. For instance, you see that little wooden clock up on the wall there?
Oh, yes. Cuckoo, isn't it?
Little, but it's cute. My great-great-grandfather made that clock, Uppy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was always tinkering with clocks. Made one for a friend of his once, a barber, and put a little hen into it instead of a cuckoo. And every morning the little door would fly open and the little hen would pop out and say, cut, 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 cut. And the barber would get up and go to work.
Well, now, that's very interesting. But do you think Mr. Fothergill will be...
Quiet, Uppy. I want to hear how that cuckoo clock sounds. It's going to strike. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Well, imagine that. Wasn't that clever of Grandpa? He put a quartet in it. What you going to sing, kids? The cuckoo and the clock. Okay, give us the works.
Parlor was the only sound. Tick-tock on the mantel, nothing else around. Boys over close as they could see. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 men and three crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. See a pal, said the fella to the gal. The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's your little cuckoo pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and went through. The birdie cuckoo. The birdie cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crews. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. He said with a sigh, who's your peachy pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Yeah, he closed the door. Withdrew cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuckoo night.
Well, that was great, 4 notes. Remind me to give you a little extra birdseed this week. Well, I guess I better get back to work. Oh, I cut down the coffee table to make it as old as I was able. Oh, I cut... Better hide these tools. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Fizzer. Why is your face being so full of perspiration?
I've been working, Nick. I've been aging my furniture. Going to sell it to a big antique collector.
I don't mean to tell you.
Yeah, I've been kind of doctoring it up so it'll look older.
Well, for scrim's sake, would you be guilty of deceiving an appearance for the sakes of making a profit, Fizzer?
Why, certainly, wouldn't you?
Sure, every time.
Incidentally, Nick, have you got any antiques? Any period furniture?
Period furniture? Oh, sure. We're having a little stuffed over Sioux City, that is.
A little what?
A little stuffed over Sioux City.
Stuffed over Sioux City? Oh, you mean an overstuffed Davenport. Stuffed over Sioux City.
Sure. Well, I stand connected. I knew it as being someplace in Iowa, but this little stuffed over Davenport is being a nice thing, Fizzer. It has got upholstery with polka dots all over it. There is being enough periods in that one piece of furniture to make a great...
No. By period furniture, Nick, we mean, like William and Mary, and Hepplewhite and Colonial and early Americans, Louis the 14th and all stuff like that there.
Oh, but I think that is all being a lot of saucy apples, Fizzer. If a chair is being a good place to sit on, what difference is it making whether it is William and Marion, early colloquial, Heffelpuss, or lousy the 14th?
I'm afraid you just don't appreciate nice things, Nick.
Yes, it would be a nice thing if I appreciated nice things, but I haven't, so I don't. But speaking of her furniture, it is like I was saying to Mrs. Depopolis last night, when she is saying she would like to go downtown and buy a new ornamental rug.
Oriental.
Why not? Anyway, when she is saying that to me, I'm saying, listen, Mrs. Depopolis, I'm saying, while she is having the radio on very loud and listening to the Lone Rangefinder. Listen, Mrs. Depopolis, I'm saying, and then she is turning the radios to hear Robert Cray.
Robert Cray? Oh, you mean Bob Hope?
Sure. Oh, well, Hope and Pray, what is the difference?
Well, what did you tell Mrs. Depopolis about buying the Oriental rug?
Nothing. Just then she's getting some pretty music by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra, and is motioning me to be quiet with the rolling pin. So I guess I know when I'm well off to the drugstore to buy me some cigars. What's wrong, Fizzer? Don't forget to come and see us sometime. Anytime you're dropping in, pass by.
Well, I guess I'm just about all set for old Fothergill. I'll take one more whack at that easy chair. Uh-oh, I bet that's him. Come in.
How do you do? Do you need any frock?
Not now, sis. The show's nearly over. We could have used some in the first 20 minutes.
You don't understand. I represent the Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation, and I'm taking orders for our new spring line. May I show you some samples?
No, thanks, sis. I go barefoot starting 1st of May.
Well, don't stub your toe, Junior.
Thanks, gal. Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation. I should have told her I represented the Johnsy Wansy Waxy Company. Oh, I better get these splinters picked up before Fothergill gets here. I'll have to take up a collection to buy our sound effect man some new knuckles. Come in.
Good day, sir. Mr. McGee, I believe.
You betcha, Bud. You the gentleman who wanted to look at the furniture?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
Oh, I've been expecting you. Have a cigar?
Thank you. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
They tell me you have a very valuable collection of antiques here, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I have. Very valuable.
What would you estimate its value, Mr. McGee?
Oh, I don't know, Bud. Aside from the sentimental value, I'd say it was worth at least, well, in the neighborhood of, roughly speaking, about, well, at a guess, somewhere near... Well, what would you say?
Well, I'd much rather you put your own price on it, McGee.
You would? Oh, that's swell. Well, now you take that desk there. I'd say about $3,000 for that one piece.
$3,000? Is that all?
Is it? Well, that's without the drawers, of course. With the drawers, I'd say $5,000. Now, how about that footstool, Bud? That's interesting, ain't it?
Oh, yes, it certainly is very interesting. Fairly modern, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's a genuine Uppington. I know the Uppington family personally. Remember the old furniture designers, Uppington, Downworthy, and Roundweather? Their trademark was up, down, and around. That's footstool is worth at least $2,000, Bud.
Is that so? Well, that seems like a fair price.
It does? Well, what do you think of the rest of the stuff, Bud?
Well, frankly, I don't know when I've seen such a motley collection of furniture.
I guess you know your stuff, Bud. There ain't a piece in the lot that ain't a genuine motley.
Yeah, that's very good. Or is it? Now, what value would you place on the entire lot, McGee?
The whole mess, eh? Well, frankly, Bud, I'm making the estimate low on account of you seem to be a nice guy. Let's make it a fair and square $20,000. No, $25,000. That's it. That's my final figure.
That's very fair. I'll settle for $25,000.
Done. We better close the deal quick because this stuff is getting more antique every minute.
Yes. Deal? What deal?
Well, you're buying this stuff, ain't you?
Buying it? Why, no. Who do you think I am?
Ain't you Father Gill, the antique collector?
No, I'm Wallaby, the tax assessor.
The tax one of the... Oh, God.
We'll be back in just a moment. We know that all you women are thinking about spring house cleaning, so it's a good time to remind you again of the special sale of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in giant-sized cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. It's important that you make your home clean and attractive for spring, and that you protect your prized possessions from dirt and wear. Remember, it's very much to your advantage to buy Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat now, while you can get the special giant-sized cans that contain 1 1/3 or 1 1/3 and yet cost no more than the regular pint or pound sizes. Now, if you can't go to your dealers, phone him in the morning and ask for the money-saving giant-sized cans of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. When the present supply of these giant cans is exhausted, there won't be any more, and we don't want you to be disappointed.
Has already welcomed our new listeners tonight on the Canadian network, and I want to extend the welcome on behalf of our little company and myself. We hope our northern neighbors will enjoy our shows and will join us each Tuesday night from now on. Incidentally, our next week's broadcast is our 200th program for Johnson's Wax, and we're happy to announce that we'll have another visit from our old friend, Zazu Pitts. Good night, folks.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnston Wax Program. Everyone, from Radioland at the Great Lakes Exposition in Cleveland, the makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show in Cleveland with San Francisco. Take it, Ted.
this to our listening tonight. I want you to know about a special free gift offer that really is something. Listen. The makers of Johnson's Auto Wax want you to accept a full-size can, not a sample, of Johnson's Auto Wax free of charge. When you go to your auto supply dealer, service station, or regular wax dealer and purchase the pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish, you receive the full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. You pay only 59 cents. That's less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. And you receive, first, Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. Second, a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. These two products are packed in a special free gift package in celebration of Johnson's 50th anniversary. Don't delay. The supply of free gift packages is strictly limited, and they're going fast. There's nothing our two friends would rather do than attend a fair, a carnival, or an exposition. So, leaving Wistful Vista to its own devices, they have come to Cleveland to attend the Great Lakes Exposition. And here, walking around the grounds, we find those two wide-eyed and wondering visitors, Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
It's pretty nice of the governor to make me Ohio Admiral, wasn't it, Molly?
Why, it's even better than being in the Irish Navy.
Say, I never did understand them jokes about the Irish Navy. Why didn't Ireland ever have a navy?
Oh, now, McGee, you know an Irishman can't fight on water.
Oh. Being admiral on Lake Erie suits me better anyhow.
Well, it would.
Why?
It's fresh water.
Oh, not entirely. You got to take the Ohio Navy with a grain of salt.
Oh, my.
I wonder where this here Toto Laverne can be seen, Molly.
Well, most every place except be. Why?
I used to go to school with a gal by that name. Toto Laverne. Pretty name, ain't it, Molly? Toto Laverne.
It must be pretty if you've remembered it all the way from the third grade. But say we ought to spend our time at the educational exhibit, McGee.
Gee, we don't.
Oh, look. See the old lady in the one-piece bathing suit.
Well, for the... Can you imagine that? Hi there, Grandma. Where are you going in that snappy bathing suit?
Well, Sonny, if it's any of your business, I'm one of the diving duties at the Marine Theater.
Oh, yeah, eh? You get that, Molly? One of the diving duties. He's building up to an awful wet down. You a pretty good diver, Grandma?
I'll say so, Sonny. I just invented a new dive.
What's the name of it?
The Janet.
The Janet?
Yes, it's a half gainer. The other girls can't learn it, so they're the losers and I'm the gainer.
Well, Grandma, if I had time, I'd take a couple of swimming lessons from you.
I wish you would, Sonny. I'd teach you the Wheedledeck crawl.
What's the Wheedledeck crawl?
Well, first I hold your head under water for 40 minutes.
40 minutes? Say, I'd drown.
You're telling me. So long, son.
Why, that old blister. I'll bet not having any teeth makes her think she's chicken. Sure. Meeting Toto Laverne's going to be a relief after this. I can just imagine her surprise when I walked up to her. Hiya, Toto, I'll say. Well, if it ain't young Fibber McGee, she'll say, springing forward and kissing me.
McGee, get that bedroom look out of your eyes and come on.
I wonder when Toto puts on her next act.
Fibber McGee, did you come all this way from Wistful Vista just to see a swan dancer?
Oh, now, they say this is real interesting. Real educational. Besides, I hear Toto's going to let the swan go.
Why?
Well, she says every time she dances, there's so many long necks in sight, she don't know which one's the swan. Shall we walk, Molly, or take a bus?
Oh, let's take one of these gin rickies.
Gin rickshaws, Molly, not gin rickies.
Well, what's the difference?
Huh? Oh, not much difference. Only you're more likely to get where you're going with a rickshaw.
Oh, sure. Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Here's one of those weight guessers. Maybe I can win a cane. How much to be weighed, mister?
Well, my little scale crusher, to you I'll make a special prize. Yes, a special prize. Considering it's been a long wait between weights, yes. Let me see now. To you, I'll make the price of only 2 bits, 25 cents. If I don't guess your weight within 3 pounds, there's no charge whatever, and you get a handsome cane.
Well, go ahead, Molly. Go ahead.
All right. How much do I weigh?
Yeah.
Well, now, let me see. You weigh approximately...
Keep it approximate.
Yeah. Well, let me see. A little heavier than a Shetland pony, probably light-headed. Like for rubber heels, let's see, 3 pounds of souvenirs and a short beard. I'd say in the neighborhood of 161, madam.
Oh.
A very nice neighborhood, too, yes. Used to live there myself, yes.
Okay, Bud, now that's your guess, 161. Get on the scale, Molly.
All right. But he's way off, McGee. I'm defecating.
All right, my little pound cake. Sit on the scales. Yes, yes.
Well, for the 161 exactly.
Heavenly days.
How did you guess her weight so good, Bud?
Years of experience, my boy. Years of experience.
Oh, I see. Years of experience give you kind of an average, huh?
Not so, my little tumblebug. Averages have nothing to do with it. I do business on a fixed scale. Yes, yes, a fixed scale. Step right up, folks.
Heavenly days, McGee. 161, why? I haven't weighed that for years.
I know. Well, anytime you want to weigh 161, just come over and set on these scales. Make skinny folks healthy and fat folks happy. It's a great system. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, mister. Are you Mr. McGee?
Oh, you betcha. What you want, son?
Well, I got a note for you. And the party says don't give it to anybody but Mr. Fibber McGee. You him?
Oh, I'm him, all right. Give me the note. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. See, Molly? Toto's heard about me being here already. Here, boy. Here's a quarter for you.
Thanks, mister.
McGee, what are you sniffing the envelope for?
I just wanted to see if it was the same perfume she always used to use.
Oh.
But it ain't. That messenger boy must have wore it all off. Smells like a cigar.
Well, open it up. If you can quit shaking long enough.
Well, you'd be excited, too, if you got a note from a friend you hadn't seen for all these years. Oh, boy, how'd she ever hear about me being... Oh, boy. Listen to this. There isn't any limit to my love.
What, from Toto?
No, from Como.
But there isn't any limit to my love for you. There's a limit to the honey from a bee, the leaves upon a tree, the bottom of the sea. But there isn't any limit to my love for you. Now a bird can fly in the sky just so high, no more, no more, no more. A falling star can fall so far, just so far, no more, no more, no more. There's a limit to the minutes in an hour, the colors in the flowers, the raindrops in a shower. But there isn't any limit to my love for you.
Back to the exposition grounds where Fibber and Molly are trying to decide what to see next. Molly is still holding out for something educational, but Fibber still wants to see Toto Laverne.
I'm telling you, Molly, I used to go to school with her in Peoria. Boy, will she be tickled to see me.
Well, after dancing with a swan every night, I can't imagine her being tickled by anything.
And when I had me my operation, little Toto used to come and bring me flowers.
Oh.
And that reminds me, did I ever tell you about my operation?
Oh, hi, Harpo.
Why, what operation was that, Mr. Wilcox?
The one operation that both cleans and polishes your car with Johnson's Auto Cleaner. Why, it's the finest...
Well, Harpo.
What?
You got time to walk over to the lake?
Yes, I think so. Shall we go now?
Oh, not me. Just you.
Oh, I get it.
You know, Molly, I can just picture her face when she sees me again after all these years.
Oh, you needn't feel so smart, McGee. I went to school with a little dancer, too. Her name was Trudy Davidson.
Ah, but Toto is different. What say, Molly?
I say let's go to the Globe Theater and see some of those Shakespearean plays.
No, let's get a cold glass of beer instead.
Oh, I'd rather see A Midsummer Night's Dream.
It's the same thing. Hey, where does Toto do her stuff, Molly?
Well, with the Follies de Nuit at the Casino de Paris.
That's funny. Somebody told me it was at the French casino.
Well, that's wrong. Let's go into this place here, McGee. They got animals in there that have been dead for millions of years.
And I'd rather stay out here in the fresh air.
Oh, now, McGee, listen. They got a real reproduction of a stegosaurus.
A stink of witches?
A stegosaurus. It's an animal that lived millions of years ago. It had 2 brains, one on its head and one on its tail.
Oh, I've heard about them stegosauruses, Molly. They say the dad-ratted things got killed off as soon as they developed 2 brains.
Well,
the front brain would think, say, that's a nice piece of pasture up ahead. And the tail brain would think, yeah, but look at this one back here. And they'd both pull into opposite directions till the dad-rat thing just busted in 2. No, sir, 1 brain is enough for me, Molly.
How do you know?
How do I... Hey, how about taking a ride on that blimp, Molly?
Oh,
huh?
no, thank you. I'm going to ask this guide where to find the Globe Theater. Yoo-hoo, mister.
Hello, baby.
Huh?
Yes, madam. What can I do? What's bothering you? How's everything?
Hi, Bud. My wife wants to know where to find Shakespeare.
You can't. He's dead.
Huh?
If you really want to, here, I'll tell you what. Just take a greenhorn bliss, a greyhound bus to the, past the Midway, past the streets of the world, past the gravy, please.
Huh?
I was thinking, well, just go straight. Straight ahead until you get someplace. If you find yourself in the water, that's Lake Erie. But try not to. How about some popcorn?
We don't want popcorn. We want Shakespeare.
Better take the popcorn. It's easier to digest. But wait, I have a great idea.
Now, wait a minute. Aren't you a guide to the exposition grounds?
Well, of all the silly... well, no. Now that I come to think of it, but I have a pretty good idea of where everything... now, for instance, how about the shooting gallery? You'll get a bang out of that if you... and the acrobats. The man on the flying chemise. Trapeze. They fly through the air with the toughest, greatest of... Oh, you like it. But say, I don't believe I caught the measles.
Huh?
I didn't get the name.
This is Fibber McGee, and he's just been made an admiral by Governor Davy.
Well, that's a great idea. That's what I always say. Join the baby and see the world. Listen, how about going to the notion of all streets? The streets of all motions. And that includes the hula hula. We always try to have a... Well, why don't you just ask somebody?
Come on, Molly. I'll find my old pal Toto Laverne if I
look, McGee. There's a fried fish place.
Oh, what about it? You've seen fried fish before, haven't you?
Oh, certainly. But in this place, they give you a fish pole and you catch your own fish, and then they fry it for you.
What if you don't catch one the first time?
Well, then you get a rebate.
It ain't funny, Molly. Besides, if Toto's around, I want to... Oh, hello there, little girl. You lost?
No, I ain't lost.
Well, you're kind of little to be running around all alone on the exposition grounds here, aren't you, sis? I says, ain't you kind of little to be without your father and mother?
Oh, no.
Hey, Molly, I suppose we better hand it over to one of them redcoats, huh?
Say, what is this, a pinch?
No. We just want you to return you to the people that brung you to the ground, sis.
Maybe she'd like an ice cream cone.
How about it, sis? Would you like an ice cream cone?
No, thanks, mister. I'd gain about 5 pounds.
You're kind of young to be worrying about that, ain't you? You ought to be thinking more about finding your folks. Just suppose you were lost over Sunday and missed Sunday school. You wouldn't get no gold star on your card.
I haven't been to Sunday school for years, mister.
Years, huh? Cute, ain't you, Molly? How old are you, sis?
36.
36?
Yeah. I'm working in the midget show on the Midway. Call for me some night and we'll talk their steak and some beer. So long, folks.
A midget.
Forget it, McGee. Let's go in and catch ourselves a fish to fry.
Okay. Here we are. How are you, Bud? You run this joint?
Hello there. Yes, I'm the proprietor. Want to catch a couple of fish? You catch them and we fry them.
Well, now that's wonderful. Give me a fish pole.
Yeah, me too. What do you do, Bud? Cast or just dangle?
Oh, just drop your hook in. You get a bite, all right.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, I got a bite already.
Oh, reel her in, Molly. Reel her in. That's the stuff. Here she comes. Look, Molly, that ain't a fish. You got a man on that hook.
Why, it's Ted Weems.
Thanks, Molly. Pretty wet in there.
What are you playing around in the fish pond for, Ted?
Oh, I was leaning over the edge, studying the scales, and I fell in.
Oh, my.
You got me out just in time.
In time to what?
In time to hear Parker Gibbs sing I Take to You. Would you take to that?
Hey, Ted.
What?
How tall are you?
5'11". Why?
You see, Molly? He's too small.
I thought so. Throw him back.
Okay.
Hey, look out. Hey!
Take to you like a duck takes to water, just like ink takes to a blotter, like a foot takes to a shoe. I take to you like a bird takes to flying, just like babies take to crying. I take to you. Wanted some lovin', did I strike it? Now I'm up to daisy. But show me a man that doesn't like it, and I'll show you a man that's crazy. I take to you like an egg takes to bacon, just like cocktails take to shaking, like you take to me, I take to you.
If you go to your dealer now and get that free gift package offered to motorists in celebration of Johnson's 50th anniversary, you can soon have your car sparkling like new and with much less work than you think possible. Johnson's Auto Cleaner, a creamy white liquid, quickly cleans and polishes a car in one simple operation, bringing back the glossy polish the car had when it was brand new. Johnson's Auto Wax protects that beautiful finish from dirt and road film, saves it from the destructive ultraviolet rays of the sun, cuts down on car washing, and greatly increases the trade-in value of your car. So get your free gift anniversary package without delay. The package contains both Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only 59 cents. That's less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. And you get the full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax without a penny's cost. Now, because the supply of these packages is necessarily limited, I urge you to get your free can of Johnson's Auto Wax at once. Well, Fibber hasn't yet come across Toto Laverne, but he still has hope. What a reunion that's going to be. Here are Fibber and Molly continuing their stroll around the exposition grounds.
Well, now let's see, McGee. What haven't we seen?
Toto Laverne.
Quiet.
Oh.
Why don't you take off that Admirable's hat? Isn't it awful hot?
Well, yeah, but how are they going to know I'm Admiral if I ain't got the hat on?
Oh, they'll know.
Hey,
all right.
son, get me a cab, will you, please?
What do you mean, get you a cab? I ain't no cab starter. I'm an admiral.
All right, then. Get me a boat. I'm not fussy.
Oh, get
Come on, McGee. I warned you to take that hat off.
Yeah.
Why do you keep watching your feet?
I got to, Molly. With this hat on, I ain't sure which way I'm going.
Well, come on. Oh, looky there, McGee. Incubator baby. Maybe they got some quintuplets.
You know, Molly, it always struck me kind of funny about them little Dion Quints up in Canada.
What about them?
Well, of all the kids in the world, they got the easiest birthdays to remember, and they have to be born in Callender, Ontario.
Oh, dear. How about a speedboat ride?
What? And get my admiral's hat all wet?
Oh,
No,
Mr. Wilcox, where are you going in such a hurry?
Hello, folks. Boy, have they got me on the merry-go-round.
They have, eh? Where are you going with that can of Johnson's wax?
Oh, don't stop me, please. I got to go wax a horse. Hold on, folks.
Wax a horse? You can imagine old Harpo waxing horses on the merry-go-round? Hey, look, Molly.
What?
Look, the French casino. This is it here.
Well, what are you waiting for, Admirable? There's the stage door.
Oh, now, Molly, don't rush me.
You got cold feet? You afraid she won't remember you?
Remember me? Well, how could she forget me? Why, when we was in school, I used to do all her arithmetic problems for her.
They must have been real simple.
I'll never forget the Valentine she sent me once. Shucks, she was so excited about that Valentine, she put the wrong name on it, and I had to swipe it out of the mailbox for the kid next door. But Toto was like that. Used to get all blushing and confused when I was around.
Well, after all these years, you still confuse me.
Well, Toto was different, Molly. Why, I remember all the sidewalks around the little red school in Peoria was wrote on in chalk. Toto loves Fibber. Toto loves Fibber.
In your handwriting.
In my... No! And to think that this is where little Toto is dancing. Why, if she should walk out of that door right now, I'd walk up to her real cool, and I'd say, "Hi, Toti," I'd say. "Remember me, Fibber McGee? I seen your picture in Time, and I thought I'd drop in."
Yeah, and she'll say, "Yes, and I saw your picture in Radio Mirror this month and locked my door." Besides, McGee, if she... Quiet. There's somebody coming out the stage door. We don't want to be heard talking about her.
Hey, Molly, look, it's her.
Well, don't get pop-eyed about it. Go remind yourself to her.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of feel kind of... Oh, well. Hi, Toto. Hi, Toto.
My, what a happy reunion.
Excuse me, please, ain't you Toto Laverne?
Yes, I am.
Well, don't you remember me, Toto?
Why, yes, I believe I do.
There, you see, Molly? She remembers me.
You're one of the waiters at the Admiralty Club, aren't you?
Oh, now, Toto, don't be like that. Don't you remember Fibber McGee from Peoria?
I've never been in Peoria.
Oh, now, Toto. Don't you remember little Fibber McGee that used to go to school with you?
I had a private tutor. If you don't stop annoying me, I shall call a policeman.
Oh, don't do that, Miss Laverne. It's just me husband and he...
I wasn't...
Well, heavenly days, it's little Trudy Davidson.
Molly!
Fibber, this is little Trudy Davidson I used to go to school with.
You used to go to school
Well,
with?
for goodness sakes, Trudy, where can we go and have a nice talk?
Come into my dressing room, Molly.
Oh, all right. Well, I've so much to ask you now. Whatever we go, I don't know.
Well, Hey, Molly. If you want me, Molly, I'll be over with Harpo on the merry-go-round. I feel like waxing a horse myself.
More hot summer days ahead when you women won't want to exert yourselves with any unnecessary housework. So remember to order Johnson's Glow Coat tomorrow. Let this remarkable no-rubbing polish make your floors and linoleum shine like new without any work of rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat is so easy to apply, and it dries in 20 minutes to a grand polish. Once your floors are protected with Glow Coat, you'll be spared the drudgery of old-fashioned floor scrubbing, for Glow Coat sheds dirt and dust, keeps floors clean and beautiful, and gives your rooms a fresher, cooler appearance. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Glow Coat in the attractive yellow can. And by the way, remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
Molly, that we've been putting on this broadcast in the very same convention hall where a presidential candidate was nominated?
I know. I'll bet the place is still haunted by some of the... What's that?
Probably just the ghost of a dark horse looking for its stable. Good night.
Good night, Al.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly came to you tonight from the Great Lakes Exposition Ground in Cleveland, Ohio. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly in The Whole Town's Talking with Paul Guilfoyle. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the miraculous things about radio is the feeling of intimacy between the people on your side of the microphone and the people on this side. Long before I ever met tonight's stars, I considered them as old friends because, like millions of other radio listeners on Tuesday nights, my ears belong to Fibber, McGee, and Molly. We introduced them to you as legitimate actors about a year ago, and by return mail you asked for more. Finding the right kind of more took a little time, but I think we've got it here in a play called The Whole Town's Talking, which is a good bet to keep the whole country listening to the return engagement of Fibber, McGee, and Molly in the Lux Radio Theater. This return engagement will be good news to every member of our audience from Mississippi to Manitoba. And we've just received a letter from Manitoba that I'm sure will interest you. It's from a woman in the town of Portage La Prairie, who writes, "Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your splendid plays. They make Monday the highlight of our week. As you probably know, we on the prairies are going through rather hard times. Grasshopper plagues, drought, hail, and wind have all taken their toll, and we don't have a lot of money for entertainment. So your plays fill a big want in our lives. And thank goodness, Lux soap is not a luxury. Not in price at any rate, even though it is a luxury in quality. We never use anything else." That's a letter of character from a woman of character. And all over this continent, other women agree with her appraisal of Lux toilet soap as luxurious, but not a luxury. And now get ready for The Whole Town's Talking, adapted from the Columbia screen hit. It's a gangster story, but don't be alarmed, because it's like no other gangster story you ever heard of. It presents Fibber, McGee as a mild-mannered clerk who has the colossal bad luck to look exactly like public enemy number one. And, well, that leads to so much trouble that even Molly can't square it. Now the curtain goes up on Act One of The Whole Town's Talking, starring Fibber, McGee as Wilbur and Molly as Jessie, with Paul Guilfoyle as Killer Mannion.
Killer Mannion, escape.
Public enemy number one in jailbreak.
$5,000 reward. Killer Mannion, dead or alive.
Killer Mannion, dead or alive.
Killer Mannion.
This is the big news of the day. In New York, 7 million tongues waggle furiously over the latest hijinks of the nation's most desperate desperado. But J.G. Carpenter is not interested. J.G. Carpenter, president of Carpenter Plumbing Supplies, is concerned only with plumbing. In his magnificent office, J.G. has the head auditing clerk on the carpet.
Now, look here, Seaver. You know how I feel about punctuality?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, why don't you do something about it? I've just checked the time record. The people in the auditing department are always walking in late.
Yes, J.G., but you see...
Now, get this, Seaver. The next one that comes in late is to be fired. You understand? That's an order.
Yes, sir.
These time records show only one employee without any marks against him. Number 48. How long has he been with us?
Number 48? Why, that's Wilbur Jones. He's been here almost 15 years.
15 years and never late? That's the sort of people we want. How much is 48 getting?
Why, $27 a week.
15 years and only $27 a week? Raise him at once. Give him 28. Hold on, wait a minute. What day is this?
The 16th.
Well, make it retroactive to yesterday.
Yes, sir. I'll tell him, J.G.
Well, go ahead. And remember, the next employee who comes in late is fired. Now get out.
Miss Baedecker, tell Wilbur Jones I want to see him at once.
He's not here, Mr. Seaver.
Miss Baedecker, I said Wilbur Jones.
But I'm telling you, he's not here. He's late.
Late? Jones is late?
Yes, sir.
Wilbur Jones? Of all people, I can't believe it. Wilbur Jones.
Dad Reddit, can't this bus go any faster? Here it is 5 minutes after 9, and we're creeping along like a mouse after a cat.
Mice don't creep after cats, Wilbur.
They would if they were as mad as I am. I'll sue the bus company. Hey, Bud, conductor.
Now, Wilbur, keep your shirt on.
Keep my shirt on. Don't you realize what's happening, Jesse? I'm going to be late. For the first time in 15 years, I'm going to be late.
Make it 30 years. I'm late, too.
Yeah, but what'll Mr. Seaver say to us? You know Mr. Seaver.
Heavenly days, Wilbur. Forget Mr. Seaver. Sit back and relax and enjoy the sunlight. Ah, Wilbur, it's spring. Take a deep breath. Isn't that a wonderful smell, Wilbur?
Confidentially.
Wilbur? Isn't there any romance in your soul? Spring is in the air. Spring and love.
Oh, sure.
Now look at that couple up on the front seat. He's had his arm around her ever since we passed Grant's tomb.
Yeah, and I'll bet he has a swell Charlie horse in that arm by the time we get to Columbus Circle.
And I'll bet he'll be as proud of it as if it were Seabiscuit. Come on, Wilbur. You put your arm around me. Go ahead.
Now, Jesse, for goodness sakes. Gee whiz.
Ah, go on, Wilbur, go on.
Oh, no. Not in public, Jesse. Shucks, you know how I feel about such things like that.
Oh, you make me tired. Anyone would think we weren't engaged. We are engaged, aren't we?
Sure we are.
Well, then.
Hey, that reminds me. I hope you never mention anything about our engagement around the office. Seaver hates to think of anybody marching up the aisle unless there's a filing cabinet at the end of it.
Oh, the office again. Forget the office.
I can't. You know how they feel about their employees getting engaged and married and all stuff like that there. We've got to keep it a secret.
Now, listen here, Wilbur. I've been keeping this secret since 1929, and I'm getting a little tired of it.
Jesse, not so loud.
1929 to 1941. That's 12 years by dead reckoning. I've used up a dozen diaries and not an orange blossom pressed in any of them. Now, what are we waiting for?
You know what we're waiting for. Someday my ship is going to come in, and then we'll be all set.
Your ship. Have you sent the divers down yet?
You'll see, Jesse. It won't be long now. Something's going to happen. I got a feeling.
Ah, all right, Wilbur.
Come on, let's get off here. We can make better time walking. We're getting off.
Extra, read all about it. Killer man in breaks jail. Killer man in lodge. Paper, mister?
No time, son.
It's all about killer man. Holy gee. I didn't say nothing, mister. I didn't say a word. Holy gee.
What's the matter with him?
Don't ask me. Come on, Wilbur.
Hey, officer. Officer, I just seen him, officer.
Yeah? Seen who?
Killer Mannion. He just got off a bus.
Well. And what would Killer Mannion be doing around here?
I tell you, I just seen him.
Go on, beat it, kid.
Listen, Killer Mannion's picture's right here in the paper, and this guy looked just like him. I tell you...
Go on, I said. Get out of here before I run you in.
All right, don't believe me, copper.
Go on.
You better go on in first, Wilbur. I'll sneak in while you distract his attention.
Okay. Say, Jesse, have you noticed people looking at me?
Why, no, Wilbur, have they?
Yeah, like there was something the matter with me. Do I look funny or something?
Well, no more than usual, dearie. Now go on in and I'll see you for lunch in the drugstore.
Yeah, well, wish me luck.
Jones?
Oh, hi, Mr. Seaver.
Go ahead, Jones. I'm waiting. Why are you late?
Well, you see, Mr. Seaver, I bought a new alarm clock last night, and it carried a 5-year guarantee, and this morning it went back on me.
You went back on me, Jones. You've placed me in a very difficult position. 15 minutes ago, J.G. himself instructed me to raise your salary.
J.G. himself? Oh, thanks, Mr. Seaver.
You're welcome. But he also gave me instructions to fire the next employee who came in late.
Huh? He did?
Yes, and you're both people. Oh, now what am I going to do?
Well, why don't you fire me and then, quick like a flash, hire me back at the increase in salary? That'll make everybody happy.
Jones, you have a brain like a steel trap. But I think the spring is a little loose. Well, I'll try to figure out something. Now, you better get busy on that McIntyre account. We're behind already.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Fibber.
Mr. Seaver, can I see you a minute?
Why, certainly. Step in my office, Miss Baedeker. Well, Miss Baedeker?
Mr. Seaver, look at this picture in the paper.
Well?
Who is it?
Killer Mannion, I believe.
Yes, but who else? Who does it look like?
Why, bless my stars. It's Wilbur Jones.
Isn't it funny? They look like two peas in a pod.
Killer Mannion and Wilbur Jones. Why, they could be twins.
Can I post this on the bulletin board, Mr. Seaver?
You may certainly not, Miss Baedeker. And I'll thank you not to mention this in the office. Let the employees have jokes on their own time.
One here, one right, coming up. Why don't you give your order, Wilbur?
I will if I can catch that girl's eye. Hey, Mert!
Just a second, buddy. I only got 2 hands.
Well, all I wanted was a deviled egg and a milkshake.
Well, take your time. Who do you think you... Oh, my goodness. Let me out.
What's the matter?
Killer Mannion.
Hey, what's this all about, anyway?
Search me, dearie.
Police.
Police! Police! Mannion! Get the cops! Get the police! Police!
Seems to be some excitement about something.
Well, they're all yelling for the police.
Maybe we better help. Come on, Jesse. Police! Police!
Did you hear that girl? She said something about Killer Mannion.
Killer Mannion? Who's he?
Well, he's a gangster. Wanted for bank robbery and murder.
A gangster? Oh, let's get out of here, Jesse. Help! Police! Police!
There he is. He's there.
All right, men. Surround the place.
Police! Police!
Oh, stop yelling, Wilbur. There's the police now.
One move and we'll drop you, Mannion.
You hear that, Wilbur? They act as if Mannion was right here. I don't see him any place.
Maybe he's the little Mannion who wasn't there.
Oh.
Don't you get it, Jesse? I says maybe he's...
Ain't funny, Wilbur.
Are you coming peaceful, Mannion, or do we have to drill you?
Hey, let's get out of here, Jesse. They're going to shoot somebody.
Don't move, Mannion.
Come on, Jesse. Hey!
All right, men, close in.
Officer, somebody shot my hat off.
Grab him, men.
Yeah, grab him. He can't do that to me. Hey, let go. Oh, hey.
Wilbur, leave those policemen alone.
Stick him up, Mannion.
Mannion? I'm not Mannion.
Watch out, men. He may have a gun.
Heavenly days, what is this?
We got you, Mannion. Cassidy, grab the dame.
Let go of me. Hey!
Listen, wait. You're making a mistake. My name is Jones.
Call the station, Brian. Okay, sir. Tell them we just captured Killer Mannion and his gun mob.
You might as well come clean, Mannion. We got you dead to rights.
Listen, for the 10th time, I'm not Mannion. You've got the wrong man, I tell you.
Shut up! Shut up!
But I'm not Mannion. My name is Jones. I work for the J.G.
Shut up! Shut up! Hello! Yeah, this is the D.A. What? You did, huh? Good. What about the dame? Yeah, well, she'll talk. Tell Boyle to keep working on her.
Listen, you've got to let that girl alone.
Shut up! Shut up! There's no use playing gaga, Mannion. We got you and we got your girl. You might be interested to know we just picked up Slugs Martin.
Well, so what? Who's Slugs Martin?
Shut up! Shut up! Hello! Get me Boyle. You better come clean, Mannion. Who pulled that Bloomingdale bank job?
Why ask me? My job is with the J.G.
And the Warren City Trust in Harrisburg. I suppose you're going to deny that.
I haven't denied anything.
Oh, so you confess, eh?
Why, certainly. I do not, and if you don't quit picking on me...
Shut up! Hello, Boyle. That dame talking yet? We'll put the screws on her. We got to get some action on this thing.
Hey, okay, Chiefy, I'll get action. I got the dame here right now. I'll call you back. Well, baby, it might interest you to know that your boyfriend just confessed.
What? But how could he confess? He doesn't know anything, though he could be taught.
I tell you, he confessed to the D.A. just this minute.
Well, imagine that. Well, as long as he's confessing, there's no reason why I shouldn't, is there?
Now you're talking.
What would you like me to confess, Mr. Boyle?
What about that Bloomingdale bank job? Who did it?
Who would you like me to say did it?
Mannion, of course.
All right, Mannion did it. Anything to please.
That's a girl. And how about the First National Bank at Harrisburg? Mannion did that too, didn't he?
Sure, Mannion.
And the Evanston job?
Mannion.
And the Express Company job at Peoria?
Mannion.
Now we're getting someplace. What about that union job in Scarsville?
Mannion, of course. Who else?
Come on, Mannion. There's no use stalling. You killed 2 guards when you escaped from prison. Why don't you confess, Mannion?
But I tell you, I didn't. You can't.
Shut up! Shut up!
Chief, J.G. Carpenter's out.
Tell him to come in. Who is he?
Oh, that's my boss. He'll identify me. Hot dog, I'm saved.
Here he is, Chief.
Well, what is the idea of dragging me down here without an explanation of any sort? I'm a busy man.
I'll only take a minute of your time, Mr. Carpenter. I just want you to identify somebody. Take a good look at this man.
Hello, Mr. Carpenter. Remember me?
Do you know him? What do you say?
Yeah, what do you say?
I never saw him in my life.
There we are.
Oh, but look, Mr. Carpenter, I work for you. I've been working for you for 15 years, Mr. Carpenter. Well, why, we're just one big happy family. You said so yourself. That makes me practically your son, Mr. Carpenter. Surely you don't want to see your own...
Shut up!
I'm getting tired of being told to shut up. And if you think...
Shut up!
Okay, bud.
Well, how about it, Mr. Carpenter? Does he work for you?
Well, maybe he does. We have a large office, over 100 clerks, so I can hardly... Wait a minute. He does look a bit familiar at that.
There, you see? He knows me.
I have seen his face before someplace.
Why, sure you have, Mr. Carpenter. In front of the building, in the elevator, by the water cooler, in the men's...
I know. I've got it now.
See? He's got it.
I saw his picture just this morning. This man is Killer Mannion.
No.
Why,
no.
I know that.
No, I'm not
Oh,
Killer
you work
Mannion.
for
My
Mr.
name is
Carpenter.
Wilbur
Killer
Jones.
Mannion
I'm a
works
respectable citizen.
What about the farmer's trust job at Denver?
That was Mannion, too.
The mail car robbery at Colorado Springs.
Mannion.
Who drove the death car?
I did.
You did?
Sure, Mannion didn't have his driver's license, the silly boy.
I don't get funny. What about that jewelry store in San Diego?
Mannion did it.
The Central Bank in Frisco.
Mannion, all we can.
You're gonna burn, Mannion, so you might as well spill it now.
My name...
It's important. We just checked this man's fingerprints.
Yeah, but... Well?
Something's wrong. They're not Mannion's.
Oh.
You see? You wouldn't listen to me, smart guy.
Can't believe it. He looks more like Mannion than Mannion himself.
All right, sister, right in here.
Mannion did it. He did 'em all.
Listen, Chiefy, I just been grilling this dame.
Not now, Boyle, not now. Mr. Jones, I'd like to apologize for the whole thing.
Oh, shucks, that's all right. Sigh. I didn't have anything to do anyway.
Chiefy, you mean it, that this guy isn't...
What's the matter with you, Boyle?
I'm okay, Chiefy. I just swallowed something, that's all. Excuse me, lady.
Oh, Mr. Boyle, I forgot to tell you. You know the burning of Rome? That wasn't Nero at all. It was Mannion. Surprise!
Look, why can't I go back to the office now? They just give me a $1 raise, and I got to prove worthy of their faith in me.
Yes. Can't we leave now, Mr. D.A.?
You see, I...
Shut up! Shut up!
That's little Sir Echo in the brass buttons there, Jesse. Press the third one on the left, and he says, shut up!
Look, Jones, I can't let you go now.
Why not? I'm not Mannion.
I know that, but you look like Mannion. You'll be back here again the first time you show your face in the street. Every cop in town will be picking you up.
That's right, Wilbur. You'd be a toreador for every harness bull in town.
Well, what are we going to do? Stand around and holler shut up at each other?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. You got any suggestions, McBride?
Sure. Keep him here. I'll have the warden fix up a nice cell for him.
A cell? For how long?
Oh, just till we pick up Mannion.
How long will that take?
Well, we ought to have him pretty soon now. We've been after him for 6 years.
Oh, lovely. I'll be waiting outside the prison gates, Wilbur, with the minister.
Gentlemen, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather wait at home. Thanks very
Wait
much.
a minute. I've got it. Miss Albright, come in here right away.
What are you going to do, Chief?
It's a cinch. All I have to do is write a letter saying that Jones isn't Mannion. Then if he gets into trouble, he can flash it.
Oh, that's fine. That'll fix everything.
Yes, a little literary liniment in case of a pinch.
That's it. Sit down, Miss Albright. Take a letter. To whom it may concern, this is to testify that the bearer of this letter, Mr.
Wilbur Jones, the second.
The second what?
The second Wilbur Jones.
Oh. Mr. Wilbur Jones, the second, is not to be molested by the police because of his resemblance to Killer Mannion. If the bearer of this letter is picked up at any time, he's to be released at once. Signed, Hubert B. Spencer, District Attorney. How's that, Jones?
Hemingway couldn't have done better, Bud.
P.S. In the event that bearer is shot first and questioned afterwards, rush at once to the nearest hospital.
Hey, wait! Hey!
Tell us all about it, will you, Wilbur?
Yeah, how did it happen, Wilbur? Well, I'll tell you. I was sitting in the drugstore on the fourth stool as you go in. Or was it the fifth stool? No, I think it was the fourth.
Yeah, come, folks. Quiet, please. Quiet. Mr. Jones has returned to the office after a very trying experience. Furthermore, I'm sure you all have work to do. To your desks, please. Oh, Jones, J.G. wants to see you.
Who?
J.G. in his office.
Oh, my goodness. His private office?
His private office. Go right in, Jones. Ah, Jones, come in. Come in.
Mr. Seaver said you wanted to see me.
Yes, that's right, Jones. This is Mr. Healy of the Express.
Put it there, killer.
Oh, hello.
Have you seen the evening papers?
No.
Well, don't miss them. You're a hero, Jones.
Jones, Mr. Healy has an idea, and he wants to talk it over with you.
Yeah?
It's like this, Jonesy. The paper figured this might be a good time to pull the life story of Mannion. And I got a hunch. Who's the best man in the world to write that story outside of Mannion himself? The man who looks like Mannion.
A good idea, I thought.
An inspiration.
You mean you want me to write for the papers? Like Pegler and Winchell and Beatrice Fairfax?
Sure, make a great story.
Oh, but I don't know anything about Mannion.
You don't have to write the stuff yourself. All we want is permission to use your name. By the man who looks like Mannion. We'll run your picture every day together with Mannion's. It's a cinch to run for 30 days, maybe longer. Your moniker and your face on the front page for a month. Think of it, Jonesy. Think of it.
Yes, sir, I will. I'll think of it.
Don't think too long. We want to get started right away. Now, look, what do you think of Mannion?
Well, I haven't thought...
He's a coward, isn't he?
Is he? Oh, all right, sure.
Great! Mannion's double says Mannion's a coward. That'll kill him. What would you call him? A moron with a gun?
Well, I wouldn't say...
A moron with a gun. Jonesy, you're sensational. I couldn't have thought of a better expression myself.
I'm getting confused.
Think nothing of it. You're a writer now, Jonesy. All writers are confused.
Oh, it's been a wonderful day, Wilbur.
Yeah, did you see the late edition? Mannion's double says Mannion is a moron with a gun.
Did you really say that, Wilbur?
Oh, that was nothing. I kind of got a gift for whipping out stuff like that, I guess.
Oh, Wilbur, you're wonderful.
Now, you know, Jessie, in a way, I'm sorry it's all over. Things are going to seem pretty dull from now on.
Well, here's my place. You better get home and get some sleep. Good night, Wilbur.
Good night, Jessie. I'm tired out. Mannion's double says Mannion is a moron with a gun. A yellow rat. A coward at heart. Take his gun away from him and what have you. Say, I'd like to meet that guy. Yes, sir, I'd like to meet him. I'd go right up to him and I'd say...
You'd say what?
Huh? Who?
Turn on that light, Red.
Okay, boss.
Who are you? What are you doing here? This is my apartment. You're a trespassenger, that's what you are.
Take a look, tough guy.
Oh, Killer Mannion.
Yeah, Killer Mannion. The moron with a gun. The yellow rat. The sneaky coward.
Oh, wait. I didn't say that.
Keep your mouth shut.
Don't point that gun at me. You never know when them things are loaded.
Pip him on the jaw, Red.
Sure, boss.
Oh.
Pick him up, Red.
Sure, boss.
Yeah, that'll learn you not to talk, Mr. Jones.
Look at this guy, boss. He's the spitting image of you.
Yeah, I ain't so sure I like that. Hey, what's the idea, Jones?
I can't help it. I was born this way. I don't like it any more than you do. I don't want to look like you.
Why not? What's the matter with looking like me?
Well, taking it alphabetically.
Keep your mouth shut.
Yes, sir.
All right, tough guy. Hand over that letter.
What letter? Oh, you mean the one I won playing basketball for Peoria High School? It's sewed onto my green sweater, and my green sweater is right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
You get away from there. I'm talking about the letter the DA gave you. I read all about it in the paper. Hand it over.
Oh, you mean this letter?
Yeah, give me it. I'm taking care of this for a while. Now listen, buddy. We're going to go 50-50 on this pass. You're going to use it in the daytime and me at night. It's going to come in mighty handy. That's why I dropped in to see you. But if you know what's good to you, you won't open your trap about my being here, see? To nobody, understand? And don't get careless after I leave. Because if something happens to me, one of my boys will take care of you.
Gee, thanks. It's about time somebody took care of me. Because...
All right. Now, you just go to bed for the night, see? I got some work to do. I'll be back in the morning. Come on, Red.
Oh, wait, listen.
Go to bed!
But I can't. I won't sleep. I'll be restless all night.
Yeah, we'll fix that. Hey, Red, give him a pill.
Sure, boss. Good night, Mr. Jones.
Good night.
All right, Red. Set the alarm for 7 o'clock.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Fibber, McGee, and Molly, will present Act Two of The Whole Town's Talking. Meantime, I've got a question to ask Sally here. Oh, Sally, how are you on resolutions?
Making or keeping, Mr. Ruick?
Keeping, of course, Sally. Anyone can make resolutions.
It's a long time after New Year's.
You said it, Sally. I've been sleeping through my alarm for weeks now.
Well, I made one resolution, though, that isn't a bit hard to keep. That's my Lux soap resolution.
Why, Sally, you've been using Lux soap a long time, haven't you?
Of course, but this year I decided I wasn't going to miss out one single night on giving myself a real Lux soap active lather facial at bedtime, no matter how tired I might be. And I haven't, and it pays, Mr. Ruick.
Sally, I could have told you that just by looking at you.
Thanks. I wasn't fishing, but, well, honestly, compliments have been coming my way lately. That Lux soap active lather care really works.
Well, Sally, I think you owe it to our audience to tell just what this Lux soap care is.
All right. Here's exactly what I do. I smooth the rich Lux soap lather lightly into my skin. Next, I rinse with warm water, and then a dash of cool. Then I pat my face gently to dry.
Sounds easy, Sally.
It is, Mr. Ruick. A Lux soap facial takes just a minute. It removes dust and stale cosmetics thoroughly, and it leaves skin feeling so soft and smooth. You just ask the screen stars what they think of these facials, Mr. Ruick.
I can guess pretty accurately, Sally. For after all, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. As a matter of fact, lovely women everywhere are depending on these Lux soap beauty facials to give their skin the protection it needs to stay soft and smooth. Why don't you start your daily beauty routine with gentle Lux toilet soap tomorrow? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Whole Town's Talking, starring Fibber McGee as Wilbur and Molly as Jessie, with Paul Guilfoyle as Killer Mannion.
Read all about it. The story of Killer Mannion by Killer Mannion's double. Wilbur Jones, the man who looks like Mannion, tells all.
Wilbur Jones, the man who looks like Mannion, looks awful this morning. His face is haggard, his eyes are bleary, and he's sporting a black and blue mark on his chin where the killer's henchman delivered his sleeping potion. Alone in his room, Wilbur Jones, the man who looks like Mannion, surveys himself in the mirror.
Can't be true. It was all a dream. That's what it was, a bad dream. Mannion wasn't here last night. He couldn't have been here. He's not coming back this morning. It was only a dream.
Hiya, Jonesy.
Hi, Killer. It was only a dream. Killer Mannion.
Keep your trap shut. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I was dreaming. I woke up.
Well, don't wake up so loud. Here's your letter. 2 cops stopped me last night. It worked like a charm.
You mean they let you go?
Sure. They thought I was you. That's a laugh, ain't it?
I can hardly keep my face straight. Or should I say our face?
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? My gag was just as funny as yours.
It's my stomach. It's all shot to pieces.
Honest? I thought you said they let you go.
They did. It's that hamburger I ate for breakfast. It ain't setting right again.
Oh, well, is there anything I can do for you? I could let you have some castor oil.
Castor oil? You want to kill me? I'd rather take arsenic.
I haven't got any arsenic, but I could run down to the drugstore.
What?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean it that way.
You better not. Here, I brought you the morning paper. Read it to me.
I've got to get to the office, Mr. Mannion. I can't waste my time.
Read it!
Okay, Bud.
Anything about me in it?
Let's see. Yeah, here's something. Killer Mannion holds up State Armory. State Armory?
That's right. Go ahead.
Oh, listen. It says here you killed 2 guards.
That's a lie.
Huh?
It was Trey. Read what it says.
Killer Mannion holds up State Armory, kills 2 guards. At midnight yesterday, public enemy number 1, Killer Mannion, cold-bloodedly slew 2 guards in a raid on the State Armory. Accompanied by 2 of his men, Mannion surprised the guards at the armory and shot them dead. Oh, dear.
Go on.
He then entered the armory and stole several machine guns.
How many?
Several.
How many is that?
Well, I don't know.
It was 6.
Oh.
Why can't these guys get things straight? Go on. You better beat it now. I don't feel so good.
Me either.
And remember, 1 word out of you and you're out like a light.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what time do you get off?
5 o'clock.
Well, you'll be back here at 6 prompt.
Yes, sir.
And bring the afternoon papers.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Yeah, you know those things you're writing about me?
Oh, yes. I think I'll call them off.
What for? That's okay with me. Only you be careful what you pull, see? You be nice to me, see? Or I'll stop being nice to you.
Hello? Hello, this is Mr. Jones speaking. Wilbur Jones II. Can I speak to Mr. Healy, please? It's about those articles I'm writing. Huh? Well, when do you expect him? 6 o'clock? Oh, I can't see him at 6 o'clock. I've got to be home at 6 o'clock. All right, I'll try to make it. Goodbye.
Good morning, Wilbur. You didn't meet me on the corner this morning.
Oh, hello, Jessie. I'm sorry about that, but I couldn't make it.
Were you held up, dearie?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yeah.
Ah, well, famous people are always late. What's all those letters on your desk? Fan mail?
I guess that's what you call it. 6 ladies want my picture.
Your picture? Oh, Wilbur, isn't it wonderful? Yesterday you were nobody, and today you're a public figure. Look, did you see the morning paper? Mannion killed 2 guards last night.
Yeah, I read it to him.
What?
I read about him.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
Well, you look funny. And where'd you get that mark on your chin?
Huh? What chin?
That chin right there. On the bottom of your face.
Oh, that I hurt myself shaving. I'm a little nervous today.
And what were you shaving with, a baseball bat?
Oh, Jessie, I've got to speak to you. It's about those articles I'm writing. I'm all upset.
Well, come on out in the hall. We can't talk here. What do you mean you want to stop writing about Mannion? They're paying you, aren't they?
Yeah, but all those things they're saying, like about Mannion being a coward. Jessie, I don't know if those things are true.
Well, what difference does it make? He's a gangster, isn't he?
Yeah, that's just it, Jessie. Suppose he reads those articles and gets mad. Why, he might shoot me or something.
Now, listen here, Wilbur. Are you a man or a mouse?
Well, I never saw a day when a piece of cheese looked so appealing. Nothing personal, Jessie.
Now, listen, Wilbur, you've got to go on with those articles. It's $250 a week. If we're going to get married, this is our chance.
Did you say married or buried? Oh, all right, Jessie.
That's the boy. The trouble with you is you've been under too much of a strain, Wilbur. Why don't we go out for dinner tonight and relax?
Tonight? Well, you mean tonight?
Sure. You're allowed out at night, aren't you?
But I can't make it tonight, Jessie. I just can't.
Why not?
Well, my roommate is going out tonight.
Your roommate? You never told me you had a roommate.
He just moved in with me.
Well, why can't you go out if he goes out?
It's the only time I have to be alone.
I see. And you'd rather be alone than be with me at dinner tonight.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
I understand. You don't love me anymore.
Oh, Jessie, don't say such a thing.
That's what it is. Success has gone to your head.
Nothing's gone to my head. It's just that I can't go out tonight.
Yeah, because your roommate's going out. That's a fine reason.
Well, he probably wants to rob a bank tonight.
What?
I mean, it's probably bank night somewhere, and he's
Now, just a minute. Say, who is this roommate of yours?
He's an old friend.
Where'd you meet him?
Where? Oh, I used to know him at school.
Oh, a college chum, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
What's his name?
His name?
He has a name, hasn't he?
Why, certainly he has a name. His name is, that's funny. I had it right on the tip of my tongue.
Wilbur, you're acting very strange. You're not sick, are you?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. I'm sick.
Well, I thought so.
Yeah, that's why I can't take you out tonight. I'm going to be sick.
Oh, all right now, Wilbur. Calm down now. Just go home and take a dose of castor oil. You'll be fine in the morning.
What time is it, Red?
10 minutes after 6.
10 after 6? I told that guy to be here at 6 sharp with that letter. I'll break him in pieces.
Now, take it easy, killer. We can't keep beating that guy up all the time, or he won't look like you anymore.
All right, shut up.
There he is now, boss.
Hey, wait. That ain't him. He's got a key.
Maybe it's the cops.
Hey, you get in the bedroom. I'll handle this.
Watch your step, boss.
Hello, Wilbur. How you feeling?
Huh?
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let me look at you. Heavenly days, Wilbur, you look awful.
Oh, yeah?
And just listen to your voice. What's happened to it, Wilbur? You weren't hoarse this morning.
I caught a cold.
You've got the flu. That's what you've got. I'll call the doctor.
Wait a minute. Put that phone down.
Wilbur, I don't like the tone of your voice. Please put the phone down.
All right, please. But put it down. I don't need it, Dr. C. I'll be all right. All I need is to be left alone, see?
You're talking awful funny, Wilbur. Are you sure you haven't got a fever?
I'm all right, I tell you. Get going. Scram.
Now, listen, dearie, I don't mind you looking like Killer Mannion, but when you start talking like him, that's going too far. Now, stop this nonsense at once.
All right.
Where's your roommate?
Huh?
Your roommate, the fellow you said was living with you.
Oh, did I tell you someone was living with me?
Now, don't tell me you don't remember. Your old college chum?
Oh, yeah, sure. My old college chum. Hey, Red! Come here, Red.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Red? I'm Wilbur's fiancée, Jessie Clark.
Yeah? I'm pleased to meet up with you.
What's that you said?
I'm very pleased to meet up with you.
Where did you go to school, Wilbur? Barber College?
The lady just dropped in to say hello, Red. She's leaving right away.
Oh, no, I'm not. There's one little thing I've got to do, Wilbur. Tell me, Mr. Red, did Wilbur take his castor oil?
Huh?
What do you mean, castor oil?
There, I knew you wouldn't take it, you big baby, so I brought some along with me.
Now, wait a second.
Mr. Red, will you get me a spoon, please?
Certainly, lady. Tea, soup, or dessert?
Listen, that's out, see? I don't like that stuff. It makes me sick.
Ah, don't be such a ninny.
I won't do it, see? Now you cut it out.
Wilbur, I'm losing patience with you. Now stop playing gangster and take your medicine like a man.
Here's the spoon, lady.
I'll get you for this, Red.
Boss, I didn't do nothing.
Don't pay any attention to him, Mr. Red. All this talk about Killer Manion is getting him. He wouldn't hurt a fly, would you, Wilbur? Now open your mouth.
No, I won't.
Open your mouth, I said.
You let me alone.
All right, then. I'll have to hold your nose.
Oh. Let go. Let go, by door.
Open wide. That's the boy.
You cut it out now. No.
Ah, there we are. Fine. Now. There. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it, Wilbur?
I'm dying. I can't stand it.
Don't be silly. You'll feel fine in the morning. Good night, Wilbur. Good night, Mr. Red.
Good night, lady. Pleased to have met up with you.
Pleased to meet up with you, too. Good night.
And the next time it happens, I'm going to push your face in, see? Keep that dame out of here.
Okay, Killer, okay. Shucks, I didn't know she was coming here.
Why was you late anyway?
I told you I had to see Mr. Healy about those articles. I fixed it so as I'm going to write them.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, that's great, because you're going to write them my way. When's the next one coming out?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah? Well, sit down and write it.
Yes, sir.
I'll show them how much of a coward I am. I'll slip you some dope that'll make them dizzy. I'll give you stuff that nobody knows but me. Are you ready?
Sure. And don't think you're unique, Bud. You ain't the first gangster that started dictating.
Oh, shut up. Now, you just put down what I give you. You said I'm as brave as the gun in my hand. All right, you just listen to this. When I broke out a stir, I had a gun, yeah. But it was a phony. That's the kind of a false alarm I am. Have you got that down?
Yes, sir.
I put the turnkey out with my hands. Then when I made the turn in the corridor, it was jammed by a brace of malarkeys.
Huh?
A brace of malarkeys. Cops, bulls, malarkeys.
How do you spell it?
What's the difference? Write it down.
Yes, sir.
I pulls the phony gat and I makes them reach. Then I grabs a heater and I turns it loose on them. Lead is flying all over the joint.
Paper, the story of Killer Manion. Killer Manion faced a brace of malarkeys. Paper!
You mean you think those articles are phony?
I mean just that, Mr. Spencer. Washington sent me here to clean this thing up, and I'm going to do it. I tell you, the key to the whole situation is this fellow Jones. Did you read that article the other day?
Yes.
It's about Mannion's prison break. Jones says that Mannion had one of the guards fixed.
That's right.
Did you know that?
No.
No one knew it except me and a couple of the men in my department, and we kept it a secret. Now, how did Jones know it?
Well, it might have been a stab in the dark.
Oh, is that so? Read the article. It's written as if Jones had been an eyewitness to the break. Worse than that, as if he had taken part in it.
Now, look here, Mr. Russell. You don't think that
I
Jones...
don't think anything. But there's something funny going on, and I want Jones followed. Day and night.
I tell you, the heat's on, Killer. They just slapped a $25,000 reward on you.
Raising the ante, huh?
Yeah, and there's two guys tailing Jones. Why, every time he moves out of the joint, there's two bulls on him. How have we seen them?
That's right, Killer. I seen them, and they're tailing you, too, every night.
We gotta scram, boss. We gotta get out of here.
What do you say, Killer? This heat's getting me.
Now, sit down and cool off. I got an idea.
Yeah, what?
What's on your mind, Killer?
I just been thinking. Supposing Killer Manion happened to get shot.
Huh?
The heat'd be off, wouldn't it? If Manion was croaked, the cops would all settle down to sleep again.
Oh, boss, we wouldn't want you to do nothing like that.
What are you talking about?
Bumping yourself off just for us. It ain't worth the sacrifice.
Oh, shut up, you dope. I ain't cooling myself off on nobody.
But you said...
Hey, boss, I think I'm getting it. You mean we croak this guy Jones and the coppers will think it's you?
That's it. What do you think, Red?
Great idea, boss. When do I plug him?
Now, take it easy. We gotta make this thing look good. You see, we ain't gonna plug Jones at all. We're gonna let the cops do it.
How are you gonna fix it, boss?
Leave it to me. By tomorrow morning, Jones will be as cold as a cucumber.
I don't get it, boss.
You're not supposed to get it. I don't expect you to get anything. All the brains you got are in your trigger finger.
Oh, gee, boss, thanks.
Where's Jones tonight? He ought to be here, oughtn't he?
No, I let him have the night off. boss is giving a big dinner for him. Poor Jonesy. You know, he's a kind of a nice little guy at that.
Yeah, he was.
I ain't ever met him.
You know, it's a shame, ain't it? A fella like that to go so soon. Kind of makes me sad.
Me too. What time do we have him rubbed out, boss?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you our guest of honor, the man who looks like Mannion, Mr. Wilbur Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be with you this evening because I know you're all interested in the articles I'm writing about Killer Mannion. To write those articles, folks, a writer really has to live with the character he's writing about. Why, when I sit down to my typewriter, I always have the feeling that Mannion himself is right there with me. Yes, sir. Oh, but then it's always been natural for me to write such about crimes and criminals. Why, when I was a journalism student years ago, my articles about the local jug put me at the head of the class. Jughead Jones, I was known as in them days. But that's another speech.
Yeah, and a long one.
And I just want to say that if Killer Mannion could know what I have in mind to write about him next, he'd have one of his hoodlums right here in this audience ready to shoot me and... Oh, my gosh. He got me. I'm shot. Get a doctor.
Oh, here. Take it easy, Wilbur. It was just a photographer's flash bulb exploded.
I sure am glad you told me that was just a photographer's bulb exploding there tonight. Jesse, how'd you catch on so quick?
I guess I know a flash in the pan when I see one. Anyway, Wilbur, that was a wonderful speech tonight.
Oh, I guess it was all right.
All that about feeling like Killer Mannion. Now I know what was the matter with you that time.
What time?
The time I came up and gave you the castor oil. You remember?
Oh, that time. Oh.
Sure.
Oh.
Why, you were living the character, weren't you? You were Killer Mannion that night.
I certainly was.
You know, I sort of liked you that night.
Huh? You did?
Why, sure. You were so masterful.
I was, huh?
Sure. That's what a woman likes, Wilbur. A masterful man. I had all I could do to hold your nose when I gave you the castor oil. Well, good night, Wilbur. I'll see you on the corner in the morning.
Sure, I'll be there.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it? Look at that moon up there.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Look, Jesse, you say you like masterful men. Well...
Well, Wilbur?
Well, I was thinking, we've been engaged now for 12 years, and, well...
Yes, Wilbur.
Jesse, you suppose it'd be all right if I kissed you goodnight?
Oh, Wilbur.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Fibber, McGee, and Molly in Act 3 of The Whole Town's Talking. You know, out here in Hollywood, the postman is a busy man. Do you know why? Because every day he has to deliver hundreds of fan letters. And they aren't all for the stars either. No, indeed. We're proud to say that a great deal of that fan mail is for the Lux Radio Theater itself. And almost always, the writers have something nice to say about the product behind our radio theater, Lux Toilet Soap. Here are just a few samples the postman has brought us in the last few weeks. A lady from Durham, North Carolina, writes us,
I have mighty sensitive skin, and that's why I've used Lux Toilet Soap for years. It's such a mild, pure soap.
And here's a fan letter from the Middle West, from Minnesota.
I don't know what I'd do without Lux Soap. Where we live is a hard water region, but Lux Toilet Soap always gives such wonderful quick lather.
Now, there's a tip for all you people who've ever tried to make an unresponsive cake of soap lather in hard water. Remember, Lux Toilet Soap always does lather freely and richly, whether the water is hard or soft. And now listen to what Lux Soap is doing for the younger generation up Michigan way.
For years, I've used Lux Toilet Soap as my daily complexion care. Now it's my baby's soap, too. He's almost a year old, and believe me, he appreciates his daily Lux Soap bath.
Maybe you think our Lux Soap fan mail is all from the ladies. Well, it isn't, not by a long shot. Here's a typical letter from a male admirer.
Why don't you tell the men in your audience what a swell soap Lux is?
I'm no sissy, but the skin on my face is sensitive, so I have to be careful what soap I use. Well, Lux is the answer. It's mild and gives such smooth, abundant lather. And when it comes to the bath, shower, or tub, it's aces.
Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. North, east, south, and west. That's a typical cross-section of the Lux Soap fan mail. And no wonder it's one of the most popular soaps in the whole USA. When you unwrap a cake of this smooth white soap, you can be sure that you're using the finest soap money can buy. Yes, even if you paid $1 a cake instead of the few pennies you did pay for that cake of Lux toilet soap, it couldn't be made from finer or purer ingredients. So why not join all the smart people who found that they can get a lot of luxury at very small cost? Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Whole Town's Talking. The following day dawned bright and clear. The day on which Wilbur Jones is to be rubbed out. Killer Mannion's trap has been well laid, and the unsuspecting Wilbur is about to put his foot in it.
Sit down, Jonesy. I want to speak to you.
I can't stop now, Mr. Mannion. I got to get to the office. I've got to get out the McIntyre account.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
But Mr. Seaver will be mad.
You don't have to worry about him either. After today, Jonesy, you won't worry about nothing.
I won't?
No, Jonesy. I've been pretty hard on you. I got no business to ask favors of you, but I got a hunch, Jonesy. You see, I'm like a lot of other great guys, Jonesy. I act on hunches.
Yeah, I kind of do myself sometimes. I mind one time in Peoria.
Skip it. Listen, Jonesy. I got a hunch that I'm never going to get out of this town alive.
Oh, that'd be too bad, I guess.
When Red and I make our break tonight, I got a terrific hunch that we ain't going to make it.
You're going to try to leave town tonight?
Jonesy, if I let you go now, will you promise not to tell? If I let you walk out of here right now, can I depend on your sportsmanship? Not to tell the cops or anybody about our trying a getaway tonight?
Well, if it's a matter of honor, Mr. Mannion, you can trust me.
Gee, that's swell. Now, before you go, Jonesy, I want you to do me and me old lady a favor.
Your old lady?
My mother.
Have you got a mother?
Sure, Jonesy. A little gray-haired lady. What do you say, Jonesy?
Well, if it's a favor for your mother.
That's the stuff. Now, you see this envelope, Jonesy?
Yeah?
Well, there's $10,000 in this envelope. I want you should take it to the First National Bank and put it in a safe deposit box. Then, when they croak me, I want you should take it out and send it to my mother. Her name and address is inside the envelope with the money. Will you do this one last thing for me? Will you?
Well, I'll do it for your mother.
Gee, that's swell. Thanks, Jonesy. Now you better get going. The First National. And don't forget it.
Yeah, but what about my pass? My letter from the district attorney. You took it from me last night. Where is it?
Gee, Jonesy, I've been careless. I lost it.
Lost it? But how will I get to the First National Bank without being stopped? Who do you think I am, the Invisible Man?
Yeah, I thought of that. You can stick on a disguise. I've done it myself lots of times. Here, look. You see?
What is it?
It's a mustache. Here, I put it on you. How's it feel?
It tickles.
Look at yourself in the glass, Jonesy. Would you know yourself?
Say, it does make a difference, doesn't it? Huh, I don't look like the same man. I look kind of like Ronald Coleman.
They wouldn't know you in a million years. Now get going. As soon as you planted the dough for me, you're a free man.
Okay, I'll do it.
Stick the dough in your poke.
Where?
Your poke, your pocketbook, wallet.
Oh, okay. So long, Mr. Mannion.
So long, Jonesy, and good luck. Hello. Give me the police department.
That was nice work, Killer. I'd have fallen for it myself.
Shut up. Hello, police department? I got a tip for you. Mannion's on his way to the First National Bank. He's going to pull a job single-handed. He's wearing a black hat and a phony mustache. Yeah, and you better shoot on sight, because he's got a gun.
Hello, Boyle. Boyle, this is Spencer. We've just had a hot tip. Mannion's going to stick up the First National. Put 20 men with machine guns just inside the door. When he walks into the bank, let him have it.
I beg your pardon, officer. Can you direct me to the First National Bank?
Right over there, buddy.
Thank you very much. Boy, what a disguise. Never even recognized me.
Hello, Wilbur. What are you doing with that mustache on?
Jessie.
Where'd you get it, Wilbur? You didn't grow it overnight, did you?
Jessie, keep quiet. Don't say a word.
What are we being so quiet about?
Shh. Listen, I've got to get to the First National Bank.
What's that got to do with you wearing a mustache?
Nothing. I'm in disguise.
Not as far as I'm concerned, you're not.
Oh, look, Jesse, let me alone, will you? I've got an errand to do for a little old lady.
How old?
I don't know, but I've got to get to that bank.
Well, come on, I'll go in with you.
All right, but don't speak to me.
Here's the door here. Go ahead, Wilbur.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Wait, it's gone.
What's gone? Your mustache?
No, the envelope with the money.
What envelope? What money?
Oh, I can't tell you. Oh, where did I lose that money? Where did I lose it?
Wilbur, what are you raving about?
I must have dropped it back at the apartment.
Wilbur, something's very fishy here.
Jesse, I can't explain it now. I've got to go home. Goodbye.
Wilbur! Wilbur, wait, Wilbur!
What do you mean he got away? Hello? I told you to get him when he walked into the bank. All right, never mind the excuses. I want Killer Mannion, and I want him today.
Let me in. I lost the money. Let me in.
Oh, hello, boss. Is it all over?
Who are you?
Me? What's the matter, killer? Don't you know me? I'm Harry.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Oh, boss, stop riding me. You told me to wait here till he bumped off Jones.
What did you say?
Jones. Is he croaked yet?
Croaked? No, I don't think so.
You should have let me get him, killer. I'd have cooled him off right.
Hey, I got to get out of here. One side, Bud. Harry.
You want me to come along?
No. You stay here. I want to be alone for a while.
Hey, killer, what's the matter with you? You're talking funny, killer.
Funny? What's funny?
Is your voice changing, killer?
Yeah. I got a cold, see? My throat's sore. It's laryngitis.
Well, why don't you gargle with something?
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll go down to the drugstore and get something. Now, so long, Harry. Keep an eye on the joint.
So long, boss.
Just a minute, Wilbur.
Oh, my gosh. Out of my way, sister. I'm in a hurry, see?
You sit right down there and listen to me, Wilbur. What's this all about?
Yeah. What's it all about, killer? Who's the mom?
Don't pay no attention to her. She's just a scoit, I know. Come on, Jesse, scram.
A scoit? That's fine talk, Wilbur Jones.
Hey, killer, she's calling you Jones. His name ain't Jones, lady. He's Killer Mannion.
Oh, he is he?
Scram, Jesse, scram.
I will not scram. You're not fooling me, Wilbur. There's something going on here, and I want to know what it is.
Jesse, please.
Sit down. Sit down.
Hey, just a minute, lady. You can't talk to the killer like that. You want I should cool her off, boss?
No.
Give me the word, and I'll plug her.
Put that rod away. I'm running things around here, see? I'm the killer.
You're Wilbur Jones, and stop this nonsense.
I'm the killer. Killer Mannion. For heaven's sakes, believe me.
Oh, I'm getting all mixed up.
There's nothing to be mixed up about. I know this man. I ought to. I've been engaged to him for 12 years.
What? You never told me that, killer. Congratulations.
Thanks. Jesse, will you get out of here?
Not until we get this straightened out. You're in some kind of trouble, and I'm here to help you.
Jesse, you're helping me into my grave.
You know, this is very funny, killer.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, what's so funny about it?
This dame says you're engaged.
Well, what of it?
Nothing, except I don't think your wife is going to like it.
Why, he hasn't got a wife.
No?
Sure I have. You remember, Jesse. I told you about Gordy.
Gordy who?
Her name is Mabel.
That's what I said.
My brain is in a whirl here.
Oh, it's no use, Wilbur. You might as well stop pretending. I don't know what your game is, but I'm tired of being it.
I need some fresh air. Can I open a window, boss?
Yeah, sure. Kick the wall down for all I care.
Yeah, thanks, boss.
Jesse, listen. We got to get out of here. This guy thinks I'm Killer Mannion.
Yes, and so do you.
I do not.
Well, then why do you keep talking like him?
Jesse, try to understand. If he thinks I'm Jones, he'll cool me off.
What?
Cool me off. Plug me. Kill me.
Hey, boss, look who's coming down the street.
Who?
The killer.
The killer?
Yeah, Killer Mannion. He just turned it today, say. Hey, wait. Something just come to me.
Now, listen, let me explain.
I got it. The killer's coming here now, and you say you're the killer. Yeah, one of you is lying.
One of who?
Now I see it. You're Jones, ain't you? You're Wilbur Jones.
Certainly not. That must be Wilbur Jones coming up here now.
Don't tell me it's a killer.
How can he be the killer? There can't be two killers, can there?
No.
Well, then he must be Jones. Because if he ain't Jones, then I'm Jones, and I can't be Jones because I'm the killer.
Talk slow. I'm getting rattled.
It's simple, Harry. Jones must have busted away from the molecules at the bank.
Huh?
They turned a typewriter on him, and he took it on to Lamb back here.
Yeah.
The heat is on, and the bulls are on his tail. The joint will be swarming with dicks, and we'll all be sent to the jug.
Now you're talking like the killer.
I am the killer.
Are you sure? We can't make no mistakes now.
I'm the killer. This guy coming up is Jones.
Okay, that's all I want to know. When he comes in, I'll let him have it, huh?
Wait, no, don't shoot him.
Huh?
Just bop him on the head with your gat.
Oh, I get it. Humane, huh?
There he is.
Okay, I'll open the door.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Jones. I got him, killer. Did I do good?
Ah, you did fine, Harry.
Hey, what's the matter with the killer?
Oh, he's okay. He just fainted.
Just a minute, boys. You can all get your pictures of Mr. Jones if you just take your time. Boys, you can quote me as saying that we've rounded up Mannion's whole gang thanks to Mr. Jones here. And I take great pleasure in announcing that Mr. Jones is therefore entitled to the full reward of $25,000.
Jesse, $25,000.
Oh, Wilbur.
You know what that means, don't you?
What, killer? What, Wilbur?
Well, it means that you and me, you and I, well, my ship has come in.
Go on, dearie.
Jesse, I've been meaning to ask you, do you believe in, would you like to be my first mate?
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a brilliant evening in the Lux Radio Theater, and here are the stars who made it brilliant. Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Gee, thanks, Cecil.
McGee. Mr. DeMille to you.
Oh, well, not necessarily, Molly. Fibber and I are old friends. He can call me any name he likes.
You hear that, Molly? Oh, thanks, Cecil.
That's okay, Shorty.
Well, it was nice being here with you tonight, Mr. DeMille. We've enjoyed it a lot, particularly as we have something in common.
What do you mean, Molly?
A couple of three-letter words ending in X.
Did you get it, Cecil? Lux for you and wax for us? I'm much obliged for saying this was a brilliant evening. What would you have said if we hadn't turned out to be such swell actors?
Oh, McGee.
Well, I guess I'd have had to say, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for a very dull evening in the Lux Radio Theater. And here's the man who made it dull, Fibber McGee. Then I'd have turned to Molly and said, next time, Molly, we'll try to have better support for you.
Yes, sir, that's right, Mr. DeMille. You don't mind if I call you Mr. DeMille?
Of course not, Molly. I'm flattered.
Well, Mr. DeMille, before we go home, I want to tell you that you certainly make a wonderful soap in that Lux soap.
Hey, Molly. Cecil doesn't make it. They have a factory.
Oh. Well, he represents the people who make it. So if I use Lux soap and I like it, I think I should tell him.
That's right, Molly. A word to the wise is sufficient, but 2 words may be better. Lux soap.
Say, Cecil, I hope you haven't been so excited about having me and Molly on your program tonight that you forgot to get a show arranged for next week.
No, Fibber. No, you know, the play must go on. So next Monday night, our stars will be Kay Francis and Warren William. And our play is My Bill, based on the drama Courage, which ran 280 performances on Broadway. It's the story of a mother and son who face the world alone and the courageous way in which they find happiness. Kay Francis has the same part she played in the Warner Brothers picture, and Warren William will be our leading man next Monday night.
Oh, that sounds like a wonderful program to me, Mr. DeMille.
It sure does, Cecil. Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night. Good night. And Molly, keep your eye on Fibber. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater presents Kay Francis and Warren Williams in My Bill. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly appeared tonight through the courtesy of the makers of Johnson's Wax. Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as District Attorney, Huey Robinson as Red, Edwin Max as Harry, and Ralph Sedan as Seaver. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I invite you now to listen to Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with My Red Letter Day. You should see the great stacks of letters we get from women who use Johnson's Glow Coat and write us just to say how much they like this labor-saving floor polish. They say that Glow Coat is so easy to use, saves them so much work, makes their floors and linoleum look better than ever before. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is never sticky or gummy. It gives a beautiful polish that stays clean and bright. Perhaps your own linoleum is looking dull and faded. Then go over it with Glow Coat and watch the floor take on new life and beauty. Glow Coat dries in just 20 minutes and shines as it dries without help from you. If you want an easy-to-use floor polish that gives brighter luster, longer wear, insist on Johnson's Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. And by the way, remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes. Well, it's a beautiful, sunny, and mild winter day in Wistful Vista, and Molly has been trying to get Fibber on his feet for a little stroll after lunch. But he's got a detective story he wants to finish, and he'd rather stay inside. So, here, walking along 14th Street near Oak, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Now then, didn't I tell you, McGee? Isn't it wonderful out?
Oh, it is at that, Molly. An hour of this air, and I'll be a different man.
Who?
Who do you want?
Robert Taylor.
That'll take an hour and a half.
Well, never mind then. Say, isn't the department store over there decorated up beautifully? You know, I always wondered why holly got to be selected as Christmas trimming. Why not maple leaves or roses or something? Why holly?
Why, that's easy, Molly. Holly is the only plant they could find that stays green and still has sharp points on it. That's symbolical.
Symbolical of what?
Christmas. That's when all us men get stuck in it.
Oh, you're just an old cynic, McGee. You're like every other man. You pretend you hate Christmas until the night before, and then you go crazy. Where's some tissue? Who's got a red sticker? Will somebody wrap this up for me? Is it too late to get into a store? Give me some more ribbon.
Don't worry, I'll get plenty of ribbon.
Ribbon? If you don't look out, you might get shot for such bum puns.
Why, Molly, that's the risk a fellow takes with any gag. There's just the difference of one little apostrophe between manslaughter and manslaughter.
My, I've seen more real Christmas spirit this year than any time since 1929.
Sure, that's 7 years ago. It's the seventh wave that's biggest, and I ought to know I got washed up by the last one.
Oh, forget it.
Hi there, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Say, I just met Mort Toop, and he told me a good one.
Yeah?
It's old, but you've probably never heard it.
I see.
It's old, but we probably never heard it. Well, go ahead.
Well, now look. How do you spell folk?
F-O-L-K, of course.
All right. How do you spell joke?
J-O-K-E.
All right, then. How do you spell the white of an egg?
Y-O-L-K. Ask me something hard.
You're wrong.
Huh?
The yolk of an egg is not white, it's yellow. So long, folks.
The white part of the egg is what? How do you spell white?
Well, you certainly bit on that one, McGee.
Okay.
Come on, walk a little faster. Exercise is no good if you take it so easy.
Well, I don't know, Molly.
Hi, mister. Will you pull my sled away?
Oh, hi there, sis. Cute, ain't she, Molly? Which way you going, sis? I says, which way you going?
Why?
Well, you wanted me to pull your sled, didn't you?
Sure I do, I bet.
Well, I'm sorry, but I got other plans. I says, I got other things to do.
Name 3.
Well, first, Dad, why should I? You're pretty smart, aren't you?
I bet you I am, I bet you.
Oh, you are, huh? Listen to this, Molly. Can you spell, sis?
Spell what?
Just spell. Are you a good speller?
Sure I am.
Okay. How do you spell folk?
F-O-L-K, I bet you.
Good. Now then, how do you spell joke?
J-O-K-E.
Wonderful. Get this now, Molly. All right, sis. How do you spell the white of an egg?
A-L-B-U-M-E-N. So long, mister.
Can you beat that?
You should have pulled the sled instead of the gag, McGee.
Oh, hey, Molly, look.
Where?
At the poster on the wall there.
Oh, come on. Let's walk.
Oh, wait a minute, Molly. There's a rodeo going on right here in the stadium. Look at the poster. Roping, riding, bulldogging, trick shooting, bucking contest. Bucking contest. $100 in cash and a silver cup to any local boy who can stay on a bucking horse for 3 minutes. Hot dog. I could use $100 about now.
Oh, now, McGee, you're not thinking of...
Oh, I ain't I? Come on in the stadium a minute.
Oh, dear.
Hi there, Bud. I want to enter this bucking contest. Are you in charge of this rodeo?
Yes, my boy. Glad to enter your name. You can have your choice of any horse in the corral. There's Dynamite, Torpedo, the Killer, Bloody Bill, and Widowmaker. Yes, a fine string of animals, too.
Well, they sound delightful. How'll you take your homicide, McGee?
Oh, sign me up for Torpedo, Bud.
Certainly, Torpedo. We'll make out the entry blank right away, Mr.
McGee, Bud. Fibber McGee.
Yes. Let me see now. Torpedo, waiver of responsibility, blue eyes and dark hair, raspberry birthmark on the left hip and a short beard. See. Just sign here, Mr. McGee. Name and address.
Address? I suppose you want the address so you'll know where to send McGee the $100.
Not so, my little optimist. It's so we'll know where to send McGee.
Oh,
Ted Weems and his orchestra play It's the Lovely, featuring Perry Como.
Night is young, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful. delicious, it's lovely. I understand the reason why you're sentimental, 'cause so am I. It's delightful, delicious, it's lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear dear Mother Nature murmuring low. Let yourself go so sweet, 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 like sugar. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's dilemma, it's dilemma, it's deluxe, it's lovely.
Up to ride Torpedo, the Mad Mustang, at the rodeo tonight for the honor of Wistful Vista and $100 in cash. Here are Fibber and Molly in the stadium for the evening rodeo performance. The bucking contests are the closing feature of the show, so they have plenty of time to look around.
McGee, I don't know why you're always getting yourself into something like this. Heavenly days, suppose you break your neck.
Who, me? Go on, don't worry about me. I can ride anything on 4 legs.
Especially an easy chair. Why, even experienced cowboys can't stay on some of those wild horses.
Why, that's because they're the physical type, Molly. It takes a mental type to dominate a horse.
Mental type.
That's...
You're putting the emphasis on the wrong end of your spine, McGee.
No. Just the same, Molly, when a horse feels you're his master, you got him half licked already.
Oh, sure. I can just see Torpedo trotting back to his stall and whispering to the other horses. Hey, boys, I had the brainiest rider tonight. He must have been a 5 Beta Kappa. The best I could do was bust his collarbone.
Hi, ma'am.
How are you, boss?
Oh, silly Watson.
Hi, Still. What you doing down here at the rodeo?
Rodeo it is, please.
Oh. I see. Correcting my English, eh?
No, sir.
Oh, no?
No, sir, that's Spanish, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Why, sure, McGee, you ought to know that, being the mental type. What are you doing down here, silly?
Well, I'm the best man at the stables, please, ma'am.
What do you mean you're the best man in the stable?
Well, you see, Mr. McGee, the head man, he is the groom.
Yeah.
I'm next after him. That makes me the best man, don't it?
How did you acquire the position, silly?
What?
She says, how'd you get the job?
Oh, well, they got a string of wicked bad horses with this little old rodeo, please, sir.
Bad horses, huh?
Yes, sir. Last man they had working here got kicked by one of the horses.
Oh, my. Was he hurt bad?
They don't know, ma'am. He ain't come down yet.
Well, what? Not to be inquisitive, silly, but which horse? I mean, would you happen to know, offhand, that is?
Who was the horse, silly?
Yeah.
What?
Was it a horse named...
Torpedo?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think so.
Why? Well, I'll tell you, Phil, I signed up to ride one of these nags tonight.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
I mean, that's fine, please.
Looks like easy dough to me, Phil. A proposition like that always appeals to me. Give me $100 and I'm on every time.
Yes, sir, but with these horses are $2 and you is off. So goodbye, man. Goodbye.
Well, heavenly days, Eddie Cantor, why are you wearing that old derby hat pulled down over your ears like that?
What's the matter with it?
Well, pull it off your ears.
I can't. I got it jammed on. You see, Molly, I filled the hat full of absorbent cotton so it'll act as a crash helmet, you see?
I see.
Yeah.
Sort of a chapeau de concussion.
Yeah. Don't worry about my horsemanship, Molly. I got a definite flair for that sort of thing.
And the definite thing for your flares and linoleum is Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
What are you doing in this radio, Harpo?
Look out, McGee. Get out of the way.
Hey, what's the idea there, cowgirl? Why don't you blow your horn?
Oh, cook shack cake eaters? Where'd you get that hat? Is this Derby Day on your track?
Hey, Grandma. Ain't you a little brittle to be doing the karaoke on that corn cruncher? You ought to be home on the range with your knitting.
Pull up your hat, Skippy. With your ears out like that, you look like the China Clipper. Whoa there, taxpayers.
Taxpayer? Why do you call that nag taxpayer, Grandma?
Because he's always trying to get out from under. Whoa there. Okay, up there, make my announcement.
What does she mean, make her announcement?
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dallas Cruppertwitch, our premier equestrian, is about to show her versatility.
At her age?
Are you digging?
As another splendid feature of the hoofbeat and hornswoggle combined rodeo.
Rodeo.
Pipe down, my little Heckleberry. As I was about to say, Miss Dallas will now demonstrate her amazing virtuosity with firearms. She will fire across her shoulder at the other side of the arena and burst the small balloons on the board at the far end. Don't be nervous. Dallas never misses. Or practically never anyway. Are you ready?
Ready, Skipper? Yippee!
Go on, that's a fake. That's a fake. Where do they get that stuff? They can't give me...
It's a fake, is it? Well, let's see you do it, Shorty.
Oh, you think I can't, eh?
McGee, please, don't.
And what is the name of the suspicious citizen, Dallas, my dear?
Give him your name, Skippy.
I was always known down south as Sure Trigger McGee, the Kentucky crack shot.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now witness an attempt at fancy rifle shooting by the short stranger in the black diving helmet. He believes he can beat Miss Cruppertwitch at her own game. Just sort of a friendly riflery, you might say. What did you say the name was?
Sure Trigger McGee.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Seward Digger McGee, the Kentucky crackpot.
Crack shot, not crackpot. Get that.
You may fire when ready, Griddle Cake.
Okay. Watch this.
Be careful, McGee.
Don't distract me, Molly.
Hey, who broke my glasses?
I'm sorry, Bud. This is the wrong trajectory. Watch this.
Say, listen, what's the idea?
What's the idea of what, Ted?
Oh, hello, Ted.
Hello, Molly. What's the idea of shooting my baton in two?
Hey, did I do that? I'm sorry. Can you still use it, Ted?
Well, I can, but it ain't right. Play that, boys.
to do what you do to me. It ain't fine to be so untrue to me. It ain't fine, so baby, farewell. It ain't false, you hand it out to me. It ain't false, I don't stop shout to me. It ain't false, so baby, farewell. I don't want to look once to you. You have killed your golden goose. From now on, I'm on the loose. Comes a revolution for me. It ain't right to give me the kick around. It ain't right, I'm not gonna stick around. It ain't right, so baby, farewell. What's to you? You have killed your golden goose. From now on, I'm on the news. Comes a revolution for me. It ain't right to give me the kick around. It ain't right, I'm not gonna stick around. It ain't right, so baby, farewell. It ain't right, I ain't wrong.
are a few questions recently asked of a dealer who sells different types of household products. I'll give you the questions and you'll hear the dealer's answers. What floor polish of the no-rubbing type is the most popular with your customers?
Johnson's Glow Coat far outsells all other no-rubbing polishes for floors and linoleum.
How do you account for the fact that Glow Coat has become the leader in only a few years' time?
Well, in the first place, Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, so women knew from the start that it must be a good polish. Then they discovered it was so easy to use Glow Coat. It dries in only 20 minutes, and it's self-polishing. Doesn't require any rubbing or buffing.
Can you give any other reasons for preferring Glow Coat?
I think I can. Glow Coat gives brighter luster and longer wear, and it keeps floors so fresh and clean that it saves women a lot of work.
Glow Coat certainly saves time and work because it is self-polishing, and it keeps linoleum and floors sparkling like new. Well, the rodeo has proceeded to the point where the bucking bronco contest is about to be presented. Now, we wouldn't say that Fibber is exactly nervous about riding Torpedo, but he keeps reassuring himself that his old derby hat is still on and full of cotton.
McGee, if you only knew how ridiculous you look with that awful derby.
Okay, but it's that derby, Molly, that's going to keep me from getting percussion of the brain.
Percussion?
Yeah.
Why, I always thought you were a wind instrument, McGee.
Molly, don't be like that. Where do you get that?
So he's a tame horse, huh?
Listen, McGee.
Yeah. This Palooka thinks he's getting a real wild Mustang to ride. Yeah, that sure is rich, Wyoming. Can't blame the boss, though, for not wanting no greenhorns claiming damages. What are they calling the horse tonight? Torpedo. Ain't that rich? Torpedo, huh? Well, if he ever blows up, it'll be because he ate too much hay.
Hey, just a minute there, gent. I couldn't help overhearing what you were saying, and...
Well, we come from, stranger. We don't take kindly to eavesdropping.
Oh, but you don't understand, gentlemen. Me husband here is the one that's going to ride Torpedo tonight.
Yeah.
Him? Huh? Well, did you hear that? That one for the bunkhouse wall, ain't it, Wyoming?
Just a minute there, gent. I think you owe me an explanation.
He probably heard too much already, Wyoming. We better spill it.
Okay, but listen, partner, don't tell any of these cowpokes around here that we told you.
Oh, okay.
Heavenly days, what is it?
Well, listen, this hay-burner Torpedo, he ain't no wild coyote. Huh? He's a horse we borrowed off in a milk wagon this morning.
Oh, yeah, you see, the boss don't want no damaged suit from tenderfeet getting hurt. So he gives him an easy ride, pays the dough, and charges it off to advertising, you see?
You mean the horse ain't a real bucker?
Oh, he'll buck a couple, partner, but that's 'cause they'll have a little burr under the saddle. He can't toss you.
Oh, dear. Well, that's the load off of mine.
Why, shucks, well, thanks, Bud. I certainly appreciate the information. I'm going to make some dough out of this rodeo.
McGee.
R-O-D-E-O
is pronounced rodeo.
And GLO-COAT is pronounced Glow Coat.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo. What you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, I tried to get into the bucking contest, but somebody beat me to it. Somebody's going to ride Torpedo, and they say he's a pretty mean animal.
That's me, Harpo. I'm riding Torpedo. You? Yeah. And when you see me touch a match to his tail, you'll know I'm lighting old Torpedo's stew.
Well, say, for only $100, boy, you've got a lot of nerve.
You think so, huh? Well, I don't mind being churned up a bit if I can just skim the cream. Get it, Molly? Skim the cream? Milk wagon
Ain't
horse?
funny, McGee.
Okay. This is going to be rich. Well, much obliged, fellas.
That's okay, partner.
Come on, Molly.
Keep it quiet, partner. Boy, he took his pick-packing poncho, didn't he?
That flat heel's going to have that iron hat pounded down so far, he'll have Stetson stamped on his stomach. Milk wagon horse. That devil's pumped more guys than a drunken cab driver.
Well, come on, we better go lay a bet, Wyoming. 500 to 1, he don't last 30 seconds.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to present the novelty attraction of the rodeo.
Rodeo!
Thank you, you rat.
We are about to give you that excruciating, exciting, exhilarating exhibition of amateur equestrianism which has proved so popular, if slightly fatal, in the past. Folks, Torpedo, the wildest horse of this generation, is about to conquer or be conquered by this fellow citizen of yours, Mr. Fibber McGee.
Hey, Molly, does the cotton show under my hat?
No. Well, say something, McGee. Say something.
Folks, before I explode this torpedo, I want you to know that you're not dealing with a tenderfoot. I was once the greatest horse breaker and steer bulldogger north of the Rio Grande. Lightning McGee, I was known as in them days. Lightning McGee, the last of the legendary longhorn loopers and leader of the leather-lunged lariat larrapers of the lazy lizard.
Say, McGee, you better get back into the loading chute.
Okay. Shucks. It's a shame, though, to take the dough, you know. A milk wagon horse. Just before the bottle, Mother.
Madam, we have reserved a seat for you up here in the judges' stand, where you'll have a perfect view of the goings-on, and I might say the comings-on. All right back there?
Okay.
They're off. Yes, folks, Torpedo is booking hard. Now Torpedo sunfishes. He swaps in. McGee's hanging on bravely, though he seems puzzled.
Oh, dear, there's something wrong here.
Now Torpedo lunges. He rears. He plunges. Oh, McGee has left the saddle. There he goes. Up, up, up.
Dear, he's killed. He's unconscious.
Give him air.
Give him water. Take that derby off of him.
McGee, speak to me. Darling.
Who threw that?
Be quiet. Don't talk. Oh, let me take that old derby off. There.
Imagine that. His hair is turned completely white.
That's cotton, stupid. McGee, are you all right?
Yeah.
Are you, McGee?
Yeah, I'm all right, but where are the fellas that told us that milk wagon yarn about Torpedo?
There's one of them there.
Oh.
Come here, you Nugan. Here he is, McGee.
Hey, listen, Bud. Are you the guy that said Torpedo was a milk wagon horse?
Well, I...
Are you or are you not?
Well, yes, but I didn't mean
That's
that.
okay, Bud. Every day, starting tomorrow, you can leave a quart at 79 Wistful Vista. I could go for that kind of milk. I'm sorry I couldn't win that $100 for Christmas.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I wanted to do something with it. I could have bought you some of that period furniture you wanted. Wouldn't you like to have some nice period furniture?
I'd like to have some nice furniture, period.
Good night.
Good night, all.
next week at this same time and saying until then, good night.
Among the musical selections heard in this program was Who from Jerome Kern's Sonny. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News Station. Tickets are available for the 11 o'clock Fibber McGee rebroadcast. If you would like to attend one of these late performances, write the Johnson Program, care of WMAQ, Chicago.
Everyone, you are now listening to WLS, the voice of Prairie Farmer, America's oldest farm paper, Chicago.
The Johnson Wax Program. Makers of Johnson's Wax deliver a tippy divertisement of department store delirium and delightful ditties with Rico Martelli's orchestra, Kay Donna, Claire Baum, and that slightly cuckoo couple of confused customers, Fibber McGee and Molly. All right this way, folks, right this way. Elevators to all floors. Yes, Sonny, toys on the 14th. Back in the car, please. Don't push. All right, that's all, folks. Going up. Okay, boy.
All out here, folks, the 14th floor, Wistful Vista Department Store. Here's where you buy your Johnson Wax, your kitchenware and copper tax, your cigar department, Pure Havana, Marcelli's Orchestra, Kay Donna, Flowcoat, Christmas trees, and holly. Hello there, Fibber. Hi there, Molly.
Fountain pens, did I hear you say?
And what's Marshmallow going to play? Pens, madam? Try the new Nick Lico while the band plays Liza. Take it, Rico.
Thanks to the makers of Johnson's Wax, you can now have beautiful polished floors and linoleum without any work of rubbing or buffing. Just try Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable liquid floor polish that shines as it dries. Your floors will take on new life and beauty, and your work will be much easier from the day you first use Johnson's Glow Coat. We join Fibber, McGee, and Molly on the 14th floor of the Wistful Vista Department Store. Don't crowd, please.
Where do we got to go first, Molly? On account of because I want to go downstairs and look at some golf clubs.
You'll see no golf clubs today, McGee. Where's the list?
What list?
The shopping list, figuring it, that I give you before we left the house.
Shucks, is that what that was?
Yes, that's what it was. And I sat up all night making it out, too. Where is it, McGee?
I folded it up and stuck it into the toe of my overshoes, Molly. They was too big. You see, I bought them 2 sizes too big when they had that there sale at the Bonton Bootery on account of because they was all out of my size. But shucks, I think. The sale's a sale, I think.
McGee,
So I bought...
take off your overshoes and give me that shopping list.
I can't do it, Molly.
Why?
I ain't got 'em on. It wasn't sloppy out, so that...
Heavenly days, what a man.
That's what everybody says, Molly.
Oh, well, we'll just have to get along the best we can without the list. Now, let's see. I know we was going to get Teeny a doll.
Pardon me, can I get by?
Well, I'll say so, baby. Any place.
McGee, step aside. You're blocking the aisle.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, ma'am.
Don't mention it.
Oh, just a minute, ma'am. Can you tell us where the toy department is?
Certainly. 3 aisles over to your left. I'm going to buy the little boy a sled.
What little boy? Oh, yeah. Hey, come back here.
My, you're sure quick on the snappy comebacks, McGee. Oh, yes, is he? How do you ever think of him so quick now?
Oh, shucks, Molly.
What's that noise?
That's the rapping counter, Molly. You get it? I says that.
Ah, it ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
Come on now. The toy department, I guess.
Right over there, folks, for your free coupons. Get a Christmas tree delivered to your home free. Get a lucky number ticket, folks.
Okay, Bob, give me a coupon.
Right over there, sir. The man at the escalator will give you one.
Shucks, can't you give me one?
No, sir. They'll hand you one in the escalator.
Okay, shucks. Send that the fellow off all the way. Hey, Molly, wait a minute.
Hurry up, McGee. Where have you been?
Hey, Molly, what's an osculator?
Osculator?
Yeah.
Why, osculator is a kisser.
Okay. Oh, so that's it, huh?
Here, where are you going, McGee?
I gotta see that smart guy that says he's gonna hand me one on the osculator.
Come back here. He meant the escalator, the moving stairway. Don't be silly.
Oh, the escalator. Oh, gee, here's the toy department, Molly. Get a load of them little trains. Ain't them cute?
Please don't play with the toys, sir. Let them alone, McGee.
Oh, shucks. They seem to be real tender about their locomotives in here.
Have you any dolls, ma'am?
Oh, yes, madam. What kind of dolls? Japanese, Eskimo, Mae West, and Tuplet, Shirley Temple, walking dolls?
No. Just ordinary dolls.
Well, we have some lovely Joe and Crawford dolls, madam.
No, I want just...
And the sweetest Ginger Rogers doll for only...
Hey, Molly, how do you like the drum? Pretty nifty, ain't it?
Don't bother me, McGee. Haven't you just a plain mama doll?
No, but we have the loveliest Claudette Colbert dolls
and no mama dolls. Well, can you beat it?
I'll say I can. Listen.
Please, sir, don't handle the toys.
Put it down, McGee.
But shucks, Molly, you asked me could I beat it, didn't you?
Yes, but I...
Huh?
No, I didn't. Oh, never mind. Listen, ma'am. Have you no plain, ordinary doll that says Mama?
I'm sorry, madam, but all the dolls this year are the Shirley Temple type, or Mae West, or the Pink Chocolate, or...
Heavenly days, McGee, be quiet.
I was just trying to see if these here horns was through the pitch. I remember when I played first cornet in Sioux City Silver Saxophone Symphony, I was sitting there one...
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee. Will you go and sit down someplace like buy me a doll?
Okay. But remember, Molly, dolls don't say Mama anymore. Ain't modern. They say, how am I doing? Hey. Something like that. Ain't I right, ma'am?
No, sir.
Oh, well, I thought I'd mention it. Gee, look at here.
You say it, madam. You want to
I got it. A real Indian bow and arrow. Shucks, I ain't shot one of these here bow and arrows since 40 years ago. Real stiff bend to it, too. Now, if that rocking horse over there was an antelope... Oh!
For heaven's sake, what happened, sir? What'd you do now, McGee?
I was just going to ask what'd you do. Did you drop one of them dolls through the counter or something? Say, how much are these here building blocks, ma'am?
Never you mind the blocks, McGee. Did you or did you not shoot that bow and arrow?
Listen, Molly, the floor walker's going to make an announcement.
Friends and customers of the Wistful Vista Department Store, Senor Marcelli and his toy department troubadours will entertain you with a selection entitled Red Sails in the Sunset. Miss Kay Dunner from our sheet music department will sing. Miss Kay Dunner.
Hey, sail away, Red.
way out on the sea. Oh, carry my loved one home safely to me. He sailed at the dawning. All day I've been blue. Red sails in the sunset. I'm trusting in you. With the wings you must borrow. Make straight for the shore. We marry tomorrow. And he goes sailing no more. Red sails in the sunset, way out on the sea. Oh, carry my loved one home safely to me.
McGee. Huh?
Tell me, did you or did you not shoot the bow and arrow through the showcase?
No, sir. It's impossible.
All right, then. What if I says I saw you shoot the arrow and drop the bow and quick pick up the building block?
Well, I say you was absolutely right, Molly.
Then why do you say it was impossible?
Why, shucks, Molly. You can't shoot a bow and arrow through a showcase. You can shoot an arrow, but you can't shoot a bow.
March over and pay for that showcase glass.
Okay. I was going anyway. But hey, look, Molly. By jolly. Did you ever see such a big jack-in-the-box as that guy?
Don't be always changing the subject, McGee.
I ain't, but just look at this here jack-in-the-box, Molly. Say, I'll bet Teeny'd be tickled pink to get one like this here.
Keep your hands off of it, McGee. Must you experiment with everything in the toy department?
Oh, shucks, I just want to see what the dad-rather thing looks like when it's open. How in front could be open there? There must be a catch to it. Oh, here it is.
Hello, friend.
Oh, I knowed there was a catch to it.
Well, I certainly am glad you opened the subject, Fibber, because I just wanted to tell you about Johnson's Glow Coat, the remarkable no-rubbing floor polish that makes your floors sparkle and gleam without any work of rubbing or buffing. Now is the time to brighten your floors and kitchen linoleum. They'll shine like new in a few minutes' time if you use Glow Coat. They'll be protected, too, from scuff marks and wear, and they'll stay clean and polished for weeks at a time. You have no idea how much better your floors will look and how much less floor cleaning you'll have to do until you use Johnson's Glow Coat. This fine, no-rubbing liquid floor polish is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can. And now, Fibber, I'd better get back in my box. Will you push this lid down on my head, please?
Sure, Harpo. With pleasure. Oh! get out of this dad-ratted crowd.
Oh, for heaven's sake, McGee, we're not half through yet. You carry the dog.
You betcha. This one here?
Oh, let go of me! McGee, set that girl down. What's the idea?
Chuck, you told me to carry this doll, and I was going to...
Stop clowning. I meant this doll of Feeney.
Oh.
Excuse him, man. Come on, McGee.
Say, Molly, I got to stop at the cigar department and get some cigars for more tooth.
But more tooth don't smoke cigars, McGee.
I know, but I'll teach him. I know the ropes. Hey, sis, where's the cigar counter?
Just opposite the elevator, sir. Oh, have you tried our new shaving lotion, sir?
No, I never used
Oh, it's a delicious odor, mister.
Oh.
We call it Moonflower Madness for masculine males. And we also have a lovely bay rum for men. It's French fragrance for fatigued faces. And our top hat's talcum. Oh, you just
Have you
enjoy-
tried Johnson's Glow Coat, Flora?
My name ain't Flora.
I was just going to tell you that Johnson's Glow Coat is the best beauty treatment for Flora. But if your name ain't Flora, we'll just let it go.
Oh, McGee. Quit your chattering and come on.
Okay. Chuck, for a minute I was scared she was going to squirt some of that there Fleur de Petunia all over my face.
Well, come on now, hurry up. Excuse me, mister. I didn't see you coming.
Excuse me, ma'am. Say, where's the book department?
The book? Why, there...
Next floor down, bud. Next floor down. 4 rows back and 2 to the right.
Oh, say.
Don't mention it. Come on, Molly.
McGee, why, the books is on this floor. You sent the poor fella down to the necktie department.
I know it. You see, Molly, he had his shopping list in his hand, and all the names was checked off but his father. And when I seen his face, I knowed that anybody that had a son look like that wasn't smart enough to read a book if he did get one. But even the dumbest folks wears neckties. Pretty quick thinking, if I do say so myself, as I shouldn't.
Well, here's the tobacco counter, McGee.
Where?
Right up there, isn't it?
Well, I don't see no tobacco department.
Oh, use your eyes, McGee. Don't you see the sign?
What sign?
Well, right there before your face, the one that says, accessories for the devotees of my lady nicotine.
Well, what in tunket that got to do with smoking?
Oh,
There's something in smoking accessories, sir.
you see, McGee?
Oh, shucks. You ought to put some chewing tobacco or a corncob pipe on the counter or something. How's the fellow to know
You
that...
carry cigars, mister?
Yes, indeed, madam. Yes, indeed.
Okay, bud. Trot 'em out.
Yes, sir. Now, here's a very special import, exclusive with us, a clear Cuban cigar in the new Streamline Panatella. Only $7.50 a box.
Say, them looks good. How many in a box, son? 200?
Oh, no, sir. 10 cigars.
10? 10 cigars for $7.50?
Yes.
What are they rolled out of, gold leaf?
How much did you wish to pay, sir?
Why, Chuck, I was looking for twoopers.
Twoopers?
Sure, twoopers. 2 for nickel.
Oh, I'm afraid, sir, we couldn't accommodate you with an inferior
Oh,
brand.
you better get him someplace else.
Hey, listen, bud. Don't tell me nothing about no inferior tobacco. You're talking to an old tobacco man.
Quit chewing, tobacco man.
Now, wait a minute, Molly. Listen, bud. You know what they used to call me? Hamper McGee, they called me. Hamper McGee, the tip-top tornado of the tobacco trade. Why, I had me the finest tobacco plantation in the whole world, down in Costa Rica. Why, shucks. Never used to ship tobacco FOB like they do now.
No, sir?
No, sir, they shipped it AM.
In the morning?
No, ask McGee. I'll never forget the time I had me my tobacco farm right next to old Burpo Bauer's rubber plantation. You want to hear about it, bud?
I'm afraid not, sir. I have to...
Well, sir, this was way back in 1899. Or was it? No, it was 1902. Or 3. Let's see now. Come to think of it, it was 19...
Pretty tobacco pouch you have here, mister. The tan one.
Tan. That was it. 1910. Well, sir, I had me the finest, strongest, mellowest tobacco anyplace. And old Burpo Bowers, he had the adjoining plantation full of rubber trees. Well, sir, one day during Hurricane 1911, the fence blew down between the plantations, and some of his rubber plants got into my tobacco, and some of my tobacco got into his rubber plants. I thought my crop was ruined till I tried smoking some of it one day. And then when I see the smoke rings I blew bouncing and hopping across the field, I knowed I had something. I made $2 million in 3 weeks, blowing rubber smoke ring auto tires for the export sale.
Well, what did your tobacco do to Bauer's rubber crop?
Oh, it ruined his rubber crop into that part of the field. On account of because when they made teething rings out of his rubber, they had the kids spittoons to go with them.
department. I want to price the midget radios. Yoo-hoo! Are you busy, ma'am? Not at all. Can I help you?
Hey. Ain't you the gal that waited on us in the toy department?
Oh, yes, but they transferred me after you broke the glass in the showcase.
Oh, now you see what you done, McGee?
Boy, shucks, this I paid for it.
Oh, please, I'd gladly have paid for it myself to get away from those children. They were always getting into everything. You know how children are.
Oh, yes, indeed, I do. They're always fooling with things. McGee, quit turning them knobs.
Why? Shucks, I was just trying out this here shortwave set. I suppose you get shortwave better onto these here midget sets, ma'am, huh? Short set, shortwave, huh?
Oh, no. But here is a wonderful little shortwave set. The English stations come across beautifully.
The English? That's good. I thought them fellas never would come across.
Can you get London on that set, ma'am?
Oh, certainly, anytime. Shall I show you?
Yes.
Listen to this. I think London is, let me see it, number 120. No, 120. Just a minute now.
Cheerio, everyone. This is that jolly little wireless station, H2O. H2O across the water.
Ain't funny, Limey.
Nevertheless, we are back on the air again after having a spot of tea, you know. Now, don't buzz off because we have an amazing bit of news for you. As they say in America, get a burden of this. We have here in the studio His Lordship Sir Cassian Walnut, who's kindly consented to come down from his dreadful estate, Scrumfooterton Park up a city of Brum, to give us a bit of advice on the subject. My own Miss McCarthy. Interesting, no, Anne. What? Are you ready, Sir Cassian?
My, isn't it wonderful, McGee?
Listen, Molly, I don't want to miss none of it.
Speak right into the belly, little gadget, your lordship.
Oh, I dare, Algy. Thank you. Friends, I want to urge you to try this easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish before the holidays. Once your floors and linoleum are protected with a bright glow coat polish, you won't have to worry about dirt tracks and scuff marks. Soiled spots, wipe right off. Why, here's how easy it is to apply glow coat. Just pour a little of this liquid polish onto the clean floor. Then spread it lightly over the surface with a soft cloth or the special glow coat applier. You don't have to rub it in or exert yourself in any way. Glow coat dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries, making your dull, dingy floors bright as new. By the way, it's very economical, you know, to order glow coat in the larger size can. You save as much as 1/3 by buying the larger sizes.
Sure. Harpo would be where I couldn't say nothing back at him. Cut it off and get something else, sis.
Oh, get some music, ma'am, whilst I sit down here and rest me feet.
All right, I'll see if I can get France. Or maybe Denmark.
Right there, sis. I think that's Russia.
And now, folks, a swell little number called You Are My Lucky Star. Marcelli and his men are playing it from the toy department of the Wistful Vista department store.
Russia, is it, McGee? Sure, it's coming from 150 foot away.
register. Made just like a real one. Shucks, what they don't think of these days.
Leave it alone, McGee.
Oh, let me work it just once, Molly. Hey, Molly, look. Even the money in it looks real. Say, won't some kid get it?
Say, what are you doing in that cash register? Get out of there. Oh, Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown. Oh, Brown, police. Mr. Brown. How did you done,
Why,
McGee?
shucks, how'd I know it was a real cash? I didn't know it.
There he is, Cash.
Who?
Taking the money out of the cash.
Oh, come on, boys. Hey.
And now, a special announcement about the Amateur Songwriters Contest now being conducted by Rico Marcelli. If you have an original melody which you think might be made into a popular song, send it to Rico Marcelli in care of the National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. It's not necessary to buy anything in order to enter this contest. Everyone is eligible excepting professional songwriters. A cash prize of $100 will be awarded by the sponsors of this program, S.C. Johnson & Son. And in addition, the winning song will be published by Irving Berlin Incorporated, who will pay the writer standard royalties. The winning song will also be featured on one of the Fibber McGee future broadcasts. This Amateur Songwriters Contest closes January 1st, 1936. For complete information about the contest rules, address Rico Marcelli in care of the National Broadcasting Company, Chicago, or see the current issue of Radio Guide, which gives full details of the contest on page 8. Don't forget to return to Wistful Vista with Fibber and Molly next week at this same hour. They'll take a bridge lesson, they tell us, so listen and see if 13 cards to a hand is really unlucky. Until then, this is the mayor of Chinatown, John Sing Wax, alias Harlow Wilcox. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Here's one simple sentence that's worth repeating over and over again. To take better care of your things, try waxing them. With replacements more and more difficult is just downright common sense. To make things last, keep them clean, protect them against wear. Dust and dirt, you know, wear things out more than anything else. That's why I say take better care of your things by waxing them. Give your floors, furniture, and woodwork a protective shield of genuine Johnson's Wax. Protect all wood, leather, and enamel surfaces with this same wax polish. Every application of Johnson's Wax gives not only protection, but brings out the natural beauty of the finish. Floors that are regularly waxed grow lovelier every year, and they never need expensive refinishing. There are 100 extra labor-saving uses in your home for genuine Johnson's Wax, which you can buy from your dealer in one of 3 forms: paste, liquid, or cream. Poker is pretty much of a man's game. Trying to get out of the house for an evening to play poker is also a man's game. And here, taking a hand in it, we find Fibber McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
These doggone executive meetings. I don't know why they have to ring me in on all of them.
Well, why don't you just refuse to go, dearie?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I can't let them down. They're depending on me.
Oh.
Look, why don't you go to a movie or something? I don't know how late I'll be out.
You know how these things are.
Oh, I don't think there's anything I want to see, McGee. What's at the Bijou?
A couple of guys I never heard of. Saw their names out in front of the theater today. I thought I knew everybody in vaudeville, too.
What are their names?
Matt Daly and Pop Prices.
Oh.
Why don't you go see him?
No, I don't believe I will, McGee, but I'll tell you what I will do.
Huh? What?
I'll come with you. You can go into your old meeting, and I'll sit outside in the lobby with a magazine and wait for you.
No, that won't do. This meeting might last till way after midnight. And matter of fact, I think it will.
What's the meeting about?
Well, what's it about? Why, it's the war effort.
Oh.
We'll probably discuss stuff like labor problems. A lot of the members of the Elks are businessmen and factory owners, and they all want to see if they can get some good hands, to work. in the factories and stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to lay his cards on the table. We're going to try and see that everybody gets a square deal.
Well, now, isn't that grand? I'm proud of you, dearie, for wanting to do your bit.
Oh, shucks. It's nothing that any red-blooded American boy wouldn't do. I only hope we can do some good.
Well, I wouldn't gamble on it.
What you mean, gamble?
Well, I mean, these meetings are liable to be so much talk and so little action.
Oh, we'll get some action, all right. I'll lay a bet on that.
Good for you. I'll just stay home here.
Hey, maybe this is somebody that'll stay and spend the evening with you. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Oh, hi, sis.
Hello, little girl.
I haven't got time to stand and talk to you now, sis. I got to go out to a meeting.
Oh, my daddy's going out, too. He says he's going to do some research.
Research?
Mm-hmm. He says he's finally going to find out if it's scientifically possible to fill an inside straight. What's an inside straight, mister?
Well, of course I...
Why, that's a poker hand, little girl. And if it'll save your father any trouble, you can tell him he can only fill one once in 13,789 draws.
Well, I didn't know you knew so much about poker, Molly.
Why, I love to play poker, dearie. Oh. And I think it's pretty selfish of the men to want to play by themselves all the time.
Yes, I imagine.
My daddy says women clutter up the game.
Oh.
Yeah. He says they always want to play fancy poker games like grocery store and baseball and duck on a rock.
Duck on a rock? That's a new one on me, sis. What kind of poker game is that?
Everything wild but the ace of spades.
For a kid your age, sis, you really get around.
Well, gee, my daddy plays cards all the time, I bet you.
Oh.
He's always making excuses to get out of the house so he can play poker.
He does, huh? Imagine that.
You know, I think that's ridiculous. Now, if a man wants to go out once in a while to play cards with his men friends, why doesn't he just say so?
You mean that, Molly?
Why, of course I do. That doesn't apply to you, though, dearie, because you always lose your shirt.
Oh, I don't know.
My daddy does, too, I bet you. My mama says we're going to have the doors in our house made bigger on account of my daddy's always coming home in a barrel. Are you going to see my daddy tonight, mister?
Who, me? Why?
No. Mr. McGee is going to an executives meeting at the Elks Club, little girl.
Yes, I'm one of the...
Yeah, but my daddy said
Never mind what your daddy said. I got too much to do to waste my time. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
Well, I've got a cake in the oven, McGee. Now, you leave whenever you like. I'll be all right, dearie.
Okay, I'll let you know before I go. Now, look here, sis. You better run along because I'm pretty busy. I got an important meeting tonight.
Okay, mister. But I thought my daddy said you were going to be one of the...
Please, sis. Never mind what your daddy says. I guess I know what I'm going to do tonight. Now, you run along. You talk too much.
Okay. But if you want to stop at our house on your way to the meeting and bring your stuff, my daddy will give you a lift, I bet you.
Give me a lift with what stuff?
I don't know, mister. Some dirty clothes, I guess.
Doggone it, why should I stop by your house with some old clothes?
Mister, all I know is what my daddy said.
What did he say?
He said he was looking forward to taking you to the cleaners. So long.
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee, stop fidgeting.
Well, gee whiz, doggone it. I hate to go out to a meeting and leave you here all alone. I feel like a deserter.
Well, don't be like that. Maybe your meeting will break up early.
I don't think so. We got a lot of important things to consider tonight. For instance, you know that cat that they keep around the Elks Club to catch mice?
Yes?
Well, she's been getting pretty thin lately. Ain't been fed properly.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it takes a big special meeting of grown men to sit around arguing about who's going to feed the kitty.
Yes, it does. You see,
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. Yeah. No, he's going out to a committee meeting at the Elks Club tonight. No, I was just going to stay home. What? Oh, yes. Yes, come on over and we'll talk. Yes, goodbye, Abigail.
What's that old bass fiddle unstrung about?
Well, she just wanted to know what I was doing this evening. She might come over a little later.
Oh, that's swell. You girls can have a fine old time chinning. With your one chin and Uppy's three, you can have a four-way conversation.
For goodness sakes, will you stop fretting about what I'm doing, going to do this evening?
Well, I know, Molly, but
Got me all fussed here.
Yeah.
I've been by myself before,
Yeah, I
dearie.
know, but-
I won't play with matches. I won't put beans in my ears. I won't mark up the wallpaper. Now stop worrying.
Well, gee whiz, it's just that I feel kind of guilty running out on you like this.
Heavenly days, if you have to go to a meeting, you have to go, that's all. Besides, if I... Come in.
Hello there, kids. Hey, you know anything about weddings?
Well, we had one once, if that makes us experts, old-timer.
What was it you wanted to know, Mr. Oldtimer?
Me and Bessie are stepping off one of these days, daughter, and we want to do it right. Who's supposed to pay for what?
Well, the groom buys the bride's bouquet and the presents for the best man and the ushers.
Ushers? What do you think we're getting married at a movie?
I see where this is going to be an informal wedding. And you're picking a bum time for it, too, old-timer.
What you mean, Johnny?
Who's going to spend 3 ration coupons just so they can throw rice at a couple of chumps? Who's tying any of their old shoes on the back of an automobile with no gasoline in it?
Don't let him discourage you, Mr. Oldtimer. You and Bessie go ahead and get married. Where's it going to be? At the bride's home?
That good etiquette?
Why, sure it is. On account of so often the groom is living at the YMCA.
Then you'll want about 4 ushers, 4 bridesmaids, 2 flower girls, a maid of honor, a best man, and a ring bearer.
Yeah, gonna be kind of hard to handle, daughter.
Why?
Bessie and her old man live in a trailer. Guess maybe we better just sneak out to a justice of the peace someplace.
Oh, I wish we could be there as witnesses.
You gotta have witnesses?
Why, certainly. Why not?
Oh, what if you want to get out of it later? Won't witnesses be kind of embarrassing?
Now, don't talk like that. Aren't you and Bessie in love with each other?
Oh, daughter, every time I see Bessie, my heart goes bumpity, bumpity, bump. I get short of breath. My hands tremble. My mouth gets dry. Hey, is that love or am I smoking too much?
Well, they're both expensive habits. Hey, what does this Bessie look like, old-timer?
Have you got a snapshot of her we could see?
Sure have, kids. Got a Lulu right here. Bessie's sunbathing behind the trailer. Here, take a look.
Oh.
That's Bessie on the left. Trailer's on the right.
Say, this picture's so faint I can't make it out, Mr. Oldtimer.
Yeah, it ain't very good at that, daughter. Must have been overexposed when I developed it.
Oh, you do your own developing. Where's your dark room?
My what?
Your dark room. Don't you have a dark room to develop your pictures in?
No, too much trouble, daughter. I get the same effect by blindfolding myself. Well, much obliged, kids. I'll let you know when the happy day comes. Here comes the groom. Here comes the groom. Hold him up, folks. He did it.
Imagine that old footer. Oh, my gosh, I almost forgot. Hey, Molly, where's the checkbook?
It's in my purse, dearie. What do you want the checkbook for?
Oh, well, something might come up at the meeting tonight where I might need a few bucks. You know, a donation to some charity or something. Besides, the stakes are usually pretty high.
Steaks? What steaks?
Oh, I mean, if the meeting lasts too long, sometimes we send out for hamburger steaks.
Oh.
And if we don't have enough chips, potato chips, well, gee whiz, I want to pay my share. All the other fellas...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What can we do for you?
I just want to remind you, Fibber, about that poker.
Oh, yes, about that poker. yeah. Well, the blacksmith says he'll have it ready about the first of the week.
What?
Yeah. You see, Molly, the last time I was over to Wilcox's house, I tried to fix fire in the fireplace and bent the poker all out of shape. Guess I don't know my own strength. Teach me a good lesson. Yes, sir, it surely will.
Say, what are you getting so red in the face about, McGee? What's a little poker between friends?
That's what I say. He'll pay for it, won't you, Fibber?
Well, I usually do. Why, certainly I'll pay for it.
Say, are you going to the executives' meeting at the Elks Club tonight, Mr. Wilcox?
What executives?
You know, Junior, the annual, the meeting that was scheduled for the big meeting.
Oh! No, I don't think I can attend a committee meeting tonight.
Oh.
I've got to meet an old auntie tonight.
Oh. Isn't that nice? Say, if you're coming near here, Mr. Wilcox, bring her in. I'll give you some coffee and cake. What's your auntie's name?
Philpott. She's one of the...
Doggone it, Junior. What are you standing around here for, gabbing about your relatives? Don't try to cover up with a lot of idle conversation.
Cover up what, McGee?
Well, gee whiz, we know what he's here for. Why don't you get at it? He ain't fooling anybody.
Okay, pal. You asked for it.
Let's have it.
Give your kitchen linoleum a new deal with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat next time you have a full house for a card party. Enjoy that royal flush of pride you'll get from a clean, sparkling kitchen floor. See how easily spots and footprints wipe right off a glow-coated linoleum. How much more sanitary your kitchen is with the floor surface wax-sealed against dust and dirt. If you spill something off a tray, it can't raise the deuce with your linoleum. Because Glow Coat is aces in protection. Get a container of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat today. It's your dealer's choice. So long, folks. I'll see you.
Why, McGee, you're shaking like a leaf. What's the matter?
Oh, I get so mad at that guy. Don't you know what he was trying to do? Trying to get my goat with all them card terms. Just because I bent his cheap old poker.
Oh, don't be so sensitive. You're as thin-skinned as a toy balloon. Now, you run along to your meeting. I've got some mending to do. And
I wish you'd get somebody to come over and stay a while or go to a movie or something. Gee whiz,
McGee, don't be so silly. Why are you so anxious to have me do something tonight?
Well, it ain't fair for me to have all the... for me to go out and maybe stay so late and all. I just thought that maybe...
Heavenly days, who on earth is that now?
Let me peek. Uh-oh. It's that Spanish girl that moved in down the street. The one that her brother is a pilot from South America.
Oh, she's sweet.
Yeah.
Come in.
Ay, buenas tardes, mis queridos amigos. Do you memorize me?
Oh. Hi, sis. Sure, we memorize, or you bet we remember you.
Well, it's nice to see you again. How's your brother?
My brother? Oh, he's sitting down on top of the world. Gracias. They have made him a captain now, and he is very proud to be so rank.
You mean proud of his rank, sis?
Oh, see. I still make one or two little mistakes with my English. But my honker says I am learning very fastly.
Your what?
My honker. I have a special honker for English.
Honker? Oh, you mean tutor, sis?
Oh. Tutor. He also toots my brother Carlos.
Now, look, dearie, I don't think we even know each other's names. I'm Mrs. McGee, and this is my husband, Mr. McGee.
Ay, tengo tantísimo gusto en conocerles a ustedes dos que son tan simpáticos. My name is Moreno, Rosita Moreno.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, sis. You married?
No, senor. Many times I have been proposed at, but never am I marrying somebody until I have my head over my heel in love. It is a serious thing for a girl to go from singlehood to marriedhood.
It certainly is, dearie. In marriage, it's a case of look before you leap and then walk around if you have time. But what was it we could do for you?
You mean, why are you visiting me in your house? Well, I am just murdering some time until Carlos is coming home. So I think I will butt myself in on those very nice people down the streets. Oh, I hope you're not bothering me.
Sis, you drop in any time and practice your new English. I might pick up a little Spanish at the same time. I'm pretty good at languages. Overseas in the last war, I learned to parlez-vous French like a native.
Yeah, like a native Hawaiian. Say, you must bring your brother over sometime, too, Miss Marino.
Oh, please call me Rosita. With friends, it is foolish to stand on formaldehyde.
Formality, Rosita.
Oh, sí, formality. Gracias.
Yeah, well, how do you say you're welcome in Spanish?
De nada.
De nada.
That's it.
See how quick I pick it up, Molly?
Oh, you're wonderful, McGee. You ought to be appointed our next ambassador to Peru, Indiana. Now, don't forget, Rosita, you and your brother come over any time.
Oh, muchas gracias, señora. I will tell Carlos, and he will be very delightful. To know I have been making good friends with close neighbors, he will kick himself out of it good.
He'll what?
Maybe I mean he will hand himself a good kick.
No, I don't think you mean that.
He will give himself a pat on the back with his foot.
No, that isn't exactly the
Oh,
right...
I know. He will get out of it big with a kick.
Oh, do you mean he'll get a big kick out of it?
Oh, sí. Ay, pero qué tonta soy. Qué cabeza tengo. Bueno, ya me voy. Muchísimas gracias por todo y hasta mañana, amigos.
Come again?
Thank you. I will.
The King's Men and murder, he says.
Boy and girl used to bill and coo back in 1892. Billing and cooing is corny today. Boy meets girl and right away he says murder, he says. When they meet, she says murder, she says. Beat your feet, they say murder. Is that the language of love? She says solid, she says, meaning his arm. Solid, he says, meaning her charm. Solid, they say, is that the language of love? He says, chick, chick, you torture me, zoot. Are we living? Shoot me the snoot for a kiss. She says, dig, dig, the jumps the old ticker is giving. What kind of a ransom is this? Hep, hep, he says, murder. When he holds her tight, she says, murder. When he says good night, now if they keep it up in that impossible tone, he'll bring on nobody's murder but their own. Oh, long ago the lovesick beau made his plea on bended knee. Nowadays, in other ways, the zoot suitor in love's pursuit, he says, Jackson, he says, shoot me the rice. Jackson, he says, make with the spice. Jackson, he says, now who the heck is Jackson? He says, hep, hep, with helium, babe, now we're cooking. And other things to wit. Quote, get in the grooveroo, jump where you're looking, unquote. His uppers don't fit. He says, murder, got a date. Jackson, dig it, gate, solid man. I'd like to catch him alone. I'd make that murder he talks about exclusively his own.
Now, Molly, I guess I better be leaving any minute now.
Fine, run along, dearie.
You sure you don't want to go to a movie or something?
McGee, for the 10,000th time, I tell you, I'll be perfectly happy. Now get along to your old committee meeting.
You won't worry if I'm kind of late.
No, but you've aged 10 years worrying about whether I'd worry or not. Get along with you.
Okay, but gee, I wish you'd get some...
Oh, dear, now who? Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Wimp, old bruiser.
How are you, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, healing up nicely, thank you, Mr. McGee. I just met a friend at Mr. McGee's, and I promised him I'd remind Mr. McGee of a date he had tonight.
Oh, yeah, sure. Date with the executive committee at the Elks. Sure. Well, thanks, Wimp. Much obliged. Well, how's everything going with your physical culture work?
Just splendidly, Mr. McGee. See how I'm filling out?
Oh, that reminds me, dearie. Our laundry bag didn't come back this week. Where do you work out with your gymnastics, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, I fixed up a dandy little gym down in our coal bin, Mrs. McGee.
Makes it kind of tough when you fall off a trapeze or something, don't it, Wimp?
Oh, no, it's soft coal.
That's nice, but that isn't a very healthy place to exercise.
I should say not, Wimp. You gotta have fresh air. Work out in your bedroom or someplace. Open the window and take great, big, deep breaths, like this.
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't take deep breaths?
I couldn't open the window. But I will very soon now. I'm getting stronger every day. Last week, I only weighed 78 pounds, and guess what I weigh now?
I could never guess.
77. I'm just burning off the fat. And see how much straighter I'm standing? Sweetie Face is teaching me to keep my shoulders back.
How's she teaching you?
Oh, she throws me down on my face, puts her knee in my back, and pulls up on my shoulders.
Oh, heavenly days.
Hey, you can get a busted clavicle that way, Wimp.
Oh, no. I always faint before the bone actually breaks.
Doesn't your wife take it easy when you faint?
Oh, yes, indeedy. This morning when I came to, there she was, standing over me, wringing her hands.
Oh, and what did you say?
I couldn't say anything. She had my neck between them.
Goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple, I don't know how you stand it. Didn't you ever think of leaving?
Oh, yes, I have, Mrs. McGee. One summer I spent every afternoon sitting on a curbstone out in front, hoping some gypsies would steal me. They never did. Well, I've got to be going now.
Where to, Wimp?
I've got to meet Sweetie Face down at the feed store.
Oh, is she buying feed?
No, she's just getting weighed. Well, goodbye now.
Say, more people come in to remind you of that committee meeting, McGee. Must be very important.
Oh, it is, and I better be getting down there, too. I got a superstition about being there for the first hand.
First hand?
I want first-hand information about...
For goodness sakes, come in. Oh, hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. Glad to see you. Wiggle out of the minx and fling the body on a stool. Slip your shoes off, too, if you like. Only 3 pair a year, you know. You're pretty heavy on them.
Thank you.
You girls will excuse me if I duck along, won't you? I got an important committee meeting at the Elks, Uppy.
Go right along, Mr. McGee. I have managed to struggle through 23 hours and 55 minutes of the day without your magnetic personality. I think I shall survive the other 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, are you sure it's okay with you, Molly, if I don't get home very early? These meetings are apt to be...
No. Now run along and don't come home till you get good and ready. I'll be perfectly all right.
Okay, well, so long, Uppy.
Good evening, Mr. McGee.
And, I almost forgot. You didn't give me the checkbook, Molly.
I haven't time to look for it now, dearie.
Oh, well, okay. Well, so long, Molly. See you later.
McGee, you didn't kiss me goodbye.
Huh? Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Well, come, my dear. We shall have to hurry. We're 10 minutes late now.
Where is the bingo game tonight, Abigail?
At Gladys Mills. You'd better bring about $5. I lost $3.75 the last time.
Well, I've got the checkbook in my purse. Where's my hat? Here it is. I'm ready, Abigail. I've been looking forward to this ever since you called me up.
But how about Mr. McGee? Will his committee meeting take long?
Committee meeting, my clavicle. He's headed for a poker game, Abigail. I've been trying to get him out of here for an hour. Come on, let's go, dear.
I made an interesting discovery last week. I was talking with 2 ladies about their housekeeping. You know how easy it is for me to keep changing the subject until we finally get around to Johnson's wax or self-polishing glow coat. Well, it seems that both of these women had been using Johnson's glow coat on their linoleum floors for a long time and were enthusiastic about it. They knew it saved them hours of work, kept their floors beautiful, and protected them against wear. But they didn't realize that the regular use of glow coat actually makes linoleum wear 6 to 10 times longer. In fact, the primary reason for using glow coat or Johnson's paste or liquid wax is this protection it gives to floor surfaces. The beauty that goes with it is like a special dividend. And right now, when we need to make our things last, it's important to keep all linoleum protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, the floor polish that shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing.
Meeting at the Elks, dearie.
Oh, very, very good. I hope you didn't have too dull an evening with Uppy yourself.
Well, to tell the truth, we went out to a bingo game.
Huh?
I lost $2.60.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to tell the truth, I was playing poker. I won $12.
Well, while we're telling the truth, I knew you were playing poker.
What? Well, what was the idea of kidding me along?
Well, I knew you'd have more fun if you thought you were getting away with something. I wish I'd have gone with you.
Huh?
Abigail just sits there with no expression whatsoever.
Poker face?
I was tempted to once or twice.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Next program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly, with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I Got Rhythm. Here in their living room at 79 Wistful Vista, full of breakfast and contentment, all unaware that fate is coming up to walk in the form of a man with a bag on his back, and it isn't Santa Claus, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Now, look, McGee, while I do up the breakfast dishes, why don't you take the car down to the garage and get that noise taken out of it?
I took it down yesterday. And you know what?
No, what?
Oh, this will slay you, Molly. I drove the car up to the garage and says, hey, I says, can somebody here take a noise out of this car? And the guy says, sure, he says. I'll have a mechanic ride on the running board and see if he can find it. I said, this car ain't got any running board. He said, well, thanks for telling me. I lose a lot of mechanics that way. Don't you get it, Molly? I said, no.
It ain't funny, McGee.
Oh, well, it's whimsical. You see, the laugh comes when a fellow falls off.
Oh, there's the mailman, dearie.
Oh.
Ask him how much airmail stamps are today.
Okay. I'll pinch a few first to see if they're fresh. Come in.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Here's the mail for you folks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mailman. I'll take it.
All righty. Now, let me see. Here's something from the Bon Ton Department Store. That's just a circular. You don't want that.
What?
Hey, what's the
And here's your new collier. Very funny cartoon on page 26. At least there was. I tore it out so I could show it to my wife.
Hey, listen, Bud. If all mailmen are like you, no wonder Farley's losing his hair. Why don't you just put...
I almost forgot. Here's a registered letter for you, Mr. McGee. You just sign right here.
Huh? Registered letter? Okay, Bud.
Oh, who's it from, dearie?
From the city license bureau.
Does it bother you if I read over your shoulder?
Yes, it does. Get out of here.
Oh, all righty. You can tell me about it tomorrow. Good day, good day.
heavenly days. What a snoopy mailman. McGee, what's the matter?
Dad-rat them dad-ratted, long-eared, ham-handed, button-brained numbskulls. They can't do this to me.
Who can't do what?
Them mugs down to the city hall in the license bureau. They say we got to get a new license.
Oh, they do they?
Yeah.
Well, we can prove we were married fair and square, McGee. The idea, after all these years.
No. Not a marriage license. A dog license.
We haven't got a dog.
Of course we ain't got a dog, but listen to this. Mr. Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. Unless you appear at this office within 2 days and obtain a 1940 license for your dog, we will be forced to proceed against you according to Section 1 of Paragraph 3 of City Ordinance 1781 in the old book, which carries a penalty of a $5,000 fine and or 3 years in jail. Oh, so they're going to prosecute me, are they? I'll show them pickle-puss politicians down there they can't pull no wool over my eyes.
Well, what shall we do?
I'll show you what we'll do. As the guy says when he tossed Darwin's book into the fireplace, they ain't going to make a monkey out of me. Give me the telephone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the city hall. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? What's that? Your little 10-year-old brother. Come staggering home plastered. Really got pie-eyed, eh, Mert?
Oh, how disgraceful.
No, the kid was in a pie-eating contest and got so plastered up with lemon meringue he couldn't see where he was going. What's that, Mert? Oh, never mind, Mert. I'll try it next week. Thanks.
Couldn't you get to City Hall?
Nope. Mert says them politicians down at the City Hall are so rushed these days you can't get a call through.
Well, why are they so rushed?
It's all on account of Izzy.
Izzy who?
Oh, you know. Is he going to run for a third term? Is he going to announce it soon? Is he playing possum? All stuff like that there.
I see. By the way, is there any law against a third term, dearie?
Nope, just tradition.
Oh, just tradition.
Yeah, and you know what that means. A tradition is an unwritten law that nobody dares to bust. On account of if they do, it'll be made into a written law, and somebody's liable to repeal it, and then the fat's in the fire. You can't repeal a tradition. Say, that ain't bad. Remind me to write that down.
It is written down.
Where'd I write it?
You didn't write it, you read it.
Huh? Oh. Well, now, let me see. What was I doing? Oh, yes, that dog license. Dad rat them guys. We ain't had a dog for 7 years.
Oh, has it been that long?
Well, I think so. See, now, we got that pup in 1912. Uncle Dennis dropped in for 2 days in 1922. Went home again in 1927. We started work for Johnson's Wax in 1935. Got our first belly laugh in 1938. Why, shucks, it was all of 7 years ago, Molly.
Well, I guess there's nothing to do but go down to the City Hall and get it straightened out.
Dad drat it anyway. It seems like I'm always going down there to complain about something.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I heard Alderman Brorby say the other day that you were getting to be quite the moan about town. Well, let's go.
Okay, I'll learn that mob of flag-waving baby kissers. They can't push Fibber McGee around. Come on, let's go, Molly. Dog license, dad, rat, stud, rat of dog.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Now, don't bother us now, please.
Why?
I'm sore, that's why.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, mister.
Well, shucks.
If you weren't so big and I wasn't so little and we had a place to sit down, you could sit on my lap and tell me all about it.
Yeah, and if liver wasn't so good with bacon, we'd eat more eggs. Now, run along,
Hey,
sis.
hey, mister, hey.
What?
Hmm?
What do you want, sis? We're in a hurry.
I got a Esther bunny.
You mean Easter?
No, Esther. That's his name.
Oh.
I got Esther for Easter.
Did your mother buy it for you?
Sure. I asked her for Esther for Easter.
Reminds me of the time I was in Panama, sis. I crossed the isthmus on Christmas on business.
Hmm?
let it go.
What, my rabbit? Gee, I guess I won't let Esther go, I bet you. He's a nice rabbit, and she's cute, too.
You're on the wrong show, sis. This sounds like the battle of the sexes.
Why?
Well, to be frank...
No, it's Esther. Frank is my goldfish.
Well, to be frank about Esther, you don't seem to be sure whether it's a buck or a doe.
She's both.
Oh, no, she isn't.
Oh, yes, she is.
Oh, no, she isn't.
Oh, yes, she... Well, gee, she cost my mama a buck, and that's a lot of dough these days.
Waiting for Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. How many times during the year do you ask yourself, where does all this dust come from anyway? Well, dust comes from a lot of places. In your home, it comes mainly from the outdoors. Dust blown up from the fields and the streets and carried inside on shoes and clothing or by the breeze. Now, if you could live in a hermetically sealed house and never go outside, you could keep this dust out. But obviously, you can't do that. What you can do is to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's wax. Dust cannot cling to a gleaming Johnson wax surface. Scientific tests have proved that when floors, tables, windowsills, picture frames are Johnson waxed, only half as much dust collects there. This means less work in dusting, and it means also that your entire home is always cleaner, more beautiful. Genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid, performs the double duty of protection and beauty. Order some tomorrow.
Look, Molly, now that we're down here, let me do the talking, see? I'll show these City Hall dumbbells they can't push an honest taxpayer around. Hey, Bud, which way is the dog license bureau? Oh, hello there, old-timer.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Dog licenses?
Yep.
What kind of dog you got?
We haven't got a dog.
And what you want a license for?
Dad, rat it, we don't want a license. We came down here to tell them we ain't going to buy one.
That's kind of silly, ain't it, Johnny? But on second thought, maybe I better go with you. I ain't got a dog either.
Now, look, Mr. Oldtimer, we received notice that we have to buy a 1940 dog license or be prosecuted. And we came down to protest.
Hey!
Oh, you're no help. But as the soda mint tablet says to the glass of water, I'm going to settle somebody's hash.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, Bob Hope says to Jerry Colonna, says, is it true that thousands of dentists recommend our toothpaste? Yep, says Colonna. That's what they keep telling them down at the orifice. Oh, dog licenses. Yeah, well, right down the hall, Johnny, and scratch at the door. So long, kid.
Scratch at the door. Why, that old stupo.
Well, here's the license bureau, McGee.
Okay. Hold my coat while I roll up my sleeve.
Oh, no, McGee, please.
Well...
Let's try to settle this thing peaceably. Besides, you might get hurt.
Oh, well, all right. But remember, you talked me out of it. And the first wisecrack I get from one of these guys, wham, you sock him with your purse.
Now, wait, McGee. Promise me you'll keep your temper.
Well...
You frighten me when you fly into these rages. After all, you know, you're the killer type.
Am I really? Gee. Well, come on. I'll try to control myself.
Something for you, sir? Marriage license, building license, hunting or fishing license?
Nope, dog.
And we haven't got a dog.
Oh, then you want a license for a dog you're planning to get, is that it?
No, it isn't. We haven't had a dog for 7 years, and we don't want another dog.
Well, then why, madam, do you wish to get a dog license?
Dad, Brad, we don't want to get a dog license. That's what I come in here to tell you.
Now, excuse me, sir, but if every citizen came in to tell us he didn't want a dog license...
Oh, answer the phone.
Just a moment, please. License Bureau. Yes, madam. Yes, dog licenses are $2. Why, of course, I think you should have a dog. No, they're no trouble at all. What? Why, certainly not. Oh, what if they do track up your kitchen linoleum? Just try a little Johnson self-polishing glow coat and see how it protects the linoleum against dirt and scratches. What? Johnson's Glow Coat. GLO-COAT. It requires absolutely no rubbing and no buffing. You just pour it on, spread it around, and let it dry. Oh, don't mention it, madam. Can I expect you in tomorrow for a dog license? Oh, that's great. Good day. Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. Now, let me see. What kind of dog did you say you had?
Wire-haired terrier. Dad, Brad, I told you we didn't have a dog. Look, we got this official notice to come in and get a dog license.
But we haven't got a dog.
Yeah.
You're not concealing your dog to avoid paying the tax.
I tell you, we ain't got a dog.
No, we haven't had a dog for 7 years. And he was 15 years old then.
Yeah.
Well, that makes him 22 years old now. Remarkable age for a dog. You must be giving him wonderful care.
But for the last time, we haven't got a dog. We just come in here to protest against this notice.
And we refuse to buy a license for a dog we don't even own.
Oh, so you don't own the dog. Who does then?
Nobody does. That's right anyway.
Oh, I see. A stray dog. Well, you'll still have to take out a license for him.
Now, listen here, my fine feathered friend. If you think for 1 minute that you...
Now, McGee, temper.
Oh, but look, Molly, they can't do this to me. I'll take this up with the mayor himself. I'll take it up to the United States Supreme Court. Yes, I'll do better than that. I'll tell Walter Winchell.
Oh, no.
Mark my words, Bud, you ain't heard the last of this.
I'm sorry, sir, but it's the law. Every dog must be licensed. And I regret to say it, sir, but I don't think you're the type of man who should be permitted to have a dog. Good day.
Did you hear what he says, Molly? I ain't the type that should have a dog. Why, I think more of that dog of ours than...
McGee.
Huh?
We haven't got a dog, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, come on, Molly. I'll get this thing straightened out before I leave this city hall, or my name ain't Fibber McGee. And speaking of Fibber McGee, I wonder whatever become of old Harlow Wilcox.
Well, for scream's sake, Fizzer and Choopy. Well, fancy meeting you here, isn't it? Or is it? No, I guess it isn't.
Hello, Mr. DePopulis.
Hi, Nick. Say, we just had a session with the city license clerk, and it looks like we're in a jam.
Oh, my goodness, a jam session.
No. We got a notice that we have to buy a 1940 dog license or pay a fine and maybe go to jail.
Yeah, and we haven't got a dog, as you know very well, Mr. DePopulis.
No, but I knew very well the dog you used to have. A very intelligent K7, too.
K9.
Oh, was he that old, Fizzer? Anyway, that dog was a very smart dog. I think he must have studied medicine sometime, because he always knew where there was a bone buried in the muscles of my leg. But there's no hard feelings, Fizzer. It's all healed up now.
Yes, but we haven't had that dog for 7 years. So why should we buy a dog license now?
Yeah.
I think something has got you there, Cupid. But I hope it'll all come out in the wash, and I think it will, because they're certainly taking you to the cleaners. So long, Fizzer. Goodbye, Cupid.
The King's men sing Old King Cole.
Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He loved his pipe and he loved his bowl, but he hated his fiddler's tree. Fiddle-diddle-dee with the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee with the viol. Fiddle-diddle-dee with the big burly bumbo, fiddle-diddle-diddle-dee. Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee with a fiddle-diddle, fiddle-diddle-dee, fiddle-diddle-dee, and a fiddle-diddle-dee, and a fiddle-diddle-dee.
When old King Cole took his morning roll and his cup of hot coffee, his meal was lost and his temper crossed by the terrible fiddler's tree. Fiddle-diddle-dee went fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the big bass fiddle, fiddle-diddle-diddle-dee. Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee with the fiddle-diddle-dee. When old King Cole to the parlor stole for a nap on the royal settee, he heard the noise of those awful boys, those horrible fiddlers three. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol. Oh, fiddle-diddle-dee went the big burly bum. Oh, fiddle-diddle-diddle-dee. Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee with a fiddle-diddle-dee. Old King Cole, if he went for a stroll in the garden after tea, was at once pursued by the breathless brute, those maddening fiddlers three. A fiddle-diddle-dee went the fiddle, fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol. Fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee, fiddle-dee with the Said old King Cole, I will shoot a hole right through those fiddlers three. He pulled the trigger and the good old gun discharged the fiddlers three. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the fiddle. Fiddle-diddle-dee went the viol. Oh, shot through the middle was the big bass fiddle. King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He pulled his pipe and he coughed and he bowled, but he buried his fiddler's tree. His fiddler's tree. He buried his fiddler's tree. He buried his fiddler's, buried his fiddler's. The fiddler's
We haven't made much progress, dearie.
I know. I got a good notion to go back and argue with that license clerk some more.
No, I don't think it's worth all this fuss, McGee. They can't really send you to prison for not having a dog license for a non-existent dog.
Well, you sure they can't?
Why, of course not.
Well.
And even if they do, you'll always know I'll be waiting for you.
Oh.
Yes, McGee, darling. I'll be there coming to see every visitor's day.
Oh, don't say that.
Seeing that you have cigarettes.
Oh.
And then when they do let you out, we'll take up our lives just where we left off.
Oh, Molly.
I'll stick by even if you are an ex-convict.
Molly, don't say that.
Why do I care what people say?
Oh, don't say
Let them talk.
No.
Let them say whatever they wish.
Stop it, Molly. Stop it. Gee whiz. This is more serious than what I thought. I think I better go right up and see the mayor. That's what I better do.
Look, McGee, look.
Huh?
Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh.
I wonder what she's doing in the city hall.
Probably going to complain about the public schools being too public.
If she'd come down off her high horse long enough to let the saddle cool off. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppity.
Why, good heavens, Miss McGee. You seem quite perturbed about something.
I am.
What is the matter?
Well, you'd be perturbed, too, Mrs. Uppington, if you had to pay a tax on something you didn't have.
Yeah.
Oh, not at all, my dear. I pay just such a tax. I don't mind it a bit.
Oh, yeah? What did you pay a tax on that you ain't got?
Last year's income? See, wasn't that clever of me?
What are you doing in the city hall, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, I'm just looking up some of the early historical facts about Wistful Vista, my dear. You see, we Uppingtons were practically the founders of this city, you know.
So were the McGees, Uppy. In fact, the original McGee log cabin stood right here where this city hall is today.
Really? May how very interesting.
I didn't know that, McGee.
Oh, yes. Our living room was just about where the elevator is. Our kitchen was right over there, the bedroom on the left here, and our bathroom... Well, can you imagine that?
Why, what, Mr. McGee?
Uppy, you're standing right in our bathtub.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, please, Mr. McGee, don't do that. Oh, goodbye.
Well, isn't she the one, though?
Yeah, I used to think she really had something on the ball, though I seen it was just a figure 8. Now, let's see. What was I so sore about?
The dog license.
Huh? Oh, yes. Dad, rat them guys anyway. Who do they think they are trying to make me pay for a license when I haven't...
there, McGee. What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, go away, Gildersleeve. I ain't in any mood to bandy words with you.
Now, McGee, I'm sure Mr. Gildersleeve was just trying to be helpful.
Why, certainly.
Oh, yeah. Gildersleeve, you're about as much help as Mumps to a sword swallower.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, I'm not surprised you got yourself another mess, McGee.
Well...
You can get tangled up quicker than the cub bear with 40 feet of grapevine. Yeah, I like that.
Gildersleeve, as the Siamese twin says to his brother when they got appendicitis, one of these days we're going to have it out.
Well, for goodness sake, sometimes I wish you would. I'm getting tired of listening to you two boys trying to lasso each other with your vocal cords.
Well, if he doesn't stop pestering me, I'll...
Pins?
Needles.
Cotton?
Thimble.
What goes up the chimney?
Smoke.
May your wish and my wish never be broke.
What'd you wish, dearie?
I wish that Gildersleeve would go away. That's what I wish.
All right for you, McGee. But by George, one of these days you'll be sorry. Wait till you try and borrow my bow and arrow again.
Heavenly days, McGee. Why do you have to treat him like that? He's really very nice, you know.
He burns me up. I don't like his whole family either. They're all alike. Gildersleeve is just the bottom button on a long line of stuffed shirts.
Ah, dear. Well, this isn't getting that dog license taken care of. Where's the mayor's office?
I think it's up on the 4th floor, right next to the
All right,
elevator.
you. You're wanted in the police commissioner's office.
Who is?
You.
Him?
Yes.
Oh. Well, what's this all about, officer? What have I done?
All I know is there was a complaint from the license department about you creating a disturbance by refusing to pay your dog tax. Now march along with you.
Oh, yeah. Now look here, you big oaf.
What was that you called me?
Oaf.
Oaf, eh?
Yes.
Is that something bad?
Certainly not. An oaf is a very valuable thing. You know the old saying, officer. Half an oaf is better than none.
None of your blarney now, McCushler. Well, come along with you to the commissioner's office. And, no, wait a moment. My shoe's untied. Hold on to me a minute here so I can keep me balanced. And
I'm sorry, Bud. I've been persecuted long enough.
Oh, there you go. Hey, what?
Come on, Molly, run. They ain't going to put me in no prison.
I'm coming, McGee. Make for the side door.
Hey, come back here. Stop him, somebody. It's a fugitive from justice. This way, Molly. Out here.
Hey, taxi. More to stand the crevice right and make it toward us.
Oh, now what have we done, McGee? Now we are in trouble.
No, we ain't, Molly. I know what I'm doing.
Excuse me, Doc. I didn't quite get the address.
Take us to the governor's mansion, driver.
Okay, Senator.
The governor's mansion? But, McGee, after all, we can't take a measly little dog license case up with the governor.
I ain't going to.
Then what?
But he lives right across the street from the pet shop, and I'm going to buy a dog. Step on it, driver.
Before we continue, I'd like to take you for a moment on an imaginative journey to a well-known nursery school. The children are playing at their various projects, having a time of their lives. See how clean the walls and windows are, and look at the floors. They're covered with linoleum rugs as fresh and bright as the day they were bought. Now let me read you a letter we just received from the head of this school. I have been using your wonderful glow coat for the linoleum rugs on my nursery school floors for the past 5 years. Mothers have remarked so many times that our floors look spotless and just like new. Of course, they do, because I use glow coat on them once a month. I feel so grateful for this easy way of preserving my linoleum and always having a clean, bright school that I recommend Glow Coat to all my friends. Now then, before we return to Fibber and Molly, let me urge you to try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your linoleum floors. Remember, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing whatsoever. It's self-polishing.
Well, I didn't buy the dog, Molly, after all.
Well, what made you change your mind, dearie?
Oh, I got to thinking it over, and I decided $2 a year for a license plus 2 bits a day for hamburger was too much, so I just bought the license.
Oh, dear. Well, considering the fact that you worked like a dog to get it straightened out, you ought to wear the tag yourself.
That's what I thought. Look, Molly. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let's consider that great American dish, macaroni and cheese. Do your folks like it with the macaroni fluffy, light, and the cheese goodness all through and through? Well, I can tell you how to make it just that way. Cook it in only 7 minutes. Get a thrifty box of the product called Kraft Dinner. In the package, you'll find a special quick-cooking macaroni. Also, there's an envelope of Kraft Grated that puts cheese goodness on every tender morsel. All in all, you do just 7 minutes cooking and get a swell, thrifty main dish. Now, particularly when you're watching the food bills, now when you're especially busy, Kraft Dinner is a big help. You'd better get several packages of Kraft Dinner and be ready to make delicious macaroni and cheese whenever you're in a hurry. And once again, let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who's not a happy man today. No, indeed, this is one of his bad days. Right now, he's telling his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy, and Bertie, their cook, all about it.
Yes, and there I was, peacefully driving along, when suddenly I heard a bang, and then a bumpity-bumpity bump. At first I hoped it was just the rear end falling out, but no such luck. It was a tire.
Well, gee, Uncle Mort, what about the spare?
Leroy, that was the spare.
Can't you get a new tube anywhere?
No, my dear, they can't sell me one.
But I thought when you went to buy a new tube, you could have it just as long as you brought your old one in.
Bertie, that's for toothpaste, not rubber.
Oh, excuse me, I got my gums mixed up. Never mind, Leroy, I'll tend to the door. Oh, hello, Judge Hooker.
Judge Hooker, what does that sawed-off Solomon want?
Hello, Gildy. Hello, kid.
Oh, Judge.
Hello.
Say, Gildersleeve, I saw you down on Center Street this afternoon with that flat tire, and she certainly looked bad.
How dare you talk about Rosita Callahan? Oh! You mean the flat tire on my car, yeah. Yeah, it looks like I'll have to learn to drive on 3 wheels, Judge.
Oh, no, you won't. Here, take this.
Gee, Unc, what's in the package?
Huh? Well, it feels like... Oh, I'm afraid to hope. By George, it's a girdle. Oh, no, it's an inner tube. Oh, Judgy-wudgy.
Hey, keep him off me. Stop trying to kiss me, Gildy.
Oh, I'm so happy I could dance. For he's a jolly good fellow. He's good and he's ripe and he's mellow. He's kind underneath his big bellow. And his heart is as big as his head. Wahoo!
Now, Throckmorton, control yourself.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Uncle. Quit wearing that inner tube around your neck.
Oh, let him. It matches the one around his middle.
Oh, you're a card, Judge. Say, how can I repay you? Won't you stay for dinner?
No, thanks.
Can I lend you any money, pal? How about taking a pound of sugar?
No, Gildersleeve. I've been amply repaid just watching the way your big, fat, stupid face lights up.
What a sense of humor. Hooker, you kill me.
Hey, Unks, before you do anything rash, don't you think you should see if it'll fit your car first?
Leroy, that isn't polite. Remember, you must never look a gift tube in the size. By the way, Judge, it is the right size, isn't it?
Of course it is, you big blimp.
Big blimp.
Well, so long, folks. I've got to get back home now.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Leroy, there goes one of nature's noblemen.
That isn't what you said about him yesterday, Unc.
What did I say?
You said he was so stingy he has his bubble gum retreaded.
Leroy, never repeat malicious gossip. Today we saw a new Judge Hooker. A kind, generous, thoughtful Hooker.
Yes.
Yes. I got to find some way to reciprocate for this beautiful tube.
Well, he's running for re-election.
That's right.
And next month he's going to observe his 20th anniversary as a judge.
Say, that'd make good publicity for his campaign. If we could celebrate by giving him a... Now, let me see. We could give him a...
Dinner?
Yes, we could give him a dinner. No! Wait, why not? That's what we'll do. We'll organize a testimonial dinner and keep it a surprise from him.
Yeah, and get him a present, too.
You're a bright boy, my boy. Now, what kind of a present should we get Judge Hooker as a reward for sitting on the Superior Court bench for 20 years?
I know it's Mr. Gilsleeve.
What, Bertie?
A big, soft, fluffy pillow.
Hello, Mr. Corbett? Gildersleeve speaking. We're holding a testimonial dinner for Judge Hooker, and I'm calling to see how many tickets you want. Now, Mr. Corbett, he always spoke well of you. Don't you feel you owe the judge something? How? Why, during the last election campaign, didn't he kiss your baby? And right after that, didn't he come down with the mumps? What's that? Oh, your baby got the mumps from him. Oh, excuse me. Goodbye.
Say, maybe you shouldn't have brought that up, Uncle Mort. Mr. Corbett controls a lot of votes.
Oh, Hooker's going to win in a walk, my dear, and a good thing, too. The little stiff is getting a little stiffer.
Hey, look, I printed all the tickets on my printing press.
Oh, fine, my boy. Thank you.
You owe me $2 for paper.
All right, here's one of the tickets. They're worth $2. Go out and sell it.
Jeepers, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
I'm getting you Mrs. Twitchell, Uncle.
Oh, thanks, Marjorie.
There she is.
Hello, Mrs. Twitchell. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm on the Judge Hooker Testimonial Dinner Committee. You know the judge, don't you? Now, Mrs. Twitchell, he always spoke well of you.
Oh, hello, Judge Hooker. Mr. Gilsleeve's in the study.
How many tickets do you want, Mrs. Twitchell?
Uncle Mort, here comes the judge.
Oh, my goodness. Hide the tickets. Quickly now.
Yeah.
Don't let that old baboon see them. Huh? No, not you, Mrs. Twitchell. The other baboon.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Who's a baboon?
Me. See you later, Mrs. Twitchell. Goodbye. A charming woman, that Mrs. Twitchell, isn't she?
Only with snakes. She and her husband are still sore at me because of something that happened in my court years ago.
What was that, Judge Hooker?
I married them. Hey, what are these tickets doing on the floor?
Tickets? Oh, never mind, Hooker. I'll pick them up.
Quit hitting me with that thick skull of yours, Gildy.
Did you get them all right, Uncle?
Yes, I think so.
What's so important about those tickets, Gildersleeve? What are you hiding them for?
Who, me? Hiding? What pockets are you thinking about?
The ones you're stuffing in your pocket. Nothing against the law, are they?
Oh, no, Judge. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, that's right. They're for one of the most contrary...
Uncle. Excuse him, Judge Hooker. He's just organized a benefit for a very deserving man.
Yeah, so there.
Oh, poor fella. Anyone I know, Gildy?
Oh, brother.
Well, I'd be glad to buy a couple of tickets. Let's see them.
Oh, I don't think they want you to buy any tickets for this, Judge.
Oh, I see. I'm not good enough to go, huh? You just want to invite your Richie friends, is that it? All right. I know where I'm not wanted. All some people want out of you are your inner tubes. After they got them, they toss you aside like a worn-out casing.
Uncle, your face is getting terribly red. Say something before your eyes pop out.
Oh!
Gee, Uncle, what did the editor say, huh?
The editor Chester assigned one of the reporters to show us their files on Judge Hooker.
Are you going to tell him you want the dope for your speech at the banquet?
Oh, no, Leroy. We don't want any publicity till it's all over. Shh, here he comes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my name is Duffy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy.
I brought you our Hooker file.
Oh, a whole envelope full of clippings. Suppose we spread them out right here, huh?
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Look, Unc, here's a picture of the judge when he was first sworn into office. Gee, I never knew he had hair.
Yep, of course, my boy. You think he was born bald?
Well, wasn't he?
Quit changing the subject. Look at this. Judge foils jailbreak by conking crook with gavel. Prisoner loses hearing.
And listen to this one. Taxi company defaults drunk driving suit as Hickey Hackey plays hooky from Hooker.
Oh, look at here. Here's a picture of him in Army uniform. Corporal Hooker returns from guarding Niagara Falls as Spanish-American War ends.
Say, excuse me, but why all the interest in the judge?
Well, you see, Mr. Duffy, he's coming up for re-election, and I've got a little surprise for him, that's all. Thanks for showing me these. Come on, Leroy. If we're going to make the judge's office, we'll have to run.
Run for office, huh? Hey, Toots, give me Mr. Cornell. Boss, this is Duffy. You know that guy Gildersleeve? Well, after he dug around into Judge Hooker's past, I heard him say he's going to run for the judge's office. Now, look, we're out after Hooker, so what do you say we endorse Gildersleeve? Good. I've been gunning for that Hooker ever since he hit my brother over the head with his gavel.
What? Just one ticket? Now, see here. You're a lawyer, aren't you, Mr. Marks? And you practice in Judge Hooker's court, don't you? And you want to keep on winning cases, don't you? Huh? Well, how many tickets did you say? 6? Oh, well, that's better. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, Uncle Mort. How's the ticket sale going?
Oh, splendidly, my dear. Although I'm afraid the speaker's table is going to be terribly unbalanced. Everybody is so eager to be on Judge Hooker's right side.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but the gentleman here to see you, only he ain't.
Ain't? What do you mean, Bertie?
He ain't no gentleman. He looks tougher than 20 cents worth of goat meat.
Bertie, that's just your imagination. Show him in.
Yeah.
Okay, but when I point to the door, I'm going to have a meat cleaver in my hand.
I wonder who it can be.
Oh, probably some friend of Judge Hooker's.
Mr. Beer Bell Buck!
Well. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Say, some joints you got here.
Yes, isn't it? What can I do for you, Mr. Beer Bucket?
Buck is the name.
Oh, yeah.
Only me friends call me Beer Barrel for oblivious reasons. Some of us boys was hearing about the speed you're throwing for old Persimmon Puss.
Persimmon Puss?
The judge. And we wanted to be excluded, too. Yeah, we want to pay tribute to the old geezer.
Oh, well, that's a very nice spirit, Mr. Barrelhouse. I'm sure the judge will appreciate it.
I hope so. I've been trying to get to the judge for some time now. Say, if we buy 100 tickets, do you think that'd take care of the beef?
Take care of the beef? That'd take care of the whole meal.
That'll cost you $200.
2 C's? Well, that's a mere bagatelle.
Oh, bagatelle. Here, your tickets, Mr. Pilsner.
And here's the dough. Well, so long. It's sure going to be a load off of me associates' minds now that we're palsy-walsy with old Pickle Pan.
Pickle Pan? Oh, yes, he means cucumber kisser. Oh, that reminds me. Have you heard about my poem for the banquet, Marjorie?
No, Uncle Mort.
Well, it's called Poem on the occasion of the celebration of Judge Horace Hooker's 20th anniversary of his election to the State Superior Court bench.
Oh, that's just wonderful, Uncle.
Wait a minute. That was just the title.
How does the poem go?
I don't know. I haven't written it yet.
Where is it? Lead me to him. Oh, there you are. Gildersleeve, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Judge. What's the meaning of what?
This story in the political column of the Times. Throckmorton Pete Gildersleeve to run against Judge Hooker. Dark horse enters race.
Yep. Who's the horse?
It's a plot. A frame-up to ruin me. Gildersleeve, you're going to pay for this.
Yes, but, Judge, I just went there to look. Put down that floor lamp, Hooker.
I'll put it down on your head, you overstuffed double-crosser.
Wait a minute. That paper lied. How can I run for a judge? I'm not even a lawyer.
Say, that's right. I should have thought of that myself. But I'm all a bundle of nerves today. Got a mighty tricky trial on my hands, and I've got a right to be jittery.
Is that so? What case is that, Judge?
It's a gang of cutthroat racketeers. Whole slew of them. It's Beer Barrel Buck and his mob.
Oh, my, here we go again.
great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, let me tell you how to perform a little kitchen magic. How to make delicious macaroni and cheese in only 7 minutes cooking time. You do it with a product called Kraft Dinner. In every box of Kraft Dinner, there's a special macaroni. You plunge it into boiling water, cook it not more than 7 minutes by the clock, and it's finished. Fluffy, tender as any macaroni you ever baked in your life. You drain the cooked macaroni, whisk in a little milk and butter, and then sprinkle cheese goodness through and through with the Kraft grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner box. Isn't that easy? And wait till the folks taste this fluffy macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. Kraft Dinner served as a main dish is downright thrifty. At your grocer's tomorrow, see that for yourself. And get several packages of Kraft Dinner so you can stock the pantry shelf. And now back to the great Gildersleeve, who's still determined to surprise Judge Hooker with a big testimonial dinner, even if it kills him being the judge.
Oh, hello, Bertie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I've just come from the Summerfield Biltmore. The chef and I arranged the menu for the banquet. Listen to this. First, crab a la Judge Hooker.
What's that?
Oh, you know what a big crab the judge is. Well, these are even bigger. Next, parole of mock turtle soup.
Well, what's that parole mean?
Fresh out of the can. After that, Bertie, comes the fowl.
The fowl what?
Bertie, stop interrupting. We're having turkey a la Gildersleeve.
Now, what can that be?
Yeah, I'm not sure myself. The chef said something about it being stuffed with chestnuts. After that, roast beef, baked potatoes, cream corn, and chocolate whipped cream pie.
All sounds mighty rich. Judge Hooker usually sups on milk toast and a cup of hot water, diluted.
Bertie, the only reason we're giving this dinner is so the judge can get a good square meal.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Say, did you order a lot of flowers for the speaker's table at the banquet?
Well, yes, why not?
Well, doesn't Judge Hooker suffer from rose fever?
Rose fever? Now, Marjorie, a few American beauties aren't going to hurt his Yankee noodle.